On the day of his triumphant return, he brought back a new beloved, intending to marry her. With a swift motion, I issued a decree of divorce, becoming the unattainable female general he could not reach. The bridal attire had not yet cooled, and the decree arrived at the door. On the day that Fu Qingyun and Xiao Rongjing wed, he donned his armor for a campaign, leaving her to guard an empty chamber for 3 years. Every day, she awaited his return, only to find him with his new love, his gaze as tender as ever, yet his words were as sharp as blades. "She is my wife, you are merely a concubine." Fu Qingyun chuckled softly, tore her wedding gown, and boldly entered the golden hall, declaring, "Your servant requests a decree of divorce." From that moment on, she cast aside her hairpins, took up arms, and bathed in blood upon the battlefield. 3 years later, she achieved great success, and was conferred the title of general, her name resounding throughout the realm. At a palace banquet, he approached her with reddened eyes, pleading for her to return, yet she leaned against the new emperor, her smile cold and distant. "General Xiao, do you believe you are worthy of my affections?" Chapter 1. At last, he returns in the autumn of the Eastern Kingdom, leaves fell like whispers. The Xiao residence was adorned with crimson lanterns, a scene of prosperity and joy. In the Furong courtyard, before her vanity, Fu Qingyun beamed with delight, having instructed Qiangwei to style her hair exquisitely. Today marked the return of her husband, Xiao Rongjing, victorious from battle. Fu Qingyun's heart raced with excitement. After 3 long years, he was finally home. Qiangwei, having completed the hairstyle, turned to fetch a garment for her. Observing the joyful expression on her mistress's face, she teased, "Miss, the general has returned, so you need not worry any longer. Surely, he has missed you dearly these past 3 years." Her genuine happiness for Fu Qingyun was palpable. Fu Qingyun nodded, a smile gracing her lips, and playfully retorted, "Where do you see worry upon my face?" Nevertheless, Rongjing is finally back, and victorious at that. This is a matter of great pride for the Xiao family. Qiangwei adjusted her clothing, silently wishing that only Fu Qingyun's happiness mattered. During these years, while the general was at war, Fu Qingyun had lived alone in the Xiao residence. The household had been particularly critical of her, especially her sister-in-law, Xiao Rongrong. Fortunately, Fu Qingyun was kind-hearted and refrained from quarrels. Now, with the general's glorious return, she would no longer face such trials alone. May the general treat her well. Unbeknownst to Fu Qingyun, Qiangwei's thoughts whirled as she heard commotion from the front hall. It was likely Xiao Rongjing had returned. Fu Qingyun's face lit up with excitement as her heart raced. She hurriedly lifted her skirt and rushed outside. At last, her husband was home. After 3 years of anticipation, the moment had finally arrived. At the entrance of the Xiao residence, the family stood in eager anticipation. Elder Xiao and Madame Xiao stood at the forefront, with their daughter Xiao Rongrong and eldest son Xiao Rongshan behind them. The eldest son lacked ambition, preferring commerce over martial pursuits. Thus, the couple placed their hopes on their younger son. At last, Xiao Rongjing had brought honor to the family, returning in triumph. This brought immense joy to the elder couple. Generally, victorious generals returned home first, with the decree of rewards to be proclaimed the following day at court. The Xiao residence was already bustling with townsfolk, drawn by the news of the young and accomplished General Zhao's return. As the sound of hoofbeats approached, the crowd turned to see. Xiao Rongjing, clad in shining armor, appeared on horseback, his demeanor stern. Following him trailed a carriage, obscuring its occupant from view. The black steed halted at the entrance, and Xiao Rongjing tightened the reins, dismounting gracefully. Years of battle had aged him slightly, adding a touch of gravitas to his countenance, yet his handsomeness remained undiminished. Upon seeing his family awaiting his return, he took a deep breath, knelt before his parents, and earnestly declared, "Father, mother, I have been unfilial, causing you worry for these 3 years. Allow me to bow in repentance for my unworthiness." The sound of his bows moved the bystanders to tears. The youngest son of the Xiao family was truly a filial son. The townsfolk murmured their praises, filling the ears of Elder Xiao and Madame Xiao with pride. A dutiful son, a young general with promise surely, the Xiao family would soon flourish. The elder couple quickly assisted their son to his feet, gripping his hands tightly as they exclaimed, "It is enough that you have returned." "Indeed, Rongjing, now that you are back, Fu Qingyun must be overjoyed. You must take the time to rekindle your marital bond," Elder Xiao remarked. That girl had awaited this day for what felt like an eternity, more eagerly than anyone in the Xiao family. Xiao Rongjing's smile faltered slightly at these words, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. He had indeed owed her much during these 3 years. Rongjing, will you not allow me to greet your family? Chapter 2. Marrying her. A delicate voice emerged from the carriage, sending shivers through the crowd. The Xiao family exchanged puzzled glances. Was there someone else in the carriage? A woman, no less? Xiao Rongjing refocused, addressing his parents. Father, mother, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. The elder couple remained uncertain, but sensed something amiss. Xiao Rongrong craned her neck, eager to glimpse the occupant of the carriage. When she noticed her brother speaking inside, she tugged at the carriage curtain, but her view was obstructed. Turning to her elder brother, Xiao Rongshan, she inquired, Brother, do you think there's a beautiful maiden hidden inside? Xiao Rongshan shot her a disapproving look, admonishing quietly, do not speak carelessly. Such comments might be acceptable at home, but today was a significant occasion, marking his triumphant return. Moreover, with so many townsfolk present, it was best to avoid attracting undue attention. Elder Xiao shared his concerns. The voice had distinctly belonged to a woman. Men often took multiple wives, which was customary. However, when he had sought Fu Qingyun's hand, Rongjing had professed his singular affection for her. If he had indeed taken another, how would Fu Qingyun react? He hoped dearly that his fears were unfounded. The townsfolk, witnessing the unfolding drama, began to murmur. Xiao Rongjing, resigned, finally pulled back the curtain, gently taking her hand as he led her out. The woman was veiled, her skin fair and her almond-shaped eyes bright and clear. Dressed in a simple apricot gown, her willow-like figure accentuated her delicate beauty. Chu Wanshi grasped Xiao Rongjing's hand tightly, bowing to the Xiao family as she softly spoke. Greetings, esteemed elders. I am Chu Wanshi, and your son is my savior. I am all alone, with no family left. Seeing my plight, he kindly took me in. After her words, she cast an innocent, pleading look at Xiao Rongjing. The Xiao family remained stunned, while the townsfolk began to speculate. Ah, so that is the story. But it seems improbable. What man does not take multiple wives? The general is young and ambitious. It is only natural. Though she claimed to be a saved soul, it was evident to all that she was brazenly leaning on Xiao Rongjing. No one would believe her assertions of innocence. Elder Xiao frowned at his youngest son, feeling a sense of injustice for Fu Qingyun. Glancing back toward the residence, he wondered why Fu Qingyun had not yet appeared. Her husband has returned with another woman. As the murmurs among the common folk grew increasingly chaotic, old Madame Xiao turned to Chu Wanshi and remarked, Miss Chu, today marks Zhang's triumphant return from battle. As guests, let us first proceed to the inner hall for a discussion. With a subtle gesture, she signaled to the steward, He Fu, to lead the way into the inner chamber. He Fu, being a perceptive individual, understood the old madame's intent. He promptly instructed the servants to bring forth today's porridge, fruits, and steamed buns, inviting the commoners to partake in a complimentary feast. This was a grand gesture, celebrating the victorious return of the Xiao family's second son, effectively silencing the murmurs around them. Xiao Rongjing gently patted Chu Wanshi's hand, reassuring her not to worry, for his parents held him dear and would not let any harm befall him. Yet, he had overlooked the fact that a wife at Xiao Manor awaited his return. Fu Qingyun, in a flurry of anxiety, collided with a young maid in the corridor. Water from the maid's tray splashed onto her, but with a dismissive remark, she hurried towards the inner hall. Rose, trailing behind, watched as her mistress's garment became damp, feeling an involuntary pang of sympathy not for the dress, but for her mistress. As Fu Qingyun neared the inner hall, she overheard two maids whispering, Did you see? Young Master Jing has brought back a beautiful maiden. However, she paid them no heed, as the joy of Xiao Rongjing's return momentarily clouded her awareness. Upon reaching the inner hall, Fu Qingyun abruptly halted to adjust her attire, though the wet hem did not greatly concern her. She trusted that Zhang would not mind such trivialities. Their bond had once been so profound, pledging to cherish one another for a lifetime. She recalled how Zhang had once declared that even if she were a beggar clad in coarse fabric, it would not deter his affection for her. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to step inside, only to be frozen in place by the words she overheard. Father, mother, Zhang wishes to wed Shi. Chapter 3. What is she to him? As she stepped inside, Fu Qingyun's foot recoiled instantly, leaving her utterly bewildered. Marry her? Who was Xiao Rongjing intending to marry? What was her place in all this? Ignoring the tumult of thoughts, Fu Qingyun entered, her gaze immediately landing on her husband, whom she hadn't seen in 3 years, Xiao Rongjing. Beside him stood a delicate and charming woman, hand in hand, brazenly positioned before her as his rightful wife. "Ah Jing, what did you just say?" Fu Qingyun's voice remained calm, surprising even herself with its steadiness. The members of the Xiao family exchanged varied expressions, unsure of how to respond, for it was their son who had heired. However, it was not uncommon for a man to take a concubine. The question was how Fu Qingyun would react. Xiao Rongrong wore a look of amusement, having long disdained Fu Qingyun. Her second brother was so exceptional, while Fu Qingyun was merely the daughter of a merchant, utterly unworthy of him. Now, he had returned with such a beautiful woman. It was entertaining to see how Fu Qingyun would handle this. Xiao Rongshan remained silent, standing quietly to the side. Though he had never married, he remembered the promises his younger brother had made to the Fu family. Yet he was still his brother, and thus he stood with him. Xiao Rongjing gazed at Fu Qingyun, whom he had not seen in 3 years. Recalling his earlier words, he opened his mouth to speak. But Chu Wanqi interjected with a melodious voice, "You must be Sister Yun, right? Cici often speaks of you. Please do not misunderstand. Ah Jing is Cici's savior. I wish to repay him by staying by his side, serving him however I can. I hope you won't mind. Misunderstand? What is there to misunderstand? Oh. You say Ah Jing is your savior, and you wish to repay him? Very well, then from this day forth, you shall reside in Xiao Manor and serve me as a maid," Fu Qingyun retorted, granting her wish. "Moreover, I have no sister. I am my father's only daughter. It would be inappropriate for you to call me sister. Instead, address me as Madame Xiao." Upon hearing this, Chu Wanqi's face flushed crimson. What had begun as mere pleasantries had turned into a humiliating defeat. It seemed Fu Qingyun was not the gentle and refined woman Xiao Rongjing had described. With tear-filled eyes, Chu Wanqi looked up at Xiao Rongjing, pleading, "Ah Jing, it seems your wife cannot tolerate my presence. Perhaps it would be best for you to let me go." As if we had never met, Xiao Rongjing, gazing at the weeping figure in his arms, felt his heart soften. He turned to Fu Qingyun, saying, "Yun, this matter does not concern Cici. It is my fault. I have wronged you. What I said earlier was true. You heard correctly. I intend to marry Cici. Yun, I always thought you were magnanimous. I have fought for 3 years, and it was Cici who stood by me, encouraging me, providing a tenderness I had never known. We met, we understood each other, and we have supported one another. Upon my victorious return, I intended to discuss bringing Cici into the household. She expressed that being a concubine was acceptable as long as she could stay by my side. I never expected you to deny even this modest request, insisting she serve you as a maid. Yun, is that not too much? Understanding? Supporting? How familiar, yet now it felt utterly ludicrous." Fu Qingyun's mind swirled, and she whispered, "You once said those very words. 3 years had been enough to bring about such change. Had he transformed, or had she merely come to her senses?" The vows of yesteryear replayed in her mind, and her heart felt as though it were shattering into pieces. Forcing herself to regain her composure, Fu Qingyun replied, "If you are so adamant, then grant me 3 days to consider." Only she knew her voice trembled. 3 days. She needed to contemplate her next steps. Yes. She needed to consider what to do, not how to handle it. She was a daughter of the Fu family who had defied her father's objections to marry Xiao Rongjing, believing his claim that he would love her alone for a lifetime. She had trusted him, and in truth, she had been deeply moved at the time. Her youthful heart easily swayed by emotion. On the eve of their wedding, Xiao Rongjing had been dispatched to war, away for 3 years, leaving them without consummating their union. Now, upon his return, the landscape had drastically shifted. Autumn had arrived, and with it, a chill had settled in Fu Qingyun's heart. Chapter 4. Alas. She was mistaken. Fu Qingyun could hardly recall how she exited the scene, the image of their intertwined hands searing into her mind, painfully blinding her. This sight pierced her heart. For 3 years, she had anticipated Xiao Rongjing's return, longing for the moment they would gaze into each other's eyes. Alas, she had been mistaken. 3 years could change so much. It had led him to love another woman, likely erasing the promises he once made. Perhaps she had been the only one foolishly waiting. Seated by the pond in Farong Garden, Fu Qingyun sought solace in solitude, wishing to think of nothing and no one, particularly not of Xiao Rongjing. Perhaps this was the only way to alleviate her heartache. Rose had been watching her closely. appalled that not a single person from the Xiao family had spoken on the young mistress's behalf. How outrageous! Following her mistress, Rose had secretly wiped away her tears. Miss, since you were little, your father has always spoiled you, never allowing you to suffer even the slightest grievance. This time, the Xiao family has gone too far. And as for the young master, no, Xiaoye and that woman, they are utterly shameless for openly taking a concubine and humiliating you. Rose refrained from voicing this sentiment aloud, her anger rendering her speechless. She remembered clearly the day Xiaoye had sought to marry her mistress, and now everything had transformed into this. Her voice choked with emotion. Rose lamented if your father were to find out, how heartbroken he would be. At this, Qingyun's eyes flickered. Taking a deep breath, she realized she could not let her father know, not now at least. Her mother had left her father long ago, causing him great sorrow. She could not add to his burdens. Resolving this, Qingyun turned slightly to face Rose, whose eyes were swollen from crying, and managed a smile. Silly Rose. Do you think I am so weak? I am merely contemplating my next steps. You needn't worry. I am a daughter of the Fu family, and I will not easily succumb. Rose nodded vigorously, finding some comfort in her mistress's determined demeanor. Regaining her composure, Qingyun rose and glanced toward the inner hall, where the voices of the Xiao family could still be heard. With renewed determination, she declared, from this moment forth, I, Qingyun, shall no longer be weak. A daughter of the Fu family shall never be easily manipulated. Xiaoye had returned victorious, accompanied by a beautiful maiden. The Xiao family had concealed this matter well, leaving no trace. The entire Eastern Kingdom continued to sing praises for Xiao Rongjing's triumph, lauding the glory he brought to the family. Storytellers embellished the tale, recounting how General Xiao achieved a resounding victory, elevating him to heights even greater than those of the legendary war god, Prince Yi Junlan. All of this reached Rose's ears from outside. She hurried back to inform the young lady, mimicking the expression of a storyteller, which even amused Qingyun. Since yesterday, Qingyun had remained within the confines of Farong Garden, not stepping outside even once. She was diligently practicing her calligraphy. When her mother was still alive, she often urged her to practice writing, claiming it would bring tranquility to her mind. However, the Xiao family had a different perspective. Xiao Rongjing had initially granted Qingyun 3 days. But upon reflection, he realized that this approach rendered him overly passive. He contemplated approaching Qingyun to clarify her intentions. Yet, Qingyun had not left Farong Garden at all. Observing the anxious Xiao Rongjing, Chu Wanshi kindly offered him a cup of water and reassured him, Jing, you needn't worry. Sister Yun might simply need time to process this news. Perhaps she will come to terms with it in a few days. Her words implied that Qingyun was the unwelcome third party disrupting their relationship. Xiao Rongjing, upon hearing this, felt a sense of calm wash over him. No matter the situation, Wanshi always managed to comfort him, providing him with ample warmth and generosity. Embracing her waist, Xiao Rongjing spoke tenderly, Wanshi, I truly thank you. If only a Yun possessed your grace and kindness, I would not be so troubled. Rest assured, I shall marry you. Chu Wanshi nodded, but her apricot eyes betrayed a flicker of unintentional brilliance. She needed to ensure that Jing swiftly dismissed Qingyun, or her plans would falter. Chapter 5. A resounding slap. Upon hearing the rumors circulating outside, the two elders of the Xiao family wore expressions of pride and satisfaction, seemingly forgetting their son's intentions to take a concubine. To them, Xiao Rongjing's choice of Chu Wanshi as a concubine was perfectly acceptable. As for Qingyun, it would require some persuasion. The old lady Xiao nudged her husband to speak on her behalf, as she found it beneath her dignity to do so herself. The old master Xiao replied, such matters are delicate. After all, Jing was at fault first. How can you expect me to address this? You should go. Yun has always respected you. Sighing, he continued, when Jing first expressed his desire to marry Qingyun, I opposed it vehemently. The Fu family is merely a family of merchants. Her father only owns a silk shop. Although, in recent years, Yun has been providing clothing for our family from her home, there is nothing more to it. Moreover, Yun has not borne any children these past few years, which has caused me great distress. Is it too much to ask for Jing to bring a woman home? Merely a concubine? No. I must go and speak to her myself. After all, the matter is already settled. Thus, the old lady Xiao resolved to confront Qingyun personally, disregarding her own pride. The old master Xiao followed closely behind, concerned that something might go awry. Unbeknownst to them, before they sought out Fu Qingyun, Xiao Rongjing had already gone to find her. Upon finishing her calligraphy practice, Fu Qingyun saw Xiao Rongjing barging in, indeed, barging in, as Qiangwei was desperately attempting to prevent his entry. Fu Qingyun instructed the fuming Qiangwei to step aside, eager to hear what Xiao Rongjing had to say. Noticing her calm demeanor while practicing calligraphy, Xiao Rongjing frowned, seemingly unaffected by the events of the previous day. He said, "Yun, I have come to inform you that I am determined to marry Wanxi. I hope you can be magnanimous about it. She has stated that she does not wish to disrupt our relationship, but rather to join it. Furthermore, she has expressed that being a concubine is of no concern to her. Yun, I acknowledge my shortcomings. Henceforth, when Wanxi enters, she will reside in the West Garden, and you will remain here, each in your own space without interference. You would prefer that I do not intrude upon her, correct?" Fu Qingyun interrupted him, seemingly seeing through his words as she set down her brush. Xiao Rongjing was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, observing her serene expression as he continued. "So you agree?" Fu Qingyun raised her gaze, quietly studying him. In that moment, she felt as though she barely recognized him. "What exactly am I agreeing to?" Fu Qingyun replied, a hint of laughter in her tone. "You have not come here to negotiate your marriage to her. Rather, you are here to inform me of your decision. Xiao Rongjing, do you recall the promises you made when you sought to marry me?" Fu Qingyun's tone turned slightly chilly, her eyes gleaming with sharpness. Xiao Rongjing's expression faltered in surprise. He had not anticipated that the usually gentle and serene Fu Qingyun would suddenly become so cold and piercing. Moreover, this was the first time she had directly addressed him by his name. Xiao Rongjing studied his thoughts, his voice growing firmer. "Fu Qingyun, I know you are unwilling. You have waited for 3 years, and I have let you down. Given the circumstances, there is nothing more to say. You may strike or scold me as you wish. However, if you refuse to agree, I will have no choice but to divorce you." Divorce? Fu Qingyun had contemplated many scenarios throughout the day, but she never anticipated this as the outcome. Hearing that word, her heart trembled involuntarily. He would actually divorce her for that woman. Ha ha ha. Fu Qingyun laughed, a sound tinged with either sorrow or the clarity of seeing the man before her. Tears streamed down her cheeks, which she brushed away with her fingertips as she stepped closer to Xiao Rongjing. With a resounding slap, her hand struck his face. Chapter 6. Unable to compete with her with tears glistening in her eyes, Fu Qingyun summoned her strength to keep them from falling, her voice resolute. "Xiao Rongjing, do you have any idea how arduous my wait has been these past 3 years? I have yearned for your return every moment, and what about you? The first thing you say upon returning is that you have fallen in love with another. What happened to the promises you made to me? For 3 years, I endured the countless grievances from your family, repeatedly telling myself that I could manage it, as long as you returned to protect me. Alas, fate is indeed cruel. You have fallen for another woman. How ironic. What I awaited was but a farce." Xiao Rongjing, seeing Fu Qingyun, who had waited for him for 3 years, felt as though he had lost his voice. He struggled to find the right words. Xiao Rongjing reached out, but Fu Qingyun, thinking he intended to do something, stepped back quickly, unwilling to let him touch her. She found him rather repulsive at that moment. This action made Xiao Rongjing's heart quiver. He felt a whirlwind of emotions. His expression conflicted, just about to speak when the old lady Xiao entered, followed closely by the old master Xiao. The two elders, upon seeing their son and the evident slap mark on his face, were immediately filled with rage. The old lady Xiao glared at Fu Qingyun, exclaiming, "Fu Qingyun, how could you strike your husband with such force?" This statement served as a reminder that Xiao Rongjing was indeed her husband. In this era, it was unlawful for a woman to strike her husband. According to the laws of the land, a married woman must obey her husband, and openly assaulting him would result in imprisonment for re-education. The old lady Xiao gently touched her son's face, her heart aching. She had never dared to strike him in his entire life. Why had Fu Qingyun done so? Initially, she had intended to counsel Fu Qingyun to be magnanimous and accept Chu Wanxi. However, it seemed there was no longer any need for such discussions. The old lady Xiao declared, "Fu Qingyun, as an old woman I may not know much, but I understand that a woman once married should abide by her husband and not defy him. When a Jing expressed his desire to marry you, I should have vehemently opposed it. Now, with a Jing wishing to take Miss Chu as a concubine, he must seek your approval, only to be met with a slap from you. I truly misjudged you. I should never have allowed a Jing to take you as his wife. Fu Qingyun, I once believed you possessed the grace to accept others, but it appears I, as your wife, was mistaken. Ah Jing, rest assured, today, mother shall take charge for you. You shall marry she as your wife. As for Fu Qingyun, a woman of her ilk is best left behind. The elder Xiao behind her wished to speak up, but was silenced by a mere glance from the matriarch. Seeing his mother's face turn pale with anger, Xiao Rongjing hurriedly comforted her. Mother, please do not be agitated. Let me speak with her. What else is there to discuss? The 7 reasons for divorce, and among them, the greatest sin is unfilial conduct. Just this one reason is sufficient to dismiss her. The elder matriarch exclaimed. Fu Qingyun gazed at the family, each displaying their true colors, and felt utterly exasperated. Especially upon hearing the matriarch's remark about unfilial conduct. Her expression turned icy as she retorted, I have never consummated my marriage with Xiao Rongjing.
What?
Not consummated? The words left the 2 elders speechless. Both turning to their son. Xiao Rongjing, with a helpless nod, was about to explain when a servant rushed in to announce that Xu Wanxi was packing to leave the Xiao residence. Shocked, Xiao Rongjing turned and chased after her, not even casting a glance at Fu Qingyun. Watching Xiao Rongjing depart, Fu Qingyun felt her hopes shatter bit by bit. How ridiculous. He didn't even spare a moment to look back at her before rushing out. Fu Qingyun's heart sank into despair. 3 years of waiting paled in comparison to the tenderness of another. Indeed, they once shared profound feelings for one another. He claimed his heart contained only her, leaving no room for anyone else. Now, everything had merely become a fleeting memory. Chapter 7. Her imperial edict. The elder matriarch of the Xiao family felt her temples throb with anger as she addressed Fu Qingyun. Since the daughter of the Fu family is so proud, unable to tolerate even a concubine, then our Xiao family shall not accept such a narrow-minded daughter-in-law. With a huff, the elder matriarch turned to leave. The elder Xiao frowned at Fu Qingyun, sighed, and followed suit. This family was not under his authority. Seeing Xiao Rongjing hastily leave, and the elder Zioa and Xiao Rong following in a huff, Chang Wei rushed in, concerned. Miss, did the Xiao family trouble you? Fu Qingyun massaged her aching temples, replying, Xiao Rongjing wouldn't dare trouble me. This matter is indeed his fault from the outset. Chang Wei assisted her into a seat, pouring tea to soothe her throat. Her expression filled with concern. Miss, what do you plan to do? Will you allow young Master Xiao to take that woman as a concubine? Perhaps we should return home and consult the master. Fu Qingyun took a sip of tea to clear her mind, contemplating before responding to Chang Wei. No. My father must not know of this matter yet. I have caused him enough worry already. I shall handle this myself. Her father was aging. Since her mother's passing, he had been consumed by sorrow. As he managed the family business, she had noticed several strands of white hair emerging amidst his dark locks. Fu Qingyun did not wish to burden him further. Her mother had always taught her that as a daughter of the Fu family, one must be strong. Xiao Rongjing's desire to take a concubine was indeed beyond her expectations. Just moments ago, he had even spoken of divorcing her.
Ha!
Since he is so unjust, she shall not be blamed for being unkind. Xiao Rongjing, having pursued her, found Xu Wanxi already with one foot out the door. He rushed forward, grasping her hand, pulling her back. She, why do you wish to leave? Xu Wanxi lowered her head, tears streaming from her almond-shaped eyes. She looked up at him, watery-eyed. Ah Jing, after much contemplation, I believe your wife speaks the truth. I am but a mere girl, with no intention of disrupting the bond between you and your wife. However, if your wife cannot accept me, I cannot remain here, lest I be labeled as the third party disrupting your marriage. With just a few words, she distanced herself, while subtly placing blame on Fu Qingyun for her inability to accept others. Out of the corner of her eye, Xu Wanxi noticed the approaching elder Xiao and the elder matriarch, and her tears flowed even more freely. Xiao Rongshan had been out at the shop since early morning. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Rongrong hurried over, eager to witness the spectacle, primarily to see the commotion surrounding Fu Qingyun. Xiao Rongjing gazed at the weeping beauty before him. His heart shattered into pieces. Gently wiping her tears away, filled with tenderness and concern, he softly said, She, I have wronged you. I apologize. Fear not. I shall return to draft a divorce decree. I, Xiao Rongjing, shall love only you in this lifetime. The declaration was interrupted by the arrival of Imperial Eunuch Su Defuku, who entered bearing the Imperial Edict. Surprised to see Xiao Rongjing in an embrace with a woman, he quickly averted his gaze and announced, "The imperial edict has arrived. General Xiao, receive your decree." Xiao Rongjing hastily released Chu Wanxi and knelt beside her. The elder Xiao and Xiao Rongrong quickly followed suit. Su Defuka glanced around but did not see Fu Qingyun and inquired, "General Xiao, where's your wife?" He knew that Fu Qingyun was Xiao Rongjing's spouse, not the girl kneeling beside him. As Xiao Rongjing began to respond, a familiar voice called from behind, "Su Gonggong, a Yun has arrived late. Please proceed with the decree." Fu Qingyun did not look at any member of the Xiao family, including Xiao Rongjing. She knelt gracefully, a few paces away from the Xiao family. Upon seeing her, Su Gonggong's expression brightened. He opened the edict and proclaimed, "By the will of heaven, General Xiao has made remarkable contributions to the nation at a young age. Therefore, he is awarded 1,000 taels of gold and exquisite white jade porcelain, and is bestowed the title of second-rank Marquis General." Second-rank Marquis General? The Xiao family was filled with joy, for there had yet to be a second-rank Marquis General in the entire court. As Xiao Rongjing received the decree and prepared to rise to express his gratitude, inviting Su Gonggong in for tea, Su Defuku pressed his hand down. Looking toward Fu Qingyun as he continued, "Not yet. His Majesty has another decree for the Second Lady of Xiao. Second Lady, please receive your decree." The Xiao family was momentarily stunned, and Funfun looked toward Fu Qingyun, who knelt nearby. Fu Qingyun's expression remained calm. Chapter 8. First-rank young lady Su Gonggong paid no mind to the Xiao family's astonishment as he unfurled the edict to read. Seeing this, the Xiao family quickly knelt, though they were puzzled as to why His Majesty would issue a decree for Fu Qingyun. By the will of heaven, the Emperor decrees that the Second Lady of Xiao manages the household with wisdom and virtue, and is thus appointed as first-rank young lady. Thus it is decreed. After delivering the message, Su Gonggong stepped forward to assist Fu Qingyun, handing her the edict directly, omitting even the formalities of thanks. Fu Qingyun still offered a respectful bow to Su Gonggong, adhering to proper etiquette. The Xiao family watched in shock, forgetting even to express their gratitude. They stared blankly as Su Gonggong placed the decree into Fu Qingyun's hands. First-rank young lady. What an honor! Among the noble women of the Eastern Kingdom, none had yet been granted the title of first-rank young lady. Fu Qingyun was the first. Yet the Xiao family remained perplexed, wondering why His Majesty suddenly issued such a decree. Moreover, Su Gonggong seemed quite familiar with Fu Qingyun, even personally assisting her to her feet. It was known that Su Gonggong was a prominent figure at court, and he generally held commoners in disdain, let alone offer assistance. The Xiao family could not fathom the underlying reasons. Of course, they would not dare to voice such questions, until Master Su called them to rise. His gaze lingered on Chu Wanxi, who stood beside Xiao Rongjing. Master Su courteously addressed Xiao Rongjing, remarking on his youth and accomplishments, and extolled the virtues of Lady Xiao, proclaiming them as a model couple in the Eastern Kingdom. He expressed hopes for their enduring companionship and for the general to serve the nation diligently, which was also the emperor's wish. Xiao Rongjing pledged to uphold the emperor's expectations, grateful for his favor. Master Su then invited them into the inner hall for tea. Xiao Rongjing smiled, while the elders of the Xiao family warmly urged Master Su to enter. However, citing matters within the palace, Master Su nodded to Fu Qingyun and departed from the Xiao residence. Once he left, the Xiao family turned their attention to Fu Qingyun, each displaying varied expressions. Xiao Rongjing glanced at the imperial edict in her hand, feeling somewhat discontent. She held a second rank, while Fu Qingyun held the first. Despite differing ranks within the court, there was no distinction in status. The reality that Fu Qingyun's first rank surpassed her own weighed on her mind. Had the emperor awarded him for his military achievements, thus favoring his wife? Contemplating this, Xiao Rongjing felt a touch of balance restored within her. The matriarch of the Xiao family, realizing they had not only produced a general but also a first-rank lady, was overjoyed. She even chose to forget her earlier harsh words directed at Fu Qingyun. Approaching him, she took his hand affectionately, exclaiming her delight at the remarkable accomplishments of both him and her daughter-in-law, while humorously acknowledging her own tendency to be somewhat loquacious, asking him to overlook her previous remarks. Surprisingly, she showed no embarrassment. The matriarch then signaled her son to come forward. Xiao Rongjing noticed her mother's gestures but hesitated, feeling somewhat shy. Fu Qingyun, observing the Xiao family's demeanor, felt a wave of disgust. He withdrew his hand from her grip and handed the edict to the waiting Rose. With a cool smile, he remarked, "Madam, you are mistaken. I am rather narrow-minded, and I shall remember your earlier words." The matriarch was left embarrassed, at a loss for words, bewildered by Fu Qingyun's lack of appreciation. At that moment, Xiao Rongrong stepped forward, her demeanor haughty. "What is so impressive about you? Are you just a first-rank lady?" she taunted. Fu Qingyun responded, "Oh, I never claimed to be impressive. Do you possess such a title?" Xiao Rongrong, infuriated, retorted, "You." The elder Xiao patriarch seized his daughter's hand, shooting her a disapproving glare. Although he held no official position in the court, he understood the distinction of ranks, recognizing that Fu Qingyun's status was not to be trifled with. Observing Xiao Rongrong's vexation brought Fu Qingyun a sense of satisfaction. Previously, he had tolerated her disdainful remarks towards Xiao Rongjing, but now he felt no need to endure any longer. Casting a glance at Xiao Rongjing and Xu Wanqi, he turned to leave, finding the atmosphere unbearable, wishing to spare himself from further disgust. However, he heard a retching sound. Pausing, he turned to see Xu Wanqi covering her mouth, dry heaving. Fu Qingyun's gaze flickered, as if a thought struck him. Xiao Rongjing, concerned, rushed to support Xu Wanqi, asking in worry, "Shishi, what is wrong?" Xu Wanqi's complexion appeared pale as she shook her head, uncertain of her condition. Xiao Rongrong questioned, "Have you eaten something wrong?" The matriarch, with her seasoned experience, quickly deduced the situation, delighting in the revelation. "Oh, dear, this clearly indicates you are with child." The announcement stunned everyone present. Xiao Rongjing could hardly believe he was to become a father so soon. Recalling a fortnight prior, after a victorious campaign, he had indulged in drink, resulting in a fateful encounter with Shishi. Realization dawned upon him, and he embraced Xu Wanqi, exclaiming in excitement, "Is it true? I am to be a father. This is wonderful, thank you." Xu Wanqi buried her face in his chest, blushing, while casting a challenging glance at Fu Qingyun. Fu Qingyun, taken aback, sensed the implications, but knew that speculation was one thing and certainty another. Such matters were not to be dismissed lightly. Yet he pondered why Xu Wanqi chose this moment to reveal such news. He noticed her defiance and, lost in thought, turned to leave. As the Xiao family reveled in the joy of Xu Wanqi's pregnancy, Fu Qingyun returned to Farong Courtyard. Upon his arrival, Rose expressed her anger, "Miss, that Xiao young master has gone too far, engaging in misconduct behind her back with that Xu Wanqi. She must have been a vixen in her past life, seducing men, even those married." With a jolt, Rose leaned on the table, astonished. "Miss, do you think they secretly conceived in the army?" She recalled hearing that nausea was an early sign of pregnancy. With Xu Wanqi's flat belly, it seemed she was only about a month along, indicating their rendezvous occurred while still in the camp. Those wretched lovers. After you waited for him for 3 years, you only received betrayal in return. Fu Qingyun remained silent at Rose's words, merely instructing, "Rose, keep the edict safe and prepare my attire." "Attire? Miss, are you going out?" Rose asked, momentarily confused. Fu Qingyun nodded, a smile playing on her lips. "I am going to the palace to meet the emperor." "What?" "Miss, what do you intend to do in the palace?" "I seek a decree for divorce." Master Su returned to the palace, relaying the events of the day to Emperor Yi Yunting. Upon hearing the news, the emperor was filled with rage, striking the dragon table with his palm, causing Master Su to kneel in fear. It was no wonder the emperor was furious. Although Xiao Rongjing had achieved merit, such disgraceful actions were intolerable. After all, the young lady from the Fu family held a special place in the emperor's heart. With a face clouded with anger, yet helpless, Yi Yunting lamented, "Why does that girl not inform me?" He sighed deeply and continued, "Go. Summon her to the palace at once." "Yes, your servant will do so." Master Su accepted the command and exited. He understood that the her the emperor referred to was Fu Qingyun. Upon leaving the imperial study, Master Su gazed up at the azure sky, reminiscing about past events, before swiftly proceeding toward the palace gates. A carriage awaited him, standing steady at the entrance. Fu Qingyun alighted from the carriage, adorned in a simple apricot-colored garment, her dark hair elegantly tied back with a white ribbon. Her makeup was subtle and neat. As autumn descended, Rose had thoughtfully brought an outer garment, concerned that the young lady might catch a chill. Approaching the palace gates, the guards stationed there raised their hands to halt their entry. Fu Qingyun articulated her purpose. Yet the guards retorted that without the emperor's announcement, entry was forbidden. It was absurd. Not just anyone could gain an audience with the emperor. Rose, feeling anxious, lamented that she should have brought the imperial decree along. The guards were unfamiliar with the young lady's status, as she seldom visited the palace. Just then, a commanding voice echoed from behind. "How dare you, you blind fools! This is the second young mistress of the Shao family, recently bestowed the title of first-class young mistress by His Majesty. Do you wish to lose your heads?" The voice belonged to the esteemed eunuch Su Dafeng. Upon hearing his words, the guards were taken aback, immediately kneeling in apology. Su Dafeng huffed and approached Fu Qingyun with a smile. "My young mistress, please do not take offense. They have rarely encountered you and were unaware. I ask for your forgiveness." "Not at all, eunuch Su. I wish to see His Majesty regarding an important matter and hope you will convey my request," Fu Qingyun replied with a slight bow. The autumn breeze whispered through, causing her garments to flutter lightly, rendering her appearance ethereal. For a moment, Su Dafeng was entranced, seeing a visage reminiscent of a woman from years past who bore a striking resemblance to Fu Qingyun. Regaining his composure, Su Dafeng nodded and turned to relay her request. Knight Yuntian, taken aback by the swiftness of her arrival, summoned her into the study. Su Dafeng escorted Fu Qingyun in before discreetly withdrawing. Rose could not enter the study and waited outside, marking her second visit to the palace. The first time, her lady mother had brought the young lady along when she was still a child. During that visit, she had even encountered Lord Yi, the current war king, Yi Junlan. Rose had been with the young lady since childhood, recalling how mischievous she had been, once playfully pushing Lord Yi into a lotus pond, and afterward, they had hastily escaped. Inside the study, upon seeing Fu Qingyun clad in such light attire, Knight Yuntian felt a pang of concern. "You look almost identical to your mother," he remarked, frowning. "Indeed. Your Majesty," she replied. Child, in this place, there are no outsiders. You should address me as your master uncle." Fu Qingyun fell silent. Her mother and the emperor were contemporaries, her mother having entered the sect a day earlier than him, thus making him her junior. This fact had been known to Fu Qingyun since childhood. Her mother rarely brought her to the palace, ostensibly to avoid suspicion. Yet this master uncle often visited the Fu household to see his little niece. Returning to the moment, Fu Qingyun reluctantly called him master uncle. Knight Yuntian nodded, a smile breaking across his face as he continued. "Is it that you only visit me when you have no other business?" "How could I dare? My mother taught me not to disturb you without cause," Fu Qingyun replied, placing emphasis on the term elder. Knight Yuntian found himself at a loss for words. At merely 40, how had he become elder in her presence? His thoughts were disordered. It had been 10 years since her mother passed. Time had flown swiftly. He recalled how her mother used to don a red robe, carefree and spirited. If only, but he dismissed the past, allowing it to drift away like the wind. Clearing his throat, he turned his attention back to the young woman before him. "I've heard that your life in the Shao residence has not been pleasant." "Indeed, it has been somewhat so, hence my visit to the palace," Fu Qingyun candidly admitted. She was aware of her master uncle's kindness. Otherwise, he would not have frequently visited her during her childhood, bringing her toys and delightful confections from the palace. "Is that so? Pray elaborate," he said. "Your Majesty," she interjected, Master Uncle, I wish to request a decree for divorce." Knight Yuntian was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Who do you wish to divorce? Shao Rongjing? Has he treated you poorly?" It was evident that she had suffered greatly to utter such a request. Fu Qingyun nodded, deliberating before addressing him formally. "Shao Rongjing has betrayed me first. Since he is no longer invested in our union, I see no reason to pursue it further. I only wish for your Majesty to grant me a decree to divorce him and fulfill my heart's desire." With those words, Fu Qingyun lifted her skirt and knelt down. In that moment, she exuded the same formidable spirit her mother had displayed on the battlefield. Knight Yuntian regarded her solemnly, his gaze fixed upon her determined expression. Without inquiring further, he waved his hand authoritatively, declaring, "Very well, I grant it." "Thank you, your Majesty." "No, thank you, Master Uncle," she replied, bowing her head in gratitude. Yet before she could rise, Knight Yuntian's voice rang out again. "Child, while I grant this decree, have you considered the implications of your decision to sever ties with Shao Rongjing? I understand well that he once claimed a lifetime of devotion. Yet now those words are but smoke in the wind. He has betrayed me first, and I will not tolerate such treachery. Rest assured, Master Uncle, I shall handle this matter with care. My mother taught me to be proud as a daughter of the Fu family. I will not let her down." Her resolution mirrored that of her mother from years past. Knight Yuntian approached her, extending his hand to assist her up. Fu Qingyun accepted his hand gracefully, rising and smiling up at him. In that instant, she resembled her mother even more. Knight Yuntian found himself momentarily spellbound, withdrawing his hand with a soft sigh. You truly resemble your mother. Indeed, Master Uncle, I am my mother's daughter. How could I not look like her? She replied playfully, evoking a sense of nostalgia for the innocent little girl she once was. Would you care for some pastries from the palace? He inquired, recalling that she had not tasted them since her mother's passing. Fu Qingyun shook her head, sharing a few more words with Knight Yuntian before expressing her gratitude and departing the palace. Before she left, he remarked, should anyone harass you again, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall provide you with a golden token for your free passage into the palace. Clutching the token in her hand, Fu Qingyun exited with unwavering determination. From the palace balcony, Knight Yuntian gazed at the departing carriage, lost in thought. Su Dafeng, observing the carriage's retreat, cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, have you so readily acquiesced to Miss Fu's request? Having accompanied the emperor since childhood, he had seen the young lady grow and was fond of her spirited nature. When Xiao Rongjing sought to marry Fu Qingyun, many noble families were aware of it, largely due to her father, Fu Jinji, a humble yet wealthy merchant with extensive connections. Moreover, Fu Qingyun's mother shared a close bond with Knight Yuntian, further intertwining their fates. Fu Jinji had generously donated vast sums to the state treasury over the years. And though Su Dafeng was unaware of the exact figures, it was known that the resources for Xiao Rongjing's military campaigns had largely come from the Fu family's contributions. The generosity of the Fu family was well recognized among the nobility. Knight Yunting stood tall, his hands clasped behind his back, and spoke solemnly. The Fu family has shown immense kindness to me, and even more so to the Eastern Kingdom. How could I refuse to assist in such a trivial matter? Su Dafu found himself caught between laughter and tears. Indeed, this was a minor issue. As the autumn chill enveloped him, a hint of melancholy shadowed Knight Yunting's gaze. He murmured softly to himself, In the past, I promised her that should Yun ever seek my aid upon entering the palace, she asked me to grant her requests without hesitation, no matter the circumstance. His words seemed directed at himself, yet were also meant for Su Dafu, who discreetly acknowledged the identity of the woman he referred to, nodding in understanding. The emperor was truly a man of deep affection and loyalty. Chapter 12. The sister-in-law comes to cause trouble. Now pregnant, Chu Wanqi had become the cherished object of the Xiao family's affections. Madame Xiao awaited the arrival of a grandson with bated breath, reveling in her joy for an entire day. She instructed He Fu to procure birds' nest supplements from outside, to be prepared for Chu Wanqi. Additionally, she commanded He Fu to caution the servants, warning them that no one was to let this matter slip. Should anyone dare to speak of it, they would face immediate punishment. The servants trembled at her words. After all, Chu Wanqi had not yet been formally welcomed into the family, making the situation rather improper. If word got out, it could jeopardize Xiao Rongjing's future and tarnish the Xiao family's reputation further. By the time Fu Qingyun returned to the Xiao residence, it was already evening, and the distance from the main hall to the Furong courtyard felt significant. As she walked back, Fu Qingyun sensed something amiss. The glances from the maidservants were decidedly peculiar. With keen ears, she caught snippets of their conversation. Now that Miss Chu is with child, the second young master dotes on her excessively. You still call her miss? Soon enough, she will be our second young mistress. Alas, look at our current second young mistress, or rather, Miss Fu, all alone, such a pitiful sight. Indeed, the Xiao family now favors Miss Chu. Perhaps before long, Miss Fu will lose her standing. The hushed voices reached Fu Qingyun's ears, but her expression remained composed and indifferent. Upon entering the Furong courtyard, Rose could no longer contain her fury, her face puffed in indignation. How utterly despicable. Miss, how can they speak of you so? You've always treated them well. And what is that Chu Wanqi, anyway? Xiao Xiao is completely bewitched by her. No, he is ensnared by a vixen. Rose looked at her mistress, who remained unfazed, and felt a surge of injustice. Miss, will you not speak up against this? Rose, have I not told you? For those unworthy of my attention, I shall not waste a single word. Fu Qingyun's serene demeanor gradually eased Rose's worries. You are right, miss. But I cannot help but feel some anger. Fu Qingyun remarked, Rose, did I forget to bring my whip? Why are you suddenly thinking of your whip? As they spoke, Rose retrieved a long box from behind a screen and placed it on the table. Fu Qingyun opened the box to reveal a whip nestled within. This Qilin whip had been a gift from her master during her training in the mountains. Since her mother's passing, she had not returned to visit her master. After all these years, she wondered how he was faring. Touching the whip brought back memories of her days training on the mountain, those carefree, joyous moments. Grasping the whip, Fu Qingyun stepped outside the courtyard, tightening her grip. The whip danced like a serpent, crackling with a fierce wind as it struck the ground, creating a fissure. Just a single crack. In the past, she could have produced several. After 3 years of neglecting her practice, she felt somewhat out of touch. Rose watched in excitement, thrilled to see her mistress still possessed of her former prowess. Fu Qingyun continued to practice until beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. When she married into the Xiao family, she chose the quiet Furong courtyard, hoping to find time to hone her skills. Yet, once married, Xiao Rongjing had departed for battle. And, as his wife, she had to learn to manage household affairs. With Xiao Rongjing's elder brother engaged in business, he left early each day, neglecting family matters. Xiao Rongjing's father deferred entirely to Madame Xiao, rendering him utterly idle. Meanwhile, Xiao Rongjing's younger sister, her sister-in-law, frequently sought to provoke her. Madame Xiao, at times unwell, also required her assistance. Over the past 3 years, the burdens of household responsibilities had left her no time to practice. Ah, Fu Qingyun, do you still have time to hide here and play? No, perhaps you will have plenty of time to remain here, all alone. Just then, Xiao Rongrong entered, a maidservant trailing behind her with a bowl of bird's nest. Indeed, this sister-in-law had come to cause trouble again. Fu Qingyun ignored her and seated herself at the stone table, placing the whip aside. The sight of anyone from the Xiao family offended her eyes. Xiao Rongrong, standing aloof, disdainfully surveyed the entire Furong courtyard. Fu Qingyun, now that Miss Chu is with child, my brother dotes on her to no end. Look, he even sent me to fetch bird's nest for her. I have never seen my brother so attentive to any woman. Who knows if he will even remember you? His wife is still here? She was determined to irritate Fu Qingyun, eager to see how long she could maintain her composure. Chapter 13. Reckoning faced with Xiao Rongrong's snide remarks, Rose could no longer restrain herself, launching into a tirade. Xiao Rongrong, what do you have to gloat about? My lady has long disregarded your Xiao family's trifling matters. I tell you, you are all ensnared by that little vixen, and even Xiao Xiao, such a grown man, is so easily captivated by a woman. Bah! Even I, a mere maid, scorn him, yet you all support her, making it seem as if my lady is the one ruining their relationship. And why do you incessantly seek out my lady's faults? Are you not bound by any restraint, unleashed to bite recklessly? Her words clearly likened Xiao Rongrong to a dog, nipping at others. Fu Qingyun observed Rose, hands on her hips and radiating fury, and felt a twinge of surprise. This girl usually took insults in stride, but today seemed different. With such fire in her spirit, she dared to unleash her words upon Xiao Rongrong. Yet it was gratifying to hear. For them, it was cathartic. For Xiao Rongrong, it was an affront. You insolent little wretch! How dare you insult me and my brother? I shall tear your mouth apart. Enraged, Xiao Rongrong took a step towards Rose, ready to strike her. But suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her knee, nearly causing her to collapse. Who struck me? Xiao Rongrong scanned her surroundings, finding only Fu Qingyun and her maid. The sharp sensation had felt all too real. Could it be an illusion? No, could it be Fu Qingyun? Doubt flickered in Xiao Rongrong's eyes, but she quickly dismissed it. If Fu Qingyun were skilled in martial arts, they would have known after 3 years. With newfound confidence, she boldly approached, determined to teach that insolent maid a lesson. But as she took a step, a chill enveloped her, followed by a piercing pain across her face. A small crimson mark appearing as a droplet of blood fell. Staring wide-eyed, the pain caused her to tremble as she touched her face, and the next moment, blood. It's blood. Darkness clouded her vision, and she fainted on the spot. The maid behind her, unable to balance the bowl of bird's nest, rushed forward to support her. One hand cradling the delicacy, while the other steadied Xiao Rongrong, urgently calling for help. Several maidservants rushed to the scene, hastily assisting Xiao Rongrong back. Upon witnessing this, Rose burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, my lady, Xiao Rongrong is actually afraid of blood. How utterly amusing. Well, I did not foresee that," she continued. "Now, let us tidy up and prepare to leave once the imperial decree arrives." Fu Qingyun remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the blood-streaked leaves scattered on the ground. Initially, she had contemplated using the whip to teach Xiao Rongrong a lesson, but reconsidered. She did not wish for the Xiao family to discover her martial prowess. Prior to her marriage, her father had advised her to conceal her skills from the Xiao clan, wishing only for her to marry well and lead a life of peace and joy. After marrying her father, her mother ceased practicing martial arts, and their harmonious relationship was something Fu Qingyun envied greatly. Thus, when Xiao Rongjing professed a love that promised eternity, Fu Qingyun felt deeply moved, believing it to be true love, and agreed to wed. In hindsight, it seemed merely an impulsive decision. As Rose stowed away her mirth, she nodded and said, "My lady, there is not much to collect. You must take your whip and a few garments. The jewelry is rather scant. The Xiao family only offered 10,000 in dowry, yet you returned 30,000 worth of gifts. Over the years, you have provided them with clothing and a substantial amount of silver. They have been enjoying your generosity without even purchasing a modest piece of jewelry for you. It is truly infuriating." "I see," Fu Qingyun replied. "Please keep track of the expenses. We shall settle accounts later." After parting ways with Xiao Rongjing, I wished to sever all ties with them. Fu Qingyun nodded gently and took a sip of tea, hoping her master would issue the decree soon so she might depart this place. Rose eagerly nodded, adept at accounting. She turned to fetch a ledger, meticulously listing the dowry brought by her lady and the silver contributed to household expenses. Fu Qingyun chuckled lightly, impressed by the girl's meticulousness. Chapter 14. Xiao Rongrong complains. Fu Qingyun anticipated that once Xiao Rongrong awoke, she would seek out the matriarch for justice, foreseeing that tranquility would elude them. She could only hope her master would hasten the issuance of a decree. Indeed, when Xiao Rongrong awoke and saw her injured face, she cried out in distress, rushing to find the matriarch. "If my face is ruined, how shall I ever find a husband?" In ancient times, a woman's beauty was akin to her second life. The matriarch and Xiao Rongjing were in Chu Wanxi's chamber when Xiao Rongrong burst in, wailing about Fu Qingyun's alleged attack. She exaggerated the tale, claiming that the matriarch's gift of bird's nest soup for Chu Wanxi had been smashed to the ground, asserting that Fu Qingyun was envious of Chu Wanxi's pregnancy and had usurped the affection originally bestowed upon her by Xiao Rongjing. She painted Fu Qingyun as a woman consumed by jealousy and unreasonable wrath. The matriarch, upon hearing this, turned pale with rage, gasping, "This is outrageous. Fu Qingyun is indeed a jealous harpy. Our family has treated her with kindness, yet she lacks the decency to tolerate others and has harmed my daughter's face. I have never laid a hand on my daughter, and now this woman has done so in one fell swoop." Xiao Rongrong wept bitterly, her head resting on the matriarch's lap, deliberately avoiding having her wounds tended to, hoping that her mother and elder brother would comprehend Fu Qingyun's true nature. Surely, her mother would advocate for her, and Fu Qingyun would not escape unscathed. Xiao Rongjing and Chu Wanxi exchanged glances, the latter gently suggesting Rongrong, "I believe your sister-in-law is not as you describe. Could there be a misunderstanding?" "Sister-in-law? I have no such sister-in-law. What kind of sister-in-law strikes her sister-in-law?" "Chu Wanxi, look at my face. It is on the verge of ruin." Xiao Rongrong insisted vehemently. "Let me tell you, Fu Qingyun is indeed a malicious and unreasonable woman. During her time at the Xiao household, she constantly found fault with me. Had it not been for my mother's protection, she might have bullied me into submission. Do not be deceived by her outward composure. Her heart is wicked." Xiao Rongrong leaned in closer to show Chu Wanxi her injuries, twisting the narrative of their past confrontations. Seeing the slight injury on Xiao Rongrong's face, Chu Wanxi discerned the exaggeration but chose to play along. "It is true that a woman's beauty is paramount. I cannot believe she would resort to such brutality. I had previously believed her to be gentle and refined. How will she treat me and my child once I give birth to Xiao Jing's offspring?" "Xiao Jing, you must stand up for Rongrong." Xiao Rongrong nodded vigorously, convinced that such a venomous and envious woman was unworthy of her elder brother. Only a gentle and considerate Chu Wanxi deserved him. Xiao Rongjing furrowed his brow, harboring doubts about his sister's claims, particularly regarding Fu Qingyun's martial abilities. When he married her, she had never mentioned such skills, so how could she have harmed his sister? The fact that his sister was indeed injured was undeniable. He resolved to confront Fu Qingyun to seek clarity on her transformation. "Do not worry, Rongrong. Your brother will advocate for you, he assured her, indicating that he had already formed a judgment of Fu Qingyun as a heartless and malicious woman. The matriarch urged, "Ah Jing, I have never laid a hand on Rongrong, and now she has suffered such indignities. You must ensure justice is served. Moreover, with Miss Chu now expecting, this matter cannot be delayed. I propose you confront Fu Qingyun on behalf of Rongrong and demand an explanation before petitioning the emperor for a decree of divorce. Such a narrow-minded and jealous woman must not remain in our Xiao family." "Very well, mother, I understand," Xiao Rongjing replied. Chu Wanqi, observing the exchange, allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. Xiao Rongjing's divorce would bring her plans closer to fruition. Chapter 15. 3 slaps. Today marked the 3rd day. The deadline set by Fu Qingyun had arrived. Following Xiao Rongrong's complaints, Xiao Rongjing rose early to visit Farong courtyard, intent on seeking answers. Years ago, Fu Qingyun had expressed a fondness for tranquility, prompting Xiao Rongjing to create this haven for her. It was also where they had wed. Now, as he stepped inside, it felt as though he had crossed into another realm. The flowers and trees remained unchanged. Yet Xiao Rongjing possessed no inclination to admire their beauty. Upon entering, he found Fu Qingyun seated on a stone bench, sipping tea, with a plate of flowers before her. He recognized them as saffron, a purple-flowered plant with medicinal properties, yet highly toxic. Especially dangerous for pregnant women, its consumption could lead to miscarriage of vile poison. Recalling the words exchanged between his sister and Wanqi the previous day, coupled with Fu Qingyun's possession of the saffron, Xiao Rongjing's anger ignited. He could hardly fathom that Fu Qingyun had become so malevolent. Xiao Rongjing approached, seizing Fu Qingyun's hand with anger, exclaiming, "Fu Qingyun, I never expected you to become so cruel." "Let go of me," she insisted. Furrowing her brows, Fu Qingyun struggled to break free, warning, "Xiao Rongjing, if you do not release me, do not blame me for being impolite." She was aware that Xiao Rongrong must have gone to complain about her the previous day, and Xiao Rongjing had come to seek retribution. Xiao Rongjing retorted, "Fu Qingyun, you were once so gentle, yet now you have turned jealous and unreasonable, injuring my sister. If you harbor hatred towards me, then direct it at me instead of harming others. And what about Shishi? Her child is not yet formed, and you are so eager to bring about its demise? You know it is my flesh and blood. How can you be so heartless? Fu Qingyun, you are truly malicious." As Fu Qingyun faced the shouting Xiao Rongjing, her eyes gradually turned sharp and cold. With a sudden motion, she kicked him in the groin, surprised by her unexpected action. Xiao Rongjing cried out in pain, releasing her hand to clutch his injury. "Fu Qingyun, you," he gasped, shocked that she had struck him there, and the force was considerable. Could she truly possess martial prowess? Without granting him a moment to recover, Fu Qingyun seized his collar and delivered a resounding slap. "This slap is for the 3 years of waiting," she declared. Following it with another slap, she added, "This one is for your betrayal." A third slap followed, and this is to commemorate the beautiful harmony that has perished. The affection Fu Qingyun once believed they shared had been shattered by Xiao Rongjing, and she was determined to reclaim it. After all, the decree for divorce was forthcoming, and she would no longer endure humiliation. She believed her mother would understand and forgive her actions from beyond the grave. Xiao Rongjing did not anticipate being so thoroughly humiliated, especially in front of Fu Qingyun. Thankfully, his martial training prevented any permanent damage from the kick, though his face burned with pain, confirming Fu Qingyun's capabilities. Clenching his fists, he felt the pain in his abdomen subside, but his expression remained strained. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Fu Qingyun, you truly know how to put on a show. You can fight." "Indeed, I can," Fu Qingyun replied. "What, did no one inform you?" Seeing the anguish on Xiao Rongjing's face brought her a sense of satisfaction, brightening her mood. Hence, she felt no need to conceal her abilities any longer. Chapter 16. He is not worth it. Fu Qingyun realized she should have revealed her martial skills to the Xiao family earlier. It would have spared her from their bullying and their mistaken belief that she was weak enough to allow Xiao Rongjing to take a concubine. How absurd that a general like Xiao Rongjing could be so humiliated by a woman. Filled with indignation, he shouted, "Fu Qingyun," unleashing a gust of energy towards her, convinced he could subdue her. In response, Fu Qingyun grabbed the Qilin whip from the table, wielding it with precision. The whip coiled around Xiao Rongjing's arm like a serpent. His face paled in shock as he attempted to retract his arm, but it only tightened further. Fu Qingyun exerted a modicum of internal force. allowing the whip to constrict with the same tenacity as a snake. The more he struggled, the tighter it became. With a cold expression, Fu Qingyun yanked the whip, then delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, utilizing half of her internal strength. Caught off guard, Xiao Rongjing doubled over and collapsed, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Struggling to rise, he felt a metallic taste in his throat, but forced himself to endure. Disheveled and pale, he had never anticipated Fu Qingyun's prowess, nor her whip. This stark contrast filled him with frustration and shame. Fu Qingyun retrieved the whip, her attire billowing like an apricot blossom, standing with an air of poise. With a subtle yet fierce countenance, she resembled a splendid lotus, pure and untainted amidst the murky waters. Xiao Rongjing found himself momentarily entranced. "Will you continue? I do not mind kicking you out of the Farong courtyard," Fu Qingyun stated coolly, her tone devoid of courtesy. Xiao Rongjing wiped his face, hearing her words, and smirked bitterly. "Fu Qingyun, do you truly hate me so?" She dared to threaten to expel him from the courtyard. Fu Qingyun replied, "In this world, no one is worthy of my hatred." In other words, he was not worth it. Xiao Rongjing's heart trembled, unsure if it was from her kick or her words. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. His eyes flickered with a hint of melancholy as he turned to leave the Farong courtyard, falling silent. Song Wei had gone out in the morning for errands and returned to find Xiao Rongjing appearing desolate and grim. Puzzled, she entered and noticed signs of a struggle on the floor. "Miss, did young Master Xiao come to trouble you?" she inquired, noting the whip in Fu Qingyun's hand. Suspecting a confrontation had occurred, Fu Qingyun nodded and asked about Song Wei's prolonged absence. Song Wei explained that she had been shopping and encountered the butler Lu Bo from the Fu family, who mentioned that the master had gone on a trip and might be away for several days, instructing her to inform the miss. Fu Qingyun considered this a fortunate development, allowing her time to resolve matters here. Once settled, she could return home and apprise her father of the situation. The Fu family was a well-established business dynasty. Though her father was the sole successor, he had always emphasized discretion, cautioning against speaking too freely about their affairs. Thus, he maintained a low profile. Even when Xiao Rongjing proposed marriage, merely describing himself as a silk shop owner, Fu Qingyun knew that the matriarch of the Xiao family had long disapproved of her, opposing her marriage into their family, believing that the Fu family's commercial background offered no advantage to Xiao Rongjing's prospects. Fu Qingyun had kept silent about her family's many shops, dedicating herself to caring for everyone in the Xiao household. Ultimately, she found herself facing divorce from Xiao Rongjing. Fortunately, they had never consummated their marriage, a fact she was grateful for. Chapter 17. For her sake, Song Wei meticulously recorded the details of the conflict between the miss and Xiao Rongjing, ensuring all necessary items were packed for their imminent departure once the decree arrived. When the miss had married into the Xiao family, only Song Wei had accompanied her as a maid, despite Fu Qingyun's father offering to send more servants for her assistance. Fu Qingyun had declined the offer. Now regretting that decision, Fu Qingyun practiced her martial skills before taking a break, pondering why it had been 3 days without a decree from her uncle. Could something have gone awry? Indeed, events unfolded as Fu Qingyun suspected. Yi Yunting had intended to write a divorce decree for Su Dafu to deliver to the Xiao family, but unexpectedly, a subordinate of the war king Yi Junlan rushed back with news of a great victory. Knight Yunting glanced at the report within, and his countenance immediately brightened. The report stated that the war king, Yi Junlan, had reclaimed the Misty City of Nanxiang 7 days prior. Misty City, one of the cities in Nanxiang, is primarily a hub for commerce. This was indeed a significant victory, and Knight Yunting felt great satisfaction. The Eastern Kingdom and Nanxiang had been engaged in continuous warfare, with his brother, Yi Junlan, commanding the troops. He had faith that Yi Junlan would not disappoint him. With a joyful expression, Knight Yunting waved his hand and said warmly, "The war king Yi Junlan has achieved great merit. Whatever rewards he desires, let him speak freely." When Yen replied, "Your Majesty, the prince has stated that this is his duty. However, in this recent conquest, there were some losses in military supplies. He hopes that your Majesty can expedite the delivery of some provisions to our troops, who await your gracious favor." "Very well, I approve," Knight Yunting affirmed. "Hasten back to inform Junlan that the supplies will be sent shortly." Upon hearing this, Wen Yan exited swiftly to return to the military camp. The left chancellor, Jiang Shuwen, remarked, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on the reclamation of Misty City. Since we need to transport military supplies, I believe General Xiao Rongjing is more than capable of handling such a significant task. He has recently achieved great merit and is both young and talented. His involvement could also assist the War King and provide him with valuable experience. Knight Yunting frowned at these words, recalling the visit from Fu Qingyun the previous day regarding her desire for divorce. He pressed down the report and said solemnly, "This matter shall be discussed later." Jiang Shuwen wished to speak further, but upon seeing Su Dafu shake his head, he reluctantly acquiesced. While unaware of the underlying reasons, Jiang Shuwen was astute enough not to inquire directly of the emperor. As soon as court was dismissed, Jiang Shuwen pulled Su Dafu aside to inquire about the earlier discussion. Su Dafu initially hesitated but could not resist Jiang Shuwen's earnest questioning. He relayed the details of Fu Qingyun's audience with the emperor concerning her divorce. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuwen's expression darkened. Noticing his change in demeanor, Su Dafu asked what troubled him. Jiang Shuwen sighed and then recounted his daughter, Jiang Shiyue's, affection for Xiao Rongjing. Su Dafu understood immediately. It was no wonder that Jiang Shuwen was concerned. General Xiao had just achieved military success and, with his youthful charm, had garnered admiration from many noble women in the capital, including Jiang Shiyue, who openly expressed her willingness to be his concubine. Jiang Shuwen nodded, realizing why the emperor's expression had been inscrutable. Fortunately, he had refrained from voicing further opinions, as provoking the emperor could lead to dire consequences. Having thanked Su Dafu, Jiang Shuwen departed, while Su Dafu returned to the imperial study. Knight Yunting was writing a decree and, upon seeing Su Dafu return, did not lift his gaze. "Is it done?" he inquired. "Your Majesty, it has been completed." "Rest assured," Su Dafu replied. "Your Majesty instructed me to inform the Left Chancellor that General Xiao has forsaken Miss Fu and is clandestinely pursuing another. This seems a means to assist Miss Fu." Su Dafu noted, "Your Majesty has truly considered this well. Knowing that after Miss Fu's divorce, there would surely be many rumors circulating. The best course is to leak this information, allowing the public to perceive Miss Fu as the victim and General Xiao as ungrateful. This way, Miss Fu will suffer less harm. Your Majesty's strategy is indeed astute." Knight Yunting set down his pen and looked at Su Dafu. "Ah, Dafu, if you had not already become a eunuch, you would likely be an exceptional talent." Su Dafu felt a pang of anxiety at this remark. Chapter 18. Unspoken Affections. Su Dafu, both amused and bewildered, then queried, "But how does your Majesty know that the Left Chancellor will speak of this?" Knight Yunting cast a sidelong glance at him, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. "Do you remember the last time the War King achieved a great victory? And during the banquet, Jiang Shuwen, having indulged in drink, inadvertently revealed the size of his wife's foot? He is quite loose-tongued." "Ah, indeed, your Majesty is perceptive." Su Dafu nodded vigorously, then asked, "Your Majesty, what if the Left Chancellor does not speak?" "Then you shall speak in his stead. Let this matter simmer for a few days, and when it has spread throughout the capital, I will issue the divorce decree. By then, Yun will not be too adversely affected. The rest will depend on her own resilience," Knight Yunting concluded. Having finished reviewing the documents on the dragon desk, he stretched lazily. Noticing Su Dafu still standing there, he frowned. "Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and attend to your duties." Su Dafu complied and departed. As he walked away, he pondered whether the emperor's thoughtful consideration for Miss Fu might imply deeper feelings for her. Alas, it was likely because she resembled her mother. In the imperial study, Knight Yunting approached a drawer and retrieved a portrait, unfurling it and hanging it upon the wall. The woman depicted was strikingly beautiful, clad in crimson, wielding a sword with elegance and poise. Her expression bore a striking resemblance to Fu Qingyun, particularly in the determination blended with charm. Such an exquisite woman seemed destined to thrive on the battlefield, her resolve and bravery shining through. Knight Yunting gently caressed the woman's visage, lost in contemplation. Love, power. He could only choose one. There was no room for choice. As the crown prince, he embodied his father's aspirations and the future of the entire Eastern Kingdom. He could not allow his personal desires to plunge the citizens of the Eastern Kingdom into turmoil. He must forsake love. Knight Yunting's expression turned melancholic and nostalgic as he softly murmured, "Ah Su, how fare you in that realm? Are you still as carefree as before? Your Majesty?" A voice interrupted Knight Yunting's reverie. He turned to find the Empress, Su Qing, the daughter of the Right Chancellor, Su Shan. She had witnessed everything and wore a fleeting expression of sorrow. Yet it vanished almost instantly. This feeling was one Su Qing could not express, for she was the Empress. the wife of the current emperor. Even though she had been aware of this matter before marrying Knight Yunting, jealousy was not an option. The other party was deceased. Harboring jealousy towards a ghost would only incite disdain from Knight Yunting. Su Qing loved the man before her. She would not, nor did she wish to, disrupt the fragile bond they shared. Putting on a smile, she personally brought a bowl of nourishing soup to Knight Yunting, saying, "Your Majesty, the weather has turned cold. This is a tonic to invigorate your energy, brewed by me. Please have a taste." The Empress's humble demeanor stirred a sense of guilt within Knight Yunting. "Thank you, Empress. You have worked hard, and these years have not been easy," he replied, accepting the soup and drinking it. Su Qing understood the implications of his words, her heart swelling with joy. Tenderly, she took a silk handkerchief and gently wiped the broth from the corner of his mouth. Knight Yunting did not deter her actions. He bore no aversion toward Su Qing, only feelings of guilt and pity. Knight Yunting knew that Su Qing was aware of the other woman residing in his heart. Her ability to remain uncontentious and magnanimous was commendable. For Knight Yunting, this was already more than enough. A tranquil harem, well managed by the Empress, was indeed a blessing. However, his heart had only ever been given to one woman, leaving no room for another. Chapter 19. The Emperor's Subtle Machinations. Su Qing remarked, "Your Majesty, I heard that the second wife of Shao has entered the palace for an audience." Knight Yunting responded with a nonchalant Su Qing observed his indifferent response and continued. "Shao Rongjing has achieved military merit and possesses exceptional looks, while the second young lady of the Shao family is also strikingly beautiful. They truly are a match made in heaven. However, I have heard whispers that the second young lady of the Shao family has entered the palace seeking a decree from His Majesty to divorce her husband. I came to inquire about this matter after accidentally overhearing palace gossip." Yi Yunting furrowed his brow upon hearing this, turning to glance at her with a deep voice. "How does the Empress know of this?" Su Qing felt somewhat flustered under his gaze and quickly explained, "No. I merely heard it from the palace eunuchs and came to ask His Majesty." After a lengthy pause, Yi Yunting nodded slightly. "Those eunuchs do have loose tongues. Inform Su Dafu to impose a severe punishment upon them." Yi Yunting then inquired, "Does the Empress have something to discuss?" After a moment of hesitation, Su Qing continued, "Your Majesty, you are aware that my niece, Wang Jiaru, has always admired Shao Rongjing. She entered the palace a few days ago concerning this matter. Now that I have heard about the situation between the second young lady of the Shao family and her husband, I came to ask if there is truth to it. If so, I can advise her to steer clear of this muddled water to avoid future regrets." Su Qing had supported this union prior to Shao Rongjing's marriage to Fu Qingyun. However, at that time, her niece had still been a year away from her coming-of-age ceremony, which delayed matters. Su Qing had comforted her, suggesting that once she came of age, she could propose a marriage to His Majesty. Unexpectedly, Shao Rongjing ended up marrying Fu Qingyun instead, leaving Wang Jiaru heartbroken for quite some time. Yi Yunting replied, "Oh, is that so? Empress, a Yun indeed came to the palace yesterday to discuss this matter, but I have yet to agree. Firstly, Shao Rongjing's betrayal remains unverified, and secondly, a Yun may just be acting out of impulsive loyalty. In any case, if there is truth to this matter, we will know in due time. There is no need for the Empress to be concerned. Now, please return. I have other matters to attend to." Realizing that Yi Yunting had dismissed her, Su Qing swallowed her words and bowed before retreating. His ambiguous response was clearly an indication that he did not wish to reveal the truth. The whispers of the wind carried hints of trouble. Since the news had emerged from the Emperor's circle, it surely held weight. "Your Majesty, you are intentionally shielding Fu Qingyun," she thought, a pang of sorrow striking her heart. How could one who had passed away command such enduring affection in His Majesty's heart? Now, even her own daughter was being protected so closely. Taking a deep breath, Su Qing raised her gaze to the vast sky of the palace, where the autumn wind began to stir. Feeling a chill, she contemplated before placing her hand on the matron's arm, her voice low. "Go summon the young lady of the Fu family to see me." The matron, Rong Mama, bowed her head in acknowledgement. At the Shao residence, Fu Qingyun was practicing her calligraphy when she was informed that the Empress had summoned her to the palace. She was taken aback. "Why would the Empress suddenly wish to see me?" Fu Qingyun had only met the Empress once, years ago when her mother had brought her into the palace at the tender age of 11. Unable to fathom the reason, she set aside her brush and instructed Qiangwei to help her change, preparing to enter the palace alongside Rong Mama. The Xiao family members were astonished by this development. When had Fu Qingyun grown close with the empress? They had never heard her speak of it before. Xiao Rongrong, with a face still healing from injury and plastered with ointment, felt indignant. She had refrained from going out for fear of being seen by others, particularly the noble ladies. Seeing Fu Qingyun leave, the matriarch of the Xiao family wore a worried expression. The bond between Fu Qingyun and their family had grown cold and distant, and they dared not provoke her given her status. Fortunately, Chu Wanqi's pregnancy provided some consolation for their household. Rongrong, where is your second brother? The matriarch inquired. Mother, I don't know what's wrong with him. He has been holed up in his room for the past few days, perhaps affected by something that happened when he sought out Fu Qingyun. This will not do. I must have a Jing enter the palace to request a divorce decree from the emperor.
Come.
The matriarch declared, turning to find Xiao Rongjing. She feared that Fu Qingyun might disclose something to the empress, potentially revealing the situation between a Jing and Chu Wanqi. If such news spread, the Xiao family would become a laughingstock in the capital. Unbeknownst to them, under Su Dafu's instruction, the tale of Xiao Rongjing and Chu Wanqi's betrayal of Fu Qingyun had already quietly circulated throughout the capital. Su Dafu had specifically ensured that the information originated from the left minister's residence. He mused to himself, the emperor truly has a cunning nature. Chapter 20. Innocent affection. Having completed his tasks, Su Dafu hurried back to the palace. Yi Yunting ordered him to investigate which inept eunuch had leaked the news of Fu Qingyun's entry into the palace. Su Dafu paused momentarily before accepting the command. Having served beside Yi Yunting for many years, he understood the weight of the matter. In less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, Su Dafu uncovered that it was a minor eunuch from outside the palace who had let slip the information. He personally apprehended the eunuch and administered punishment before returning to the imperial study to report. Although the eunuch was punished, Yi Yunting's expression remained grim. Once the empress learned of this, it would likely spread quickly. Yi Yunting asked, how are matters outside the palace progressing? Your Majesty, rest assured. I have already bribed storytellers and some beggars to disseminate the news swiftly. I believe we shall see results by tomorrow, Su Dafu replied, bowing his head. In the capital, storytellers have a way of amplifying events, while beggars can spread news to every corner. Your Majesty's efforts on behalf of Miss Fu are truly commendable, Su Dafu cautiously remarked, stealing a glance at his master. Might it be that your Majesty harbors special feelings for her? Yi Yunting was taken aback, his gaze sharpening as he raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Su Dafu's heart raced, and he quickly knelt, exclaiming, I dare not presume.
Ha ha ha.
Yi Yunting laughed heartily, stepping down from his dragon throne to approach Su Dafu, clapping him on the shoulder with a weighty hand. A Yun has remarked that I am an old man now. Do you think I would still seek the company of the young? He added with a touch of melancholy, I have only ever loved one person in my life, and that is sufficient. If my brother Yi Junlan were to be with a Yun, that would be fitting. With that, Yi Yunting strode out of the imperial study, and Su Dafu hurriedly followed, secretly relieved that His Majesty had no ulterior motives. His fondness for Miss Fu was purely innocent affection. The autumn air within the palace was refreshingly cool, and every flower and tree bloomed vibrantly. Perhaps it was the impending winter that prompted such a display of beauty, a testament to the fleeting nature of life. Rome Mama led Fu Qingyun to a secluded area of Xiangning Palace, as the empress had instructed that the summons be kept discreet to avoid arousing the emperor's ire. In less populated areas, the journey was longer, and they took a winding route before finally reaching the empress's quarters. Rome Mama, though elderly and weary from the long walk, looked back at Fu Qingyun, who appeared calm and unperturbed, while Qiang Wei, trailing behind, was visibly out of breath. Rome Mama found it curious that this young lady remained so composed, her demeanor cheerful. Not pondering further, Rome Mama instructed Fu Qingyun to wait a moment while she entered to announce her presence. Fu Qingyun nodded slightly, fully aware that Rome Mama had deliberately chosen this less-traveled path. Unbeknownst to her, what remedy does Her Majesty the Queen possess? Surely, she has not offended Her Majesty. Has she? Miss, what do you believe this matron intends by leading us on such a lengthy journey? Qiang Wei fanned herself with her hand, utterly exhausted. Fu Qingyun remarked, a tranquil heart naturally cools. It seems Her Majesty wishes to test us. Qiang Wei sighed, a test indeed, but for one so skilled as the young lady. Fatigue is hardly a concern. I, however, feel quite different. Had I known, I would have joined the young lady in her training. As Rome Momo stepped forth, She guided Fu Qingyun inside, instructing Qiangwei to remain outside. Within Xiangning Palace, Queen Su Qing donned a resplendent phoenix robe, elegantly seated upon her phoenix chair. Fu Qingyun bowed respectfully, kneeling before the queen in a gesture of propriety. The queen, Su Qing, regarded her with keen eyes, surveying her from head to toe. Clad in an apricot-colored garment, she wore a matching delicate embroidered outer robe, the hem of her skirt trailing elegantly on the ground, a simplicity that exuded grace. Her long hair was loosely gathered with a white silk ribbon, adorned with a silver hairpin. Her beauty was subtle yet captivating, her demeanor poised and dignified, with a hint of spirited elegance. This was her daughter, Fu Qingyun. Chapter 21. Why Can't a Woman Divorce? With a benevolent smile, Su Qing gestured for her to rise, remarking, "The young mistress of the Xiao family is truly a vision of beauty. Xiao Jiangjun is remarkably handsome. You are indeed fortunate to have married him." With a glance toward Rong Momo, she signaled for a chair to be brought for Fu Qingyun, as one favored by His Majesty must not be treated lightly. Fu Qingyun expressed her gratitude, sitting gracefully to the side without a hint of affectation. The queen praised her. "This humble daughter of a merchant is far from your Majesty's resplendence and noble virtues. As a child, when I entered the palace, I was privileged to catch a distant glimpse of you, and I perceived your beauty to rival the national flower, the peony, truly the epitome of all women in the East." Though these words may seem flattering, they were delivered with sincerity, exuding confidence and grace. Upon hearing this, Su Qing covered her mouth with a soft giggle, signaling Rong Momo to serve tea. Rong Momo complied, presenting a cup before Fu Qingyun, "Mistress of the Xiao family, please enjoy this tea." Fu Qingyun gazed into the cup. The verdant tea leaves distinctly visible, releasing a refreshing aroma. Indeed, fine tea. Having grown up amidst her father's tea business, she had developed an ability to discern quality. Gratefully, Fu Qingyun accepted the tea and took a sip, the flavor melting on her tongue, leaving a delicate fragrance behind. Having sipped the tea, the queen wasted no time on pleasantries, addressing the matter at hand. "I have heard that the young mistress of the Xiao family visited His Majesty yesterday?" Fu Qingyun understood immediately. It appeared the queen was inquiring about her audience with the emperor. Her visit was of no particular significance, likely a slip of the tongue by an inconspicuous eunuch serving her master. Fu Qingyun raised her gaze, openly acknowledging, "Indeed, your Majesty, I must confess, I entered the palace seeking a decree for divorce." Upon hearing this, Queen Su Qing paused, her hand halting mid-sip as doubt flickered across her face. Setting her cup down, she feigned ignorance. "Oh? What is this? Was not the young mistress of the Xiao family on good terms with General Xiao? What prompts such a request for a decree? Moreover, do you understand the implications of a divorce in our realm?" Queen Su Qing had been raised with the notion that a woman must follow her husband, adhering to the principles of obedience. It was a widely accepted belief that only men could initiate divorce. Fu Qingyun, however, did not strike one as a capricious woman. Indeed, she felt deceived by the emperor. Standing resolute, Fu Qingyun clasped her hands, her voice unwavering. "Your Majesty, I must assert that I once believed a woman should submit to her husband, adhering to the established norms of propriety. However, disregarding these moral constraints, why must a man fail to uphold the fundamental tenets of marriage, which include fidelity? Your Majesty, in my youthful ignorance, when Xiao Rongjing sought my hand, he professed to love only me, vowing never to desire another. Yet, upon returning from 3 years of war, he brought back Chu Wanxi, declaring his affection for her. I implored him to reconsider, but he insisted on marrying her. If she is his wife, then what am I? Since he has turned his heart away from me, I shall not force him. However, I believe a woman should not be eternally bound by the expectations of marriage, especially when her husband fails to remain devoted. The laws of the Eastern Kingdom do not dictate that a woman cannot seek a divorce. My nature is free-spirited. I refuse to be ensnared within the Xiao household, competing with other women for a man's affection, living a life filled with jealousy and strife." Fu Qingyun's words left Queen Su Qing in profound shock, rendering her momentarily speechless. She had not expected such a profound and articulate analysis from Fu Qingyun. Although the queen contemplated rebuttals, she found herself at a loss for words. Each of Fu Qingyun's statements rang true and logical, leaving no room for objection. Queen Su Qing understood that there was no law in the Eastern Kingdom prohibiting women from seeking divorce. Perhaps her traditional upbringing had led her to believe that a woman's duty was to submit to her husband without question. After hearing Fu Qingyun speak, a glimmer of enlightenment flickered within Queen Su Qing. She seemed to resonate with Fu Qingyun's perspective. Chapter 22. Envy. Having long resided within the palace as the empress, she was tasked with mediating the rivalries among concubines, a daily burden that weighed heavily on her spirit. With many consorts vying for the emperor's favor, the trivial matters of court left her fatigued and weary. At times, she yearned to lead a life of simplicity, marrying an ordinary man and living in tranquility. How splendid that would be, free from the incessant turmoil that plagued her daily existence. Yet, she recognized the futility of such wishes. She was destined to be the empress. The tranquility of the inner palace was paramount for the stability of the realm. From the moment she wed the emperor, her fate diverged from that of common folk. Occasionally, she harbored regrets, though they were futile. Now, after listening to Fu Qingyun, the queen offered a resigned smile. But you must understand, in this era, women are often seen as inferior. Whether he divorces you or you him, the common folk will always attribute the blame to you. The subservient position of women is a timeless truth. Even if one were bold enough to pursue a divorce, the whispers of society would remain inescapable. Fu Qingyun replied, "Your Majesty, may I pose a question? Do you hold affection for His Majesty?" The queen paused, taken aback. Fu Qingyun continued, her eyes sparkling. "Surely, Your Majesty harbors affection for His Majesty. I dare to inquire, should His Majesty pass on, would you wish to follow him?" "Impudent!" Rome Momo interjected sharply. The queen raised her hand, silencing her, and turned her gaze back to Fu Qingyun, meeting her clear, unwavering eyes. "I would," she affirmed with a nod. Since the moment she laid eyes on the emperor, Su Qing had been captivated. To have married the man she adored was enough for her. Fu Qingyun, upon hearing this, secretly nodded, a smile gracing her lips. "That is well and good, Your Majesty." The renowned poet Tang Zhong once said, "A lover is willing to brave fire and water for their beloved. A dispassionate one, if presented before them, would be blind to their existence." The preceding sentence speaks of Her Majesty the Queen, while the latter reflects on the current state of the subject, questioning why. If the other party has lost interest, she cannot sever ties. Indeed, the audacity of Lady Xiao to love and act so boldly is commendable. A splendid assertion. Since the other party is indifferent, why not part ways? However, there remains the matter of His Majesty. Rest assured, Your Majesty, His Majesty has already consented. Fu Qingyun proclaimed confidently. The master promised to deliver on his word and should not disappoint her. The queen nodded, noting the hour was late. After a few more moments of idle conversation, she allowed Fu Qingyun to depart. Once she exited the Xiangning Palace, Queen Su Qing emerged, gazing at the crimson sky and exhaling deeply. "My lady?" called Eunuch Rong. The queen replied, "Eunuch Rong. I did not expect that the girl from the Fu family would be such a remarkable person. Today, I found our conversation quite delightful, truly enjoyable." It was as if Fu Qingyun articulated the frustrations that had long burdened my heart. In an instant, Su Qing felt a sense of lightness. Although Eunuch Rong did not quite grasp the situation, witnessing the queen's joy filled her with happiness. "Yet, my lady, what of His Majesty?" "Do not worry. His Majesty likely harbors no feelings for Fu Qingyun. If he did, he would never have permitted her to wed Xiao Rongjing. Fu Qingyun would not either. Today, she summoned her both to ascertain what she discussed with His Majesty yesterday and to observe the daughter of that woman for herself. Now, she had indeed witnessed it. Fu Qingyun not only bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman in the portrait, but also possessed a nature that was neither delicate nor contrived, exuding a free-spirited demeanor. More importantly, Fu Qingyun possessed an essence unbound by worldly constraints. This, Su Qing envied greatly. Chapter 23. Her despicable nature. While anyone might aspire to live freely, not everyone can achieve it. The sunset in the palace is the most exquisite. Standing atop the palace tower, one can behold the entire sky painted with the hues of twilight. This time, the queen did not instruct Eunuch Rong to lead the way, allowing them to depart on their own. As Fu Qingyun strolled past the pond adorned with a myriad of beautiful lotus flowers, she felt a curiosity. It was indeed rare to witness lotus blossoms in the autumn season. "Miss, what captures your attention?" inquired Qiangwei, observing her pause to admire the flowers. "Qiangwei, have you ever seen lotus flowers bloom in autumn?" Fu Qingyun replied, recalling her mother's fondness for lotus flowers. Her mother had once said, "The lotus emerges unsullied from the mud and is not alluring despite being washed clean." Qiang Wei responded, "Miss, why should that be surprising? It is said that His Majesty has a fondness for lotus flowers and requests that buds be transported from afar to cultivate in the palace each season. This is merely what I have heard." Fu Qingyun nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see." Qiang Wei leaned against a stone pillar, gazing at the expanse of lotus flowers, and suddenly exclaimed, "Miss, do you remember the time you entered the palace and pushed the Night King into the lotus pond?" Fu Qingyun could not recall, straining to remember. Yet nothing came to mind. "Qiang Wei, did I do such a thing?" She wondered, her memory failing her. All she remembered was her mother taking her into the palace to meet her master, and subsequently falling ill without understanding what had transpired. Qiang Wei giggled. "Perhaps you were ill then, and forgot, but thankfully at that time, the Night King was still young, only 3 years older than you, and with His Majesty protecting you." The Night King did not pursue the matter. "Miss, I hear that the Night King has now been bestowed the title of the God of War by His Majesty and has achieved consecutive victories in battle. I wonder if he is transformed into a disheveled warrior, for the battlefield is a harsh environment where soldiers often go without bathing." A vague image of a cold, handsome face flickered in Fu Qingyun's mind. She pondered if it was indeed the God of War whom she had pushed into the lotus pond. Disheveled God of War? Ha ha ha, that truly amuses me. The two departed the palace, engaged in laughter. Meanwhile, a significant event was unfolding at the Xiao residence. The eldest son, Xiao Rongshan, had set out early for business and had not yet reached the shop when he heard that his younger brother had returned in glory, accompanied by a beautiful maiden. The two had clandestinely conspired within the military, and rumors of Xiao Rongjing abandoning his lawful wife to consort with another woman tarnished the family's reputation. Chu Wanshi was deemed a vixen, seducing a married man and acting without shame. The words spoken were as harsh as they could be. As a merchant of liquor, Xiao Rongshan could see the mocking glances of customers as they entered his shop. Unable to bear the shame, he hurried home to inform his mother of the matter. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch's face turned pale with rage, demanding to know who had leaked such information. Xiao Rongshan could only shake his head in confusion. Xiao Rongrong had not been seen outside for days and was equally unaware of the events unfolding. The old master sat silently, equally uninformed. Suddenly, Xiao Rongrong interjected, "Mother, I suspect it was Fu Qingyun who let the information slip. She must be envious of Miss Chu, who is now with child and has lost my brother's affection, seeking to retaliate against our family." The old matriarch's expression darkened further, her anger flaring. "That wicked woman, Fu Qingyun. I should have had a Jing divorce her long ago. Now everyone knows, and not only have we lost our family's reputation, but if this reaches His Majesty, it could jeopardize a Jing's future. He has achieved merit and been granted the title of 5th-rank general. His prospects are bright, and we cannot allow Fu Qingyun to disrupt our family's fortunes. I should have insisted on a Jing ending this union to prevent such a scandal." The old master interjected, "My dear, this matter may not have been instigated by a Yun. What do you mean it was not her doing? Are you defending her? Our family does not harbor such a despicable daughter-in-law who schemes behind our backs to harm us and endanger a Jing." The old matriarch stood in agitation, glaring at her husband. Xiao Rongrong nodded in agreement. "Mother, I shall summon my brother at once. We must have him divorce that woman now, otherwise the rumors will only escalate." "No need." Xiao Rongjing's voice rang out as he entered with Chu Wanshi. "Mother, I have already drafted the divorce decree and will head to the palace to request His Majesty's decree." The room fell silent. Xiao Rongjing and Chu Wanshi had overheard their conversation. The fact that Wanshi was with child was known only to the Xiao family and Fu Qingyun. Since the family would remain silent, that left only Fu Qingyun. Although he was reluctant to believe it, Xiao Rongjing was convinced it was she who had disclosed the information. Chu Wanshi grasped his hand gently. A Jing, perhaps it was not she who spoke of it. Let us wait for her to return and clarify. There may be some misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? A familiar, cold voice interrupted her. The gathered individuals turned to see Fu Qingyun standing at the doorway, her expression one of icy disdain. Chapter 24. Discussing her behind her back, observing the varied expressions of the Xiao family, a flicker of disdain crossed Fu Qingyun's eyes. Upon returning to the Xiao residence, she had heard her name mentioned and came to investigate, only to find the entire family in attendance. A smile played upon her lips. "Why do they so relish discussing me behind my back?" Elder sister Yun, you have returned. Chu Wanshi exclaimed. I heard from the old matriarch that you met with Her Majesty the Queen. Why did you not mention your close relationship with her before? The affectionate title of elder sister made her seem so warm and benevolent in the eyes of the Shao family. Without a shred of guilt for taking someone else's husband, she appeared to others as the second lady of the Shao family, while Fu Qingyun was merely an outsider. Shao Rongjing exclaimed, Have you met with Her Majesty the Empress? How would he know? Since when did Fu Qingyun develop a good relationship with the Empress? Fu Qingyun replied coldly, What does it have to do with you? This one remark left Shao Rongjing and Chu Wanshi momentarily speechless. Indeed, it was none of their concern. Shao Rongrong retorted angrily, Hey, what is your attitude? My second brother and Miss Chu were merely asking out of kindness. If you don't want to answer, that's fine, but there's no need for such arrogance. My brother hasn't he offended you? Fu Qingyun chuckled softly, though it was unclear whether she was mocking Shao Rongrong's lack of discretion or her foolishness. The onlookers found her laughter puzzling. Fu Qingyun stated, First, just because your second brother and Miss Chu inquired, does that mean I am obliged to respond? Second, I believe my attitude is perfectly acceptable. Third, whether your brother has offended me is for him to know. As for you, failing to pay respects to me, the First Lady, and shouting at me instead, provides me with sufficient grounds to report to His Majesty and the Empress that the Shao family has been disrespectful and rude to me. According to the laws of the nation, that could lead to your imprisonment for proper education. Wouldn't you agree? Behind her, Qiangwei nodded vigorously. Like a chick pecking at grain. The Shao family turned pale upon hearing this. Indeed, such laws existed in the Eastern Kingdom. The nation placed great emphasis on etiquette and upbringing, and any breach of decorum would lead to ridicule. Not only would they be mocked, but their family reputation could also be tarnished. Shao Rongrong's face turned ashen, for Fu Qingyun's words were undeniably factual. She dared not retort, fearful that Fu Qingyun might seize upon this opportunity to spread rumors. If her reputation were ruined, who would still want her? Shao Rongrong glanced at her mother, seeking assistance. The old lady of the Shao family grasped her daughter's hand, gently patting it to reassure her not to be afraid. Turning to Fu Qingyun, her expression darkened. Fu Qingyun, Rongrong was merely joking. Why take it so seriously? Besides, you and a Jing are still married, and Rongrong is your sister-in-law. There's no need for such harshness. Indeed, Sister Yun, Rongrong did not mean any harm. You should be magnanimous and not take it to heart, Chu Wanshi interjected in her defense. Shao Rongjing added, A Yun, Rongrong is still young. Why must you be so petty and take her words to heart? One after another, they spoke up for Shao Rongrong, who cast a smug glance at Fu Qingyun, as if to say, Look, I have so many supporters. I am not afraid. Fu Qingyun found it utterly ironic. She merely spoke her mind, yet they assumed her to be a person of pettiness. Where were they when she was bullied by Shao Rongrong before? Truly, they were not of the same ilk. A family does not always share the same values. Fu Qingyun was left speechless. Chapter 25. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend others. It is said, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If they offend me, I shall repay them tenfold. Remember my words today. With a commanding statement, Fu Qingyun turned to leave. The old lady of the Shao family called after her. Wait a moment. Did you spread the rumors circulating outside today? Her cold reply was a simple, I do not know. The crowd was once again left in confusion. What kind of response was that? Yes or no? Shao Rongrong asserted, Mother. Does it even need saying? It must be her doing. The matter concerning my brother and Miss Chu is known only to us and her. If it's not her, who else could it be? Her earlier claim of ignorance is clearly an attempt to mislead us and hide her involvement. Just look, she didn't dare address us directly. Rongrong, enough. Do not say more. The old master of the Shao family interjected sternly. The old lady of the Shao family was displeased, glaring at him. Why should she stop? You were silent just now. Rongrong is merely stating the truth. A Jing, take this opportunity to quickly enter the palace and request an edict for divorce from His Majesty. If this drags on, our Shao family will become the laughingstock of the capital. Very well, I shall go to the palace now, Shao Rongjing replied. Without changing his clothes, he mounted his horse and rode into the palace. The Shao residence was a fair distance from the royal palace, and riding was the quickest means of transport. Shao Rongjing wished to resolve this matter swiftly. Delays would be detrimental to him, and even more so to Wanshi's reputation. In the imperial study, Yi Yunting was contemplating whom to send with military supplies to the War King when he heard the announcement that General Xiao Rongjing wished to meet him. He furrowed his brow. What could Xiao Rongjing possibly want at this moment? After a moment's thought, he decided to let him in, curious to hear what he had to say. Upon entering the imperial study, Xiao Rongjing saluted and knelt on one knee. Yi Yunting gestured for him to rise and speak. Xiao Rongjing respectfully addressed, "Your Majesty, I have come to request a decree for divorce. I implore your Majesty to grant it." "Divorce? Whom do you wish to divorce?" "Your wife." Yi Yunting interrupted, feigning surprise. Su Dafeng, who stood nearby, glanced at Xiao Rongjing. Observing the emperor's expression, Xiao Rongjing could see the surprise and felt a sense of relief wash over him, confirming that the emperor was still unaware of the rumors circulating outside. He continued, "Indeed, Your Majesty, I am willing to exchange my military achievements for a decree of divorce." Yi Yunting's brow remained furrowed, unyielding, as he refrained from answering and instead asked, "Why do you wish to divorce?" Xiao Rongjing was taken aback, then replied, "My wife is jealous and has borne no children." "Is that truly the reason?" Yi Yunting inquired. Xiao Rongjing nodded in affirmation. "Yes, Your Majesty." Yi Yunting's expression turned severe, his calm gaze fixed on Xiao Rongjing. This young man was clearly lying. Had a Yun not informed him that this man had betrayed her and formed a secret union with another, he might have believed him a little. How could a Yun have been drawn to this man initially? Feeling a bit uneasy under the emperor's scrutiny, Xiao Rongjing tentatively called out, "Your Majesty?" Yi Yunting snapped back to attention, his voice suddenly lowering. "General Xiao, your words seem rather impulsive. You have just returned from battle, and you have not yet reconciled with your wife. There may be a misunderstanding. Acting so rashly could cause your wife great sorrow. Moreover, do you think military achievements can be traded so casually? I do not approve. I will consider this an initial offense. General Xiao, return and reflect on your actions before proceeding." "No, Your Majesty." Xiao Rongjing attempted to clarify. However, he was silenced by Su Dafeng's stern gaze. Seeing the emperor's dark expression, Xiao Rongjing swallowed his words. It was not until Su Dafeng led him out of the imperial study and stood at the entrance that Xiao Rongjing finally grasped the situation and seized Su Dafeng's hand, inquiring about the details. Su Dafeng glanced around to ensure no one was listening before quietly informing Xiao Rongjing that the emperor was already aware of the rampant rumors outside and that it was the left minister who had brought them to the emperor's attention. Xiao Rongjing was taken aback. The emperor knew. Chapter 26. So, she thinks of him. No wonder the emperor had just been furious. Xiao Rongjing had underestimated the speed at which rumors spread in the capital, leaving him somewhat unprepared. Reflecting on the emperor's earlier anger, Xiao Rongjing dared not pursue the matter further, fearing that speaking again might lead to his own punishment. After all, accompanying a monarch is akin to being with a tiger. Reflecting on this, Xiao Rongjing expressed his gratitude to Su Dafu for the reminder. Su Dafu waved his hand, indicating no need for formalities. Xiao Rongjing inquired, "Su Gonggong, how did this matter reach His Majesty's ears?" Su Dafu replied, "This household is unaware, but it appears that the left chancellor inadvertently let something slip. As for the truth of it, this household cannot say for certain. Alas, General Xiao, you have just achieved military success. Such hard-won accolades should be cherished. The court is in need of capable individuals at this time, and I hope you will not act impulsively, lest you disappoint His Majesty's goodwill." Upon hearing Su Dafu's words, Xiao Rongjing furrowed his brow. After thanking Su Dafu once more, he exited the palace, leading his horse away. Throughout the journey, he pondered the preceding conversation, acknowledging the validity of Su Gonggong's counsel. He could not so easily trade his hard-earned military honor for a decree of divorce. Yet, was Su Gonggong suggesting that he should return to plead with Fu Qingyun? Currently, Fu Qingyun was distant and indifferent towards him, their relationship merely superficial, devoid of any deeper connection. If he were to refrain from divorce, it would be unfair to Shishi. Xiao Rongjing halted, the image of Fu Qingyun in the Farong garden resurfacing in his mind, where she had effortlessly brought him to his knees with a single move. She had declared that no one in this world deserved her hatred. He was unworthy. Remembering her words plunged Xiao Rongjing into a tumult of emotions. For a moment, he was unsure whether he was entangled in memories of Fu Qingyun or in her coldness towards him. A sudden jolt coursed through him. Was he truly having these thoughts? Did he regret his decision? No, he still had Shishi by his side. Shishi was now pregnant with his child. He could not afford even a moment of regret. Not a single trace of it. Shaking his head, Xiao Rongjing dispelled the unwelcome thoughts from his mind. Casting a glance back towards the palace, he resolved that since His Majesty was aware of the matter, he must devise an alternative approach. Above all, she was the one he had vowed to marry. Yi Yunting set down his brush, having drafted the decree for Fu Qingyun's divorce. He would wait 2 days, allowing the rumors to circulate further, thus minimizing her distress before delivering the decree. Hearing footsteps, he recognized it was Su Dafu without needing to look. Yi Yunting coldly inquired, "What did he say?" Su Dafu bowed his head, responding, "Your Majesty, General Xiao asked whether you were aware of the rumors and who had spoken of them. I informed him it was the Left Chancellor who inadvertently let something slip. Poor Left Chancellor, he was merely lying at home, yet found himself embroiled in this." Yi Yunting nodded expressionlessly. "Very well. Had I not been the Emperor of the Eastern Kingdom, General Xiao would not have left the imperial study so easily." Su Dafu chuckled wryly, relieved that General Xiao had departed promptly. Yi Yunting had indeed felt a surge of anger earlier. He had contemplated sending Xiao Rongjing to a remote border town for a spell, hoping the harsh winds would clear his mind before returning. It was absurd for a general to contemplate divorcing his wife for the sake of a woman. In the Farong Garden, Fu Qingyun reclined on a lounge chair, leisurely fanning herself. The deadline of 3 days had passed, and her master had yet to issue a decree. Fu Qingyun felt a twinge of irritation. She feared that her master might suddenly change his mind and withhold the decree from her. Just moments ago, the old matriarch of the Xiao family had inquired about the rampant rumors in the capital, claiming that Xiao Rongjing and Chu Wanqi were betraying her and secretly conceiving a child. Upon returning from the palace, she had heard some of these whispers. The Xiao family merely presumed she was the source of the rumors, attempting to tarnish her reputation. Fu Qingyun speculated that her master was behind this, knowing that after her divorce, she would face a barrage of rumors and pressures, and thus devised a method to alleviate her burdens. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a warmth blossomed in her heart. Aside from her father and mother, her master had been the kindest to her. Fu Qingyun glanced sideways at the saffron displayed on the stone platform. The flowers were in full bloom, their vibrant petals exuding an unusual fragrance that enveloped her. Xiao Rongjing must have seen these flowers and assumed she intended to use them to harm Chu Wanqi's unborn child. A smirk crept onto Fu Qingyun's lips. How could Xiao Rongjing think so of her? Chapter 27. Rumors Sister Yun. The voice of Chu Wanqi reached her ears. Fu Qingyun's brows involuntarily knitted together as she turned to see her entering. Her gaze instinctively fell upon Chu Wanqi's abdomen. Noting her slender waist and the light pink garments that, contrary to expectations, did not suggest a state of pregnancy, Chu Wanqi smiled sweetly, feigning ignorance of Fu Qingyun's impatience, and stepped closer. Every flower and tree in the Farong Garden had been personally planted by Fu Qingyun. As autumn arrived, the garden's blossoms flourished in vibrant hues, captivating the eye. Nearby stood a ginkgo tree, its fan-shaped leaves a brilliant gold, perfectly shielding the sunlight. Yet, Chu Wanqi found this scene somewhat desolate, though she remarked, "Sister appears quite at ease, unlike me, burdened with pregnancy." As she spoke, she deliberately placed a hand on her own belly, as if to boast to Fu Qingyun. Fu Qingyun's peripheral vision caught sight of the garden's entrance, noting the absence of maids attending to her. Chu Wanqi had come alone to seek her out. Fu Qingyun remained seated, her expression cool and indifferent as she replied, "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Afraid of you? If I were afraid, I wouldn't have come here alone." Chu Wanqi said, seating herself directly opposite Fu Qingyun, a smile persisting on her face, though it did not reach her eyes. Fu Qingyun, maintaining her composure, chose not to respond. Chu Wanqi, undeterred, gazed at the exquisite flowers on the table and casually remarked, "Sister also enjoys saffron. Do you know what saffron is?" Fu Qingyun asked, her tone laced with surprise. It was rather peculiar for a pregnant woman to have an affinity for saffron. Chu Wanqi reached out to touch a petal, her gaze dimming as she softly stated, "Of course I do. Everyone has a desire for beauty, and saffron is so alluring and beautiful, who wouldn't like it? But sister knows, this flower is a flower of harm. Pregnant women who inhale its fragrance too much may miscarry, and if ingested, it can damage internal organs and result in lifelong infertility." Fu Qingyun's eyes locked onto Chu Wanqi's, her voice cold and unyielding. "Of course I know. You didn't come here just to tell me this, did you?" "Ha! Sister need not be afraid. I merely wish to talk and chat with you. I've been at the Xiao family for some time now, and you have always regarded me with hostility. I thought it was time to come over and have a proper conversation. Or, do you not wish to talk to me? Chu Wanqi laughed softly, meeting Fu Qingyun's gaze without a hint of fear. Previously, she had always appeared soft and delicate, sheltered in Xiao Rongjing's embrace, giving the impression of a fragile woman incapable of self-sufficiency. At this moment, Fu Qingyun felt an odd intuition that there was another side lurking within Chu Wanqi. As for what that side entailed, she could not ascertain. The prospect of a conversation piqued Fu Qingyun's interest. What would you like to discuss? Sister, wait a moment. I have mentioned before that I am the only daughter of the Fu family. You may call me Miss Fu instead, Miss Chu, Fu Qingyun interjected. Even though the divorce had not yet been finalized, she wished to sever any lingering ties with Xiao Rongjing. Very well, Miss Fu. Do you truly wish to have no further connection with the Jing? After all, your decision remains unresolved, does it not? Is this not the outcome you desire? Chu Wanqi countered. The current situation resembles a disloyal husband, with a third party demanding the original spouse to relinquish her position. Chu Wanqi remarked, Miss Fu, you jest. How could I dare? Aging saved me on the battlefield. I owe him a debt of gratitude. As the saying goes in the Eastern Kingdom, a life-saving grace cannot be repaid, only by offering oneself in return. Miss Fu, is my sentiment correct? Upon hearing this, Fu Qingyun's eyes flickered with doubt, and her hand holding the fan paused momentarily. She gazed at the flowers and grass in the distance, her voice cool as she said, Chu Wanqi, is your joy in Xiao Rongjing truly so simple? Chu Wanqi was momentarily taken aback. What was Miss Fu implying? Of course, she held affection for Jing. His valiant presence on the battlefield had captivated her heart at first sight. How could such feelings not be of genuine affection? Perhaps fearing that Fu Qingyun might see through her, Chu Wanqi hastily offered explanations, but the more she spoke, the more it felt like a cover-up. Seeing her flustered attempts at explanation only deepened Fu Qingyun's conviction that Chu Wanqi harbored some secret. She chose not to expose it, instead slowly curving her lips into a smile as she continued to fan herself. Do not worry, Miss Chu. I merely wish to confirm. If you genuinely cherish Xiao Rongjing, I am magnanimous enough to relinquish him to you. The promise of a lifetime together now seemed nothing more than a joke to her. Fu Qingyun held her own pride. Noticing Chu Wanqi's silence, Fu Qingyun pressed on. Xiao Rongjing's betrayal and ruthlessness, his cold-heartedness towards me, I disdain. I do not blame you. In my eyes, you are merely a pitiable figure. It is Xiao Rongjing who is truly heartless and ungrateful. Women, gentle as water, attract men like moths to a flame. But it ultimately depends on their ability to withstand temptation and adhere to their moral compass. After hearing these words, Chu Wanqi was initially startled, then fell into contemplation. Fu Qingyun had called her pitiable. No one had ever spoken to her in such a manner throughout her life. She glanced at Fu Qingyun, feeling a flicker of interest in her. Miss Fu, with such a broad heart, was willing to support her and Jing, which filled her with joy. At that moment, Rose emerged from the inner room, carrying a bowl of sweet soup. Upon seeing Chu Wanqi, she immediately donned a guarded expression and angrily exclaimed, What brings you here? Yesterday, Xiao Rongjing came to trouble the young lady, and now it's your turn. These two were indeed quite troublesome. Rose set the sweet soup on the table and said, Miss, this is a snow fungus soup brewed with morning dew from flower petals. It is good for your health. In this autumn season, it can also soothe the throat and clear the lungs. Please drink it. Rose was genuinely kind to her. Fu Qingyun nodded, glancing sideways as she pushed the sweet soup towards Chu Wanqi. Chu Wanqi stared at the fragrant soup, momentarily hesitating. Seeing her indecision, Rose insisted, Miss, she has the bird's nest bought by the old lady Xiao. She wouldn't be accustomed to our humble sweet soup. As she reached to retrieve it, Fu Qingyun's mere glance deterred her. Rose pouted, sulking in silence beside them. Chu Wanqi was not angered. She expressed her gratitude to Fu Qingyun and took a sip of the sweet soup. It was sweet and delightful, leaving a pleasant aftertaste. Noticing the time, Chu Wanqi nodded at Fu Qingyun and prepared to leave. Just as she took a couple of steps, a voice called from behind, Aren't you afraid I might poison it? Chu Wanqi paused, turned back with a smile, and touched her abdomen. How could Miss Fu think that? I carry Jing's child within me. With that, she departed from the Farong courtyard. After her departure, Fu Qingyun gazed thoughtfully at the sweet soup on the table. A soft woman all alone, surviving in the cruel and merciless battlefield, there was undoubtedly more to her than met the eye. Rose pouted, huffing, "Miss, will the Xiao family never cease? Yesterday, young Master Xiao troubled you, and now this shameless Chu Wanqi has come to bother you too. Do they truly think we are easy to bully? You should have captured that Chu Wanqi and given her a good beating to teach her a lesson. I have my own discernment. This Chu Wanqi harbors secrets. Do not provoke her lightly, understood?" Fu Qingyun replied, her intuition always sharp. When Chu Wanqi claimed to harbor feelings for Xiao Rongjing, she had seen no trace of joy in her eyes. In this world, one cannot conceal their affections for another. Chu Wanqi was only flustered, lacking genuine affection. As for her motives, Fu Qingyun remained uncertain, leaving it for time to reveal. Furthermore, her hands were as fair as jade, unlike those of a lowly woman. Such poise could not be cultivated by a country girl. Fu Qingyun pondered deeply. It seemed that Chu Wanqi was lurking around Xiao Rongjing with some ulterior motive. The implications were indeed chilling. The news of Xiao Rongjing bringing back a beautiful maiden from the battlefield stirred a great commotion in the capital. The storytellers in tea houses spun tales of Xiao Rongjing as a man with a hidden beauty. The newly appointed fifth-rank Marquis General had engaged in such scandalous behavior. The populace was filled with astonishment. Years ago, when the Xiao family sought to marry into the Fu family, the ceremony had been quite grand. The Fu family, established in the silk business, was well respected. Many of Fu Jingji's business acquaintances attended to lend their support. This was to uphold the dignity of the Fu family's only daughter. Due to this, the old lady of the Xiao family felt some dissatisfaction, leading outsiders to believe her son had climbed too high with the Fu family. Over the years, she had been quite critical of Fu Qingyun. Now, with Xiao Rongjing bringing home a beautiful maiden and choosing to abandon his original wife, such conduct was truly disgraceful. The common folk were incensed, considering Xiao Rongjing to have insulted the title of general. Many expressed sympathy for Fu Qingyun, while some believed Xiao Rongjing merely wished to take a concubine. Deeming it nothing extraordinary, it was quite normal for men to have multiple wives and concubines, a sentiment echoed by some wealthy young men. Ultimately, the prevailing view was that most believed Fu Qingyun to be the victim, wronged and humiliated, while a minority considered such behavior acceptable. Others speculated that Xiao Rongjing's actions were significantly influenced by the education of the Xiao family. An unsteady beam leads to a crooked rafter. This notion resonated with many, leading some to gather outside the Xiao family's residence, pointing fingers in criticism. Xiao Rongshan, leaving for business in the morning, was alarmed by the agitated crowd and hurried back home, too frightened to step outside. Xiao Rongrong, feeling pleased with her appearance, eagerly went out to meet her affluent friends for shopping. However, those noble ladies openly taunted her about her disloyal and unprincipled general brother, even criticizing Chu Wanqi as a seductress who enticed married men. Leading the charge was Jiang Shiriyue, the daughter of the left prime minister. Initially enamored with Xiao Rongjing, she had believed that his return from the battlefield, with his military accomplishments, granted him the right to indulge in such whims. But her fondness dissipated upon hearing of his actions. In this era, men taking multiple wives was commonplace. The issue lay in Xiao Rongjing's illicit association with another woman. Harboring intentions from the start, deceiving his lawful wife, he was filled with rage upon discovery and sought to divorce her. Such actions would be intolerable for any woman, let alone the daughter of a noble family. Today, upon encountering Xiao Rongrong, Jiang Shiriyue seized the opportunity to taunt her. "Xiao Rongrong, it would be wise for you to remain indoors, lest you be surrounded by these noble ladies who could drown you in their scornful words. You previously extolled the virtues of your second brother. I suspect that was merely a ploy to ingratiate yourself with them. Listening to the rumors outside, if I were you, I would certainly venture out veiled, wary of collisions. Alas, I truly pity your sister-in-law for being wed to such a shameless man." Xiao Rongrong, the daughter of the current prime minister, felt the weight of her status and dared not express her anger on the spot, retreating timidly instead. However, mere steps into her escape, two constables emerged to block her path. Startled, her expression faltered, and before she could utter a word, they shackled her hands. The county magistrate, Jiang Bai, approached her, confirming her identity with an icy demeanor. "You are Xiao Rongrong?" Pale with fear, Xiao Rongrong nodded in a panic. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Bai commanded the constables to escort her away. She was still processing the unfolding events when she was led away, leaving behind her maid. The onlookers in the street watched in bewilderment, though some felt she deserved such a fate. The maid, having never witnessed such a spectacle, ran back to the Xiao residence in tears to inform the matriarch. In the inner hall, the elders of the Xiao family, along with Xiao Rongjing and Xiao Rongshan, were present. Chu Wanxi, feeling unwell, remained in her quarters. Xiao Rongjing wished to summon a doctor, but Chu Wanxi insisted it was unnecessary and that she merely needed rest. Reluctantly, Xiao Rongjing acquiesced and joined the others in the inner hall, where his elder brother was discussing the public's gossip regarding the Xiao family. The matriarch's expression darkened. She had anticipated such repercussions. Turning to Xiao Rongjing, she inquired, Jing, how did your audience with His Majesty go? Xiao Rongjing relayed the previous day's events. His countenance equally grave. Xiao Rongshan, puzzled, asked, does His Majesty wish for you not to divorce your wife? Perhaps he intends for you to persuade her? While this notion seemed plausible, it felt inherently unsettling. Xiao Rongjing could not articulate his discomfort, shaking his head in resignation. The elder patriarch suggested, Jing, it may be prudent to follow your brother's advice and have another discussion with Yun. What more is there to discuss? She remained secluded in the Farong courtyard, avoiding us entirely. The entire Xiao family is beneath her notice, while the rumors swirl outside. What does she care? We are the only ones grappling with the fallout. While she faces no consequences, Xiao Rongjing retorted, do you know what they say about our family? That the apple does not fall far from the tree. Accusing me and Chu Wanxi of shamefully disrespecting Fu Qingyun, the original wife. The slander is relentless, and should it reach His Majesty's ears, how will he regard me and the Xiao family? After generations, we have only produced one fifth-rank Marquis General, and now this scandal arises. Do you think His Majesty will continue to favor me? The matriarch grew increasingly agitated, nearly gasping for breath. With the family already beset by troubles, this new wave of calamity shattered her resolve. Xiao Rongjing and Xiao Rongshan exchanged glances, quickly moving to comfort their mother. The elder patriarch, silenced by their discourse, remained quiet. Regaining her composure, the matriarch grasped her son's hand and said, Jing, this situation cannot persist. It jeopardizes your future and tarnishes the Xiao family's reputation. You must find Fu Qingyun and tell her you will not divorce her, that you seek a peaceful separation. This is best for everyone. For a woman who leaves through mutual consent is better regarded than one cast aside. Mother, His Majesty advised me to deliberate carefully, urging me not to escalate matters. You suggest separation, yet rumors of my intended divorce are already circulating. Should I approach her with this proposition, she will likely refuse, and His Majesty may not permit such a course, Xiao Rongjing replied. What then? This won't do, nor will that, Xiao Rongshan lamented, uncertain of the path forward. The prolonged indecision bore ill for both him and Wanxi. Just as despair loomed over them, a maid rushed in, breathless and in tears. Matriarch, it is terrible. The young lady has been taken by the constables. What? The matriarch stood, her emotions surging. The others mirrored her confusion. The maid recounted the morning's events in detail. The matriarch's complexion drained of color, her legs weakened, nearly collapsing into her chair. Xiao Rongjing and Xiao Rongshan hastily supported her to steady her. Fuming, the matriarch exclaimed, how can this be? Ronger has not wronged anyone. This must be the doing of that vile Fu Qingyun. My Ronger. The matriarch's first instinct was to blame Fu Qingyun for the incident the day prior when Ronga had inadvertently offended her. Breathing heavily with indignation, she raged. It is undoubtedly Fu Qingyun. This woman has already harmed Jing, and now she seeks to ruin Ronger. Jing, you must divorce her. We have brought such a woman into our family. It is a curse upon us. Mother, please do not be angry. Xiao Rongshan interjected. What are you still doing standing there? Your sister merely offended her by accident yesterday, and today she sends constables to seize her. Such a petty-minded woman is unworthy of being a wife. Even before your decision, she begins her vendetta against our family. The elder patriarch stood, urgency coloring his voice. Madam, this is not the time to discuss divorce. The priority now is to clarify the situation at the magistrate's office and find a way to rescue Ronger. Hearing this, the matriarch agreed, urging Xiao Rongjing to visit the magistrate promptly. As a fifth-rank Marquis General, he would surely garner some respect. The three remained at home, awaiting news. The matriarch had intended to confront Fu Qingyun, but the elder patriarch restrained her, cautioning against acting rashly without knowing the full circumstances. Reflecting on this, the matriarch resolved to await her second son's return to assess the situation, certain that Fu Qingyun was behind the unfolding events. That morning, She donned a simple light apricot-colored garment and began practicing martial arts. After several hours, she paused to rest. The maid rose, offered a warm towel and a bowl of tea. After wiping her face and taking a sip, Fu Qingyun inquired, "What news from Jiang Shibua?" As per her instructions, the maid had informed Jiang Darren of the insult directed at her by Xiao Rongrong, inciting his wrath. He swiftly dispatched men to apprehend Xiao Rongrong in public, nearly causing Rose to burst into laughter at the sight. This morning, she had conveyed to Jiang Darren that Xiao Rongrong had dared to speak disrespectfully to her. Jiang Darren's response had been prompt. Within the hour, Xiao Rongrong was taken into custody. This should be a fitting punishment for Xiao Rongrong, Fu Qingyun remarked with a nod. The Jiang family had long been in public service, and County Magistrate Jiang Bai was a close friend of her father. A familial connection spanning over a decade. Jiang Shibua is a man of integrity, principled, and distinct in his public and private life. In light of this, Xiao Rongrong is likely to face a thorough education. Just the thought brings a refreshing sense of joy to Fu Qingyun, lifting her spirits. With her delicate, fair fingers lightly tapping the stone table, a smile graces her lips as she declares, "Xiao Rongrong, such a person believes I am still as easily bullied as before. I shall ensure she experiences the taste of imprisonment. Qiangwei, let us prepare. We shall go witness the disgraceful state of the proud young lady of the Xiao family in jail." "Very well, miss," Qiangwei replies, her face alight with excitement. After changing into a fresh outfit, the two purchase a fine bottle of wine before heading to the yamen. Upon announcing their arrival, the guards invite them into the inner hall. The grand hall, where the magistrate presides over cases, exudes solemnity. The inner hall, however, serves as a reception area. Upon entering, Fu Qingyun notices Xiao Rongjing is also present, which she anticipated. With Xiao Rongrong imprisoned, the matriarch of the Xiao family would undoubtedly send someone to inquire about the situation. That someone is none other than Xiao Rongjing. His status as a fifth-ranked general ensures that Jiang Shibua will likely show him some favor in releasing Xiao Rongrong. How naive of him to think so. Chapter 32. A clear conscience, Fu Qingyun disregards the man before her, sidestepping him to greet Jiang Baifu with a respectful bow. Jiang Shibua, Yun pays her respects. Rise quickly. Yun, my dear girl, you are becoming more like your mother every day. By the way, I heard your father has gone out on business recently. When will he return? Jiang Bai's face lights up at the sight of Fu Qingyun. He genuinely cherishes the girl. Otherwise, he would have wished for his son to marry her instead of Xiao Rongjing. With a playful smile, Fu Qingyun responds, "Jiang Shibua, I believe you are not merely eager to see my father, but rather to enjoy the exquisite wine he brings you. Qiangwei, bring forth the wine." Qiangwei promptly presents the bottle. Jiang Bai, caught in the act, smiles sheepishly as he accepts the wine. "Haha, Yun, you truly understand my heart. I shall keep this wine for when your father returns, and we shall drink together." Fu Qingyun nods in agreement. Despite his flaws, Jiang Shibua has an undeniable fondness for fine wine. Whenever her father returns from business, he always brings back a fine cask, claiming it is for Jiang Shibua. Once intoxicated, her mother would inevitably scold the two of them, toasting to wine and song. How fleeting is life. Jiang Bai laughs heartily. Meanwhile, Xiao Rongjing's expression shifts from astonishment to disbelief. Jiang Bai is actually Fu Qingyun's uncle. How come he has never heard her mention this before? A wave of melancholy washes over him. It seems Fu Qingyun is well connected with many influential figures. Previously, there was the Grand Eunuch Su, the Empress, and now the Magistrate Jiang Bai. Fu Qingyun has hidden her connections so deeply. A surge of irritation rises within Xiao Rongjing as he observes their jovial interaction. He feels as though he has become invisible. Jiang Bai then addresses Fu Qingyun, "Yun, your husband mentioned he came regarding his sister's matter. How fortuitous. You two can discuss it with me." As the newly appointed general, Xiao Rongjing should receive some consideration. However, Fu Qingyun merely glances at him, her tone indifferent. "Oh, is General Xiao here for his sister?" Xiao Rongjing stiffens, a forced smile creeping across his face. "Yes, my younger sister is still quite young and lacks proper manners. Yesterday, she inadvertently offended Yun. Master Jiang, I hope you will consider my standing and release her. I will ensure she receives proper instruction at home, so you need not trouble yourself." Having not called Fu Qingyun by name for quite some time, Xiao Rongjing hesitates. Upon hearing this, Fu Qingyun's lips curl into a subtle smile. Jiang Bai is aware of the rumors circulating outside, though he does not know the specifics. Nonetheless, he harbors some resentment towards Xiao Rongjing. His little niece is charming and intelligent, yet Xiao Rongjing treats her poorly for the sake of an outsider. Jiang Bai has harbored a disdain for Xiao Rongjing since their earlier encounter. The moment Fu Qingyun arrived, his demeanor transformed into a warm smile.
But now,
hearing Xiao Rongjing's words, he instantly suppresses his amusement, placing the wine down as he turns to him with a serious tone. General Xiao, this matter is not one I can overlook. The Xiao family is a noble lineage, and as a fifth-rank marquis, your sister's disrespect towards Yun is unacceptable. If this news spreads, it will tarnish the reputation of your family and could potentially harm your standing. Moreover, Yun is a first-rank lady as bestowed by the emperor. According to the laws of the Eastern Kingdom, disrespect towards a first-rank lady can lead to imprisonment. Indeed, such a law exists in the Eastern Kingdom. Jiang Bai speaks plainly. His reasoning sound. Xiao Rongjing furrows his brow. My sister did not intend any malice. She simply misspoke. Yun, as her sister-in-law, you should show leniency and forgive her this once. I will ensure she is properly disciplined at home. Xiao Rongjing believes Fu Qingyun is making a mountain out of a molehill. In the past, she would have overlooked such matters. Why is she so adamant now? She has truly changed. Fu Qingyun replies, leniency? I distinctly recall that your family has claimed I possess a narrow mind unfit for a wife.
So now,
when it suits you, you ask me to be magnanimous. Xiao Rongjing, your sister's disrespect towards me is a fact. Oh, I suddenly find myself unwilling to be magnanimous. I shall simply adhere to the laws of the land, allowing her to spend a few days in the confines of a jail cell. Perhaps it will awaken her sense of propriety, preventing her from ever daring to insult me again. You, Yun, do you not feel a twinge of guilt in your actions? I question your conscience. I should be the one asking you that. Fu Qingyun meets his gaze directly, her tone laced with mockery. For a moment, Xiao Rongjing finds himself at a loss for words. Chapter 33. All in act. Xiao Rongjing is taken aback. Yun, are you truly being so harsh on Romrom? Or is this merely your attempt to humiliate me and our family? General Xiao, that assertion is entirely misplaced. Your sister is indeed willful and unruly. Yesterday, she insulted me in front of your family, yet not one of you spoke up. Is this not a testament to your family's indulgence?
Today,
I am merely administering a small punishment, and you defend her so ardently. How loyal you are to your kin. Fu Qingyun's eyes flash with coldness, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she confronts him directly. Xiao Rongjing, feeling both embarrassed and irate, finds her words amusing. Her remarks clearly mock his failure to protect her. Yet now he champions his family. The truth in Fu Qingyun's words leaves him speechless, his frustration mounting. Fu Qingyun arches her brow defiantly. I have stated before, if one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. However, should one offend me, I shall repay the grievance tenfold. You, Xiao Rongjing seethes with anger. Once oblivious to Fu Qingyun's silver tongue, he now feels as if he has swallowed a fly, discomforting him greatly. Noticing the tension between the two, Jiang Bai hastily interjects. All right, both of you. General Xiao, I understand your concern for your sister. The laws of the land shall prevail. Rest assured, I will ensure your sister is properly educated, without inflicting any harm. She will be released in a few days. Xiao Rongjing glares at Jiang Bai, and upon hearing his assurances, his anger begins to subside. Jiang Bai's words afford him some dignity as a general. Xiao Rongjing contemplates continuing the discussion, but doing so would only further disgrace himself and the Xiao family. Frustrated, he shoots Fu Qingyun a glare before storming out of the yamen. Standing at the entrance, he gazes up at the azure sky, inhaling deeply. It seems that by suppressing my emotions, I feel somewhat better. Casting a complex glance inside, I strode away. The tenderness once exhibited by Fu Qingyun was merely a fade. Jiang Bai sat down, sighed, and inquired of Fu Qingyun, Yun, are the rumors outside true? Is Xiao Rongjing truly seeking to divorce you? Fu Qingyun merely nodded gently, a smile gracing her lips. Jiang Shibei, rest assured, Yun shall not be bullied. Jiang Bai replied, that is good to hear. You are the sole daughter of the Fu family. If your father were aware of your current predicament, it would surely bring him sorrow. Fortunately, he is away on business, granting you ample time to manage this situation. Yun, should anyone from the Xiao family dare to mistreat you in the future, do not hesitate to inform Shibei. I would willingly sacrifice my official position to ensure justice for you. Thank you, Jiang Shibei. Fu Qingyun expressed her gratitude with a bow. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fu Qingyun desired to enter the prison to see Xiao Rongrong. As Jiang Bai held a position of authority, he found it inappropriate to intervene directly and instructed someone to escort her inside. Chang Wei followed suit, eager to witness the dismal state of Xiao Rongrong. The prison was filthy and chaotic, exuding a foul stench. Upon entering, Fu Qingyun covered her mouth and was met with a familiar sound, the piercing scream of Xiao Rongrong. Chang Wei shuddered upon hearing it, for the woman possessed a fierce temperament and a powerful voice. The two endured the horrid odor as they advanced, passing by other inmates imprisoned for crimes such as rape, robbery, and theft. Noticing Fu Qingyun's beauty, a rapist could not help but whistle, while other inmates leered at her with lewd gazes, making Fu Qingyun feel quite uncomfortable. Despite her fearless demeanor, entering this hellish prison stirred her nausea. Surely, Xiao Rongrong must long for death at this point. Approaching the cell where Xiao Rongrong was held, Fu Qingyun looked down upon her. In the short time since her incarceration, Xiao Rongrong's hair had become disheveled, her eyes bloodshot, and her clothes in tatters, resembling a beggar. Indeed, transitioning from a life of luxury to this squalor would drive anyone mad. Upon seeing Fu Qingyun, Xiao Rongrong initially believed she was hallucinating. After a moment of stunned silence, she glared with her reddened eyes and spat venomously. Fu Qingyun, you vile creature. It must be you who orchestrated my imprisonment, isn't it?
Indeed.
Fu Qingyun replied with a smirk. How do you find the conditions here? Chapter 34. Driven to madness, Fu Qingyun's mockery pierced Xiao Rongrong further. She reached out in an attempt to grasp Fu Qingyun but fell short, her mouth still spewing insults. Fu Qingyun, you wretched woman. Release me at once, or my second brother will not spare you. I am the sister of a fifth-rank general. How dare these scoundrels imprison me? Once I am free, I will ensure they meet their demise. Though fear gripped her heart, Xiao Rongrong's tongue remained unyielding, as if her words could mask her inner turmoil. Accustomed to a life of opulence, the stark contrast to her current imprisonment was nearly overwhelming. In her home, her mother and brothers had indulged her every whim, and she never imagined she would find herself in such a dire situation. The prison was filthy and chaotic, with every inmate leering at her with lascivious gazes and uttering vile words. Within mere hours, Xiao Rongrong had reached the brink of hysteria. The disparity was simply too great for her to bear. Standing there in her light-colored attire, Fu Qingyun remained composed, her eyes coldly observing the scene. With a slight smile, she remarked, Xiao Rongrong, it seems this imprisonment has not silenced your tongue. Even your brother is powerless to intervene. Jiang Darren has always upheld the law and acted justly. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, your second brother, Xiao Rongjing, visited earlier. Jiang Darren indicated that he would take the opportunity to educate you on the principles of propriety and decorum. Should you remain unrepentant, you may face punishment. Punishment. Xiao Rongrong's eyes widened in horror as she gasped. Seeing her terror-filled expression, Fu Qingyun could hardly contain her amusement. Xiao Rongrong had brought this upon herself.
No.
They cannot punish me. I am the sister of a general. If they dare to lay a finger on me, my brother will rescue me, she shouted, laughing maniacally, her hair in disarray, resembling a madwoman. Chang Wei stepped back and whispered, Miss, do you think Xiao Rongrong has gone mad? Regardless of her state, let Jiang Shibei educate her thoroughly, Fu Qingyun replied coldly. It was not surprising for the pampered daughter of the Xiao family to descend into madness upon entering prison. Fu Qingyun paid no further heed to the raving Xiao Rongrong and exited the magistrate's office. The day was still young, and the two found a restaurant to dine. It had been a long time since Fu Qingyun had felt such lightheartedness, enjoying a meal and a moment of respite. After marrying Xiao Rongjing, she had scarcely returned to the Fu family, let alone dined out. They reserved a private room, where the voice of a storyteller wafted in from outside. Below, a small stage was set for the storyteller and various performance artists. During the lunch hour, the storyteller was passionately recounting tales.
Now,
it is said that the second son of the Xiao family, General Xiao, had hidden a beautiful woman in a golden house, engaging in a secret affair that stirred quite the scandal, known far and wide throughout the Eastern Kingdom. Rumor has it that the lovely lady is now with child. What a scandal! It is a betrayal of the lawful wife, an act of disloyalty, a disgrace to the second young mistress of the Xiao family. How pitiful, for she waited 3 long years for her husband, only to find him unfaithful.
Tell me,
Does the second young mistress of the Shao family not deserve our sympathy? She is more wronged than Do Qingyun, more tragic than Du Shenyang. The gathered crowd of common folk murmured in sympathy for the second young mistress of the Shao family. Fu Qingyun suppressed a smile. What a comparison to Do Yi or Du Shenyang. She felt rather content. As long as the Shao family did not trouble her, her life was quite pleasant. She was merely awaiting the imperial decree, feeling somewhat helpless. Chang Wei remarked, Miss, I wonder who spread these rumors. They have certainly aided you. If the Shao family were to hear this, they would likely be furious. Indeed, Fu Qingyun replied, What have you ordered? Chapter 35. She must be quite proud. Chang Wei glanced at the menu and selected several dishes that the young lady favored. Miss, I have ordered all your favorites, shrimp, pan-fried 3 treasures, spicy fish head, and a bowl of nourishing lotus seed soup. Fu Qingyun had not savored these dishes in a long time and was delighted to indulge. The Tianqianggus building was renowned throughout the Eastern Kingdom, frequented by many patrons, including nobility. Fu Qingyun sipped her tea and continued to listen to the storyteller's tale. Just as one storm subsided, another brewed. It was announced that the third young mistress of the Shao family, Shao Rongrong, had been apprehended and taken to the magistrate's office, an event witnessed by many citizens. The esteemed Jiang Darren personally oversaw the arrest, a matter of great significance. Generally, a woman would not be taken into custody unless she had committed a grave offense. Would you not agree? The storyteller posed the question. The audience shook their heads in uncertainty. The storyteller wore a mysterious expression and then burst into laughter, exclaiming, Haha, you would never guess. Someone overheard Lord Jiang say that the third young lady of the Shao family has offended the newly conferred first-grade young madam, indeed, the original wife of General Shao. This original wife is also unfortunate, having married into the Shao family, where she has been bullied and criticized by her in-laws, including the third young lady. Everyone knows that the third young lady of the Shao family is willful and sharp-tongued. She must have uttered some foul words to insult the first-grade young madam, otherwise the young madam would not have been so furious as to have Lord Jiang intervene and detain her. Ah, truly, evil begets evil. Well, that is all for today. If you wish to hear more, I look forward to your company tomorrow. The storyteller descended from the stage and left the Tianqianggus building. The audience, still intrigued, returned to their seats to continue their discussion. Chang Wei, laughing to the point of tears, remarked to her mistress, Miss, how did this news spread so swiftly? The storyteller's words are simply hilarious. If we hadn't come here for a meal, we would have been oblivious to how rampant the rumors outside are. However, they have yet to witness Shao Rongrong's impending madness. She appeared almost ghostly. At the thought of the earlier scene, Chang Wei shivered slightly, finding it genuinely frightening. Fu Qingyun interjected. Did you not hear? Someone overheard Jiang Shibo mentioning that Shao Rongrong has offended me. Regardless of the circumstances, the Shao family is now under intense scrutiny. Rumors in the capital are notoriously ruthless. Fu Qingyun felt a warmth in his heart at his uncle's actions. If he had not acted preemptively, she would now be the one in the eye of the storm. It was questionable whether she could handle it and whether she could endure the consequences. It appeared she was still too young, lacking the foresight to prepare for rain before it fell. The emperor is wise. Shortly thereafter, a waiter arrived with dishes. Placing them on the table before retreating, Fu Qingyun invited Chang Wei to sit and eat together, and she, not one to be coy, obliged. The two enjoyed their meal heartily, as the cuisine at Tianqianggus indeed lived up to its reputation. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Fu Qingyun strolled through the streets before leisurely returning to the Shao residence. As he passed the inner hall, he overheard the furious words of the old matriarch of the Shao family. She was likely lamenting that Lord Jiang had not given Shao Rongjing any face, insisting on detaining Shao Rongrong for a lesson. Shao Rongjing was helpless in this situation. Jiang Bai was a second-grade county magistrate, several ranks above him as a fifth-grade marquis. Receiving a lesson from him was already a concession. Any further requests from Shao Rongjing would be unreasonable, especially if they were to reach the emperor's ears. Although the old matriarch was infuriated, it was futile. Her resentment towards Fu Qingyun only deepened. Rongrong was her cherished daughter, pampered since childhood, and now she languished in prison. Should anything happen to her, Fu Qingyun would not be spared her wrath. Hearing their words, Fu Qingyun let out a cold laugh before returning to Farong Courtyard. The Shao family was not one he could provoke, nor was Jiang Bai someone to be trifled with. The rumors about the Shao family proliferated outside. leaving them feeling besieged on all sides. Xiao Rongjing had not anticipated that bringing back Qu Wanqi would lead to such turmoil. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if he had made a mistake, but that thought was fleeting, and he quickly regained his composure. He could not entertain such doubts, as it would only embolden Fu Qingyun further. He must not allow her to perceive his error. Yet, Fu Qingyun was likely reveling in her triumph now. Xiao Rongjing clenched his fists, feeling a profound sense of powerlessness. Chapter 36. The situation escalated over 2 days, with all blame falling on the Xiao family. Fortunately, the eyes of the common people are sharp. Someone revealed that Xiao Rongjing had brought Qu Wanqi back to the Xiao family, taunting her for seducing a married man, labeling her as despicable and shameless. Curiously, others questioned the true identity of Qu Wanqi, speculating whether she was a foreigner attempting to infiltrate the Eastern nation for nefarious purposes. In summary, numerous versions of the tale circulated. These words inevitably reached Xiao Rongjing's ears, igniting his fury. Wanqi was currently pregnant. If she were to hear such rumors, who knew how it would affect her emotions and the pregnancy? He instructed the servants and maids strictly to disclose not a word. Just as he finished giving his orders, the emperor summoned Su Dafu to bring him to the palace. A sense of dread washed over Xiao Rongjing. Surely, the rumors had reached the emperor's ears. On his way to the palace, Xiao Rongjing pondered how to report to the emperor. Indeed, upon stepping into the imperial study, the Night Emperor's first words were a direct inquiry regarding Qu Wanqi's identity and background. The severity of the rumors in the capital could no longer be ignored, especially the doubts surrounding Qu Wanqi's origins. While it mattered little if she were an ordinary person, any potential connection to national espionage was utterly intolerable. As the emperor of the Eastern nation, he bore the responsibility for the entire realm. Knight Yunqing would rather mistakenly execute an innocent than allow a threat to slip through. Recognizing that the emperor was already aware of the situation and that he could no longer conceal it, Xiao Rongjing laid bare all the details of his relationship with Qu Wanqi, repeatedly assuring the emperor that she was not the foreign spy the rumors depicted. If she were indeed a foreign agent, how could she have remained by his side for so long without any suspicious actions? Xiao Rongjing believed himself adept at discerning character and would not overlook any signs. Only then did Knight Yunqing slightly assuage his doubts, allowing him to return. Xiao Rongjing finally exhaled in relief. After his departure, however, Knight Yunqing remained uneasy and ordered an investigation into Qu Wanqi's identity. His concerns were not unfounded. While the Eastern nation appeared prosperous on the surface, other countries were eyeing it covetously. Knight Yunqing had ruled for less than a decade, and during the war with Nanxiang, had it not been for her, he might not have ascended to the throne, nor would the Eastern nation have experienced such a golden age. Knight Yunqing gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in recollection. "Your Majesty, please have some sweet dew tea. It may clear your mind," Su Dafu suggested, presenting a cup of tea. Knight Yunqing lowered his gaze to the tea, murmuring, "This sweet dew tea, she once mentioned, is her favorite." "Indeed, Your Majesty. The lotus flowers in the pond are blooming beautifully this year. Would you like to take a look?" Su Dafu inquired. Knight Yunqing nodded, rising to leave the imperial study and heading towards the pond. Upon returning home, Xiao Rongjing was hurriedly informed by a maid that Qu Wanqi was experiencing stomach pain and urged him to hurry and check on her. Startled, Xiao Rongjing rushed to Wanju courtyard, the residence he had specially arranged for Qu Wanqi. Inside were the old matriarch and patriarch of the Xiao family, along with a physician. Xiao Rongshan was away on business, and with Xiao Rongrong imprisoned, only the two elders remained at home. Ever since Xiao Rongjing had sought to divorce, Fu Qingyun had ceased to involve himself in any matters concerning the Xiao family. Not a single incident within the family had escaped his notice. The old patriarch was unreliable and utterly incapable of managing the household. As such, all affairs had fallen to the old matriarch, who was beleaguered by daily crises. Today, it was again about Qu Wanqi. Upon hearing of her stomach pain, the old matriarch was so frightened that she could scarcely eat, hastily summoning a physician to examine her. The physician attending to Qu Wanqi was the renowned Dr. Liu from Yihetang. The members of the Xiao family have been suffering from various ailments and have continuously sought his assistance. Dr. Liu, while attending to Qu Wanqi, furrowed his brow and subtly shook his head. Qu Wanqi lay on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, her complexion pallid, and a fine sheen of sweat beaded on her forehead. The inherently frail woman appeared even more weakened now. Beside her, The elderly matriarch of the Xiao family clutched the hand of her husband tightly, fervently praying that her grandson would be safe. Yet the more one worries, the more dire the situation seems to become. After examining her pulse, Dr. Liu gravely announced, "Madam, Miss Chu has been poisoned." What? Chapter 37. It must be her doing. Upon arriving, Xiao Rongjing overheard this alarming news.
Poisoned?
Dr. Liu, are you saying she has been poisoned?
How could that be? Indeed.
It is implausible, the matriarch interjected. Dr. Liu, you must be mistaken. I have always overseen her dietary choices. It is impossible for her to have been poisoned without our knowledge. Since becoming pregnant, Chu Wanxi had meticulously selected her own ingredients for meals, ensuring every detail was accounted for, making poisoning unthinkable. Dr. Liu speculated, could it be that Miss Chu inadvertently consumed something toxic during her recent outings, unbeknownst to her? Dr. Liu, what type of poison has she been afflicted with? Xiao Rongjing approached the bedside, his heart heavy with concern as he grasped Chu Wanxi's hand tenderly. Chu Wanxi kept her eyes tightly shut. The pain in her abdomen rendered her voiceless, leaving her to silently bite her lip. She seemed to recognize Xiao Rongjing's voice and wished to respond, but her throat felt as if it were ablaze, preventing her from uttering a sound. Dr. Liu continued. From my observations, it appears she has ingested saffron. Though beautiful, this flower harbors a deep toxicity. It is notoriously known to endanger the fetus. Even a small amount can lead to miscarriage. Miss Chu is experiencing severe abdominal pain and showing signs of miscarriage, likely having unwittingly consumed saffron. Fortunately, it appears to be only a small quantity, and the fetus has not yet been harmed. Saffron. Xiao Rongjing's eyes widened in disbelief. It was her. It was Fu Qingyun. The elderly matriarch and her husband were equally taken aback. They were aware of saffron's dangerous nature. But how had it found its way into their home? How could Chu Wanxi have inadvertently consumed saffron? Before they could ponder further, a maid suddenly fell to her knees, crying out in fear. Young master. Miss Chu visited the Furong courtyard a few days ago to seek out the young mistress and then drank a bowl of lotus seed soup. Miss Chu had been feeling unwell yesterday, but she insisted there was nothing serious and did not summon a doctor. Today, she complained of intense abdominal pain. Young master, I truly did not know. At last, the pieces fell into place. Chu Wanxi had gone to see Fu Qingyun and subsequently consumed the lotus seed soup containing saffron. The matriarch seethed. Once again, it is Fu Qingyun. Just as Romer said, Fu Qingyun is envious of Shishi's child and wishes to harm him. Oh, my grandson. Thankfully, we discovered this in time. Otherwise, he would have been lost. The elderly patriarch attempted to soothe her. Madam, perhaps the situation is not as dire. Miss Chu may have genuinely been unaware of the saffron in the soup. Are you still defending her? Fu Qingyun is a venomous woman. Unable to win Xiao Jing's affection, she resorts to such despicable tactics to harm Shishi's unborn child. We are fortunate to have detected this early. Otherwise, the Xiao family's heir would have perished. Why do you continue to speak in her favor? Are you truly a member of the Xiao family? I have witnessed enough of these treacherous affairs within the household. It is undoubtedly Fu Qingyun's doing. She seeks vengeance against Xiao Jing and intends to eliminate his offspring. The matriarch pushed her husband away, her face flushed with anger. Already troubled, the revelation sent her into a fit of rage, nearly causing her to topple over. The elderly patriarch quickly steadied her, assisting her to sit and pressing her temples. Xiao Rongjing, filled with worry, asked Mother, "Are you all right? Please do not become agitated. I will confront Fu Qingyun immediately and demand clarity." His expression was one of fierce determination, eager to ascertain the truth of the matter. Despite knowing there was only a single saffron plant in Fu Qingyun's courtyard, he felt compelled to hear it directly from her lips. He instructed Dr. Liu to ensure that she received the best care possible before storming towards the Furong courtyard. Fu Qingyun, come out. Chapter 38. Let us see who is embarrassed. At that moment, Xiao Rongjing was burning with rage, disregarding her status as the esteemed young mistress. The malicious act of harming Shishi's unborn child was unfathomable. Fu Qingyun had transformed into a person he hardly recognized. No matter how enchanting she had once been, her malevolence was now glaringly evident. Fu Qingyun, come out. Do you have the audacity to act yet lack the courage to admit it? Show yourself. What commotion is this? Fu Qingyun emerged from within, her delicate brows furrowed in annoyance. After finishing her martial arts practice, She had intended to indulge in a relaxing bath when she heard Xiao Rongjing's raucous uproar. With the maid away to procure groceries, she had no choice but to confront him. "What do you want now?" Xiao Rongjing demanded. "Fu Qingyun, a few days ago. She came to see you and consumed the saffron lace soup. Was that your doing?" Fu Qingyun raised an eyebrow, her disinterest apparent. "Oh, did she really say that?" Her indifferent demeanor only fueled Xiao Rongjing's conviction of her guilt. "Is it truly you?" He spat, teeth clenched. "Do you have any evidence?" Fu Qingyun replied coldly, leisurely taking a seat at the stone table and adjusting her skirt. "To slander me without proof is a serious accusation." Xiao Rongjing's face flushed with indignation. The maid who was with she witnessed everything. Could that possibly be false? Witnessed? Ha! No wonder that day, Chu Wanqi came alone without her maid. I initially thought her a pitiable soul, but it seems she is capable of such treachery herself. As far as I know, she came to see me alone, with no other maid present. So, your so-called witness, were they a ghost, or were you hallucinating? Fu Qingyun said, her tone unhurried as she poured herself a cup of tea to soothe her throat. Seeing her remain unfazed, leisurely sipping her tea, only intensified Xiao Rongjing's fury. He swiped her cup from her hand, exclaiming, "You think I'm delusional? She has never wronged you. How could she possibly frame you? The maid has no quarrel with you either, so why would she conspire against you? Do you dare deny your involvement? You are the only one in the Xiao household with saffron. Who else could it be but you?" Fu Qingyun admitted. He pointed accusingly at the saffron on the table, his anger nearly compelling him to shatter it. Fu Qingyun cast a glance at the spilled tea, frowning slightly at the loss. It was tea brewed from morning dew collected from petals by the maid, and her pleasant mood was abruptly disrupted by Xiao Rongjing's outburst. With her expression turning icy, she stood, her gaze locking onto Xiao Rongjing, her voice suddenly frigid. "Xiao Rongjing, you trust the maid's words over mine? I once thought you ambitious enough to soar to great heights, but now I see you as utterly foolish and incompetent. You claim I harbor no grudge against Qi Wanqi. Why would I plot against her simply because she has taken my husband? Let me be clear. I, Fu Qingyun, have never been the kind of woman consumed by jealousy. Nor have I ever considered harming her or her unborn child. You are not worth my trouble. Xiao Rongjing, do not elevate yourself too highly, nor underestimate others. Some matters require the heart's perception rather than mere sight. Anyone can speak thoughtlessly. As for the schemes against me, I hold them in utter disdain. Having said that, I demand you leave my Furong courtyard immediately, or I shall not hesitate to be unkind." A formidable aura emanated from her, forcing Xiao Rongjing to take a step back. Stunned, he found himself momentarily speechless. After a prolonged moment of steadying his breath, Xiao Rongjing finally managed to utter, "Fu Qingyun, the damage has been done. Cici's unborn child has already been harmed. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall provide Cici with an explanation today. I will have the divorce papers delivered shortly." Fu Qingyun smirked, a touch of derision gracing her lips. "Very well, since you seek an explanation, I shall not suffer in silence. I will have Qiangwei summon Lord Jiang. He will undoubtedly attest to my innocence. Furthermore, if you wish to divorce me, it must be done publicly, in the presence of our initial matchmaker and our friends and family. I fear nothing. Since Xiao Rongjing wishes to escalate this, I shall oblige him. Let us see who will be embarrassed." Chapter 39. The imperial edict finally arrives. Xiao Rongjing was unprepared for this, momentarily taken aback. In the midst of his astonishment, Qiangwei rushed in, basket in hand, exclaiming, "Miss, the imperial edict has arrived." She had just returned from purchasing vegetables and had seen eunuch Su entering with the decree. Upon noticing her, Su hurriedly instructed her to summon the miss to receive the edict. Qiangwei thought to herself, it must surely be that decree. Fu Qingyun's eyes glimmered as she glanced at the stunned Xiao Rongjing, then disregarded him, instructing Qiangwei to remain there while she went to change. Who knew if this man would suddenly go mad and intrude? Fu Qingyun donned a light blue garment and a subtle makeup that made her appear strikingly charming. With the edict's arrival, Xiao Rongjing had no choice but to set aside his grievances and proceed to receive it. In the hall, Su Dafu stood there with the edict in hand. The elderly members of the Xiao family knelt, while Qi Wanqi lay inside, unable to come out. Fu Qingyun approached, kneeling with a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant to receive the edict. Xiao Rongjing also knelt, curiosity stirring within him about the sudden issuance of the edict from the emperor. Unbeknownst to him, the forthcoming decree would leave the Xiao family in utter shock. Su Dafu unfurled the edict and proclaimed, "Miss Fu, receive the edict. By the will of heaven and the decree of the emperor, it is stated, Miss Fu recently entered the palace to meet the emperor, conveying that her husband lacks loyalty and virtue. Given the rampant rumors in the capital, I am deeply pained. Miss Fu has specifically requested that I issue a decree of divorce, which I hereby grant. From this day forth, Miss Fu shall divorce Xiao Rongjing. Thus it is decreed, Miss Fu, please accept the edict." Fu Qingyun bent to express her gratitude for the imperial favor and exhaled a sigh of relief. The edict had finally arrived. With the issuing of the edict, the Xiao family was left in a state of bewilderment. Upon hearing the pronouncement, the matriarch of the Xiao family cried out in a fit of rage, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. The patriarch supported her, his expression a complex mix of emotions. Xiao Rongjing clenched his fists, blood seeping from his palms. Divorce? What a cruel irony. Fu Qingyun had secretly entered the palace to petition for a divorce decree. Where did this leave him? Su Dafu then produced another edict, stating it was for Xiao Rongjing. "General Xiao, receive the edict. As a dignified fifth-rank general, you are expected to balance your duties both within and outside your home. However, your moral failings, disloyalty, and injustice are truly absurd. I am pained by this. Therefore, I hereby strip you of your title as fifth-rank general and command you to reflect in isolation for 1 month. Thus it is decreed." After reading the edict, Su Dafu handed it to Xiao Rongjing with a disdainful snort. The emperor had avenged Miss Fu, who was cherished by the emperor. The treatment she received from the Xiao family was utterly despicable. Su Dafu did not spare a glance at the Xiao family, instead beaming at Fu Qingyun. "Miss Fu, may you enjoy your newfound freedom. The emperor has decreed that you may leave the Xiao family immediately and return to your own home." "Thank you, eunuch Su. Please convey my sincere gratitude to the emperor," Fu Qingyun replied. Su Dafu nodded repeatedly, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then returned to the palace. Xiao Rongjing clutched the edict tightly, his emotions defying description. After some time, the matriarch of the Xiao family regained consciousness, only to faint again upon learning that her son had been stripped of his title. The patriarch had no choice but to assist her back to their quarters for rest. In the hall, only Fu Qingyun and Xiao Rongjing remained. Fu Qingyun said, "Jiangwei, gather our belongings. We are leaving." "Halt, Fu Qingyun. Are you in such a hurry to depart? No wonder you have been hiding in the Farong courtyard. It turns out you were secretly meeting the emperor to petition for a divorce. Now you have your wish. Are you pleased?" Xiao Rongjing hurled the edict down, his face a mask of shame and fury. The fire of rage in his eyes seemed capable of incinerating Fu Qingyun entirely.
Divorce.
What an immense irony.
Haha.
The Eastern Kingdom has never witnessed such a precedent. Yet the emperor has created an unprecedented decree for her. Suddenly, Xiao Rongjing appeared to have pieced something together and questioned. "Fu Qingyun, what is your relationship with the emperor that allows him to make such an exception for your divorce?" Chapter 40. She ultimately departed, first eunuch Su, then the empress Jiangbai, and now even the emperor has made an exception for you. "Fu Qingyun, what secrets are you concealing from me?" Xiao Rongjing yelled, filled with resentment and helplessness. Fu Qingyun replied coldly, "Had I known such entanglements would ensue, I would have preferred we had never met." Those poetic words severed all ties between them. Fu Qingyun turned to leave, leaving Xiao Rongjing frozen in place. "Had I known such entanglements would ensue, I would have preferred we had never met. Ha ha ha, Fu Qingyun, ultimately, our journey together has come to an end." Xiao Rongjing laughed heartily, though his laughter was laced with desolation, bitterness, and a hint of regret. It is often said that men do not shed tears lightly, yet Xiao Rongjing felt the sting of tears threatening to escape. From this moment forth, he and Fu Qingyun would part ways entirely. Fu Qingyun returned to the Farong courtyard and instructed Jiangwei to gather their belongings. In truth, there was little to pack, for Jiangwei had already prepared everything. "Miss, you previously asked me to note those accounts. Shall we settle them now?" Jiangwei inquired. Fu Qingyun pondered before responding, "Let us first return home. We shall come back in a couple of days to settle the accounts properly. It would be unwise to confront them now, as the initial matchmaker and several witnesses are absent. To clear the accounts, we must gather them first." Now that she and Xiao Rongjing were settled, it was necessary to resolve these matters. Before leaving, Fu Qingyun instructed Qiangwei to take the saffron from the table as it might prove useful later. Fu Qingyun had Qiangwei summon a carriage to transport their belongings, the Qilin whip, and the saffron. As they reached the entrance of the Xiao residence, a crowd of onlookers had gathered outside. Fu Qingyun appeared unfazed. The one in the wrong was not her, but Xiao Rongjing. She felt no guilt. Qiangwei meticulously checked their belongings and loaded them into the carriage. Fu Qingyun climbed aboard without a hint of reluctance. In the hall, Xiao Rongjing sat in a daze, listening to the sound of the departing carriage. She, ultimately, had left. He was at a loss for words, engulfed by a tumult of emotions, conflicted, resentful, and regretful. Memories of their sweet moments together flashed through his mind. Xiao Rongjing let out a self-deprecating smile. Everything had become naught but a fleeting memory. Madame Xiao awoke to the startling news that Fu Qingyun had gathered her belongings and departed, leaving her utterly aghast. She chided herself for being so disoriented that she had failed to notice the preparations being made. After all, when she married into the Xiao family, she had contributed a considerable dowry. Such a thing could not simply be taken away. Struggling to rise, Madame Xiao sought out her second son. Finding him seated in the hall, lost in thought, mistaking his stillness for humiliation at the hands of Fu Qingyun, she approached him with concern etched on her face. Aging, are you all right? Do not frighten your mother. Did that wretched Fu Qingyun say something to you? Tell me, and I shall confront her. With that, she made to leave. But old Master Xiao restrained her, urging her not to act impulsively as they were still unaware of the circumstances. Xiao Rongjing, wearied, asked Mother, "How is Cici?" He felt a profound fatigue. After 3 years of campaigning, he had never felt so drained, wishing only to lie down and rest. Hearing her son's voice, Madame Xiao sighed with relief, quickly assuring him, "It is nothing, aging. Cici is well. Dr. Liu has prescribed her medicine, and her pain has subsided. Rest easy. Would you like to see Cici?" The preservation of the child within Cici's womb was, at least, a piece of good news. As he considered the life growing within her, a flicker of vitality returned to Xiao Rongjing's face. He nodded and rose to leave the hall, allowing Madame Xiao to finally release the weight of worry from her heart. Chapter 41. Returning home, many common folk witnessed Fu Qingyun's departure from the Xiao household. Presuming she had been cast aside by Xiao Rongjing, they expressed their sympathy, decrying the treatment of such a virtuous wife by the Xiao family, finding it utterly appalling. Xiao Rongshan, overhearing these remarks in his shop, felt an acute embarrassment. Noble patrons, while purchasing wine, would often take jabs at his family. Aware that they were in the wrong, he could only bow his head in silence, unable to retaliate, for these nobles were frequent customers he could not afford to offend. Once the customers departed, Xiao Rongshan exhaled heavily, grateful for the respite. Meanwhile, the storyteller at the Tianqiang Tower continued to jest about the Xiao family's affairs, igniting fervent discussions among the townsfolk. What a fine young woman she was. The Fu family has a long-standing reputation in commerce, and yet, the Xiao family has treated her so poorly. Despite Fu Qingyun's current status as a respected lady, having been repudiated by her husband, her honor was irrevocably tarnished. Few noble families would seek to wed her, and the common folk favored virtuous women, unlikely to marry a woman of questionable reputation. While some gossip was trivial, a greater number felt a deep sorrow for Fu Qingyun. Having returned to the Fu household for a day, Fu Qingyun remained oblivious to the rumors swirling outside. Her father was away on business, and at the door to welcome her was the steward, Uncle Liu. Having heard whispers of the outside world, he was concerned for the young lady. When the maid, Qiangwei, informed him of her return, he promptly prepared to receive her. Since Fu Qingyun's marriage into the Xiao family, she had seldom returned home, only visiting once a year, typically when her father was present. Upon hearing that she had repudiated Xiao Rongjing, Uncle Liu nearly stumbled in shock. It was traditionally unheard of for a woman to seek a divorce. Nevertheless, he had always found Fu Qingyun to be clever and resourceful, rarely suffering misfortune. He disregarded the rumors. As long as she was determined, the entire Fu family would support her. Upon her arrival, the household rejoiced, tears of joy flowing freely. Uncle Liu had served the Fu family for over a decade and had watched Fu Qingyun grow. She held him in high regard, with tears streaming down his face. He choked out, "My lady, you have suffered. It is good to have you back. Your father will be overjoyed when he learns of your return." "Uncle Liu, why do you weep? Is my return not a cause for celebration? From now on I am free. When father returns, I shall spend quality time with him. Fu Qingyun replied with a playful smile, reminiscent of her lively childhood. The comfort of home enveloped her, lifting her spirits. A stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere she had endured at the Xiao residence. Uncle Lu instructed the servants to unload her belongings and followed Qiangwei into her chamber. He soon had a bowl of sweet dew tea brought to her, knowing she must be parched after her journey. Although the distance between the Xiao and Fu families was not great, it still required a journey, and the recent cool, dry weather had made her susceptible to discomfort. Fu Qingyun felt warmth in her heart. Uncle Lu's kindness was a balm to her spirit. He smiled with relief, saying, "Your father is often away, but he always reminds me to take good care of you. Should you return, I must ensure your health is not compromised." Fu Qingyun nodded with a gentle smile. Stepping into the hall and surveying her surroundings, her eyes misted over with emotion as she savored the long-awaited sense of belonging. "Father, mother, your daughter has returned." Chapter 42. Nightmares. After sipping the sweet dew tea, Uncle Lu summoned the maid to prepare a grapefruit bath for Fu Qingyun, washing away the lingering remnants of the Xiao family's misfortunes. Fu Qingyun agreed. It was indeed time for a cleansing. Following her bath, Uncle Lu arranged a sumptuous meal for her, his face aglow with delight. "My lady, I have prepared all your favorites: pan-fried three treasures, spicy fish head stew, spicy chicken, baby bok choy, boiled shredded pork, stir-fried crab, and watermelon. Your father often worries about how you fare at the Xiao household, so he instructed me to always have these dishes ready for you whenever you return." Fu Qingyun felt a pang of emotion, struggling to hold back tears as she gazed upon the feast laid before her. "Thank you, Uncle Lu. When I was little, after a long day of play, I would return to find my parents teasing me about my mischievous adventures. Mother would scold me, perhaps even sweat my feet, but afterward, she would sit with me and share my favorite meals. Though mother is gone, father continues this tradition." As she spoke, the dam broke, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Qiangwei quickly interjected, "My lady, do not despair. In a few days, your father will return and share a meal with you. Your mother, watching from above, would not wish to see you so sorrowful." Uncle Lu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, my lady, you are free now, and surely your mother's spirit is watching over you, ensuring your future is smooth and safe." Fu Qingyun discreetly wiped her tears and nodded in affirmation. The feeling of returning home was truly blissful. During her time at the Xiao estate, she had often found herself restless, unable to eat or sleep well, particularly when Xiao Rongjing's mother fell ill, requiring her to serve at her side until she could finally find a moment to eat. But those days were behind her. She craved the flavors of home, the same dishes she had enjoyed before. After finishing her meal, Fu Qingyun retired early, relishing the prospect of a long, peaceful slumber. However, her sleep was not entirely restful. She was haunted by dreams in the night. First, she dreamt of her parents, then of her childhood illness. The recollection of being unwell brought her to a sweating panic, jolting her awake. She had not experienced such a dream in a long while. A sense of tightness gripped her chest, prompting her to rise and sip some tea before succumbing back to slumber. The following morning, Rose brought a basin of water to assist the young lady with her ablutions. Lu Bo approached the door, bowed his head, and spoke. "Miss, someone from the palace has come, requesting your presence." Fu Qingyun's expression froze momentarily as she replied, "At this time, the emperor is summoning her to the palace?" After completing her grooming, Fu Qingyun, accompanied by Rose, set off for the palace to pay her respects to the emperor. This time, a young eunuch led the way, not Su Dafu. The night emperor was not in the imperial study, but rather seated in a pavilion beside the pond. Clad in a crimson robe, Fu Qingyun maintained her understated makeup, her long hair casually tied up. She exuded an air of grace and beauty. Fu Qingyun bowed deeply, addressing the emperor. "This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty." There were more than 10 eunuchs and palace maids in attendance, and Fu Qingyun was keen to adhere to the palace's protocols. Knight Yunting, understanding the situation, gestured for her to rise and exchanged a glance with Su Dafu. Su Dafu comprehended the unspoken communication and turned to dismiss the eunuchs and maids, allowing the emperor and Fu Qingyun to converse privately. Fu Qingyun remarked, "Your Majesty, you have summoned this humble servant. What is it that you wish for your disciple?" "A yun, to enter the palace for?" Fu Qingyun's expression was filled with bewilderment. Knight Yunting rose, approached her, and gazed at the pond filled with lotus flowers, chuckling softly. "A yun, Accompany your master for a stroll. With no choice but to comply, Fu Qingyun followed suit. Su Dafu trailed a few meters behind, prepared to assist the emperor at any moment. Knight Yunting asked, Yun, do you find these lotus flowers beautiful? Following his gaze, she recognized the same lotus pond she had passed during her previous visit to see the empress. Fu Qingyun nodded. Indeed, they are quite stunning. My mother also has a fondness for lotus flowers. Knight Yunting, lost in thought, smiled slightly as he recalled. I remember your mother once sent you to Yayao Mountain to learn martial arts? Yes, in my youth I was quite the mischievous child. My mother believed such behavior unsuitable for a girl, fearing it would affect my prospects for marriage. Thus, she thought sending me to Yayao Mountain would temper my spirit and make me more demure. However, it turned out I was too headstrong, and instead of becoming obedient, I honed quite a bit of martial prowess. As Fu Qingyun reminisced about her training at Yaoyao Mountain, a genuine smile spread across her face. She had been the youngest and the sole female disciple there. Her senior brothers had doted on her, indulging her whims. Ah, that is splendid, Knight Yunting mused. I would like you to deliver a shipment of military supplies to Yunwu City for the War King. Excuse me, what? Fu Qingyun momentarily faltered, staring in disbelief. Master, you cannot be jesting. You want a woman to deliver military supplies to the War King? Observing the seriousness in Knight Yunting's demeanor, she quickly added, such an important task should not be entrusted to a mere woman. Are you a mere woman? Knight Yunting countered. Fu Qingyun found herself at a loss for words.
Well,
I am not entirely defenseless, she conceded. However, Master, this is a significant responsibility, and I fear I am not equipped for it. Delivering military supplies is a duty that should fall to a general, not to me, especially after my recent separation from Xiaorongjing. The officials will certainly not approve. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, Master, such a critical task should be assigned to a seasoned general, not to me. You have just issued a decree to release me from my marriage, and now you wish to assign me this weighty responsibility. What will the officials think? They may suspect favoritism towards me, and worse, they might believe I have an inappropriate closeness to you, which would tarnish your reputation and the royal family's honor. I implore you to reconsider. Every word she spoke was a carefully crafted analysis. Fu Qingyun delicately reminded Knight Yunting of the importance of the greater good. Yet, as the Emperor of the Eastern Kingdom, Knight Yunting did not share the same perspective. He sighed deeply and thoughtfully replied, Your master understands the complexities involved. However, the court officials are not as simplistic as you might think. The left chancellor and the right chancellor are at odds, each with their factions vying for power. I cannot show favoritism to either side. The left chancellor has previously considered marrying his daughter into the palace, while the right chancellor's son, Su Hu, is a second-rank general with considerable influence. I cannot favor one over the other. As for the other generals, I have contemplated them, but they are not yet suitable candidates. Yun, do you understand what I mean? Knight Yunting was also troubled, which is why he thought of sending her. She is the daughter of ASU, and he trusts her. Fu Qingyun, wise and astute, quickly grasped the potential advantages and disadvantages. Times change, and every ruler faces their own challenges. But Master, I have never experienced actual combat. What if the War King finds me laughable? Fear not, Knight Yunting assured her. I have already devised a plan. If you agree, I will assign an additional deputy commander to accompany you, along with 1,500 soldiers for your protection. Knight Yunting had long considered this, and upon noticing her concerns, he added, Rest assured, I will provide you with a legitimate title that will quell any objections from others. Furthermore, I understand that your recent separation from Xiaorongjing may leave you feeling unsettled. Consider this a chance to clear your mind. I will speak with the War King, asking him to be more accommodating. Fu Qingyun pressed her lips together, realizing how thoroughly Knight Yunting had planned this. To refuse now would seem like defiance. She exhaled deeply, ultimately nodding in agreement. Yet, she still could not comprehend what title Knight Yunting had in mind, nor what he meant by asking the War King to be accommodating. In her final inquiry, she asked, Why not send Xiaorongjing? He is also a second-rank general. Knight Yunting retorted, I fear he might be in danger. Soldiers value loyalty and righteousness. Sending someone who is disloyal might lead to disdain from the troops. The War King, Yi Junlan, held the Fu family in high esteem, especially honoring Fu Qingyun's father. Should he learn of this matter, he might severely reprimand Xiaorongjing. Knight Yunting wished to avoid any complications. Thus, Fu Qingyun was the most suitable candidate. As Fu Qingyun departed the palace, she requested 2 days' time to settle matters with the Xiao family before leaving. The Night Emperor acquiesced and then issued another decree. Empress Su Qing entered, waving her hand to dismiss Mama Rong. She approached the emperor, glancing at the recently issued decree, her expression shifting subtly. In an instant, she masked her reaction, but Su Dafu, standing nearby, had seen the fleeting change in her demeanor. "Your Majesty, did you summon the Fu family's girl today?" Su Qing inquired. Knight Yunting replied nonchalantly, "Yes, Empress. Is there something on your mind?" "Your Majesty." Upon hearing that the Fu girl entered the palace, I wanted to speak with her. I enjoyed our last conversation. Has she departed? Su Qing's lips curled into a genteel smile. Upon hearing her words, Knight Yunting's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure evident. He gathered the decree and turned to her, asking, "Did the Emperor summon a Yun previously?" Su Qing was taken aback, nodding in affirmation. Sensing Knight Yunting's discontent, she felt a bit flustered. It seemed she had not misspoken. Knight Yunting withdrew his gaze, placed the decree aside, and casually inquired, "What did the Empress summon a Yun for?" Su Qing replied, "Nothing of great import. I merely heard rumors in the capital and wished to inquire about her situation. After all, she is your Majesty's personally appointed first-rank young lady, and her husband is a fifth-rank general. Her decision to divorce is indeed surprising." "Oh, why has the Queen suddenly taken an interest in Yun's affairs?" Yi Yuntian remains unfazed. Su Dafeng discreetly glances up, secretly feeling anxious for Her Majesty. Su Qing smiles gently, reaching out to massage Yi Yuntian's shoulders, her voice soft. "Your Majesty, I had a delightful conversation with Miss Fu last time. She possesses unique opinions and insights, making her a truly fascinating woman. It is rare for someone in the palace to engage with me so amiably, and it brings me joy. Your Majesty, I wish to adopt Miss Fu as my sworn sister. Would that be agreeable?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yuntian's brow furrows. Su Dafeng is equally astonished. Su Qing, oblivious to Yi Yuntian's troubled expression, continues, "Your Majesty, since you hold Miss Fu in such high regard, I too have taken a liking to her. If I were to adopt her as my sworn sister, she could frequently visit the palace to keep me company and alleviate my boredom. Your Majesty, there are many concubines in the palace, yet none seem able to converse with me, as they remain secluded and unaware of the myriad happenings outside. The Queen believes that if she finds the palace stifling, she can simply visit the Fu family to chat with a Yun, without needing to bring her into the palace as her sworn sister. The Queen's affection for Yun is sincere, best kept in her heart. Bringing her into the palace would be inappropriate." Yi Yuntian gazes at her intensely, his voice calm yet authoritative. Su Qing's heart skips a beat, her hand instinctively dropping. Under Yi Yuntian's penetrating gaze, she slightly bows and replies, "Yes, Your Majesty, I understand." Yi Yuntian's somber demeanor lessens slightly as he speaks softly. "The inner court is fraught with troubles, and the Queen has much to bear. If you find it burdensome, you may allow your niece to visit the palace for companionship. However, Yun's carefree nature may inadvertently offend you. Thus, it would be prudent not to summon her unnecessarily." Su Qing trembles slightly. Feeling a mix of discomfort and maintaining a smile, she softly states, "Your Majesty, I understand. Additionally, I have heard of the great victory at the battlefield, and I wish to request permission for my cousin, Song Huayan, to be entrusted with the task of transporting supplies. Would that be acceptable?" Yi Yuntian, engrossed in the memorial, responds without turning, "There is no need. I have already chosen someone." Su Qing instinctively asks, "Which general?" Yi Yuntian glances sideways, a slight smile on his lips. "A Yun." Su Qing is taken aback. "Is it Fu Qingyun?" "Your Majesty, she is merely a young woman. What qualifications does she possess to undertake such a significant responsibility? Moreover, the task of transporting military supplies should be assigned to a general from the court." "Enough, Queen. My decision is made." Yi Yuntian interrupts her coldly, his gaze sharp. Su Qing's words catch in her throat. Witnessing the Emperor's displeasure, she bows, exiting the study with a heavy heart. Su Dafeng, seeing the situation, exhales deeply and approaches cautiously, saying, "Your Majesty, please do not be angered. Take care of your health. The Queen did not intend to provoke your wrath. I require a capable and dignified Queen to manage the inner court. Everything else should not overstep boundaries," Yi Yuntian states solemnly. He had promised Su to shield Yun from the palace's treacheries. He must fulfill that vow. In Yi Yuntian's eyes, Fu Qingyun remains that innocent, carefree girl. He knows he cannot protect the one he loves in this life, but he must safeguard her daughter. The palace is perilous, especially with the scheming among the concubines. If Yun were to become the queen's sworn sister, she would inevitably become a target. Yi Yuntian only wishes for her happiness, not wanting her to tread into this treacherous realm. Chapter 45. Provocation of the queen. Emerging from the study, Queen Su Qing feels a tumult of complex emotions. She merely wished to adopt Fu Qingyun as her sworn sister, yet the emperor reacted so vehemently. While he claimed that being the queen is arduous, every word seemed to favor Fu Qingyun. Even her desire to summon Fu Qingyun to the palace elicited his anger, insisting she lower herself to visit the Fu family instead. What does this signify? Does the emperor genuinely wish to keep Fu Qingyun away from the palace, or are there ulterior motives at play? How ironic that Fu Qingyun had once boldly declared her intention to divorce, speaking with such conviction. The queen almost believed her. Fu Qingyun is nothing but a seductress, unconsciously enticing the emperor while feigning an air of superiority. The queen is startled by this unsettling thought, pausing to steady her racing heart as she exhales slowly. How could she think this way? She harbors affection for the emperor. As the mother of a nation, she should not let jealousy over a mere merchant's daughter consume her. Observing the queen's distress, Lady Rome expresses concern. Your Majesty, do not let anger take hold. It could harm your health. Lady Rome, did my expression in the study appear particularly unseemly? The queen asks, her gaze sorrowful as she stares at the lotus flowers. Lost in thought, Lady Rome, startled yet more worried, responds, Your Majesty, you may be overthinking. The emperor, as the sovereign, might simply be preoccupied with his own troubles. Regardless of any mistakes, he would never blame you. Having overheard some of the earlier conversation, Lady Rome can only offer comfort. The queen, hearing this, lets out a self-deprecating laugh. Couple? What couple exists between the two of us? The queen knows well that the emperor merely requires a queen to govern the inner court. As for anything beyond that, it should not be overstepped. Indeed, she had overstepped earlier and should not have meddled. Given the matter of Fu Qingyun, it is likely that the emperor is indeed angered with her. With a deep sigh, the queen feels an overwhelming sense of fatigue wash over her. Just then, a sharp voice interrupts her thoughts. Oh, is the queen here? Turning around, she sees concubine Hui approaching leisurely, holding freshly picked lotus flowers. Concubine Hui, the daughter of Minister Li Gui, harbors a certain animosity towards the queen. Her father supports the left chancellor, who has a long-standing feud with the right chancellor. Concubine Hui's entrance into the palace was contingent upon her father's recommendation, aimed at consolidating the influence of the literary officials. Noticing the queen's presence without offering a bow, Concubine Hui busies herself with the lotus flowers. Why does the queen's expression look so glum? Did the emperor chastise you? Gossip among the palace eunuchs and maids often distorts the truth. Concubine Hui has heard of the queen's visit to the emperor's study, emerging with a dismal expression. Naturally, she assumes the worst, for the concubines know that the emperor does not hold the queen in high regard. The queen, being the daughter of the right chancellor, commands a certain status. Her brother, though young, is a third-rank military general. The emperor remains wary of the right chancellor, and thus harbors little affection for Su Qing. Concubine Hui's demeanor is haughty and disrespectful, yet the queen chooses not to stoop to her level, merely commenting on the beauty of the lotus flowers in her hands. Those lotus flowers you hold are exquisite. Have they just been picked? Indeed, from that pond. Do you also have an affinity for lotus flowers, Your Majesty? Alas, I have forgotten. The Empress has just been reproached by His Majesty. It is likely that her spirits are dampened, leaving her devoid of any desire to appreciate the beauty of the lotus flowers. Consort Hui wore a provocative smile, her elongated nails gliding across the lotus leaves, her eyes brimming with derision. The Empress chuckled lightly, feigning ignorance of the barbs hidden within her words. She turned her gaze to the pond filled with lotus blossoms and spoke, His Majesty and I are bound by the ties of marriage. How can there be any talk of reproach? Today, His Majesty finds himself troubled by the incessant scheming among the concubines of the inner court, and has entrusted me to manage the situation, so he need not be vexed. He also remarked that, particularly you, Consort Hui, possess a sharp tongue that often offends others. I must convey this to you, hoping you will act with caution and refrain from causing any discord, lest it brings misfortune upon your kin. Consort Hui was taken aback. The Empress continued, should you doubt my words, you may inquire with His Majesty. However, Do not forget that I am the Empress, seated in the phoenix position you covet. Regardless of your intentions, you must show me the respect I am due. Should you resort to any schemes, I can ensure you will not see His Majesty for 3 months, or even a year. Consort Hui's eyes widened in disbelief as she shot a fierce glare at the Empress. Humph. I take my leave, she retorted, flinging her sleeves and departing. The Empress watched her exit and then instructed Madame Rome, ensure that the eunuchs and maidservants spread the word that Consort Hui has plucked a lotus flower. It is imperative that this news reaches His Majesty. Madame Rome acknowledged the command. Although she was unaware of the underlying motives, she would dutifully carry out the Empress's orders. Soon, the news reached Yi Yunting's ears. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunting summoned Consort Hui to his presence. Believing that the Emperor desired her company for the night, Consort Hui adorned herself attractively and made her way to the study. However, upon entering, she was met with Yi Yunting's furious countenance. Did you pluck a lotus flower from the pond today, Consort Hui? He demanded, his voice dark. Consort Hui, Li Shuer, nodded in confusion, unaware of the gravity of her actions. Yi Yunting rose, his towering figure advancing toward her, delivering a stinging slap across her face. Li Shuer stumbled, falling to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Covering her face, she gazed at Yi Yunting in terror. Chapter 46. Chu Wanshi comes to apologize. Li Shuer was bewildered, uncertain of what she had done to incur the Emperor's wrath. Your Majesty, what have I done wrong to deserve this? Su Dafu, from this day forth, Consort Hui shall be confined for 1 month for reflection. Without my command, she is forbidden to enter or exit, Yi Yunting declared coldly, turning away without granting her a single glance. Li Shuer trembled, too frightened to utter a word. Su Dafu complied with the order, instructing others to escort Li Shuer to her own Onkong Hall. It was only when the doors closed behind her that the realization struck Li Shuer, her face contorted with resentment. Surely, it was the Empress who had gone to the Emperor to report her. But why would he be so enraged over a single lotus flower? She simply could not comprehend it. In Xiangning Palace, the Empress listened as Madame Rome reported that Consort Hui had been punished with 3 months of confinement by the Emperor. She let out a cold laugh. Those lotus flowers were planted by the Emperor for the deceased woman. Even she would not dare to harm them in the slightest. Consort Hui was truly foolish. Fu Qingyun emerged from the palace at noon and returned to the Fu residence, where Lu Bo had prepared a meal. After satisfying her hunger, Fu Qingyun instructed Lu Bo to locate the original matchmaker and the witnesses from her wedding. Her father had been present at that time, but was currently away, and Fu Qingyun did not wish for him to know. Lu Bo acknowledged her request and departed. Within the span of a short incense stick, Lu Bo returned. Frowning as he reported, Miss, the matchmaker has recently encountered an incident and returned home. As for the witnesses, only Master remains. He is the last of the 9 generations of our family, and the lady is no longer present. I understand, Fu Qingyun replied, nodding slightly. This was to be expected. Her father had chosen to keep things low-key, not wanting to put pressure on Xiao Rongjing to prove his sincerity. However, she never anticipated that Xiao Rongjing would harbor such ulterior motives. Her sincerity over these past years had been akin to being devoured by a dog. Seeking the matchmaker was merely an attempt to validate the settlement of the bride price and dowry. The absence of the matchmaker posed a significant challenge. Miss, why not seek out Master Jiang? He has always been fond of you and even attended your wedding. Surely, he would advocate for you, suggested Qiang Wei. No. Xiao Rongjing is aware of my connection with Jiang Shirbor. He might think I am deliberately seeking him out for retribution. Let me ponder this further, Fu Qingyun replied, delicately sipping from her teacup. Lu Bo and Qiang Wei exchanged worried glances. Without the matchmaker, it would be difficult to articulate reason. Moreover, Miss going alone to the Xiao family could pose a risk. At that moment, a maid entered to announce that a Miss Chu sought an audience with the young lady. Chu Wanshi? Fu Qingyun was taken aback. What could she possibly want at this hour? Without further thought, Fu Qingyun instructed the maid to lead Chu Wanshi into the hall. In the hall, where her father received guests, Fu Qingyun, no longer the daughter-in-law of the Xiao family, regarded Chu Wanshi as merely an outsider. Seated at the head of the table, Fu Qingyun calmly sipped her tea. Chu Wanshi entered, smiling as she performed a respectful bow. Fu Qingyun found herself momentarily perplexed by the purpose of her visit. Sister Yun, I have come to apologize, Chu Wanshi announced. Oh? Fu Qingyun arched an eyebrow. Apologize? Have you offended me? It was evident that she had come alone once again, displaying remarkable boldness. Chu Wanxi's eyes appeared sincere, yet a glimmer of calculation lurked beneath. Sister Yun, I deeply regret the misunderstanding regarding the saffron incident yesterday, which cast a shadow upon your reputation. I sincerely wish to apologize, hoping you can graciously forgive me and the Xiao family. A misunderstanding? Was she jesting? Fu Qingyun lightly tapped her fingers on the table, her gaze fixed thoughtfully on the woman before her. Chu Wanxi's honest demeanor nearly led Fu Qingyun to believe her claims of a mere accident. Miss Chu, it is rather surprising that you would visit me so promptly to express your apologies regarding an event you deem an accident. I must clarify that this matter was not my doing, and I, Fu Qingyun, am steadfast in my principles. I take full responsibility for my actions. But I shall not acknowledge what I have not done. Fu Qingyun's voice was soft yet resonated with conviction. Chapter 47. In what capacity furthermore? The matter of apologies should be addressed by the Xiao family. In what capacity do you present yourself before me, Miss Chu? Fu Qingyun regarded her with amusement. Chu Wanxi anticipated this response, feigning innocence as she replied with a smile. Sister Yun, you are no longer the wife of a Jing, nor the daughter-in-law of the Xiao family. Moreover, a Jing has stated that in a few days, he shall formally marry me as his legitimate wife. Therefore, today, I am indeed here as the daughter-in-law of the Xiao family, a Jing's wife, to speak with you. Surely, you do not bear any ill will towards me? She concluded with a pointed remark. Of course not, Fu Qingyun replied, amusement dancing in her eyes. However, I am curious. When you visited Furong Garden, why did you inadvertently consume saffron? Fu Qingyun, have always acted with integrity. Had I truly been responsible, I could have dealt with you myself. Naturally. We are both aware of the underlying reasons for this incident. I once dabbled in the art of medicine, and I can discern signs of poisoning or pregnancy to some extent. What do you think, Miss Chu? Would you like me to check your pulse? Chu Wanxi's expression flickered with surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. She hadn't expected Fu Qingyun to possess medical knowledge. Sister Yun, you truly have a sense of humor. How could I trouble you? It's getting late, so I shall take my leave, she said, turning away before Fu Qingyun could respond. Fu Qingyun observed her graceful departure, noting that she appeared nothing like a woman in the condition of pregnancy. Miss, what brings that Chu Wanxi here? Could it be she has come to flaunt her impending status as a daughter-in-law of the Xiao family? Rose remarked indignantly. An exotic woman, daring to compare herself to our miss. Fu Qingyun replied, regardless of her intentions, they are of no concern to me. Let us proceed to the magistrate's office to see how Xiao Rongrong is faring. Very well, Rose exclaimed, delighted by the suggestion. It had been several days since Xiao Rongrong's arrest. It was likely she was suffering. As they prepared to visit the prison, Uncle Lu thoughtfully presented 2 scented pouches to the pair, which contained a blend of fragrant herbs to mask unpleasant odors. Fu Qingyun appreciated the gesture, as the stench from the prison could be quite unbearable. As they exited the Fu residence and approached their carriage, Rose's gaze inadvertently caught sight of a figure in the distance. Miss, is that not Chu Wanxi? She asked, perplexed. Following her line of sight, Fu Qingyun saw Chu Wanxi conversing with a man, their heads close together, though the distance made it difficult to discern their words. Moments later, the man departed, and Chu Wanxi turned, meeting Fu Qingyun's gaze for a brief moment before continuing on her way. Fu Qingyun furrowed her brow, a sense of contemplation clouding her thoughts. Chu Wanxi seemed unfazed by their encounter. Typically, a woman caught in such a situation would display alarm, yet she remained composed. Did she not fear that Fu Qingyun might divulge their meeting or speak of it to Xiaorongjing? Regardless, Chu Wanxi's background was evidently complex. Throughout their journey, Fu Qingyun pondered this enigma until the carriage came to a halt before the magistrate's office. Upon disembarking, she and Rose were granted entry, without delay by the guards, who recognized Fu Qingyun. Seeing her approach, Jiang Bai's face, which should have been filled with warmth, instead bore a look of concern. Yun, I heard you were cast out by the Xiao family. Yesterday, many townsfolk witnessed you leaving with your belongings. Is that true? If so, the Xiao family has truly overstepped. Uncle Jiang, please do not be alarmed. The situation is not as it appears. I sought an imperial decree for divorce, and yesterday, the edict was issued. I initiated the dissolution of my marriage with Xiao Rongjing, not the other way around. Rest assured, I will not be easily cast aside by him. Fu Qingyun clarified with a smile. Jiang Bai nodded, understanding dawning within him. Ah Yun, you are the last cherished daughter of the Jin family. If he learns of your mistreatment by the Shao family, he will undoubtedly be distressed. The emperor's protection of you, as well as your request for a divorce, speaks volumes. Jin Ji will surely be comforted by this, especially considering how much the Fu family has sacrificed for the emperor and the Eastern Kingdom over the years. Divorce was not a shocking concept, as the laws of the Eastern Kingdom permitted such actions. In contrast, Fu Qingyun was indeed a strong and astute young woman. Her resolve to take such a step was commendable. Jiang Bai admired this aspect of her character. Chapter 48. Unrepentant Fu Qingyun's expression momentarily faltered. Sacrifice? She was unaware of what her father had contributed to the emperor and the Eastern Kingdom. Observing her confusion, Jiang Bai surmised that she was ignorant of the details. He gazed into the distance, as if recalling a memory, and sighed. In those days, the emperor faced a fierce succession struggle and an invasion from the south, with both internal and external threats. Fortunately, your father and mother came to the emperor's aid. Your mother, in particular, was a remarkable figure on the battlefield, displaying unparalleled valor and skill, worthy of the title of hero. I recall she once shielded the emperor from an arrow, and thankfully, she emerged unscathed. In the end, the emperor succeeded in becoming the ruler of the Eastern Kingdom. However, your mother, let us not dwell on that. Ah Yun, the emperor and the entire Eastern Kingdom owe their safety to your parents' sacrifices. Every time Jiang Bai reminisced about the tumultuous events of the past, he felt a wave of melancholy. Only those who had experienced such hardships could truly grasp the depth of their trials. Fu Qingyun was taken aback. She had been completely unaware of these past events and the harrowing experiences her parents endured. At that time, she was merely 10 years old and had fallen gravely ill after her mother's passing, leaving her with no recollection of the circumstances surrounding her death. Her father had only told her that her mother succumbed to illness, and in her youthful innocence, she had accepted his words without question. She had never contemplated the possibility that her parents had endured such a tragic history with the emperor. Indeed, it was a harrowing tale. As she matured, she often perused historical texts and learned of the emperor's fierce struggle for succession, but she found no mention of the Fu family's connection to it. Had Jiang Bai not revealed this today, she might have remained oblivious forever. Why had her father withheld this information? Was there something unspeakable behind it? Ah Yun, the emperor's protection of you is partly due to your mother and partly because of the Fu family. Jin Ji sustained serious injuries during that war, rendering him unable to wield his martial skills. It was only after a lengthy recovery that he turned to commerce, gradually building the family business into a nationwide silk enterprise. Moreover, every time the Eastern Kingdom engaged in battle, the supplies and provisions were secretly donated by your father to the emperor, a gesture of goodwill in memory of your mother. Even I am moved by this, Jiang Bai explained, his voice filled with emotion. Each time he spoke of this, he was deeply affected, unable to quell the tumult of his feelings. Jiang Bai conveyed this to Fu Qingyun, hoping she would realize that her life was a gift from her mother. Fu Qingyun felt a swell of emotion, her eyes misting with unshed tears. She fought to maintain her composure, determined not to let them fall. Uncle Jiang, thank you for sharing this with me. I understand now that my life was purchased with my mother's sacrifices. I will ensure she knows that her daughter is equally remarkable, deserving of pride, even in the depths of the underworld. Indeed, that would be splendid, Jiang Bai replied. After exchanging a few more words, Jiang Bai instructed someone to escort her to the prison. Just days had passed, yet Xiao Rongrong had descended further into madness. Jiang Bai refrained from inflicting physical punishment upon her, according to the laws of the land. Verbally insulting a first-class lady warranted corporal punishment. Fu Qingyun intended to teach Xiao Rongrong a lesson, allowing her to suffer some consequence, but she did not wish for Jiang Bai to resort to corporal punishment. Clearly, mere verbal admonishment failed to instill any sense of remorse in Xiao Rongrong. Instead, it only fueled her hatred toward Fu Qingyun. Upon seeing Fu Qingyun enter, Xiao Rongrong, who had been in a daze, suddenly fixed her gaze on her, rage igniting in her eyes. Fu Qingyun, you vile wretch, you jealous harpy. Ha! My second brother has cast you aside. Let your tears flow. You venomous, conniving woman, how could such a despicable creature exist in this world? Release me at once. Her hair resembled a tangled nest, more disheveled than ever before, her face a darkened mask, her clothes in tatters, and her breath foul, akin to a madwoman hurling insults in the streets. When Qiangwei beheld the sight, she could hardly suppress her revulsion, though a malicious glee danced upon her features. Witnessing the once arrogant Xiao Rongrong reduced to such a ghastly state. "Miss, truly, evil begets evil," she scoffed. Fu Qingyun remarked, "It seems you remain unrepentant." Chapter 49. Control her tongue. Ha! I am not in the wrong, not at all. I shall berate you, Fu Qingyun. You attain the title of first-rank young madam only by virtue of my second brother's influence. Do you think the emperor conferred that honor upon you for any other reason? Ha ha! Fu Qingyun, do not revel too soon. My second brother has forsaken you. His affections now lie with Chu Wanxi, not you. Xiao Rongrong continued her tirade, mockingly laughing at Fu Qingyun. She presumed that Fu Qingyun would be devastated, convinced that Fu Qingyun delighted in her brother's favor. Thus, the more sorrowful Fu Qingyun appeared, the more pleasure Xiao Rongrong derived from the situation. Alas, she was mistaken. Fu Qingyun displayed no sign of sorrow, merely regarding her with a cold stare. Since Jiang Shibua's verbal admonitions had proven ineffective, it was time for a more direct approach. Otherwise, you will fail to learn your lesson. Wouldn't you agree, Qiangwei? Indeed, Mississippi. Those who refuse to heed counsel must be taught a lesson, ensuring they understand the necessity of decorum in speech and the importance of not offending others, Qiangwei affirmed, eager to witness Xiao Rongrong receive her comeuppance. Xiao Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in outrage. Strike my mouth? By what authority do you presume to do so? I am a lady of the Xiao family, the sister of a fifth-rank general. How dare you lay hands on me? Fu Qingyun replied coldly, Oh, did I forget to inform you? Your brother, Xiao Rongjing, has been stripped of his fifth-rank general title by the emperor. Xiao Rongrong, do you still believe your brother can save you? I suggest you remain here and contemplate how to endure your punishment without pain. With that, she left the prison before Xiao Rongrong could respond, her shrill cries echoing behind her. Fu Qingyun informed Jiang Bai that Xiao Rongjing no longer held the title of fifth-rank general, and thus Jiang Bai need not extend him any courtesy, but should proceed according to the law. Upon learning this, Jiang Bai, after Fu Qingyun's departure, turned to his subordinates to fetch the instruments of punishment for Xiao Rongrong. Instantly, her pitiful wails filled the prison, accompanied by the sounds of her punishment. Previously, Jiang Bai had shown Xiao Rongjing some consideration, refraining from punishing Xiao Rongrong. For Xiao Rongjing had recently been appointed as a fifth-rank general by the emperor, and offending him would not be wise. Now that he had lost his title, Jiang Bai felt no trepidation. Even if the matter escalated to the emperor, he held the advantage. Fu Qingyun left the county office and boarded a carriage toward the palace, her heart racing with the desire to ascertain the truth of Jiang Shibua's assertions. She sought to confirm with the emperor whether her mother's death had transpired as Jiang Shibua had described. With her father absent and no knowledge of his return, she had no choice but to seek the emperor. The carriage came to a steady halt before the palace gates. Fu Qingyun disembarked, holding her token as she approached. The guards, upon seeing her token, immediately knelt, permitting her entry. Fu Qingyun instructed Qiangwei to return home, assuring her she could manage alone. Although Qiangwei harbored concerns, she turned back every few steps, watching until her mistress entered before boarding the carriage back to the Fu residence. Fu Qingyun was familiar with the route to the imperial study and made her way directly there. Her master had mentioned that in the future, she could enter the palace through the imperial study. Upon her arrival, Su Dafeng hurried to greet her. Ah, miss, how fortunate to see you. The emperor may be preoccupied at the moment, so you might have to wait. General Xiao is inside. Xiao Rongjing. How did he gain entry to the palace? Fu Qingyun, not dwelling on it, nodded politely. Thank you, Su Gonggong. I shall wait here. Su Gonggong ordered a chair for her, but Fu Qingyun waved it off, maintaining decorum, for she dared not act frivolously in such a sacred space. Regardless of her master's fondness for her, she could not disregard propriety. Su Gonggong insisted. If you do not sit, you may tire yourself standing, and the emperor would hold us accountable. Please take a seat, it may be a while. Reluctantly accepting his hospitality, Fu Qingyun sat, pondering whether Xiao Rongjing's presence in the palace was related to the transportation of military supplies. Her suspicions were indeed accurate. Chapter 50. Her willingness within the imperial study. Xiao Rongjing knelt on one knee, earnestly beseeching Your Majesty. I am willing to undertake this grave responsibility and transport military supplies to Yunwu City for the War King. The left chancellor, Zhang Shuwen, furrowed his brow, clearly reluctant to allow Xiao Rongjing this opportunity. He voiced, Your Majesty, given his previous transgressions, I believe it unwise for him to proceed. Moreover, you have already stripped General Xiao of his fifth-rank title. Should you now assign him this vital task, it may incite dissent among the ministers. With the scandal surrounding Xiao Rongjing widely known, granting him further responsibility might lead to ridicule. The Right Chancellor, Su Shan, disregarding his own ill health, knelt to interject. Your Majesty, that assertion is erroneous. In fairness, while General Xiao has erred, who among us is without fault? Even a sovereign such as yourself may err. I believe that recognizing one's mistakes and striving to amend them is commendable. We should provide General Xiao an opportunity to transport the supplies and assist the War King. His previous achievements ought not to be overlooked. He concluded with a coughing fit, appearing quite frail. Knight Yunting, exasperated, instructed Su Shan to rise, cautioning him not to overexert himself. Torn between the two chancellors, Knight Yunting felt the weight of responsibility. Although he had verbally entrusted this task to a Yun, she had yet to give her consent. Should she refuse, he would have to consider alternatives. Presently, Xiao Rongjing seemed a fitting candidate. Your Majesty. Both chancellors spoke simultaneously. Just as Knight Yunting grappled with his dilemma, the doors of the imperial study swung open. Fu Qingyun, adorned in a light blue robe, entered and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty. I have arrived. I am willing to undertake this responsibility and transport military supplies to Yunwu City for the War King. The assembly was momentarily taken aback. Their expressions varied. The first to regain composure was Xiao Rongjing, who exclaimed in anger, Fu Qingyun, what madness possesses you?
This yes no jest.
Fu Qingyun shot him a frigid glance. Her voice laced with icy disdain. Incapable individuals have no right to speak.
You.
Xiao Rongjing fumed. Su Shan interjected. How dare you? Who are you to speak so boldly before His Majesty? Unfamiliar with Fu Qingyun, he did not recognize her as the woman the rumors had portrayed. He turned to the emperor, bowing, Your Majesty, this woman has audaciously trespassed into the imperial study. Such audacity warrants your reprimand. The left chancellor remained silent, likely aware of the close relationship between Fu Qingyun and the emperor, thus refraining from comment. Knight Yunting regarded Fu Qingyun, gesturing for her to speak for herself. Fu Qingyun produced her token, bowing slightly toward the Right Chancellor. Right Chancellor, I am Fu Qingyun, and this is the token granted to me by the Emperor, allowing me unrestricted access to the palace. Su Shan, taken aback, glanced at the Emperor, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to relent. It turned out she was indeed the Fu Qingyun of public rumor, appearing far removed from the envious woman described. However, the Right Chancellor added, though she possesses a token for entry, she should not act with such audacity. Wasn't the Right Chancellor also bold in opposing the Emperor just now? Fu Qingyun interrupted. Su Shan was momentarily taken aback. When did you come to my side? Fu Qingyun replied, just now. General Xiao expressed his desire for your Majesty to entrust him with the significant responsibility of transporting military supplies to Yunwu City.
Yet.
Before your Majesty had a chance to respond, the Right Chancellor hastily interjected, preemptively asserting his voice. Is this not an act of usurpation? Your Majesty is the Son of Heaven, and it is only natural for subjects to obey your commands. If all ministers were to behave as the Right Chancellor does, overstepping your authority, where would the distinction between sovereign and subjects lie? Such actions would surely lead to chaos in the realm. Right Chancellor, your actions have already violated the second law of our Eastern Kingdom, the crime of usurpation. You are to be imprisoned. However, our benevolent emperor has always valued his ministers and, in the spirit of kindness, I believe he would not punish the Right Chancellor for his transgression. Would you not agree? Your Majesty? Fu Qingyun stood resolute, her every word imbued with reason. A profound silence enveloped the imperial study, all present captivated by the eloquence of the young woman. Particularly, Xiao Rongjing felt a stirring within, sensing that before him stood the true essence of Fu Qingyun. His heart raced with a flicker of hope, only to be dulled by the distance that now separated them. Fu Qingyun now radiated an ethereal brilliance, like moonlight illuminating the darkness. Chapter 51. The struggle for succession. Knight Yunting's eyes sparkled with intensity as he gazed at Fu Qingyun. What you articulated resonates deeply with my sentiments, my dear Ayun. I have entrusted you with the vital task of transporting military supplies. Left Chancellor, Right Chancellor, you may withdraw. I have matters to discuss with Ayun. The Left and Right Chancellors exchanged glances, then bowed and exited the imperial study. Though Xiao Rongjing's heart brimmed with reluctance, he had no choice but to concede. As he suspected, Fu Qingyun indeed shared a unique bond with His Majesty. With only 2 individuals remaining in the study, Knight Yunting breathed a sigh of relief. Yun, I am grateful you came today. Otherwise, I would have found myself in a predicament with both sides. Then why not align with one faction and eliminate the other? Fu Qingyun inquired. Knight Yunting's gaze flickered, a smile gracing his lips. It is not as simple as it seems. Yun, your earlier discourse was reminiscent of your father. In my youth, as a prince, I would often engage in lengthy discussions with him during candlelit nights, sharing insights on governance, while he imparted wisdom about commerce. Those were the most joyous moments. Recalling those days, Yun's mother would bring a plate of sweet pastries and sit nearby, listening to their conversations that would last until dawn. Come morning, they would awaken with dark circles under their eyes, and she would laugh heartily. Those were tranquil times, filled with the camaraderie of kindred spirits. Years had passed since he last saw Qinji and Yun's mother. Perhaps it was better that they remained apart. Reunions could only evoke memories of the harrowing past. Bringing his thoughts back, Knight Yunting asked, Yun, what brings you to the palace today? It is rare for you to seek me out. Fu Qingyun replied, Master Uncle. Did my mother perish for the sake of the Eastern Kingdom? At this, Knight Yunting's heart jolted. After a long pause, he spoke softly, indeed. Your mother sacrificed herself for the Eastern Kingdom. Back then, I was still a prince. The late emperor had 15 sons, and I was the 5th. The eldest had passed away young. The second was the crown prince, while the 3rd and 4th were aligned with the crown prince. Only the 9th prince stood by my side. The princes formed factions, all vying for the throne. Although the crown prince was the designated heir, his ruthless nature made him unfit for the role. The late emperor recognized this and sought to amend the will, naming me as the crown prince. At that time, I had no ambition for the throne, nor for the imperial seat. However, the crown prince's faction was aware of the will's alteration and rebelled in fury. I had no choice but to act, with the 9th prince's support. Your father and mother were aware of the situation and clandestinely aided me. Yet, we were met with an unexpected assault from the southern Xiong, and thus, with your parents and the 9th prince's protection, I managed to break through and counterattack the crown prince's faction, ultimately ascending to the throne. My first decree was to quell the external threats. Yun, during that struggle for succession, your parents fought valiantly to protect me. Your father was gravely injured and lost his martial prowess, while your mother perished. I owe them a great debt, and I owe you even more. The memory of that battle was etched in Knight Yunting's mind, a scene of bloodshed within the palace, where bodies lay strewn and rivers of blood flowed. The image haunted him nightly, bringing forth unbearable pain. At that time, Qinji and Su were merely in their 30s, and the 9th prince, now known as the War King Yi Junlan, was scarcely 20. Knight Yunting's eyes grew red, his heart feeling as though it were crushed under a heavy stone, throbbing in anguish. Outside, Su Dafu listened, tears streaming down his face, as the memories of the struggle for succession resurfaced vividly. Fu Qingyun's hands clenched tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. She struggled to maintain her composure, but the tears fell uncontrollably. She wiped her eyes and gazed up at the resplendent palace ceiling. So my mother truly died for your majesty, for the Eastern Kingdom. Is that why your majesty has shown me such favor? I remember falling gravely ill. When I awoke, my father told me my mother had succumbed to illness. I believed him, for he wished for me to grow up joyfully, devoid of the pain of that traumatic memory. Master Uncle, I appreciate you revealing the truth to me today. Now I understand that my mother died for the nation, a woman of unparalleled strength, equal to any man. Knight Yunting affirmed, your mother was indeed a woman of extraordinary prowess, unmatched by any man in this world. In my heart, she shall forever hold that status. In this war, I lost the woman I cherished most dearly. Fu Qingyun exhaled deeply, her tone solemn. Master Uncle, was my elevation to the rank of first-class young lady also due to the Fu family sacrifices for the Eastern Kingdom? This decree was requested by your mother before the struggle for succession. I had promised her that once you wed, I would grant you the title of first-class young lady, to ensure you were not easily bullied in your marital home. Furthermore, should you ever require anything from me upon entering the palace, she implored me to grant any of your requests, Knight Yunting explained. Even without Asu's mention of these requests, he would have honored them. Fu Qingyun's eyes filled with tears once more. Her mother had done so much for her. Chapter 52. Who says women cannot go to battle? I had intended to grant you a title upon your marriage, but when the southern Xiong attacked, I had no choice but to send troops on the day of Xiao Rongjing's wedding. Your father suggested we wait for Xiao Rongjing's triumphant return to bestow the honor, creating a double celebration. Thus, I postponed the matter, Knight Yunting clarified. Fu Qingyun understood. Yet she had not anticipated that Xiao Rongjing's victorious return would lead to her being betrayed. Master Uncle, I came today solely to discover the truth behind my mother's death. I believe I must return and take some time to compose myself. She wiped her tears, her eyes slightly swollen from crying. Knowing her mother had perished in defense of her country filled her with both pride and joy. Knight Yunting watched her depart with a heavy heart. The memories awakened within him, causing a pain that felt as if it were tearing him apart. Su, Yun has learned the truth. I hope this revelation marks the end of her inquiries, for I am uncertain how to face her should she continue. Su Dafu watched Fu Qingyun leave before returning to the imperial study. Upon entering, he noticed the sorrow etched on the emperor's face. In a low voice he spoke, Your Majesty, the empress has sent someone to inquire about her health. She is unwell and wishes for your Majesty to visit. Let the imperial physician attend to the empress. Knight Yunting replied indifferently. Su Dafeng received his orders and withdrew. It seemed that His Majesty had no intention of continuing the conversation. It appeared that the emperor had just been reminiscing about past events with the young lady. Su Dafeng had been present during that fateful battle when he was merely a young eunuch. The struggle for succession among the emperor's 15 sons had been devastating and heroic. The mere recollection sent shivers down Su Dafeng's spine. With a sigh, he made his way to the empress's Xiangning hall to report. The empress reclined on her phoenix chair, her hand resting on her forehead, listening as Su Dafeng informed her that the emperor was occupied and would not be coming. In the past, whenever the emperor learned of the empress's discomfort, he would always make an effort to come and check on her, but now he did not. A pang of sorrow gripped the empress's heart as she softly asked if there was something important occupying the emperor's attention. Su Dafeng lowered his gaze and replied, Your Majesty, Miss Fu has just entered the palace to see His Majesty. The empress opened her eyes, which had been closed in rest, and looked at Su Dafeng.
Oh, is that so?
Did Miss Fu say anything to the emperor? Nothing of significance, Your Majesty. It was merely trivial matters. I must return to the imperial study to attend to His Majesty. Su Dafeng briefly explained and seized the opportunity to leave Xiangning Hall. He jested silently to himself that if he were to speak the truth, the emperor would surely have him flayed alive. A hint of contemplation mingled with the sadness on the empress's face as she murmured, What could Fu Qingyun be discussing with the emperor that he would not come? Fu Qingyun exited the imperial study and passed by the pond, gazing at the lotus flowers within. A sense of sorrow gradually enveloped her gaze. Her mother had adored lotus flowers, and her father had planted some in the small pond at home. Even after her mother's departure, her father would often have Lu Bo tend to the lotuses, ensuring they did not wither. He would sit by the lotus pond for hours, lost in thought. In her childhood, she had been unaware of the depth of her father's love for her mother. Fu Qingyun envied the affection shared between her parents. She had once believed that she had found a worthy partner in Xiao Rongjing, only to realize it was but a fleeting dream.
Fu Qingyun.
A sudden voice interrupted her thoughts. Turning around, she saw Xiao Rongjing. Instantly, she composed herself, her expression growing slightly cold. What are you doing here? I am waiting for you, Yun. You should return to report to the emperor now. It is not as simple as you think to deliver military supplies to Yunwu City. Xiao Rongjing said, noticing her skepticism. Yun, trust me. This matter is better left to me. As a woman, you are unaware of the perils of the battlefield and the hardships of transporting supplies. Such a significant task should be entrusted to someone with experience in achieving merit. Who says women cannot go to battle? Fu Qingyun retorted. You are truly obstinate. It is you who is obstinate. Fu Qingyun replied coolly. Does the law of Dongwu state that women cannot fight on the battlefield? Must women always be subordinate to men, unable to participate in anything? Xiao Rongjing's gaze faltered, surprised that Fu Qingyun would voice such sentiments. He countered, as a woman, you should cultivate virtue at home, adhering to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, nurturing the family rather than meddling in state affairs. Important matters like transporting military supplies ought to be handled by generals, not by a mere girl. His words were clear. Women belonged in the home, men in the world outside. This was an age-old principle. However, Fu Qingyun disagreed vehemently, scoffing. Xiao Rongjing, you look down on women. Your words are a gross misrepresentation of truth. Though men may be heralded as the pillars of strength, there are women who rival them. I once read of Wu Zetian from the Tang dynasty, a woman who ascended to the throne through her own merit, creating a prosperous era. Women can be equal to men. Only men with such a patriarchal mindset would belittle women, believing they should remain homebound and even accompany their husbands in death. Xiao Rongjing, I disdain you for thinking so little of women. How can you harbor such thoughts? Women are inherently weak and cannot stand on the grand stage, let alone entertain the notion of charging into battle. You must be mad to utter such blasphemy. Xiao Rongjing exclaimed in frustration. A woman as an emperor? How absurd. You are the one who is mad, for you are so easily swayed by Qu Wanqi. Fu Qingyun's eyes glinted with derision. The fact that one like Qu Wanqi could ensnare him proved his own inadequacy. Xiao Rongjing was incensed, and without warning, he lunged forward, his palm cutting through the air towards Fu Qingyun. He momentarily forgot the setting of the palace. Fu Qingyun's expression hardened as she sidestepped, noticing a branch on the ground. She deftly picked it up. If you wish to fight, I shall accommodate you. With that, the two figures clashed. Eunuchs and palace maids passing by the pond halted in astonishment, witnessing the duel.
Who are they?
How dare they fight in the palace? I recognize him. Isn't that General Xiao? That woman seems to be his wife. Seeing the commotion, Su Dafeng was taken aback and hurried back to the imperial study to report the incident to the emperor. Knight Yunting, upon hearing this, was furious, throwing down his brush and striding outside. Meanwhile, more palace maids and eunuchs gathered, drawn by the spectacle, until Su Dafeng's loud reprimand prompted them to retreat. Knight Yunting hastened his steps, arriving at the scene where the two were locked in fierce combat. His expression darkened. How reckless! Xiao Rongjing, cease this at once. Upon hearing the furious shout, Xiao Rongjing jerked, a branch in his hand causing a wound that bled profusely. Fu Qingyun, noticing her uncle's arrival, executed a graceful turn.
Discarding the branch.
Xiao Rongjing bore several cuts across his face, and his clothes were riddled with holes, a sight somewhat comical. Fu Qingyun, unscathed, stood there calmly.
Discarding the branch.
Next time, I should bring the Qilin whip and toss you into the pond next door. The lotuses here are my mother's favorite. I cannot allow them to be sullied. Xiao Rongjing glared at her. Rage almost choked him. Enough. Knight Yunting's face was thunderous. Xiao Rongjing, you are audacious beyond measure. This is the royal palace, not your home. How dare you engage in a brawl here? And you dare expect me to allow you to transport military supplies to Yunwu City? He shot a glare at Xiao Rongjing, directing his ire solely at him. With not a word of reproach for Fu Qingyun, Xiao Rongjing bowed his head. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my error. Knight Yunting's anger had not yet dissipated. Xiao General, you have recklessly engaged in combat within the palace. By law, you shall be penalized a month's salary.
Depart.
Xiao Rongjing complied, stifling a sense of indignation as he cast a glance at Fu Qingyun before turning to leave. He had struck first and bore no regrets. Knight Yunting turned to Fu Qingyun, his tone softening. Well now, Yun, are you pleased to have injured him? Master, why do you regard me so? It was he who struck first, arguing with me over the worth of women. Unable to best me in debate, he resorted to violence.
As you can see, he is no match for me.
To claim I am unhappy would be a falsehood. Observing the injured Xiao Rongjing, Fu Qingyun felt a sense of relief wash over her. Knight Yunting smiled indulgently, remarking, You are so much like your mother, truly mischievous. Fu Qingyun replied with a playful grin. Their camaraderie resembled that of a father and daughter, their laughter echoing joyfully. This scene, however, pierced the heart of the Empress, who stood not far away. His Majesty has never smiled at me in such a manner. Why is he so joyful with Fu Qingyun? She thought bitterly. Am I unworthy? Or is it that Fu Qingyun has always held an unmatched place in His Majesty's heart? Unable to bear the sight any longer, the Empress departed, her expression one of desolation. Xiao Rongjing returned to the Xiao residence and encountered Qu Wanqi on her way back. Upon seeing his injuries and tattered clothing, her face blanched. Ah Jing, what has happened? Were you not to enter the palace to present your case to His Majesty regarding military supplies? How did you get hurt? Qu Wanqi reached out to touch his face, but he recoiled. It's nothing. Just a minor scrape. I'll apply some medicine inside. Wanqi, why are you out when you're unwell? Noticing his pale complexion, She refrained from pressing further and gently replied, "The old lady is feeling unwell, so I thought to visit Yayatang to fetch some medicine from Dr. Lu for her." Hearing this, the gloom that had burdened Xiao Rongjing dissipated significantly. He embraced her, exhaling deeply. "Wanshi, you are truly considerate. Meeting you in this life is my greatest fortune." He resolved to focus on their future together rather than the complications with Fu Qingyun. Xu Wanshi leaned against him, revealing a trace of an enigmatic smile. Fu Qingyun, returning from the palace, took out her Qilin whip to practice. Despite her victory over Xiao Rongjing earlier, she felt an insatiable desire for greater strength. She learned from her master that her mother was a formidable warrior. Years ago, her mother had trained under Yang Fan of the Yuntian sect, who was a disciple of Jiang Qinzhou, the current sect leader. Her master remarked that Yang Fan was notoriously elusive, making him difficult to find, as he typically sought others rather than the other way around. Hence, her mother, unable to locate Yang Fan, decided to send Fu Qingyun to Yao Yao Mountain to study under Jiang Qinzhou, believing that, being Yang Fan's peer, he would serve her well. Yet, this raised a troubling thought. Would this not disrupt the generational hierarchy between her and her mother? Fu Qingyun found herself with a headache from these ponderings. With a swift motion of the whip, leaves cascaded from the trees, blanketing the ground. Exhaling, she placed the whip on the table. Roses entered with tea and inquired, "Miss, shall we visit the Xiao family tomorrow to settle accounts with young Master Xiao?" Fu Qingyun nodded, sipping tea to soothe her throat. It is indeed time to settle the score. Chapter 55. Self-reproach. Perhaps overthinking led to her nightmares that night. She dreamt of her mother, clothed in fiery red, standing amidst a battlefield, bloodied and battered. Their eyes met for an instant before her mother collapsed. Awakening in a sweat, Fu Qingyun gasped for air. She surmised that her longing for her mother had manifested into such a terrifying dream. In her memories, her mother was always kind, patiently reasoning with her even after scolding her for mischief. Since learning from her master about her mother's demise, Fu Qingyun felt as if a heavy stone weighed upon her heart. She sensed there were still secrets yet to be uncovered. Was her mother's death truly a mere consequence of her master and the Eastern Kingdom? This thought jolted her, frightening herself. Why had such an idea crossed her mind? Perhaps she was indeed overthinking things. Burdened with doubt, Fu Qingyun lay in bed, finally drifting into sleep as dawn approached. The following morning, the autumn chill deepened, hinting at the onset of winter. Leaves fluttered down in the courtyard, and raindrops adorned the lotus leaves in the pond. Concerned by the lack of rest her mistress had received, Rose prepared a soothing soup for Fu Qingyun. After drinking the soup, Fu Qingyun felt rejuvenated and requested Rose to assist her with her grooming. "Miss, as we visit the Xiao residence today, do you think they might evade their debts?" Rose asked. "No. Xiao Rongjing is a general. He would not jeopardize his future over such matters," Fu Qingyun reassured her. "Though he has betrayed me, as a man of honor, he cannot stoop to dishonorable tactics. If he were to swallow my dowry, it would become a laughingstock for the entire Eastern Kingdom. The previous rumors have already shamed the Xiao family. Any further scandal would make it difficult for them to maintain their standing in the capital." Rose still harbored concerns. "Miss, while young Master Xiao may not, one cannot be so sure about that old lady Xiao. She has been quite critical of you, almost as if she wished to consume you. Going alone to settle accounts could leave you at a disadvantage." "Fear not, I have my ways," Fu Qingyun assured confidently. At that moment, Lu Bo approached the door and knocked, announcing, "Miss, the matchmaker has returned." Fu Qingyun's expression shifted in surprise. Shortly thereafter, the matchmaker, apprehensive, was led into the hall by Lu Bo. The matchmaker, believing she had erred, was startled. Fu Qingyun, seated at the head of the table, spoke calmly, "Aunt Lu, today I would only like you to accompany me to the Xiao residence as a witness. There is no need for fear." She had learned from Lu Bo that the matchmaker's surname was Lu, and she was affectionately referred to as Aunt Lu. Having been a matchmaker for decades, she was known for her reliability and had facilitated many noble marriages in the capital. Returning from her hometown, Aunt Lu had just heard of the Xiao family's troubles and assumed Fu Qingyun sought to reprimand her. Realizing the truth, her fear subsided, and she quickly nodded with a smile. "Of course, it was your father who brought me here to be your matchmaker. I have heard a bit about your affair with General Xiao, Miss Fu. Rest assured, I will accompany you." With Aunt Lu as assurance, Fu Qingyun prepared to change her attire. They boarded a carriage and set off for the Xiao residence. Upon arriving, they found that old lady Xiao had fallen ill. A few days prior, His Majesty had decreed the annulment of Fu Qingyun's engagement to Xiao Rongjing, resulting in the latter's loss of his title. Old Lady Xiao, unable to bear the distress, had fallen ill, her complexion pale and weak. She had hoped that her second son's military prowess would elevate their family status, securing their place among the aristocracy. However, all their efforts had come to naught. With the series of misfortunes befalling the Xiao family, she believed that part of the blame lay with Chu Wanqi. Had it not been for her, the Xiao family might have thrived. Yet, her son continued to protect her. And now that she bore Xiao Rongjing's child, he treated her with filial piety, leaving old Lady Xiao reluctant to voice her grievances. Lying in bed with her eyes closed, old Lady Xiao murmured, "Rong, my dear daughter." Xiao Rongjing, thinking his mother was delirious, dismissed her words as nonsensical. Meanwhile, old Master Xiao, filled with worry, recalled how in the past, when his wife was ill, it was a Yun who diligently attended to her, leaving him free of concern. Now, with Chu Wanqi expecting, she was unable to provide care. Now, he is the only one who can take care of her, despite his own frail health, which has deteriorated over the past few days, turning his hair white. Chu Wanqi remarked, "Ah Jing, does the old lady miss Rong'e? When will she return?" Elder Xiao also looked at him, saying, "Ah Jing, did you not mention that Lord Jiang would merely educate Rong'er and send her back? It has been several days. Yet she has not returned." Xiao Rongjing shook his head helplessly. "I do not know. I will go check on her shortly." He understood that with the title of the 5th rank marquis revoked, Jiang Bai was likely aware and would not return Rong'er swiftly. Xiao Rongjing felt a twinge of self-loathing for his powerlessness. Chapter 56. Is she not from the Eastern Kingdom? A maid hurriedly entered, reporting, "Young master, Miss Fu has arrived and wishes to see you." Fu Qingyun? What could she want? Everyone except Chu Wanqi was taken aback. Upon hearing Fu Qingyun's name, the ailing elder Xiao suddenly opened her eyes wide, staring intently at Xiao Rongjing. "Fu Qingyun is here? That wretched woman dares to come to our Xiao family. What does she want? To mock us? It was she who conspired to imprison Rong, and your flesh and blood were nearly harmed by her too. Ah Jing, you must not let her off the hook, do you understand? Oh my goodness, what misfortune has befallen our family to have such a venomous daughter-in-law?" Elder Xiao cried out, then suddenly trembled, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed. This startled several of them. Elder Zhao's husband anxiously urged, "Ah Jing, I believe it's best to summon Dr. Liu immediately." Xiao Rongjing nodded and instructed someone to fetch Dr. Liu from Iha Hall. His mother had never been this ill before. He asked Chu Wanqi to return to her room while he went to see Fu Qingyun and ascertain her intentions. Elder Zhao's husband stayed behind to care for his wife. Upon entering the hall, a figure clad in pale blue caught Xiao Rongjing's eye. He frowned. "What brings you here?" Fu Qingyun exchanged a glance with Rose, who approached with a tray for Xiao Rongjing to examine. "Young Master Xiao, this is my family's dowry as well as the expenses incurred over the past 3 years in the Xiao household. Please take a look." Xiao Rongjing picked it up, revealing 3 pages filled with accounts. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he angrily exclaimed, "Fu Qingyun, have you come to settle accounts with me today?" "Not to settle accounts, but to reclaim the money spent on the Xiao family these past 3 years, Fu Qingyun replied coldly. Xiao Rongjing was incensed. "We are already square, our ties severed. On what grounds do you come to demand these payments?" This was nothing short of a blatant humiliation. Fu Qingyun smirked icily. "On the grounds that His Majesty has decreed my divorce from you." Xiao Rongjing glared fiercely at her, the flames of fury in his eyes nearly consuming her. At that moment, he felt a murderous urge towards her. Yet he could do nothing, for she had divorced him, under the emperor's orders no less. And to defy the imperial decree would be to invite ruin upon his entire clan. How venomous Fu Qingyun was. After a long pause, he finally squeezed out a response. "Very well, today is not suitable. I require time to prepare." "Fine. I shall return at this hour tomorrow with a matchmaker. She was a witness to our marriage 3 years ago, and the dowry amount must be verified," Fu Qingyun stated, taking delight in the rage evident on Xiao Rongjing's face. As Fu Qingyun departed, she was intercepted at the doorway by Chu Wanqi. Rose, seething with anger, confronted her. "What business do you have here, you vixen?" Chu Wanqi feigned vulnerability, ignoring Rose's words. Turning to Fu Qingyun, she asked Sister Yun, "Do you truly intend to be so heartless? Is it not said in the Eastern Kingdom that a night of marriage brings 100 days of affection? Must you truly make it so that Jing can never hold his head high again? The Eastern Kingdom? Fu Qingyun cast a casual glance at her, a smirk playing on her lips. Miss Chu has misunderstood. I am a person who avenges grievances. If you believe I am heartless, why not inquire with the Xiao family what true heartlessness entails? With that, Fu Qingyun boarded her carriage and departed. Is Chu Wanshi not from the Eastern Kingdom? Chapter 57. Such affection for her, she is from a foreign land. Previously, there were rumors suggesting that Chu Wanshi was a foreign spy attempting to seduce Xiao Rongjing. Could it be true? Fu Qingyun pondered numerous possibilities, still unable to decipher Chu Wanshi's true intentions. She was aware of the potency of rumors and suspected her master might be investigating Chu Wanshi's identity. Fu Qingyun deemed it necessary to visit the palace. This matter was of great significance, and she could not remain a passive observer. She instructed her carriage to turn towards the royal palace. In the imperial study, Yi Yunting was receiving reports from the shadow guards. These guards, loyal to the Eastern Kingdom sovereign, were selected from thousands of warriors, with only 100 serving to protect the emperor in secrecy. Besides protection, they also gathered intelligence. Clad in black and masked, one kneeled before the emperor, reporting, "Your Majesty, according to our intelligence, this Chu Wanshi hails from a small village on the battlefield's border. Her parents were killed by the enemy, leaving her homeless and constantly fleeing. She encountered Xiao Rongjing during her escape, who rescued her and brought her to the Xiao family. Is that all? Nothing further?" Yi Yunting inquired. The shadow guard nodded. Yi Yunting waved him away and turned to Su Dafeng. "Dafeng, what do you think?" Su Dafeng lowered his head, replying, "Your Majesty, I believe it may merely be a coincidence. If she were a spy sent from another country to seduce Xiao Rongjing, it seems unlikely. When I first met Chu Wanshi, she appeared delicate and frail, not the demeanor of a spy." Yi Yunting contemplated this. The shadow guards were known for their precise intelligence. Though he had never seen Chu Wanshi, he had heard from Xiao Rongjing that she was indeed a fragile young woman. Just then, a young eunuch entered to announce Fu Qingyun's arrival. Yi Yunting beckoned for her to be brought in, feeling fatigued and wishing to take a walk outside. The two strolled along the pebble path to the lotus pond. With early winter approaching, the fragrance of lotus blossoms filled the air. Fu Qingyun expressed her thoughts, hoping her master would investigate further. Her master had many subordinates, far more capable than her in such matters. Little did she know, Yi Yunting had already received intelligence and shared it with her. So you have acted without my knowledge," Fu Qingyun said, realizing her oversight. "Your concern for your master is commendable, Yun. You are astute and perceptive. Had you been a man, you would surely achieve greatness in the future." Yi Yunting was not jesting. The court lacked clever individuals, but required even more cunning minds. This girl had inherited the wisdom of both Jinji and Asu. Yi Yunting placed a hand on Fu Qingyun's shoulder, saying, "Yun, you need not worry about this matter. My shadow guards are adept at gathering intelligence, and there will be no errors. By the way, the War King sent me a letter by carrier pigeon yesterday, stating that the situation at the front is tense, and there is a shortage of military supplies. He hopes I can send provisions today. How are you prepared?" "I was just about to tell you that the day after tomorrow would be more feasible," Fu Qingyun replied, smiling awkwardly.
"Why?"
Yi Yunting inquired, puzzled. Fu Qingyun had no choice but to disclose the matter of reconciling her dowry with Xiao Rongjing to her master. "And I promise to complete the task by tomorrow, so we can set off the day after." Yi Yunting pondered for a moment, nodded in agreement, and mentioned that he would assign someone to accompany her in delivering military supplies to the War King. The intimate scene between the two was observed by Queen Su Qing from a distance. Though her expression remained stoic, her heart was heavy with sorrow. Earlier, she had sought the emperor in the imperial study, only to be informed by a eunuch that he had gone to the lotus pond with Miss Fu. Little did she expect to witness such a sight, Her Majesty in the company of a discarded individual, unwilling to be by her side. What place did this leave her? The queen? What charm did Fu Qingyun possess that could elicit such favoritism from the emperor? Chapter 58. The Trials of Womanhood. The queen clenched her fists tightly before relaxing them, taking a deep breath. She approached them with measured steps, forcing a smile, and remarked, "Your Majesty, how fortunate I am to find you here, conversing with a girl from the Fu family. What delightful topics have you been discussing that bring you such joy?" Upon hearing the queen's voice, Fu Qingyun stepped aside and bowed. "I have the honor of meeting Her Majesty. Please do not misunderstand. I have merely been discussing state affairs with His Majesty, with no ulterior motives. Given their previous encounter, Fu Qingyun surmised that the queen might harbor misconceptions regarding her relationship with her master. Her master had emphasized that no one in the palace knew of their bond, which was solely that of a master and disciple. Should their relationship be revealed, it would surely lead to misunderstandings. Thus, Fu Qingyun maintained decorum in the presence of others. However, her words only deepened the queen's suspicions about her connection with the emperor. Out of respect for the emperor, the queen refrained from expressing her displeasure at that moment. The queen raised her hand to signal Fu Qingyun to rise, offering a friendly smile. "You need not be anxious, my dear. I am well aware of your good rapport with His Majesty. I understand fully that as long as the emperor cherishes someone, I shall also hold them in esteem." Fu Qingyun's heart sank. Alas, the queen remained mistaken. What should she do now? She turned her gaze to her master, seeking guidance. Yi Yunting immediately understood, responding, "The queen seems to have misunderstood. I was merely discussing with Ayun the logistics of transporting military supplies to the War King the day after tomorrow. Is this not a matter of state? The situation at the front is urgent. Did you not suggest bringing your cousin Song Huayan along last time?" Coincidentally, Ayun mentioned that she lacks experience and hopes I might assign someone seasoned to assist her. What do you think, Your Majesty? Upon hearing the emperor's words, the queen's countenance brightened. "Yes, Your Majesty, you may decide. I merely wish for Huayan to serve the nation and bring honor to our family. Then it is settled," replied Yi Yunting. Fu Qingyun lowered her gaze, grasping her master's intent. The queen was being cordial, and her master had also hinted at the need for discretion. As the daughter of the right minister, Su Shan, the queen's position was one that could not be disregarded. Fu Qingyun, understanding the delicate situation, expressed her gratitude and took her leave from the palace, aware that lingering would only provoke further ire from the queen. Fu Qingyun recognized the queen's fondness for her master, which allowed her to be accommodating. Yet, in the eyes of an admirer, even the smallest grain of sand is intolerable. Fu Qingyun was akin to that grain, inadvertently finding herself in the queen's line of sight. The queen likely harbored some resentment towards her. Her master, the ruler of the Eastern Kingdom, considered only the significance of his realm. Everything else paled in comparison, particularly matters of the heart. Perhaps the queen understood this truth, yet still chose to marry her master, becoming the matriarch of the Eastern Kingdom, managing the intricacies of the harem so that her master could focus on governance. Sighing softly, Fu Qingyun lamented the unrest within the palace. "Miss, what troubles you?" Rosa inquired, perplexed by her melancholy demeanor upon exiting the palace. Fu Qingyun rested her head on her hand and replied softly, "Rosa, the plight of women is indeed challenging." Rosa, bewildered, sensed the sorrow emanating from her mistress and found herself becoming sentimental in turn. Upon returning to the Fu residence, Lu Bo had prepared a meal for Fu Qingyun, who ate before heading to the courtyard to practice martial arts. With their journey to commence in 2 days, she needed to intensify her training. Although merely transporting military supplies, it was a crucial task, and she could not afford to disappoint her master or bring shame upon her mother. Fu Qingyun felt a stirring within her. This journey might rejuvenate her spirit. Perhaps having stayed with the Xiao family for too long had rendered her somewhat stagnant. She yearned for an opportunity to reinvigorate herself. Chapter 59, A Letter from Father. After completing her training, Fu Qingyun inquired about the matchmaker. Rosa informed her that Lu Bo had arranged for her to stay in the side courtyard, alleviating her concerns. Her father had been away in Yunmu City for business for an extended period without sending word. Fu Qingyun missed him dearly, sitting on a stone bench. Her gaze fell upon the lotus pond, reminiscent of her mother, who often sat there lost in thought. Deep in contemplation, she was startled when Lu Bo hurried over, presenting her with a letter. "Miss, it is a letter from the master." Fu Qingyun's heart skipped a beat. How fortuitous. She took the envelope and opened it to find her father's message. He had matters to attend to and would be delayed in returning home for a few days, instructing Lu Bo to manage the household affairs. The letter bore her father's signature, reassuring her of his safety and granting her some peace of mind. She longed to write back, but her letters would never reach him, as he rarely lingered in one place during his travels. The Fu family engaged in the silk trade, and her father spent most of the year personally selecting fabrics, adhering to principles of honesty and integrity. This dedication explained the family's substantial business success. In addition to silk, they operated various establishments, including taverns and jewelry shops, though Fu Qingyun was not well versed in their locations, as her father had always managed these affairs. From a young age, Fu Qingyun had shown little interest in commerce, a sentiment her father respected. Whenever he was away, he would periodically write to her mother to assure her of his well-being. Occasionally, her mother would respond, but the letters seldom reached him due to his frequent travels across various countries in search of high-quality fabrics. Over time, her mother ceased writing altogether. When her father eventually returned, her mother would scold him before reconciling. As Fu Qingyun reminisced about the past, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Unbeknownst to her, many years had passed since her mother's departure, and she had grown up. She informed Lu Bo of her father's well-being and the anticipated delay in his return, instructing him to manage the household accordingly. Lu Bo's relief at hearing of the master's safety brought a smile to his face. Fu Qingyun dismissed Lu Bo and instructed Rosa to retrieve the wedding dowry expenditures from the Xiao family the following day. As they were set to depart for Yunwu City the day after, Rosa, taken aback, asked, "Miss, do you intend to go alone?" "Not necessarily. His Majesty mentioned assigning a deputy to accompany me." "Then may I accompany you?" Rosa pleaded with a hopeful gaze. Fu Qingyun shook her head, gently prodding Rosa's forehead with her finger. "Of course not. Transporting military supplies to Yunwu City is a significant task, and the journey is long. It will undoubtedly take at least 3 to 5 days. How could a young lady like you undertake such a journey, especially among a group of men? What if something were to happen during bathing? The consequences could be severe." Rose touched her forehead, nodding with a hint of grievance. Having never been apart from her mistress for long, she felt a deep concern for her safety. "You must be extra cautious and take care of yourself," she urged, her lips pouting and her eyes misty. She was genuinely worried. Fu Qingyun chuckled softly, reaching out to ruffle Rose's hair. "I understand, you little chatterbox. With so much fuss, which man would be able to endure it?" "Lady, you enjoy teasing me," Rose replied, breaking into a smile despite her earlier distress. Chapter 60. 50,000 silver. Early the next morning, Fu Qingyun, accompanied by the matchmaker, boarded a carriage to the Xiao residence. Upon arriving, the commotion inside was unmistakable. The guards, recognizing Fu Qingyun, did not dare to stop her and promptly allowed her entry. Inside, she discovered that Xiao Rongrong had been released. Judging by the passage of time, it was indeed the right moment for her release. Xiao Rongrong had endured 2 days of punishment, leaving her once lovely cherry lips swollen and bruised. Her appearance was disheveled, hair unkempt, and clothes in tatters. To an outsider, it might have seemed as if she had been tortured in prison, but the reality was that she had simply been unable to withstand the punishment. Xiao Rongrong stared blankly ahead, murmuring to herself, "I didn't mean it. Please don't hit me. I didn't mean it." The Xiao family, witnessing her condition, assumed she had been traumatized and had lost her wits. Their expressions were filled with concern, particularly that of the matriarch, who had heard her precious daughter was returning. Even in her frail state, she had struggled to come and see her. To her dismay, the daughter she had cherished since childhood had returned in such a pitiful state, resembling neither a human nor a ghost. The shock was too much for the elderly lady, and she collapsed into a chair, her eyes clouded. Xiao Rongrong, vacant-eyed, glanced at her mother and simply smiled. Xiao Rongjing quickly rushed to support the matriarch, fearing she might fall. He looked at his sister with deep concern. "Rongrong, it's me, your second brother. Can you hear me?" Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Rongrong lifted her gaze but only responded with a cheerful smile, remaining silent. Observing her smile, which was more sorrowful than joyful, Xiao Rongjing sighed in resignation. A cold, clear voice interrupted the gathering. "Today is quite lively. It seems everyone has arrived." Without needing to think, Xiao Rongjing knew it was Fu Qingyun. He turned to her, frowning. "Fu Qingyun, what brings you here?" Amused, Fu Qingyun replied, "General Xiao, it seems you have forgotten. I have come to settle our accounts." Xiao Rongjing insisted, "Today is my sister's homecoming. Let's postpone our matters until tomorrow." He did not wish for any further discord on this day, especially since his sister's current state was largely due to Fu Qingyun. Fu Qingyun smirked. "General Xiao seems to have forgotten that you promised me yesterday to settle the accounts today. Are you now having second thoughts? I had no idea you were the type to go back on your word. You must settle this today. Otherwise, you will regret it." Xiao Rongjing was visibly annoyed. The elder Mr. Xiao, noticing the tension, asked solemnly, "Jing, what is going on?" Although he lacked full understanding, he could sense the gravity of the situation. Was Fu Qingyun here to demand a dowry from the Xiao family? Fu Qingyun continued, since the emperor has decreed my divorce from Xiao Rongjing, it is only fitting that I reclaim the dowry I brought with me, as well as the expenses I have incurred over the past 3 years for the Xiao family. Here is the list, and I have kept a record of every expense. To make it easier, I will round it off to an even sum, 50,000 silver. Her generosity was evident. She had not demanded the full amount, which was well warranted. In truth, the sum was likely greater than 50,000 silver. The elder Mr. Xiao and Xiao Rongjing were taken aback. 50,000 silver was equivalent to the family's annual expenditures. This is outrageous, Xiao Rongjing exclaimed. Fu Qingyun, how could you possibly demand such an amount? Are you fabricating these accounts? That is not correct, young Master Xiao, Fu Qingyun replied. I have meticulously recorded every expense since the day your sister married into your family. Every significant amount has been documented, and for smaller sums, your sister indicated they were not necessary, so you need not deny them. Rose stepped forward, producing a ledger filled with detailed entries and displaying it before them. Even if it comes to the authorities, our mistress has every right to her claim. The matchmaker, witnessing the unfolding drama, chimed in, General Xiao. I was the matchmaker for the two of them. What Miss Fu has stated is entirely true. Aunt Lu, can vouch for her honesty. She raised 3 fingers, swearing an oath that her words were truthful. At that moment, Xiao Rongjing's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Chapter 61. Punishing her crimes. Fu Qingyun's divorce was already a disgrace.
Now,
demanding the return of 50,000 silver would not only bring shame upon him, but also tarnish the Xiao family's long-standing reputation. Xiao Rongjing scoffed, Fu Qingyun, how can you prove that this matchmaker is genuine? I suspect the accounts have been tampered with. I do not believe a word of it. His earlier promise had been made in a fit of anger, and even if he refused to acknowledge it today, what could she do? Fu Qingyun retorted, General Xiao. I trust you are not devoid of silver? Xiao Rongjing stiffened, forcing a laugh. A mere general, without silver? How absurd. Fu Qingyun, do not resort to deceit. You are clearly attempting to extort me, fabricating this entire tale of 50,000 silver. After all, I have been away at war for the past 3 years, unaware of your so-called expenses. He refused to believe it. It was inconceivable that such an amount could be spent in merely 3 years. Indeed, she must be fabricating the accounts. The elder Mr. Xiao and Xiao Rongjing remained silent. They had not managed the household during these years and were unaware of the situation. However, Fu Qingyun's unwavering confidence compelled them to reconsider. Still, Xiao Rongjing was their son and brother, and they would naturally lean toward him, despite Fu Qingyun's righteousness. This matter directly impacted the Xiao family's dignity and reputation. Seeing the united front against her, Fu Qingyun regarded Xiao Rongjing with disdain. Xiao Rongjing, I once believed you to be a man of honor, a paragon of virtue. Instead, I find you to be a shameless rogue, attempting to usurp what is rightfully mine. I, Fu Qingyun, have truly misjudged you, thinking you a fitting partner for a life together. Since you believe my claims to be unfounded, I shall summon the emperor to witness this. At these words, the Xiao family was taken aback. The elder matriarch, having regained consciousness, immediately focused her gaze on Fu Qingyun, her eyes widening in shock. She struggled to advance, attempting to seize Fu Qingyun, her voice laced with fury. Fu Qingyun, you wretched woman. How dare you show your face at the Xiao family? My precious daughter has been reduced to this state because of you, you venomous harpy. Fu Qingyun, perceiving her intent to pounce, maintained a cold demeanor and sidestepped gracefully. The matriarch of the Xiao family stumbled forward, hitting the ground with a thud, exclaiming, Oh dear, my back. Fu Qingyun, you dare to harm me. In an instant, the 3 men of the Xiao family rushed to assist her. Xiao Rongjing's voice boomed with anger. Fu Qingyun, look what you have done to my mother. Xiao Rongshan added, Miss Fu, my mother has maintained a 3-year relationship with you as family. How can you treat her so? Fu Qingyun raised an eyebrow. Retorting, she fell on her own. It has nothing to do with me. Xiao Rongjing, infuriated, opened his mouth to curse her. Just then, a sharp voice rang out from outside. His Majesty has arrived. The members of the Xiao family were taken aback. His Majesty truly came? Before they could catch their breath, a figure clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe appeared before them. Su Dafeng followed closely behind, casting a furtive glance at the frightened expressions of the Xiao family. Stunned, they momentarily forgot to bow. upon seeing His Majesty. The matriarch of the Shao family dismissed her pain entirely. Fu Qingyun respectfully bowed. "This humble servant greets your majesty." The Shao family quickly regained their composure, kneeling and paying their respects to the emperor. Meanwhile, Shao Rongrong remained seated, lost in a daze. Knight Yunting furrowed his brow, casting a cold gaze at the Shao family, and spoke in a deep voice. "What on earth is going on?" Ignoring her back pain, the matriarch hurriedly interjected, "Your Majesty, you have come at the perfect time. You must stand up for our Shao family. Fu Qingyun has transformed my daughter into a wretched being, and just now, she caused me to fall. Your Majesty, in light of Rongjing's military achievements, please ensure Fu Qingyun is held accountable for her actions." Chapter 62. His Majesty supports her old master. Shao tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to hold her tongue. Fu Qingyun was the esteemed first-rank young lady. Previously, she had maintained good relations with Su Dafeng, and later with Jiang Bai and the Empress. The sudden arrival of the Emperor at their doorstep, with an unclear purpose, might be related to Fu Qingyun. They could not afford to act rashly and lose face in front of His Majesty. However, the matriarch's thoughts were consumed with how to make the Emperor punish Fu Qingyun. Her beloved daughter had become this way, and it was undoubtedly linked to Fu Qingyun. With the Emperor present, she was determined to expose Fu Qingyun's vile nature. Thus, she disregarded her husband's warning and continued to cry out, "Your Majesty, while our family may not be renowned generals, Rongjing has recently dedicated himself to the country and achieved military merit. It is unfortunate that he married such a wicked wife. Just days ago, he merely wished to take a concubine, but Fu Qingyun refused, acting out of jealousy and attempting to frame that girl, causing turmoil in our household. I had vehemently opposed Rongjing marrying Fu Qingyun, and now, after a minor offense, she had Jiang Darren imprison Rongrong, subjecting her to untold suffering. She has only just returned, transformed into this ghastly state. My heart aches. Where in the world is there such a cruel daughter-in-law? Rongrong is still her sister-in-law. 3 years of close companionship have not garnered an ounce of kindness from her. Your Majesty, I beseech you to stand up for the Shao family and for Rongrong." The spacious hall was filled with the matriarch's wailing. Knight Yunting listened, finding the cacophony intolerable and quite bothersome. With a furrowed brow, he admonished, "Enough with the weeping. It is quite unbecoming." The matriarch trembled at his rebuke, silencing her cries, momentarily believing the Emperor was still on their side. Just as she felt a sense of triumph, the Emperor turned his gaze to Fu Qingyun, his expression softening. "Ah Yun, please explain what has transpired today." Upon hearing this, the matriarch's heart sank, a foreboding feeling washing over her. Fu Qingyun cast a cold glance at the Shao family and began, "Your Majesty, a decree has been issued. I have divorced Shao Rongjing. Now that the divorce is finalized, I have come to retrieve the dowry and the sum of 50,000 taels I invested during my 3 years in the Shao household. This is entirely reasonable. Yesterday, Shao Rongjing assured me he would comply, yet today he reneged on his promise. I never expected him to be a man who does not honor his word, attempting to play tricks. He has served the country well. But as for what the matriarch stated, I had already reported everything to your Majesty previously. Furthermore, concerning Shao Rongrong, she insulted me publicly, using derogatory language. As the first-rank young lady appointed by your Majesty, I acted in accordance with the law of the land, allowing Jiang Darren to educate her verbally. Yet, Shao Rongrong remains unrepentant, forcing Jiang Darren to resort to corporal punishment to set an example. If left unchecked, other noble ladies in the capital may follow her lead, jeopardizing the entire Eastern Kingdom and tarnishing your Majesty's esteemed reputation. Her words drained color from the faces of the Shao family, particularly the last statement regarding the Eastern Kingdom and the Emperor's reputation, sending them into a state of trepidation. The Emperor would certainly not overlook such matters. The matriarch felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing, but her husband managed to steady her. Old Master Shao silently regretted not restraining her earlier from speaking out.
Now,
the situation had escalated beyond repair. Shao Rongjing found himself at a loss for rebuttal, especially in front of the Emperor. Yet he still attempted a feeble defense, Your Majesty. While Fu Qingyun speaks the truth, my sister meant no harm. It was merely a jest, and she has already faced punishment. My mother spoke thoughtlessly, for she is ill. All of this is my fault for marrying Fu Qingyun. I hope, for my sake, Your Majesty will not hold the Shao family accountable. Knight Yunting's countenance darkened further upon hearing Shao Rongjing trying to shift the blame onto himself. Shao Rongjing, Do you presume to think you are above the law? Let me enlighten you. I am the author of the laws of this nation. The law must be upheld. No one, not even nobles or royal kin, is exempt from its reach. Yun is correct. A wrong is a wrong, and it must be punished. Xiao Rongjing, do not think that your military achievements grant you immunity from the law. I assure you, many in the court stand beside you, and you are not the only general. I have come here today to bear witness for Yun. Since she has divorced you, the Xiao family must return the dowry and the additional sum of 50,000 taels, not a single coin less. Xiao Rongjing, do you understand this? At this moment, clarity was imperative. It was evident to all that the emperor was personally backing Fu Qingyun and had come to collect debts. Chapter 63. The shameless man. The emperor's wrath silenced the Xiao family, leaving them unable to utter a word, their resentment towards Fu Qingyun intensifying. Knight Yunting did not bid them to rise, his demeanor remaining grim. Fu Qingyun interjected, "Thank you, your majesty. I request that General Xiao immediately provide me with the 50,000 taels, as I have other matters to attend to." As she spoke, Fu Qingyun cast a triumphant glance at Xiao Rongjing. He gritted his teeth, glaring at her with venomous eyes, wishing he could slay her with a mere gaze. Yet Fu Qingyun remained unperturbed. Even without her master, she feared not Xiao Rongjing's possible deceit. Moreover, with her master present, the Xiao family dared not lay a finger on her. Under the imposing authority of the night sky, Xiao Rongjing reluctantly entered the room to retrieve a stack of silver notes. This was the fruit of his arduous labor, 30,000 taels of silver. Fu Qingyun, I can only offer you 30,000 taels. I shall repay the remaining 20,000 as swiftly as possible. Fu Qingyun gestured for Qiangwei to take the notes, and after a count, it was confirmed to indeed be 30,000 taels. The matriarch of the Xiao family gazed at the bills, her heart bleeding. 30,000 taels would sustain the Xiao family for over half a year, now handed over to Fu Qingyun. Unwilling to accept this, the matriarch attempted to speak again but was restrained by her husband's silent plea, signaling her to remain silent. With the monarch present, further words could only exacerbate their plight. She understood her husband's gaze, and casting a glance at Fu Qingyun and the emperor, her resentment towards Fu Qingyun deepened. Fu Qingyun remarked, "If General Xiao lacks funds, does your elder brother not possess any? You might borrow from him." Fu Qingyun, do not overreach. My brother is my brother, and I am myself. Our matters are distinct, and I shall bear my own responsibilities, Xiao Rongjing retorted, his eyes aflame. She intended to involve his elder brother. Even if his brother owned a shop, the income was primarily for the household. He could not use his brother's money to rectify his own errors. Xiao Rongshan, kneeling, flinched at the mention of his name. The matriarch quickly interjected, "Fu Qingyun, how despicable of you. Rongshan's shop is none of your concern. We shall return the remaining 20,000 taels promptly." It was absurd. The income from the eldest son's shop was the mainstay of the Xiao family's expenses. If all the money were given to Fu Qingyun, what would the Xiao family subsist on? Xiao Rongshan felt a wave of reluctance. The shop's business had been poor lately, suffering losses month after month, leaving him with little to spare for his younger brother's debt. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts. Fu Qingyun ignored the matriarch's words and turned to the emperor, "Your Majesty, you must take my side. Xiao Rongjing has betrayed his word and now seeks to evade repaying the remaining 20,000 taels. If he returns tomorrow, he may yet play tricks against me. It would be better to have him repay the entire amount today, thus severing our ties and clarifying our grievances. Your Majesty, I truly have no remaining funds. I implore your wisdom," Xiao Rongjing hurriedly interjected. The matriarch vigorously nodded, "Yes, indeed, Your Majesty. We hope for your leniency, allowing us some time." Knight Yuntian contemplated for a moment before declaring, "Very well, I shall decree that starting this month, Xiao Rongjing must repay 1,000 taels to a yuan each month until the debt is cleared, without fail. Do you understand?" The Xiao family breathed a sigh of relief. This outcome was relatively favorable. The emperor then turned to Fu Qingyun. "What do you think?" The Xiao family's relief was quickly replaced with anxiety. The emperor was asking for Fu Qingyun's opinion? They feared she might refuse. Yet, in the next moment, Fu Qingyun smirked, "Fine, I have plenty of time. I hope General Xiao can act like a man, not a shameless rogue. Otherwise, the entire capital will look down upon you. Xiao Rongjing, consider your actions wisely." Knight Yuntian remarked before tossing aside his dragon robe and departing. Su Dafu cast a glance at them before following suit. He reiterated his earlier sentiment. Among whom did the Xiao family choose to offend, if not Fu Qingyun, the emperor's most favored maid? Fu Qingyun offered no glance in their direction as she departed with the matchmaker and Xiangwei. Once the emperor had left, the Xiao family finally relaxed. The matriarch remarked, "A Jing, who would have thought Fu Qingyun had such a close relationship with the emperor? The emperor truly stands behind her." As she spoke, her hands trembled. Their family had indeed fallen into a series of misfortunes by marrying into Fu Qingyun's family. Not only had it harmed Ronger, but now it had also tarnished a Jing's reputation before the emperor. The emperor now surely harbored disdain for the Xiao family. Xiao Rongjing responded, "Mother, this is all a Jing's fault. The one at fault is not you, but Fu Qingyun, who has shown her true colors after 3 years of feigned affection. A Jing, you are a good son. Do not be disheartened. Even if the emperor favors Fu Qingyun, you have achieved military merit and are still young. Sooner or later, the emperor will recognize your worth again. Today, he may have been bewitched by Fu Qingyun, but eventually, he will see the truth. Furthermore, even if Fu Qingyun is not cast off, she will eventually marry again. Who in the capital would still desire her? It will be she who faces disgrace in the end. Do you understand?" The matriarch consoled her son. In her eyes, he was the best. Fu Qingyun was unworthy of her son. Xiao Rongjing exhaled. With his mother's comfort, his mood improved somewhat. However, the thought of repaying Fu Qingyun monthly still left him restless. How would he explain this to Xixi? Chu Wanshi had been in her room, and upon hearing the commotion in the front hall, she came out to investigate. Just in time, she witnessed Fu Qingyun leaving alongside the regal figure clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, Knight Yuntian. She surmised that he must be the king of the Eastern Kingdom, Knight Yuntian. Yet, why had he suddenly come to the Xiao family and departed with Fu Qingyun? After watching them leave, Chu Wanshi approached the front hall. Upon exiting the Xiao family's gates, Knight Yuntian, cherishing this rare outing, decided to accompany Fu Qingyun back to her family home. Fu Qingyun paused in surprise but nodded in agreement. Uncle Liu, having heard of the emperor's arrival, hurriedly prepared fresh dew tea harvested that morning to welcome him. It was indeed a moment of astonishment and delight that the emperor graced the Fu family with his presence. Knight Yuntian instructed the other guards to remain outside, permitting only Su Dafu to enter the Fu residence to attend to matters. Stepping into the Fu family home, a place he had not visited in years, Knight Yuntian was filled with nostalgia, a sense of sorrow washing over him. "It has been years since I last visited the Fu family. Everything seems just as it was before. Does my master uncle remember my father and mother?" Fu Qingyun inquired. Knight Yuntian nodded and took a seat. Uncle Liu promptly brought over the dew tea, bowing his head. "Your Majesty, this is dew tea, brewed from the morning's dew gathered from the lotus flowers.
Please give it a taste."
Knight Yuntian took a sip, savoring its fragrant flavor, indeed his favorite dew tea. He looked up at Uncle Liu. "I remember you, Liu Bo. Since Jean has long been away, you have managed the affairs of the Fu family." Liu Bo replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, you still remember the servant. In the past, when Knight Yuntian was still a prince, he often visited the Fu family to see the master, with Liu Bo serving them both. Time had flown by, and Liu Bo had aged." Knight Yuntian laughed heartily. "Of course, I remember. You were young back then, and now you have grown old." Liu Bo replied, "Your Majesty is still young. It is this servant who has aged. I shall leave you to converse with the young lady." Knight Yuntian invited Fu Qingyun to sit down. For now, it was just the two of them, and they need not stand on ceremony. Fu Qingyun had longed to sit down. Standing at the Xiao family had left her legs weary. Remembering the matchmaker, she instructed Qiangwei to escort her out and provide her with some silver. Qiangwei complied and exited. Fu Qingyun remarked, "Master uncle, it is fortunate you came today. Otherwise, the Xiao family would not have repaid me. Even if you had not come, wouldn't you have found a way to ensure they return the silver?" Knight Yuntian replied, "Master uncle, please do not praise a Yun. She may become too proud." Fu Qingyun playfully responded. Knight Cloud Ting wore a face full of affection, for the matters concerning the Xiao family had been resolved. And tomorrow she would need to gather her spirits and set forth to Yunwu City. Indeed, this humble daughter shall obediently follow the imperial decree. Fu Qingyun responded with a respectful gesture. After a brief exchange, Liu Bo had prepared the meal. Following their lunch, Knight Cloud Ting returned to the palace. For being away for too long inevitably aroused suspicion. Yet, the more one pondered, the more one attracted scrutiny. Some commoners witnessed the emperor entering the Xiao residence and leaving with Fu Qingyun, only to return to the Fu household together. In an instant, rumors began to swirl throughout the capital. The esteemed monarch and a woman who had been cast aside by her family were seen entering and exiting together, which certainly tarnished the royal family's reputation. The Eastern Kingdom, a nation that held great value in propriety and ethics, led some ill-intentioned individuals to speculate that His Majesty harbored a particular fondness for Fu Qingyun. Indeed, although Fu Qingyun had been dismissed by the Shao family, she was a striking beauty, known for her grace and virtue, and was the sole daughter of the Fu family. Aside from her dismissal, there was little to find fault with. In the tavern, patrons indulged in idle chatter over their meals, discussing these topics as if they were mere trifles. Coincidentally, Jiang Bai was dining there, absorbing the conversations around him. His face darkened, and he slammed his chopsticks onto the table before rising to leave. Jiang Bai sat at a table on the second floor, affording him a clear view of the first floor and the murmurs of the patrons below. Standing in the corridor, his expression stern, he shouted, "Silence!" Here, beneath the emperor's gaze, to speak ill of him behind his back is tantamount to imprisonment according to the laws of our nation. The commoners below, recognizing the esteemed Jiang Ren, promptly fell silent. His words only heightened their fear. They were but ordinary citizens striving to make a living and could not afford the luxury of imprisonment. The tavern keeper, witnessing the scene, hurried upstairs to Jiang Bai's side, smiling nervously as he said, "Jiang Ren, please temper your anger. They merely came to eat and converse, with no intention to offend the Emperor's Majesty. Kindly forgive them." It was well known that Jiang Ren was a man of integrity, having righted many wrongs for the common folk. Many held him in high esteem, the tavern keeper among them. In light of the tavern keeper's plea, Jiang Bai's expression softened somewhat, though his brow remained furrowed. He addressed the crowd below. "His Majesty is a benevolent ruler. Under his governance, the Eastern Kingdom has flourished, and he would never engage in such disgraceful conduct. The girl from the Fu family is a truly strong woman. When Xiao Rongjing sought to take an unknown woman as a concubine, she boldly petitioned the emperor for a decree of divorce. Indeed, it was not she who was cast aside, but rather she who divorced Xiao Rongjing. Do not indulge in baseless speculations that offend the emperor. I can attest to this truth, and I shall not deceive you." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. This was unprecedented. Indeed, Fu Qingyun had divorced Xiao Rongjing. However, there is no law in our kingdom forbidding a woman from initiating a divorce, thus Fu Qingyun is not at fault. Unbeknownst to Fu Qingyun, who was busily organizing her belongings in her room in preparation for her journey the following day, the rumors outside stirred emotions within her maid, Qiang Wei, who hesitated to speak. Having just returned from errands, she had overheard the unkind words about her mistress and was both indignant and enraged. Qiang Wei angrily arranged the items. Fu Qingyun, placing the Qilin whip into her bundle, caught sight of Qiang Wei's furious expression and inquired, "Qiang Wei, has someone offended you?" "Ah, no, miss. It's just that I heard some unpleasant remarks outside." Qiang Wei's voice dwindled, her eyes avoiding her mistress's gaze. At that moment Lu Bo emerged, standing at the door. "Miss, may I have a word with you?" Fu Qingyun, puzzled by the peculiar behavior of those around her, followed Lu Bo to the hall, where he relayed the unsavory gossip he had overheard. The words circulating outside were indeed harsh, and Lu Bo felt it necessary to inform her. Listening intently, Fu Qingyun maintained a composed demeanor before finally responding, "I understand, Lu Bo. There's no need for concern. Zhang Shibua is aware of my situation, and his words serve to assist me. His intervention is far more beneficial than my own clarifications. Moreover, I currently lack the time to address such matters. Lu Bo, I shall be departing tomorrow for a lengthy journey. I leave the affairs of the household in your capable hands. And do remember to visit the Xiao family monthly to collect the funds. This significant task is entrusted to you." She was uncertain when she would return. Her master had mentioned a duration ranging from 10 days to several months. She was aware that in the theater of war, time stretched endlessly. Perhaps, in due course, she might be of assistance. Chapter 66. Departure. Lu Bo, reassured by Fu Qingyun's calmness, felt a sense of comfort. His young mistress had matured, able to stand independently in the face of adversity. If her mother were aware, she would surely find peace in the afterlife. With one more afternoon before departure, Xiao Rongjing remained undeterred. As evening approached, he hastily entered the palace to seek an audience. Night Cloud Ting's expression darkened upon his arrival. and he reprimanded him before allowing him to leave. Walking along the path, Xiao Rongjing gazed at the dimming sky, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Having trained diligently since childhood for the day he could face enemies on the battlefield, he now felt disheartened by repeated setbacks. A bitter smile crossed his lips as he ambled through the streets, his silhouette embodying solitude. That night, Fu Qingyun finished dinner early and retired to bed, determined to conserve her energy for the following day's journey. At dawn, the sun shone brightly. Fu Qingyun rose with vigor, and upon hearing from Lu Bo that Gong Su was waiting outside, she swiftly groomed herself and set out to greet Su Dafu. Transporting military supplies was a significant task, typically managed by palace officials who escorted the materials into the palace. His Majesty had dispatched 1,500 soldiers to escort Fu Qingyun. The Deputy General, Song Huayan, was said to be a cousin of the current empress. Fu Qingyun had never met him. Lu Bo led a magnificent horse to her. Its striking red coat and bright eyes were noteworthy. Lu Bo remarked, "This horse, named Qianli, was ridden by your late mother. After her departure, Qianli has remained in the courtyard. She once said that if you ever wish to travel far, you should ride Qianli." Hearing this, Fu Qingyun felt a surge of emotion, but quickly steeled herself. Grasping the saddle, she elegantly mounted the horse. As she prepared to leave, Lu Bo and Qiang Wei stood at the entrance, their expressions heavy with reluctance. "Miss, you must return safely. Miss, take care of yourself." Fu Qingyun nodded, riding alongside the sedan chair of Su Dafu. Before the palace gates, 1,500 soldiers stood at the ready, their expressions solemn and dignified. Su Dafu informed her that these were elite troops specifically chosen by His Majesty for Fu Qingyun. She had never witnessed such a formidable display, and her heart swelled with respect. She had always understood that soldiers faced harsh training and battles. Thus, as a child, she had once asked her mother if she could join the battlefield one day. Her mother had replied that war was brutal, wishing instead for her to remain safe at home and grow up happily. Little did she know that Fu Qingyun would one day step onto the battlefield, albeit merely to transport military supplies to Yunwu City for the War King. Looking up, Fu Qingyun saw behind the 1,500 soldiers 10 full carts of military provisions. Knight Cloud Ting personally approached, and upon reaching her side, he was momentarily dazzled. Fu Qingyun, clad in a striking red bodysuit, with her long black hair held back by a single red ribbon, exuded an aura of vibrant energy, her eyes sparkling with clarity. She embodied a carefree and spirited essence, reminiscent of the valiant Su from years past, who would don brilliant red attire on the battlefield, commanding respect and admiration. Dismounting her horse, Fu Qingyun knelt on one knee and clasped her hands, declaring, "This humble servant greets your majesty." Knight Cloud Ting helped her to her feet and, in a solemn tone, stated, "Yun, there is a matter we must discuss. The Song family has informed me that Song Huayan has fallen ill with a sudden chill and will be unable to accompany you today. I have no choice but to hastily appoint another to assist you. I hope you will not take offense."
"Who is it?"
she inquired. "Xiao Rongjing," Fu Qingyun replied, somewhat speechless, yet resigned to the situation. This meant that in the days to come, she would have to share her time with Xiao Rongjing. Knight Cloud Ting reassured her, "Fear not, Yun. He is merely there to assist you with the transport of military supplies. You are the commander, and he will heed your orders." "Very well, Your Majesty. This task is of great importance, and I assure you, I am not one to neglect the greater good. I will exert every effort to ensure the supplies reach the War King," Fu Qingyun declared with resolute conviction, her voice resonating throughout the palace gates. Knight Cloud Ting observed her determined visage, nodding solemnly. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves approached. It was Xiao Rongjing arriving hastily. Early that morning, he had received word from the palace that Song Huayan was unwell and could not fulfill his duty of transporting the military supplies. The emperor had commanded him to take Song Huayan's place. Xiao Rongjing felt a mix of shock and delight. Though it was merely a substitution, he was elated. The Xiao family was jubilant, believing that the emperor had softened his stance and permitted Rongjing to undertake the task. Xiao Rongjing quickly gathered his belongings and rode over, anxious that the emperor might rescind his decree. He pledged to devote himself fully to this mission. After expressing his gratitude, Fu Qingyun mounted her horse and set off ahead. With Xiao Rongjing following closely behind, his gaze drawn to the fiery red of Fu Qingyun's attire, his eyes gleaming with admiration. As the ceremonial bell tolled, The convoy for transporting military supplies set off in a disciplined formation. The Empress sighed deeply upon hearing the bell. The call to arms had been sounded, and she lamented. How could Huayan have fallen ill at such a crucial moment? This fortuitously benefits Xiao Rongjing. She had sought this significant responsibility not only for her own ambitions, but also for the Song family's sake. She had heard that the emperor intended to select someone to deliver military supplies to Yunwu City, prompting Liang Yu, the matriarch of the Song family, to visit her in the palace, imploring her to advocate on their behalf. The Song family was merely a small noble house, not particularly esteemed among the elite of the capital. After much effort, they had produced a worthy general, and naturally, everything revolved around Song Huayan, their only son. Gaining the emperor's favor would be an immense blessing. Moreover, as distant relatives of the empress, she felt compelled to assist them. Her father had privately communicated that if Song Huayan were to be appointed as a general, the gratitude of the Song family would undoubtedly be directed towards her, securing their allegiance for the future. However, she had not anticipated that Song Huayan would fall ill and miss this opportunity. Missing this chance could mean a long wait for another. Do not fret, Your Majesty, Madame Rome consoled. I have heard that the last time General Xiao sought this opportunity, the left chancellor opposed it while the right chancellor supported it. In truth, it matters not who undertakes this journey. What is significant is that those disapproved by the left chancellor are invariably aligned with the right chancellor. Am I correct, Your Majesty? The Empress's eyes flickered as she regarded Madame Rome. Upon reflection, her assertion held merit. Yet there was still the matter of Fu Qingyun. The Empress furrowed her brow. The thought of Fu Qingyun brought to mind the close relationship she shared with the Emperor. The Empress felt a pang of jealousy. Yet, she could not voice these sentiments, choosing instead to bottle them up within. Recalling her first encounter with Fu Qingyun, the young woman's exquisite beauty had left even the Empress awestruck. Could the Emperor truly harbor only pure affection for her, devoid of any romantic sentiments? Love was an ethereal notion. Moreover, Fu Qingyun was the daughter of that long-deceased woman. Could the Emperor truly let go of the past? After all this time, the daughter of a woman who bore such a striking resemblance to the deceased had appeared before him. The Emperor's heart, once thought to be numb, had likely succumbed to unrecognized feelings. A woman's jealousy can be a formidable force, magnifying every person or situation in her mind 100-fold, or even more. In that moment, the Empress found herself engulfed in a torrent of emotions, ultimately culminating in a deep-seated resentment towards Fu Qingyun. Madame Rong seemed to perceive the source of the Empress's anxiety and spoke, Your Majesty, it is quite simple to deal with someone you dislike. Just eliminate them from your life, without a second thought. You mean remove her? The Empress inquired. Indeed, Your Majesty. If you believe she is an eyesore, the most effective approach is to discreetly eliminate her. You need not dirty your hands. A simple letter of divorce to the right chancellor will suffice. He will certainly assist you in clearing this obstacle without arousing any suspicion from the emperor. The Empress narrowed her eyes, her long nails scratching the table, leaving faint marks. After a moment of hesitation, she seemed to resolve herself, taking a deep breath before looking at Madame Rome, saying, Let me ponder this further. Until everything is confirmed, I do not wish to jeopardize my relationship with the emperor. I hope he has never entertained such thoughts. The journey to deliver military supplies would take no less than 10 days to half a month, traversing great distances through 2 mountainous villages from the capital to Yunwu City. After departing in the early morning, they had been on the road for 9 full hours by afternoon. Fu Qingyun glanced back, noting the encroaching darkness. Soldiers, heed my command. We shall rest for 1 hour, she proclaimed. The soldiers responded in unison, yes. Xiao Rongjing, observing the still early hour, felt they should press on. He rode forward and remarked, a yunam. Fu Qingyun interrupted, You should refer to me as commander. Xiao Rongjing hesitated, then corrected himself. Commander, I believe we should hasten our pace. We have only traveled 1 day and are resting. This will delay our progress. The others turned to listen.
Oh, so.
Xiao Fujiang believes we should continue our journey to reach Yunwu City more swiftly? Fu Qingyun queried. Indeed, he replied. We must reach Yunwu City as quickly as possible to deliver the military supplies to the War King, rather than wasting time resting here. Such is the nature of warfare. Procrastination only proves detrimental. Even a task as crucial as transporting military supplies requires urgency, he continued. Seeing her silence, Xiao Rongjing added, Commander Fu, as you have not been on the battlefield, You may not understand the stakes involved. We must expedite our journey to avoid potential ambush from the enemy. His words resonated with the other soldiers, who found his reasoning sound. Having achieved military accolades, Xiao Rongjing was well-versed in these matters. Fu Qingyun, lacking battlefield experience,
Seemed out of her depth.
the soldiers, handpicked by the emperor himself, had been instructed to follow Fu Qingyun's commands, yet upon hearing Xiao Rongjing's words, they began to regard Fu Qingyun with a hint of disdain. Fu Qingyun understood the intentions of Xiao Rongjing and certainly noticed the disdain in the soldier's eyes. She spoke. Her voice icy. I comprehend the Vice General Xiao's meaning. Transporting military supplies is indeed urgent, and I recognize that everyone wishes to expedite the delivery of these provisions to the War King. However, haste often leads to failure. Prior to my arrival, I conducted a thorough analysis. Ahead lies the mangrove forest, notorious for bandit activity, where military supplies are frequently plundered. If we advance recklessly, encountering bandits after a day of exhausting travel, victory is not guaranteed, nor is defeat. We may suffer mutual destruction. The worst-case scenario would be the loss of our supplies, an outcome none of us desire. Therefore, to ensure the safety of our provisions, I must guarantee that every step we take is secure. We shall rest for 1 hour to conserve our strength, thus enhancing our efficiency for the journey ahead. Upon hearing her words, the soldiers murmured among themselves, acknowledging the wisdom in Fu Qingyun's reasoning. Some had previously transported military supplies through this route and could attest to the existence of bandits in the area. Her concerns were not unfounded. Ensuring the safe arrival of their provisions was paramount. A voice rose above the rest. Commander Fu, we shall heed your counsel. Subsequently, more voices joined in agreement, recognizing the distinction between safety and the unknown perils ahead. Fu Qingyun cast a cold glance at Xiao Rongjing, inquiring silently if he had any further words. Xiao Rongjing replied, None, but let us hope, as you suggest, that there are indeed bandits. In truth, he harbored doubts. Having traversed this path before, he had never encountered any bandits and remained skeptical of Fu Qingyun's claims. He found it hard to believe that a sheltered woman, never having set foot on the battlefield, would possess knowledge of banditry. Fu Qingyun was well aware that Xiao Rongjing would not take her at her word. Nor did she expect him to. She had her own plans. Chapter 69. A hasty retreat. Not having encountered bandits did not preclude the possibility of an encounter. Clearly, Xiao Rongjing had not anticipated such a turn of events. After an hour's rest, Fu Qingyun ordered the troops to resume their journey. That hour was sufficient for the well-trained battalion of 1,500 soldiers to regain their strength. Yet, unexpectedly, after only a short distance into the mangrove forest, they found themselves confronted by bandits. Just as Fu Qingyun finished speaking, they were ambushed. This area was notorious for banditry, particularly targeting military supplies, which promised substantial rewards for their plunder. The bandits were formidable, showing no fear in the face of numerous soldiers. In this precarious situation, the bandit leader brandished an iron hammer, a prominent scar marring his face, as he gazed at Fu Qingyun. With a coarse voice, he proclaimed, Brothers, look at this beautiful maiden delivering military supplies. I must say, she is rather lovely. Why not let me take her back as my wife? The laughter of hundreds of bandits echoed, laced with mockery. Xiao Rongjing's brow furrowed as he turned his gaze toward Fu Qingyun, realizing her prediction had come true, which earned her a measure of respect in his eyes. The soldiers behind him felt a chill of fear. Encountering bandits on their first mission was daunting. Observing the fierce countenances of the bandits ahead, they understood that a confrontation could lead to unpredictable outcomes. Fu Qingyun had trained in martial arts on Shake Mountain during her youth, making her somewhat familiar with the world of the Jianghu. Unfazed, she clasped her hands and addressed the bandits. This humble woman is escorting military supplies for the first time today. I hope you can extend me a favor and allow us passage. I would be eternally grateful.
Ha ha.
Look at you, seemingly delicate. Yet you speak with the audacity of a true Jianghu hero. However, I may spare you, but my hundreds of brothers may not be so forgiving. Brothers, what say you? Shall we let them pass? The bandit leader, Sun Tian, eagerly questioned his men. Unsurprisingly, the response was a resounding, no way. Sun Tian turned back to Fu Qingyun, stating,
See?
They refuse. Do not blame us for what happens next. Wait, hold on. Hey, Sun Tian, let me through. A man rushed forward to Sun Tian's side. Sun Tian, troubled by the arrival of Bai Qianwan, inquired, Bai Qianwan? What brings you here? Sun Tian, I've come to save your life. Bai Qianwan replied mysteriously. Fu Qingyun felt a wave of relief wash over her upon seeing him arrive. Xiao Rongjing noted Fu Qingyun's reaction, his eyes filled with curiosity. The soldiers behind them lifted their heads, equally intrigued. Sun Tian, perplexed, pressed. What do you mean by saving my life? Are you saying this ambush will cost me my life? Sun Tian clearly did not take the matter seriously. Bai Qianwan quickly glanced at Fu Qingyun, then gestured for Sun Tian to lean in closer. Trusting him, Sun Tian complied. As Bai Qianwan spoke, Sun Tian's expression shifted to one of alarm as he looked at Fu Qingyun. Is what you said true? Absolutely certain. If you dare to lay a hand on this woman, within 3 days, your bandit hideout will face a bloodbath. Bai Qianwan asserted gravely. Sun Tian took Bai Qianwan's words to heart. Although he lived a life of crime, he believed in fate. Bai Qianwan was known for his prophetic abilities and had accurately foretold Sun Tian's future before. Since then, Sun Tian had unconditionally trusted his words. Bai Qianwan revealed that Fu Qingyun was a closed-door disciple of the Yun Tian sect, favored by its leader, Jiang Qinzhou, and warned that offending her would lead to dire consequences. The Yun Tian sect was the most formidable sect in the Jianghu, and its leader, Jiang Qinzhou, was famed for his martial prowess and protective nature. He had once proclaimed that anyone who dared to offend his disciples, regardless of the reason, would face execution within a day. This edict instilled fear across the land, even among small-time bandit leaders like Sun Tian. The revelation that Fu Qingyun was a disciple of the Yun Tian sect was a matter that demanded belief. It was better to err on the side of caution. If true, Sun Tian's bandit hideout would face annihilation. He could not afford to take such a risk, especially with hundreds of lives depending on him. Sun Tian swallowed hard, nodded toward Bai Qianwan, and then turned to Fu Qingyun, speaking with newfound respect. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please forgive me, Mississippi, rest assured. Once you pass my inspection, the path ahead will be clear. I shall take my leave now. Without waiting for Fu Qingyun's response, he swiftly turned his horse and commanded his men to retreat hastily. Though his subordinates were confused, they naturally followed their leader's orders. Fu Qingyun raised an eyebrow, finding the sight of hundreds of bandits fleeing quite amusing. Chapter 70. Everyone knows. The soldiers behind were left in a state of bewilderment. Even Xiao Rongjing shared their confusion. What had the man said to the bandit leader that prompted such sudden respect towards Fu Qingyun, leading to their retreat? Ignoring Xiao Rongjing's questioning gaze, Fu Qingyun dismounted gracefully and approached Bai Qianwan. A smile graced her lips as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Bai, for coming to my aid. For what? Bai Qianwan replied. The younger sister is in distress. It is only natural for the elder brother to assist her. By the way, Yun, what prompted you to embark on this path? Bai Qianwan cast a furtive glance behind her, inadvertently locking eyes with Xiao Rongjing. At this moment, Bai Qianwan furrowed her brow. Yun, why is Xiao Rongjing also here? This, well, is a rather convoluted tale. Wait, Bai Shixiao. How do you know him? Fu Qingyun inquired, perplexed. Bai Qianwan narrowed her eyes, her irritation palpable at the sight of Xiao Rongjing. Of course, I know him. Do you not recall that your second elder brother is a formidable intelligence operative? Fu Qingyun was taken aback. So, does that mean the matter between her and Xiao Rongjing is known to the elder brothers? Even the master is aware. Before she could voice her thoughts, Bai Qianwan had already darted to Xiao Rongjing's side, seizing his hand and forcefully dragging him off his horse. She raised her leg and kicked him squarely in the abdomen. Xiao Rongjing was caught off guard, a sharp pain radiating from his midsection as he fell to the ground, furrowing his brows in anger. What on earth is wrong with you? Am I the one who has lost my mind? Very well. Today I shall demonstrate my madness to you, you shameless man. Yun must have been blind to have ever favored you, an ungrateful wretch. Bai Qianwan grasped his collar, her fury evident, contrasting sharply with her earlier playful demeanor. Xiao Rongjing began to comprehend. This man genuinely knew Fu Qingyun and was avenging her. This is a matter between her and me. It is none of your concern. Humph. It is absolutely my concern. She is the beloved little sister of every elder brother in our Yun Tian sect, and her affairs are our affairs, the affairs of our sect. Bai Qianwan huffed, her eyes ablaze with indignation. How dare he claim it does not concern them? It is utterly outrageous. The soldiers stood frozen, observing this unexpected confrontation. What on earth is happening here? Fu Qingyun approached and tugged at Bai Qianwan, signaling her to relent. In front of so many witnesses, You are assaulting a general of the court. Enough, I will have to account for this later. Bai Shixiang, please calm down and hear me out, Fu Qingyun implored. Bai Qianwen snorted, releasing Xiao Rongjing. Fu Qingyun cast a glance at Xiao Rongjing before pulling Bai Qianwen aside. Bai Shixiang, I understand your intentions are noble, but I am escorting military supplies. Once this task is complete, I will personally clarify everything with you, alright? Furthermore, do the master and the elder brothers know about this? Yes, Yun, the master and 7 elder brothers are all aware of your circumstances. They know you possess a fiery and free spirit, and in times of trouble, you may not confide in us. Thus, they're quite worried, fearing you might be too distressed, unable to eat or sleep. The master, upon learning, is equally unable to eat or sleep, often murmuring whether you are managing to eat or rest well.
Sigh.
Fu Qingyun felt a mix of exasperation and fondness. The master truly worries for her. Bai Shixiang has also been put in a difficult position. Chapter 71, Sharing Meat Buns Enough, Shixiang. Yun is no longer that little girl who caused you concern. Moreover, I have severed all ties with Xiao Rongjing. We share no relationship whatsoever. Fu Qingyun explained, wishing to put the past behind her, as recalling it only filled her with disgust. Observing her resolute demeanor, Bai Qianwen reluctantly nodded, refraining from further violence toward Xiao Rongjing. Meanwhile, Xiao Rongjing watched the two converse intimately, feeling a tinge of jealousy. Even if she and he were truly estranged, they had once shared a bond of marriage. Witnessing the woman he once cherished so closely engaged with another man was unbearable. Before departing, Bai Qianwen could not resist disparaging Xiao Rongjing, declaring him unworthy of being a man. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Rongjing would have retaliated, but with the pressing matter of escorting military supplies, he temporarily set aside their grievances. However, he vowed to remember this slight. Once Bai Qianwen departed, Fu Qingyun led the group onward. The journey proceeded remarkably smoothly, successfully traversing the first mountain without encountering any further bandits. The night air in the mountains grew damp and cold, the dark trees swaying in the wind, resembling ghostly silhouettes. Fu Qingyun ordered a halt to rest, igniting a fire to ward off wild beasts. Lu Bo had even prepared several bottles of sulfur powder to carry in the packs. Anticipating the presence of wild animals in the woods, Fu Qingyun distributed the sulfur powder, instructing the soldiers to create a wide circle to deter snakes, insects, and rodents. The soldiers expressed their gratitude, appreciating Fu Qingyun's thoughtful preparation. Those who had previously questioned her felt a pang of guilt. In contrast, Xiao Rongjing had come unprepared. He sat before the campfire, shadows obscuring his face. The task of escorting military supplies had proven arduous, and with winter approaching, the weather would only worsen. He had never anticipated that Fu Qingyun, having been raised in privilege, would adapt so readily to such hardships. He was astonished by her exceptional preparedness. Xiao Rongjing gazed up at the dark sky, adorned with a smattering of stars, pondering how she was faring since he had left home. The constant noise at home had been overwhelming, yet now, away from it, he felt a strange sense of relief, especially in Fu Qingyun's company, which lifted his spirits considerably. Upon realizing this thought, he unconsciously frowned. What was he contemplating? Xiao Rongjing instinctively glanced over to see Fu Qingyun quietly seated by the fire, nibbling on a meat bun.
What?
This woman is eating meat buns all by herself. The enticing aroma of the meat buns wafted through the still night air, tantalizing not just him but also the other soldiers, who swallowed hard at the sight of the delectable treat in her hands. In an instant, their own steamed buns seemed far less appealing. Sensing the intense gazes upon her, Fu Qingyun looked up. The soldiers quickly averted their eyes, pretending to focus on their own buns. Fu Qingyun regarded the meat buns in her hands, which had been freshly steamed by Changwei early in the morning. She had insisted on preparing plenty, knowing they would be unable to eat well or stay warm on this journey, carrying them all on horseback. The effort was commendable. With this thought, Fu Qingyun rose and approached Qianli, feeding the leftover buns into its mouth. This fellow eats quite heartily. Once again, she heard the sound of soldiers swallowing. With her keen hearing, Fu Qingyun discerned the noise clearly. She retrieved a large bag from her horse. Walking over to one of the soldiers, handing it to him. Here are these meat buns. Please distribute them among the others. If there aren't enough, split them in half to replenish some strength. Though a single meat bun may not provide much sustenance, it is the thought that counts. Soldier Lu Dolly was momentarily taken aback, thanking her profusely as he hurriedly began to share the buns. The others, witnessing this act of kindness, expressed their gratitude as well. Fu Zhujiang, you are truly kind-hearted. Indeed, not only is Fu Zhujiang beautiful, but she also cares so deeply for others. If only my wife could treat me with such kindness. The soldier who voiced this sentiment was promptly kicked by his companion, admonishing him not to speak carelessly. Unaware that Fu Zhujiang and Xiao Zongji had a history, the soldier hastily fell silent, savoring the meat bun with delight. Fu Qingyun paid no mind to the banter. The meat buns were just right, one for each soldier, leaving them with a lingering taste. Fu Qingyun instructed a few individuals to take turns keeping watch, to prevent any sudden occurrences. She turned around, intending to sit down and rest properly. Noticing Xiao Rongjing staring blankly at the bun, she simply bypassed him and returned to her position. Fu Qingyun, what kind of woman are you? A familiar voice echoed in her ears. Fu Qingyun remained silent, curling up on her neatly laid thin blanket, covering herself with a quilt, and closed her eyes, gathering her energy. Seeing this, Xiao Rongjing had no choice but to give up. Chapter 72, Arrival at Cloud Mist City. The starry night dimmed as dawn approached in the east. Fu Qingyun's sleep was restless, the stones beneath her causing discomfort. The morning sunlight shone down, bringing a slight warmth to her spirit. The soldiers had already risen, packed their belongings, and prepared to set off. Fu Qingyun commanded them to commence their journey, aiming to cover as much ground as possible during the day, traversing villages and the second hill. After a night of rest, the soldiers were invigorated, quickening their pace. Passing through the village, climbing over the hill, and crossing a plain, they were nearly at Cloud Mist City. The hills were relatively smooth, and Fu Qingyun warned the soldiers at the back to be extra cautious. Such terrain could easily lead to slips, resulting in the entire convoy toppling over. Prior to their journey, Fu Qingyun had analyzed the two hills. The first was dark and damp, rife with wild beasts, for which she had prepared sulfur powder. The second hill was smooth, but unexpectedly had more sand and stones, making it far more perilous than the first. She dismounted, approaching the first convoy to assist in pushing the cart. Xiao Rongjing noticed and hurriedly joined her. Just then, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Fu Qingyun thought to herself, "Oh no," and loudly urged, "Everyone, push the cart with all your might. The rain will make the sand and stones even more slippery, and it's easy for the cart to overturn. Everyone, put in the effort." Hearing Fu Qingyun's words, the soldiers pushed harder. Each person gritted their teeth, striving forward. Sweat mingled with the rain on their faces, making it hard to distinguish between the two. Finally, at the last moment, every convoy reached the summit of the hill. The drizzle gradually lightened until it eventually disappeared. The sky cleared up, and the soldiers, faces glistening with sweat and rain, broke into smiles. Fu Qingyun smiled along with them. Xiao Rongjing gazed at her rain-washed profile, momentarily entranced. Pure water reveals the lotus, unadorned by embellishments. In that moment, Fu Qingyun was unparalleled in beauty. Xiao Rongjing instinctively spoke, "Yun, can you give me another chance?" Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Qingyun retorted, "Xiao Fujian, has your mind gone awry?" Xiao Rongjing. After the rain ceased and the sky cleared, Fu Qingyun commanded them to continue their journey. After overcoming numerous difficulties, everyone recognized Fu Qingyun as a capable and responsible leader. Days later, they finally crossed the vast plain. Fu Qingyun ordered everyone to remain vigilant. The closer they got to Cloud Mist City, the more susceptible they were to enemy ambushes. With only half a day's journey left to the city, nothing could go awry. Everyone understood Fu Qingyun's intelligence and now trusted her words implicitly. Fortunately, they encountered no enemies along the way and passed through safely. As dusk approached, the convoy finally arrived at the city gates of Cloud Mist City. The master uncle mentioned that the War King had already captured the city. At that moment, Wan Yan, one of the War King's subordinates, stood atop the gate. Upon seeing the convoy, he inquired, "Who goes there?" Even after taking Cloud Mist City, caution was still necessary. Should enemies approach, it would spell disaster. Fu Qingyun raised her voice, declaring, "I, Fu Qingyun, am here under the Emperor's command, tasked with delivering military supplies to the War King. Please open the city gates." Wen Yan replied, "Fu Qingyun, what proof do you have?" Fu Qingyun remained calm and continued, "If the general does not believe me, he may come down to verify personally. I am Xiao Rongjing, and we are indeed transporting military supplies for the War King. Please, General, open the gates." Xiao Rongjing hastily chimed in. He did not understand. The emperor had sent them to deliver supplies, and the war king could not possibly be unaware. Yet, the other party still sought further confirmation. Fu Qingyun shot him a cold glance, remaining silent. Wen Yan was unfamiliar with Fu Qingyun, and even less with Xiao Rongjing. He had followed the prince in battle and seldom returned to the capital. The last time Wen Yan entered the capital to report to the emperor, he had indeed mentioned the shortage of military supplies, urging the emperor to arrange for a timely delivery. His insistence stemmed from the fear that enemies might impersonate court generals under the pretense of delivering supplies to launch an ambush. Wen Yan said, "Allow me to report to the war king. Please wait a moment." Fu Qingyun nodded. "Very well." Chapter 73. Does he not need to eat? Wen Yan hurried to the war king Yi Junlin's main tent to report. Upon hearing Fu Qingyun's name, Yi Junlin's eyes flickered before ordering Wen Yan to open the gates and welcome them into the city. Wen Yan complied and retreated. He commanded the gates to be opened, allowing Fu Qingyun and the 500-strong convoy to enter. The victorious soldiers, upon hearing that the emperor had finally sent military supplies, rushed over to observe. When they saw Fu Qingyun leading the convoy, they cheered with joy. The war king had led them to capture Cloud Mist City, and the supplies had dwindled. After the ravages of war, food in Cloud Mist City was scarce. The war king, known for his benevolence, strictly prohibited soldiers from seizing the common people's food. They could only await the emperor's supplies. Now that they saw the arrival, the soldiers were more elated than if they had encountered their own parents. Wen Yan walked at the forefront and frowned upon seeing that the person escorting the supplies was a woman. Why did the emperor send a woman here? Fu Qingyun dismounted and presented the emperor's token. Wen Yan recognized it instantly as the emperor's token and immediately knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "I, Wen Yan, the second general under the war king, pay my respects to the emperor. Long live the emperor." The soldiers behind him quickly knelt in response. Fu Qingyun was startled. She reached out to help Wen Yan up, smiling gently, and said earnestly, "General Wen, please rise. Everyone, please get up. I am but a humble woman, unworthy of such great honor. General Wen and all of you are the true heroes of the Eastern Kingdom. You have played a vital role in capturing Cloud Mist City, overcoming countless hardships. Before the emperor arrived, he told me that you are the pride of the Eastern Kingdom, and he is proud of you. When you triumphantly return, you shall receive abundant rewards. Thank you, your majesty, for your great kindness." Wen Yan, his face aglow with excitement, expressed gratitude on behalf of everyone. "Fu Zhujiang, you have worked hard. Please follow me to meet the war king." Fu Qingyun nodded and turned to instruct Xiao Rongjing, "Xiao Fujuan, please distribute the supplies. The soldiers must be starving." Xiao Rongjing was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing Fu Qingyun had already walked far ahead, he regretted not being able to accompany her to meet the war king. The war king, wise and mighty, had slain countless enemies, and Xiao Rongjing had always admired him. Seizing this rare opportunity, he certainly wished to go along. Looking at the full convoy of supplies, Xiao Rongjing could only comply. Following Wen Yan, they arrived at the main tent, where Fu Qingyun, for some reason, felt a pang of nervousness. She had naturally heard tales of the war king. The people of the capital spoke of him as valiant and skilled in battle, having vanquished countless foes. Many cities had fallen to his might, earning him the title of a legendary war hero. Yet, there were also rumors among the populace that he was ruthless and had committed fratricide. Regardless of the truth, she had to face what was to come. Fu Qingyun lifted the curtain and stepped inside, immediately spotting a man seated at the main position. Draped in golden armor and adorned with a resplendent golden mask, engrossed in a book. He was none other than the renowned war king, Yi Junlan, the younger brother of her master. Years ago, during the fierce struggle for succession among the kings, her master was merely in his 30s, while Yi Junlan was just 20. To be drawn into such a brutal conflict at such a tender age required an extraordinary strength of character to remain unflinching in the face of danger. "Have you seen enough?" A deep voice interrupted Fu Qingyun's contemplations. Coming to her senses, she realized that Wen Yan had already withdrawn, leaving only herself and Yi Junlan in the tent. The atmosphere felt oddly suffocating. She lowered her gaze and clasped her hands in greeting. "I greet the prince. I am Fu Qingyun, here by His Majesty's decree to deliver military supplies to Cloud Mist City for you." To her dismay, her words stumbled out awkwardly. Given her standing, she was momentarily at a loss for how to introduce herself. Yi Junlan did not lift his eyes, responding with a calm, The supplies are not for me but for the soldiers and the common people. Is there a distinction? Fu Qingyun thought, baffled. Does he not require sustenance? Chapter 74. A disturbing emotion. Perhaps Yi Junlan, being so adept in martial arts, could fast. Fu Qingyun's thoughts circled back, arriving at the conclusion that he had indeed entered the stage of fasting, capable of enduring what others could not. Her subtle expressions, unbeknownst to her, were all noted by Yi Junlan. He withdrew his gaze and said in a low tone, "You may leave." "Oh," Fu Qingyun replied, quickly realizing her response, and added, "Yes, my lord." Upon exiting the tent, she exhaled deeply. It turned out the rumors about the War King's cold demeanor were true. Yet she pondered, why did he wear a mask? Furrowing her delicate brows, she wondered if her fatigue from the past few days had dulled her mind. Inside the tent, Yi Junlan set down his book, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Wen Yan arranged for Fu Qingyun to have a tent of her own, while he ventured out to oversee the distribution of military supplies. Wen Yan had mentioned that after conquering Cloud Mist City, the prince had camped near the square to prevent the civilians from feeling fearful and to assist in the restoration of their damaged homes. This clearly illustrated that the prince was indeed a benevolent individual. In her childhood, Fu Qingyun had accompanied her father on business trips, passing through villages ravaged by war, where families had been torn apart and homes laid to waste. Some youths were captured as prisoners, while women were taken as military concubines. Despite the regulations forbidding the harm of innocent civilians during warfare, many turned a blind eye, committing heinous acts without remorse. The tent was simply furnished with a small table and a hard bed. Fu Qingyun, eschewing pretension, lay down without hesitation. She had anticipated the hardships of war. Having a bed to sleep on felt like an extravagant luxury. After closing her eyes to rest for a moment, she rose and stepped outside. The sky was darkening. On the city wall, soldiers had already lit torches to illuminate the city gates. Fu Qingyun inquired about her horse, and a soldier pointed her in the right direction. Passing by the main tent, she noticed it was brightly lit, with several figures visible inside. It was likely that the prince was conferring with others on strategies for the siege. Cloud Mist City was merely one of the strongholds of the southern Xiang kingdom. On their journey, her master had informed her that wars had been incessant among the four nations. Her master had contemplated signing a peace treaty with Southern Xiang, Western Ling, and Northern Song for a harmonious coexistence. However, Southern Xiang had always been hostile towards their Eastern Kingdom due to an earlier battle in which the Southern Xiang prince was slain by a lord sent by the Eastern Kingdom. The Southern Xiang emperor, who cherished this prince, had vowed to wage war against the Eastern Kingdom for as long as he reigned, resulting in the ongoing southeastern conflict. The emperor had even attempted to arrange a meeting with the Southern Xiang emperor, yet the latter had declined. Killed by the prince? Fu Qingyun pondered as she walked, realizing that the current emperor had only ascended to the throne a decade prior. If the timeline aligned, that lord would indeed be the present war king, Yi Junlan. How could he possibly commit such a reckless act? In military doctrine, it is said in battle, one does not slay captives, especially when the opponent is the esteemed prince of Southern Xiang. There must be more to this matter. Upon reaching the stable, she spotted Qianli, who neighed with joy and leaned closer to sniff her. She caressed Qianli and murmured, "You've worked hard these past few days. I wonder if my mother rode you into battle long ago?" Qianli snorted, perhaps understanding her words, and nodded slightly. Fu Qingyun smiled. Turning towards the distribution area for military supplies, she observed the orderly lines of people receiving their rations. Citizens and soldiers stood on either side. Wen Yan was present, distributing the necessary materials alongside Xiao Rongjing. Witnessing the displaced citizens, Fu Qingyun felt a pang of sorrow. A child's wailing reached her ears, and she turned to see a small figure crouched nearby, crying. Approaching gently, she asked, "Little one, why are you here all alone? Where are your family?" "What? My mother is missing and I don't know where she went." The child, dark and thin, looked up at Fu Qingyun with tear-stained eyes, shivering in fear. Fu Qingyun's heart ached, fearing the child had lost her mother in the chaos of war. "Do not be afraid, little one. Shall I take you to get something to eat?" "What are you doing?" Chapter 75. The prince's loyalty. A frightened voice came from behind her, followed by a woman who shielded the child, glaring at Fu Qingyun. "Are you her mother?" Fu Qingyun inquired. "Please don't misunderstand. I saw her crying alone and wanted to bring her to receive supplies." The woman hesitated before slowly nodding. "Yes, I am her mother. I'm sorry. I thought you were a bad person." Fu Qingyun shook her head. It's all right. The woman hurriedly took her child and left. When Yen approached, observing Fu Qingyun's demeanor, Miss Fu, is everything all right? It's nothing. I just came to see how the distribution is going, Fu Qingyun replied. By the way, I noticed there were others in the princess tent. Were they discussing something?
Well,
The prince is likely conferring with others on how to assist the citizens in repairing their homes and settling them, Wen Yan explained. In truth, the prince places great importance on the welfare of the people. Since I began following him into battle, I have witnessed his commitment to soothing the citizens first and helping them restore their homes after conquering a city. All of us soldiers hold him in high esteem. Wen Yan's eyes sparkled as he spoke of the prince. He is a man of deep loyalty and righteousness. He has always been my idol. To serve alongside him in battle is a blessing of a lifetime. Fu Qingyun nodded lightly, realizing the prince was genuinely beloved. General Wen, may I ask why the prince wears a mask? I'm not entirely sure. Since I began following the prince into battle, he has always presented himself masked, and I have never seen him remove it, Wen Yan admitted, also curious about the reason behind the mask. Then, he glanced around and leaned closer to Fu Qingyun, speaking in a hushed tone. I've heard from other generals that the prince wears the mask to conceal a scar on his face, inflicted during a battle. Whether this is true, I cannot say for certain. Fu Qingyun silently nodded. Not far away, Xiao Rongjing witnessed the scene, his brows furrowed tightly, as if he could crush a fly. Since when did Fu Qingyun cultivate such a close rapport with the subordinates of the War King? The two were whispering to each other, their faces nearly touching. Xiao Rongjing felt a surge of displeasure and approached, calling out, General Wen, someone over there is calling for you. Wen Yan, without a second thought, nodded to Fu Qingyun and turned to leave. As Fu Qingyun prepared to follow suit, Xiao Rongjing halted her. Yun, now that the military supplies have been delivered, when shall we set off back to the capital? When did I ever say we were going back? Fu Qingyun shot him a glare. It was a rare occasion to be out, and she intended to stay a few days. Moreover, her father had mentioned he would come to Yunwu City for business, and she felt a twinge of concern for his safety amidst the ongoing war. Ignoring him, Fu Qingyun turned back to her tent. Throughout the night, soldiers patrolled outside. With her keen hearing, Fu Qingyun could discern every footfall clearly. Although Yunwu City was one of the cities in Nanxiang, it also lay at the southeastern border. It was merely a day's journey from Yaoyao Mountain. Should she return to Yanchenzong to visit her master and 7 senior brothers? Perhaps it was best to postpone that thought for a few days. Returning to face their incessant admonitions was not appealing. Remembering how her master and senior brothers used to admonish her against stirring up trouble, a smile involuntarily crept onto Fu Qingyun's lips. Chapter 76. Ambition in the Dead of Night. Fu Qingyun dreamt of her mother, the same scene as before. However, this time, her mother approached her with red-rimmed eyes. Reaching out to stroke her head with a sorrowful expression, Yun, your mother is sorry. Blood stained her mother's clothing and face as she collapsed, lifeless. Fu Qingyun clutched the blanket tightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. It wasn't until the latter half of the night that she finally fell into a deep sleep. As dawn broke, a cool breeze filled the air. Sitting on her bed, Fu Qingyun reflected on the dream she had last night, clearly recalling her mother's face, filled with desolation and helplessness. Why did she have such a dream? Did it signify something? Sweat soaked her clothes as Qiangwei had prepared several outfits for her. Fu Qingyun composed herself and changed into a light apricot-colored fitted garment. Qiangwei had mentioned that winter was approaching and the weather was turning cold, so she had sewn a thin layer of fleece inside, ensuring warmth without being stifling. Stepping outside, Fu Qingyun noticed the temperature had indeed dropped significantly. As she walked along the path, she observed many soldiers assisting the common folk in repairing their homes. Yi Junlan truly lived up to his word, genuinely considering the welfare of the people. Yet, how could such a good person commit such acts? Fu Qingyun pondered that the events of the previous war must have been quite complex. For instance, why would Yi Junlan capture and execute the Prince of Nanxiang? Fully aware of his identity, was there some profound grudge or misunderstanding at play? Otherwise, it would be unthinkable for him to execute a prince from a rival nation. Even if he captured the prince, he should have handed the matter over to his master to decide, at most leveraging the prince to negotiate a peace treaty between the two nations. Alternatively, perhaps it wasn't Yi Junlan who killed the prince at all. It could have been someone else who framed him, intending to instigate a war for their own benefit. After mulling it over, Fu Qingyun arrived at this singular conclusion. Yet, Why did Yi Junlon remain silent? Did he truly not know of the prince's demise? As the party directly involved, it was implausible for him to be unaware. If he didn't know, why wouldn't he explain? Did he harbor other secrets he could not disclose?
It was all so convoluted.
Fu Qingyun felt her mind was inadequate to grasp all of this. She yearned to directly inquire with Yi Junlon, but it seemed unrelated to him. She was at a loss as to how to broach such a delicate topic, especially since it pertained to royal secrets. While she pondered, Wen Yan approached, saying, "Miss Fu, the prince requests your presence." Fu Qingyun responded, "Oh," and followed Wen Yan to the main tent. Inside, only Yi Junlon sat, engrossed in military texts. Wen Yan ushered her in before retreating. Fu Qingyun cupped her hands in greeting, "Your Highness," glancing around the tent. There was a strategic diagram table, a bed, and a desk, nothing more. Yi Junlon set down his book and looked at her, responding calmly, "Why would a woman like you agree to transport military supplies here?"
What?
Fu Qingyun momentarily struggled to comprehend. Meeting his profound gaze, she pondered before replying, "Why can't a woman come to the military camp? Do you also look down on women, Your Highness?" Yi Junlon's expression remained unperturbed, seemingly unsurprised by her words. Instead, he replied with calm assurance, "In the art of war, women should be able to ride alongside men commanding troops and strategizing. I harbor no disdain. Rather, I am curious as to your true purpose here." "I am here at the behest of His Majesty. Do you suspect I have ulterior motives? If I did, I would wish for the opportunity to take the battlefield, to vanquish our enemies and defend our nation," Fu Qingyun declared, her gaze unwavering. Yi Junlon rose, striding forward, his black military cloak billowing as he approached Fu Qingyun. His cold gaze scrutinized the woman before him, a flicker of appraisal in his eyes. Fu Qingyun was taken aback by his sudden movement, her heart racing. After a long pause, Yi Junlon finally spoke, "You possess ambition." Chapter 77. Breaking the stalemate this truly was. If he weren't a prince, she would have loved to give him a beating. Yi Junlon turned away and resumed his seat, directing his gaze toward her, "Come closer." Fu Qingyun complied, stepping forward, her eyes questioning his intentions. A hint of amusement flickered in Yi Junlon's eyes as he calmly said, "Tell me how to break this formation." "Break the formation?" Fu Qingyun's interest peaked as she examined the strategic diagram before her. Circling the table, she observed intently before speaking. The formation uses sand as mountains, mud as fortifications. With two armies separated by a river, it represents a miniature battlefield. The diagram indicates soldiers from the eastern nation, while the opposing force is from the city of Dehengi in Nanxiang. Dehengi is flanked by mountains with a river in front, making it a fortress that is easy to defend yet hard to assault. A direct attack would likely result in heavy losses. An assault from the side would probably fail as well, given the height of the battlements, where soldiers could be struck down before they even ascend. The only viable tactic would be to set fire to the city from the mountains. How to set fire to the city? Fu Qingyun continued. The art of war states that in a mountain city scenario, with a river as a barrier, one can utilize fire to attack. Setting fire means burning the enemy's supplies unexpectedly, followed by flaming arrows to catch them off guard, allowing us to breach the gates. The more she spoke, the more animated she became, her eyes alight with enthusiasm. She had previously encountered Sun Tzu's art of war in her master's library. Such brilliant military strategies were finally being applied effectively. Yi Junlon regarded her with a glimmer of admiration. She was quite astute. "Have you read The Art of War?" he inquired. Fu Qingyun beamed, her fair and pristine face revealing two shallow dimples. Yes, Your Highness. I had the fortune to peruse The Art of War before. It indeed contains records of such siege strategies." She nearly lost herself in her pride. Knight Junlon raised an eyebrow slightly, nodding discreetly. The siege strategies outlined in Sun Tzu's Art of War were exceedingly sharp, and the author of this tome had previously opposed the late king's governance through benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust. The emperor had once decreed that this book must not be seen in public, nor privately possessed. "How did you come to know of it? And where did you encounter this text?" Fu Qingyun felt somewhat bewildered. What could Knight Junlon possibly mean? She lowered her head, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. How should she respond? The intense gaze above her was enough to make her cheeks flush. A low, resonant voice interrupted. Will you answer this, King?"
"I."
Just then, a gentle voice from outside announced, "Your Highness, Xiao Rongjing requests an audience." The timely interruption brought a sigh of relief to Fu Qingyun. Knight Junlon fixed his gaze upon her for a moment before stating indifferently, "Let him in." Outside, a response was heard, and soon, Xiao Rongjing was ushered in. Upon seeing Fu Qingyun, he appeared momentarily taken aback. Knight Junlon inquired, "What brings you here?" Coming back to his senses, Xiao Rongjing clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Xiao Rongjing greets your highness. I have heard that your highness intends to capture Dahangi city, and I have come to request the opportunity to join the battle." Accompanying the war king in battle was indeed a matter of great honor, as it could earn him the emperor's favor once more, reigniting the emperor's hopes for him. Knight Junlon regarded him coolly, saying, "I recall that his majesty has revoked your title. You are no longer a general, but merely an auxiliary officer tasked with transporting military supplies alongside Commander Fu." Xiao Rongjing's expression stiffened. The implication was clear. His presence on the battlefield was deemed unnecessary. Xiao Rongjing persisted, "Your highness, I have combat experience from the last battle with Xiling. His majesty sent me here to assist you. Please grant me the chance, and I will give my utmost effort." Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to participate in the campaign, even if it meant leading troops from the rear. Victory would restore his title, while defeat, at the very least, would demonstrate his dedication to the nation, which might earn him a second glance from the emperor. The emperor had already expressed disappointment in him, and without military achievements, he feared for his future. Meanwhile, Wen Yan shot a glance at Xiao Rongjing. Knight Junlin's voice turned cold. "I have said that your presence is not required. With Wen Yan, General Luo, and General Lu here, it suffices." "Your highness," Xiao Rongjing protested. But Knight Junlin's gaze sharpened, and his voice deepened, "Leave." Meeting Knight Junlin's icy eyes, Xiao Rongjing swallowed his words and awkwardly exited the tent. He felt utterly humiliated, especially in front of Fu Qingyun. Since their separation, every interaction with her left him feeling embarrassed. He had believed he could persuade the king to allow him to join the battle, but the king's disdain for him was palpable, and worse still, it was on display before Fu Qingyun. Though he felt resentment, he recognized Knight Junlon as a formidable figure, a king unmatched in battle. The power and influence he wielded rendered Xiao Rongjing insignificant, akin to an ant beneath a towering giant. This feeling was profoundly uncomfortable. Reluctantly, Xiao Rongjing turned to leave. Inside the tent remained 3 individuals. Knight Junlon instructed Wen Yan to summon Generals Luo and Lu to discuss the strategy for attacking Dahangi city. Wen Yan complied and exited. Left alone with Fu Qingyun, she felt acutely awkward, wishing to flee, but the heat of Knight Junlin's gaze rendered her immobile. In the past, she had feared nothing, but now, she found him intimidating. In Knight Junlin's presence, Fu Qingyun felt like a vulnerable little rabbit, innocent and endearing. Unable to contain herself, she finally asked, "Your Highness, why did you not allow Xiao Rongjing to lead the troops into battle? Do you wish for him to fight?" Knight Junlon countered with a hint of amusement. Fu Qingyun exclaimed, "What does that have to do with me? Why are you asking me?" She felt as if she might go mad, especially upon detecting the playful tone in Knight Junlon's earlier inquiry. Unsure how to respond, she blurted out, "Publicly, if your highness requires manpower and believes Xiao Rongjing capable, then let him go. Privately, I do not wish for him to enter the battlefield."
"Oh,
"And why is that?" "Because I find him disagreeable," Fu Qingyun replied impulsively. Instantly regretting her words, she felt it was unnecessary to voice such sentiments. Knight Junlin's handsome face briefly registered surprise before he remarked, "You are quite candid. Do you wish to go to battle?" "Of course, your highness. I long to fight. I have trained in martial arts in the mountains and hope to one day charge into battle, vanquishing the enemy," Fu Qingyun replied earnestly. It was remarkable for a woman to possess such aspirations, rivaling those of any man. Knight Junlon gazed deeply into her resolute eyes, his own flickering with intrigue. A slight smile graced his lips. "My brother mentioned you are unlike other women, and it seems he was correct."
what?"
Fu Qingyun did not catch his words. Her expression, one of confusion. Knight Junlon shook his head slightly and instructed, "When Generals Luo and Lu arrive to discuss the siege strategy, you shall remain." "Understood, your highness," Fu Qingyun replied, having comprehended this directive. When Generals Luo and Lu entered the tent and saw Fu Qingyun, they paused in surprise. They were aware she was the one sent by the emperor to transport military supplies. Having heard she was a woman, they were astonished, and upon seeing her,
They were truly impressed.
the discussion then turned to the strategy for capturing Dahangi city. Knight Junlon requested Fu Qingyun to share the siege tactics from Sun Tzu once more. The generals found her suggestions commendable, and their respect for her grew. They understood that women in the capital were often privileged and delicate. Yet Fu Qingyun's ability to endure hardships and her wealth of knowledge regarding siege warfare was unprecedented. Most importantly, her concern for the nation's affairs was commendable. Had she been a man, she would undoubtedly achieve great success in the court. Alas, she was a woman. Knight Junlon concurred with Fu Qingyun's strategy. When Yen interjected, "However, Your Highness, according to Miss Fu's tactics, infiltrating Dahani City and incinerating their supplies is no simple feat. It requires exceptional martial prowess. And one person must lead a contingent of soldiers to fire arrows from the surrounding hills, while another attacks the city from the front. A third must provide support from the rear." Generals Luo and Lu agreed. "Then we will need another capable individual," they said in unison, turning their gazes toward Fu Qingyun. Wang Yan also looked her way. Feeling the weight of 3 intense stares, Fu Qingyun's clear eyes flickered, and she hesitated to speak. Knight Junlon declared, "The day is growing late. You may all depart for now. We shall deliberate further on this matter tomorrow." Hearing this, Fu Qingyun promptly bowed and exited the tent. The remaining individuals watched her retreat with a mixture of curiosity and bemusement. Knight Junlon observed the scene with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. This girl is truly intriguing. Outside the tent, Xiao Rongjing watched Fu Qingyun depart swiftly and followed. He yearned to uncover whether the prince's disregard for him stemmed from something Fu Qingyun had whispered to the prince. From the moment he had desired to take Xixi as his wife, Fu Qingyun had harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him, perpetually placing him in uncomfortable situations. Even now, during the transport of military supplies, he was certain Fu Qingyun had spoken ill of him to the emperor, which had resulted in his exclusion from the opportunity. Fu Qingyun undoubtedly despised him. Their prolonged conversation could not have omitted his name. Otherwise, how could the prince have denied him even a chance? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, trailing her to a secluded riverside. Concealing himself behind a tree, he peered out. To his astonishment, Fu Qingyun began to disrobe. What was she intending to do? Xiao Rongjing felt momentarily bewildered, yet the primal instincts of a man compelled him to watch the unfolding scene. Fu Qingyun had not bathed for several days, and the odor emanating from her was quite unpleasant. She sought a private spot to cleanse herself, finding this remote riverbank more suitable than the camp. Just as she was about to remove her garments, her ears twitched at the faint sound of breathing from behind the tree. Pausing, she turned to investigate. Who was there? When no one emerged, Fu Qingyun kicked a small stone toward the tree. A sharp sting shot through Xiao Rongjing's face as he furrowed his brow and stepped out from his hiding place. Awkwardly admitting, "It's me." Fu Qingyun's expression was frosty as she retorted, "Xiao Rongjing, you are truly shameless. We were once husband and wife. Is there anything to hide?" "I may have wronged you," he replied. "Yet, I once held affection for you. Did you not contemplate rekindling those feelings, hoping I might return?" Fu Qingyun sneered. "I find it an insult to call you shameless. You are utterly despicable. Thankfully, we never consummated our marriage. Otherwise, I would feel sullied. Do you truly look down upon me so?" he demanded. "We shared a bond. As the saying goes, a night spent together begets 100 days of benevolence. I may have wronged you, but I once cared for you. Could you not, like other women, display a hint of vulnerability and plead for my return?" Xiao Rongjing stepped closer, grasping her wrist, his face contorted with anger as he shouted. Fu Qingyun's brows knitted in disapproval. "I cannot. I, Fu Qingyun, shall never be weak. If you seek a submissive woman, return to your Chuanqi. Do not appear before me again. I am not one to rely on a man for pity. I am who I am, and I scorn the notion of feigning weakness to garner affection. Now release me, or I shall throw you into the river." "Why are you so obstinate? Are you feigning strength to play a game of seduction?" Xiao Rongjing was exasperated. Gazing at her exquisite face, he felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her. In an impulsive moment, he leaned in, mere centimeters from her lips, when Fu Qingyun swiftly slapped him. Stunned, he released her, and she took the opportunity to kick him into the river. The cold water surged into his mouth, and he sputtered as he resurfaced, glaring at Fu Qingyun. "You wretched woman! How dare you push me into the river? There is nothing I, Fu Qingyun, would shy away from. Enjoy the refreshing waters while you ponder your actions," she coldly replied, turning away. Furious, Xiao Rongjing splashed the water, but soon found himself chuckling. Had Fu Qingyun's anger not indicated that she still cared for him? With that thought, his heart lightened, feeling that perhaps being cast into the river was a blessing in disguise. Unbeknownst to Fu Qingyun, Xiao Rongjing's self-indulgent musings were misplaced as she returned to Yunwu City, feeling unsettled. Upon her arrival, she encountered an unexpected figure, Chu Wanqi. "Sister Yun, it has been a while. Where is a Jing?" Chu Wanqi exclaimed, rushing towards her with familiarity. Fu Qingyun's tone was sharp. "What brings you here?" "I came to find a Jing. I knew he was accompanying you to deliver supplies to Yunwu City, and I was worried about him. I followed him here, without his family's knowledge. You won't blame me, will you?" Chu Wanqi pleaded, her expression innocent. Fu Qingyun's demeanor remained frosty, disinterested in her excuses, and she turned to retreat to her tent. Behind her, she heard Xiao Rongjing's surprised voice. She? How did you come here?" Hearing his voice, Chu Wanqi beamed, running toward the drenched Xiao Rongjing. "A Jing! I finally found you. I was so frightened on the way here. I'm so relieved to see you. But why are you soaking wet?" Xiao Rongjing cast a glance at Fu Qingyun before ignoring her question and embracing Chu Wanqi. Witnessing their intimacy, Fu Qingyun felt a wave of nausea wash over her and turned away, her expression devoid of warmth. Xiao Rongjing released Chu Wanqi, puzzled. She. Why did you come here alone? Do you know where this place is?" "You shouldn't have come." "I do know, but I was so worried about you. I feared you might not return from the battlefield and that you would leave me behind." "A Jing. I'm sorry for coming without permission," Chu Wanqi confessed. Her face filled with guilt. Seeing her delicate expression, Xiao Rongjing could not bring himself to reprimand her. Instead, he sighed, She, you are foolish. You are still with child. Come, let me take you to my tent. It is crowded here and not suitable for conversation." Chu Wanqi nodded, and they entered the tent, where she recounted the hardships of her journey. Xiao Rongjing's heart ached for her, and he found it impossible to scold her. Meanwhile, Wen Yan, who had witnessed the entire exchange, hurried back to inform Yi Junlan. Yi Junlan cast a glance at him. "When did you become so fond of eavesdropping?" "The prince does not wish to know?" Wen Yan asked. "Know what?" "I heard about the matters between Miss Fu and Xiao Rongjing," Wen Yan replied. Yi Junlan set down his book, his voice turning frosty. "If you have the time to pry into others' affairs, you ought to practice your military drills." Wang Yi, Wen Yan lamented, nearly in tears. "This is an order." Yi Junlan's icy gaze fixed on him. Wen Yan's heart sank, and he hastily complied, retreating in haste to preserve his own safety. In the ensuing days, Fu Qingyun observed Wen Yan practicing with a woeful expression. Curiosity piqued. She inquired about his sudden shift to military training. With a sigh, he explained, "The prince commanded me to prepare for the siege." Having spent several days with Wen Yan, Fu Qingyun considered him a friend. She learned that Yi Junlan had summoned Generals Luo and Lu to discuss strategies. Fu Qingyun felt a surge of eagerness to join the discussions, but the thought of Yi Junlan's cold visage made her hesitate. In her youth, she had once pushed him into a pond. She wondered if he remembered that incident. Conflicted, Fu Qingyun rose to leave, observing that the homes of the townsfolk had been repaired, bringing her a measure of solace. The toll of endless warfare weighed heavily upon the common people. Knight Junlan, esteemed as a prince, has done a commendable job for the common folk. Along the journey, many citizens have expressed their admiration for him. Fu Qingyun, pondering over a certain matter, cannot fathom why Knight Junlan has not stepped forward to vindicate his innocence. Perhaps upon her return to the capital, she should seek an opportunity to inquire with her master. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Chu Wanqi emerging from the tent, and without a moment's thought, Fu Qingyun turned to leave. Chu Wanqi's voice called out from behind, "Sister Yun, I was just looking for you." Fu Qingyun turned around to face the beaming Chu Wanqi, asking, "What is it?" Chu Wanqi replied, "Sister Yun, do you not like me at all? I wish to have a chat with you, may I?" With no valid reason to refuse, Fu Qingyun complied. The two walked side by side into the nearby grove. Xiao Rongjing witnessed this scene and, feeling uneasy, followed closely. Fu Qingyun was skilled in martial arts, and he worried she might turn aggressive towards Wanqi. Whenever Chu Wanqi arranged to meet Fu Qingyun, she always wore a cheerful demeanor, which made Fu Qingyun suspect that she harbored ulterior motives. By the river, only the sound of flowing water could be heard as they stood together. Chu Wanqi remarked, "Sister Yun, this time you are escorting military supplies alone with Ah Jing. Are you not hoping to rekindle old flames with him?" She smiled, though her amusement did not reach her eyes. Fu Qingyun's expression remained calm as she replied, "Miss Chu, You are mistaken. Xiao Rongjing is something I, Fu Qingyun, have discarded myself. I find it distasteful to pick it up again. If you like it, feel free to keep it. She found even the sight of him repulsive. Moreover, Fu Qingyun corrected, there are an additional 1,500 soldiers accompanying us in transporting the supplies. It is not just the two of us. Chu Wanqi responded, that is for the best. Sister is wise, and I am foolish. My heart is solely devoted to Jing, wishing for a smooth journey together until old age, and to bear children. I hope you will grant me this wish. As she spoke, Chu Wanqi's tone became almost pleading. Fu Qingyun merely furrowed her brows slightly, stating, your matters with him are none of my concern. Of course, it is related to you, sister. If you would cease your entanglement with Jing, I could remain with him. I am already carrying his child, and I do not want my baby to be born without a father. Do you wish to see such a thing happen? Chu Wanqi's face was filled with grievance, and her pitiful appearance could evoke sympathy from any man. With a sigh of resignation, Fu Qingyun reiterated, I have said it before, your matters with him concern me not. I have never pursued Xiao Rongjing either. You would not comprehend. Now, I must take my leave. With that, Fu Qingyun turned to depart, unwilling to engage in further conversation. However, Chu Wanqi was unwilling to let her go, stepping forward to grasp her hand. Fu Qingyun instinctively reacted, thinking Chu Wanqi intended to harm her, and shook her off. A scream erupted behind her. Followed by a splash. Chu Wanqi fell into the river, flailing her arms before sinking. Fu Qingyun's expression changed in surprise as she contemplated jumping in to rescue her. Just then, a figure dashed past her, and Xiao Rongjing plunged into the water. Retrieving Chu Wanqi, drenched and pale, Chu Wanqi closed her eyes and fainted in Xiao Rongjing's arms. The river was deep enough to submerge a person, let alone a pregnant woman. Xiao Rongjing, looking frantic, laid her down and began to administer first aid, pressing on her chest. Chu Wanqi coughed up water and half opened her eyes, gazing weakly at Fu Qingyun with a pained expression, asking, Sister, why did you push me into the water? Fu Qingyun had indeed exerted little force. Her earlier gesture was hardly enough to cause such a fall. Xiao Rongjing, clearly unconvinced, barked, Enough, Fu Qingyun. I once thought you were gentle and kind. At least for my sake, you would not harm Wanqi. You have disappointed me greatly. He had witnessed it firsthand. Could there be any doubt? Fu Qingyun's eyes fell on the still unconscious Chu Wanqi in his arms, noting the flicker of amusement in her gaze. Xiao Rongjing seemed to favor such fragile women. Fu Qingyun, somewhat amused by the absurdity, decided not to engage further, leaving them with a dismissive remark, Think as you wish. I have matters to attend to. I shan't disturb you two any longer. With that, she departed gracefully, leaving them in stunned silence. Xiao Rongjing shouted after her, Fu Qingyun, stop. But all that remained was the sound of birds taking flight in the woods. Fu Qingyun returned to her tent and collapsed onto her bed. She contemplated whether Chu Wanqi's sole purpose in coming here was merely to pursue Xiao Rongjing, a frail woman traversing mountains and waters to seek her desired man. Those skilled in martial arts would find such a journey arduous, especially for someone pregnant. As Fu Qingyun closed her eyes, she inadvertently drifted into slumber until nightfall, her stomach growling in hunger. Upon waking, she realized the meat buns had all been consumed, and she had finished the remaining provisions. She would have to venture out to find something to eat. Lifting the tent flap, she found the outside shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a few flickering torches. The cold night breeze was biting. Wrapping her cloak tighter around her, she stepped outside in search of food, heading towards the designated cooking tent for the soldiers. As she lifted the flap, she caught sight of a shadow darting past. The figure was small and moved swiftly. Fu Qingyun furrowed her brows, hesitating for a moment before following. Who could it be at this hour? Could it be an assassin? The thought sent a chill through her, and she quickened her pace. The camp was mostly quiet, with only a few soldiers on patrol. Ahead, a cloaked figure, masked and clad in black, was nearly invisible against the night. The figure adeptly evaded the patrolling soldiers, sprinting forward. Fu Qingyun leaped forward, swiftly placing a hand on the figure's shoulder. Startled, the figure turned, striking back. Fu Qingyun narrowly dodged and, looking into their eyes, exclaimed, It's you. The figure's eyes widened in panic as they covered their face, realizing it was futile. They then scattered a pouch of powder. Fu Qingyun leaped back, and by the time she regained her footing, the figure had vanished. It was indeed her. She could fight. Fu Qingyun looked towards the direction the figure had fled, realizing it led to Knight Junlin's main tent. What could her intentions be toward him? A sense of unease stirred within her. Just then, a voice called from behind Miss Fu. Turning around, she saw Knight Junlin standing there in a fitted black robe. Instinctively, she glanced back towards where the figure had escaped, then bowed slightly. Your Highness, you are still awake at this hour? Indeed. I cannot sleep, and decided to take a walk. Knight Junlin replied nonchalantly, his gaze directed towards the path she had been watching. Miss Fu, you are out for a stroll as well?
Yes.
I napped too long this afternoon and grew hungry. So, I came out to see if there was anything to eat. Fu Qingyun felt a twinge of guilt, unable to meet his penetrating gaze. Knight Junlin's eyes held a sharpness that seemed capable of seeing through her very soul. Knight Junlin gave a slight nod and asked, Shall we go together?
Huh?
Together for what? Fu Qingyun stared blankly at the man before her, momentarily at a loss for words. She hesitantly inquired, Are you also hungry, Your Highness? I thought you were fasting? Indeed, replied Yi Junlin, taking a step forward. Fu Qingyun quickly followed, exclaiming, But Your Highness, weren't you fasting? Yi Junlin halted. His voice slightly deepened. Who said this prince was fasting? Fu Qingyun nearly collided with him, abruptly stopping. Your Highness? She spoke softly, causing Yi Junlin's brows to furrow. She quickly took a step back, realizing, Oh, so Your Highness is not fasting. What would you like to eat? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Junlin said, Perhaps some buns. Fu Qingyun nodded, noticing that he had already moved ahead, and she followed suit. So, Yi Junlin enjoys buns. She had assumed that as a prince, he would prefer meat in the military camp. What a surprise. Under the bright light, the two walked in tandem for several consecutive days. Fu Qingyun had not seen Chu Wanqi. That night, it was clear that Chu Wanqi was feeling guilty. She knew, deep down, that Fu Qingyun was aware of her secrets. Why had Chu Wanqi gone to Yi Junlin's main tent? Was she planning to assassinate him? There were too many possibilities, and Fu Qingyun felt her mind clouding once again. In recent days, Xiao Rongjing had been taking care of Chu Wanqi, and she had not appeared. On the fourth day, when Chu Wanqi emerged from the tent, she found Fu Qingyun waiting for her. A flicker of panic crossed Chu Wanqi's eyes, but she feigned calmness, saying, Sister Yun, what brings you here so early? Come with me, Fu Qingyun replied curtly, turning away. She was confident that Chu Wanqi would follow. Sure enough, after a moment's hesitation, Chu Wanqi trailed behind her. They arrived at the same riverside as before. Before Chu Wanqi could steady herself, Fu Qingyun grasped her wrist. Chu Wanqi's face turned pale, and she attempted to break free. But, to no avail. Fu Qingyun pressed her fingers against the pulse in Chu Wanqi's wrist, her voice icy. You are indeed not pregnant. Now, tell me, who are you really? And why did you attempt to assassinate the prince? Sister Yun, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Chu Wanqi exclaimed, feigning ignorance, her heart racing. She strained to pull her hand back, but remained firmly held by Fu Qingyun. Gazing at Chu Wanqi's innocent facade, Fu Qingyun suddenly released her grip, a smirk forming on her lips. My apologies, I misspoke. You must not be the one. Hearing this, Chu Wanqi sighed with relief, believing Fu Qingyun had genuinely made an error. Yet, Fu Qingyun turned back abruptly and pushed her, but Chu Wanqi instinctively sidestepped. Fu Qingyun withdrew her hand. So it is you are skilled in martial arts. Those who have practiced martial arts instinctively dodge attacks. Fu Qingyun, having trained, was aware of this. Since you know, I need not pretend any longer. Fu Qingyun, there are matters you ought not to know or meddle in. Realizing she could no longer feign ignorance, Chu Wanqi dropped her act. Who exactly are you? Your target is the prince. Why? I've told you, this is none of your business. It would be best if you stayed out of it. Chu Wanqi narrowed her eyes, issuing a warning, then her expression shifted back to that of a pitiful victim. Sister Yun, I truly do not understand what you are saying. I know you harbor great hostility towards me, but I can only blame my affection for a Jing. I hope you can show mercy, and let me be, alright? What else do you intend to do to her? Fu Qingyun. Chapter 84. Testing. A voice of reprimand rang out from behind, and Xiao Rongjing swiftly approached, shielding Chu Wanqi. Without hesitation, he chastised Fu Qingyun. Fu Qingyun. You pushed Wanqi into the water a few days ago, and I chose not to pursue the matter. What do you want with her today? She is still with child. Protected in his embrace, Chu Wanqi looked up at Fu Qingyun with a hint of smugness. Ignoring Xiao Rongjing's fury, Fu Qingyun coldly glanced at Chu Wanqi.
Indeed.
Miss Chu is with child, so you must keep a close watch on her. Otherwise, one day she might suddenly accuse me of causing her to lose the baby, and that would be troublesome. Xiao Rongjing's anger flared further at this. Fu Qingyun, you truly wish to harm Wanqi's unborn child? How cruel you are to not spare even an unborn baby. Then you ought to keep a close eye on Miss Chu. Do not let her encounter me again. For if I am in a foul mood, I might inadvertently harm her, and that would be unfortunate. Fu Qingyun's words were directed at Chu Wanqi, who visibly paled at the implication. Xiao Rongjing, furious, was about to act when Chu Wanqi grasped his hand. Jing, I feel a bit unwell. Can you take me back? Noticing Chu Wanqi's pallor, he glared fiercely at Fu Qingyun and helped her return. As Fu Qingyun watched them depart, she fell into deep contemplation. Previously, rumors had circulated in the capital that Chu Wanqi was a foreign spy. Could it be true? Yet, her master had conducted a covert investigation into Chu Wanqi's background, and there should not be any discrepancies. What had gone wrong? Fu Qingyun pondered throughout her journey back to Yunwu City, where she encountered the soldiers casting her strange glances. She furrowed her brow. Wan Yan found her and mentioned that rumors were circulating in the army regarding her relationship with Xiao Rongjing and Chu Wanqi. Fu Qingyun was speechless. She had anticipated that one day, this matter would inevitably become public knowledge, but she had not expected it to happen so soon. With Chu Wanqi's appearance, the situation had escalated. However, Fu Qingyun was unafraid. It was they who should be worried. Gossip spread like wildfire, and within days, it reached the ears of Yi Junlan. Initially, he paid it no mind, but as the tales grew increasingly absurd, he could not afford to remain oblivious. His first move was to summon Xiao Rongjing. Xiao Rongjing, aware of the rumors in the camp, entered and immediately knelt before Yi Junlan, seeking forgiveness. This subordinate has come to plead for your grace. What error have you committed? Yi Junlan's voice was grave. I should not have kept a wife in the military camp, resulting in rampant rumors that disturb the morale and disrupt discipline, Xiao Rongjing admitted. Understanding his fault. Very well, Yi Junlan replied. Since you acknowledge your mistake, you should know how to rectify it. I understand, Your Highness. Rest assured. I shall address it immediately. Xiao Rongjing sighed in relief and exited, only to collide with Fu Qingyun. He gritted his teeth. You instigated this, didn't you? How despicable. Xiao Fuguang, did I forget to mention that insulting a superior is punishable under military law? Fu Qingyun said with a smile curling at her lips. Predictably, she saw Xiao Rongjing's face turn pale with rage as he strode away. A wave of satisfaction washed over her. Entering the tent, Fu Qingyun called out, Your Highness, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Fu Qingyun was uncertain how to address herself. On one hand, she was merely fulfilling a temporary duty, agreeing to escort military supplies at her master's behest. On the other hand, she was not a general, lacking military achievements, possessing only the title of a mere noble consort. She had previously mentioned this to Yi Junlan, who had merely replied, It does not matter. Yi Junlan regarded her and asked, Are you and Xiao Rongjing married?
No.
My lord, Fu Qingyun replied, I have already requested a decree for divorce from His Majesty. I have severed ties with Xiao Rongjing. It is Chu Wanqi who is his wife now. We are no longer connected. Chapter 85. The Battle of Yesteryear divorced Xiao Rongjing? This revelation took him by surprise. The emperor had not mentioned this in his letter. Yi Junlan nodded slightly. I have heard that Xiao Rongjing had once distinguished himself in battle. He is indeed a rare talent. The emperor has high hopes for him. Why, then, would Miss Fu choose to part ways with such an exceptional husband? Fu Qingyun lowered her head, hesitating before responding. My lord, this is a personal matter. May I refrain from discussing it? She genuinely wished to avoid revisiting those memories. Moreover, this was a matter unrelated to military supplies, and she saw no necessity to elaborate to Yi Junlan. Noticing her knitted brows, Yi Junlan nodded subtly and chose not to press further. However, he could surmise the underlying complications. If she preferred silence, then silence it would be. May I inquire when you plan to launch an assault on the city?
She asked.
I have heard that during the last battle, you managed to drive the soldiers of Nanxiang back to the great Hengdi city. Yi Junlan responded, Do you wish to join the battlefield? Indeed, she replied. To step onto the battlefield once more is my heartfelt desire. Even amidst a sea of blood, it matters not. Perhaps her mother had once harbored similar thoughts. She could vividly imagine her mother, resplendent in bravery, standing amidst the chaos of war, vanquishing foes. Yi Junlin nodded. Rest assured, I will honor your wish. However, the time is not yet ripe. You may observe Wen Yan as he trains the troops. Oh, Fu Qingyun acknowledged, initially intending to take her leave, but then returned, unable to suppress her curiosity. May I ask, my lord, why negotiations for a peace treaty have not commenced amidst the ongoing conflict in the southeast? Yi Junlin raised his gaze. Even behind his mask, the sharpness of his eyes was palpable. After a protracted silence, he finally articulated, My brother once sought an audience with the Emperor of Nanxiang, but the latter declined. I am unaware of the reasons behind this. I have heard it is due to the death of the Nanxiang crown prince during the battle years ago that the emperor has waged unrelenting war against Donghua. Is that true?
Who informed you of this?
Yi Junlin's tone turned icy, his dark eyes locking onto her with intensity. Fu Qingyun felt the sudden chill in the air, sensing his anger. I heard it along the way, she replied. Knowing full well that she had concealed the source of her information, her master had shared it with her. Disclosing her master as the source would certainly raise Yi Junlin's suspicions, as such royal secrets were typically unknown to the common populace. Yi Junlin's handsome face remained inscrutable, clearly unconvinced by her words. He did not expose her deception but coldly instructed, You may leave. As Fu Qingyun exited the tent, she pondered Yi Junlin's demeanor, realizing there was indeed something amiss. Yi Junlin was astute. How could he be unaware of past events, especially as he was a key participant? Thus, Fu Qingyun surmised correctly. He was aware of the situation, yet there were secrets he could not divulge. What could they be? The more secrets there were, the more intrigued Fu Qingyun became, eager to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, outside the tent, Xiao Rongjing pondered for a long while before finally entering. To his shock, he found Qu Wanqi standing by the bed, her lower half drenched in blood, her face as pale as death. She, what has happened? He exclaimed, his expression filled with alarm. Ah Jing, I am in so much pain. What should I do? Qu Wanqi cried, tears streaming down her face. I just got out of bed and found blood beneath me. Is it my child? She dared not voice the rest. Without needing to think, Xiao Rongjing understood the gravity of the situation. He quickly helped her lie down, gripping her hands tightly as he comforted her. She, do not worry. It will be fine. I will fetch a doctor immediately. You must not move, do you understand? Qu Wanqi nodded repeatedly, her lips devoid of color. Once Xiao Rongjing hurriedly left, Qu Wanqi glanced at her blood-stained hands, her anguished expression transforming into one of eerie calm as a smile crept onto her lips. Chapter 86. The loss of the child. As Xiao Rongjing made his way to find the doctor, guilt gnawed at him. She had faced countless hardships to seek him out, and now he had allowed her to encounter such misfortune. How could he ever forgive himself? The only physician in the military camp was Wen Hai, a distant relative of Wen Yan. He had dedicated himself to treating injured soldiers and earned their deep respect. Xiao Rongjing summoned Wen Hai and urgently led him to treat Qu Wanqi. Upon entering and seeing the blood-soaked Qu Wanqi, Wen Hai's brow furrowed in concern. He first took her pulse, administered pain relief, and began to clean the blood. After a moment, he sighed in relief, washing the blood from his hands before turning to Xiao Rongjing. General Xiao, her bleeding has been staunched, but I regret to inform you that her child cannot be saved. Xiao Rongjing froze at the news. Shi's child cannot be saved? His own flesh and blood was lost. How could this be? Just this morning, she had been well. How could things have deteriorated so swiftly? Then a realization struck him, and his gaze hardened as his hands clenched tightly. It was Fu Qingyun who caused my child's demise. Ah Jing. Qu Wanqi's faint voice reached his ears. With red-rimmed eyes, Xiao Rongjing stepped closer, grasping her hand with great effort to remain composed. She, I am here. You will be all right. Do not worry. Qu Wanqi's pale lips struggled to form words. Ah Jing, is my child still with us? Xiao Rongjing's lips pressed into a thin line, rendering him speechless. From the sorrow etched on his face, Qu Wanqi discerned the truth. Her lips trembled as she whispered, Ah Jing, has my child perished? The last two words were a struggle for her to utter. Xiao Rongjing bowed his head, unable to meet her gaze. With tear-filled eyes, Qu Wanqi wept, her tears cascading onto Xiao Rongjing's hand. She shook her head furiously, her voice hoarse with despair.
No.
Ah Jing, You're deceiving me, right? Our child is still here. I assent it. I cannot bear for them to leave. They have not even seen the world yet, Ah Jing. As she spoke, her strength waned, and she succumbed to her overwhelming grief, fainting. Xiao Rongjing called her name repeatedly, but there was no response. He quickly summoned Wen Hai to come check on her. Wen Yan examined her pulse and stated, General Xiao, she has merely fainted from excessive sorrow. I have some pills that will protect her heart. Once she awakens, give them to her. Ensure she does not become overly agitated. I must take my leave now. Wen Yan left a box of pills and stepped outside, casting a final glance before hurriedly departing. Xiao Rongjing sat at the bedside, gazing at the pale Chu Wanxi, his heart heavy with pain and guilt. He felt he had failed her utterly. He had vowed to protect and cherish her. Yet now she lay in this state. Overwhelmed with remorse, he lifted his reddened eyes and resolved to step outside. As he exited, Chu Wanxi opened her eyes. Suddenly, rain began to pour outside. The skies had shifted ominously from clear blue to dark clouds. Soaked to the skin, Xiao Rongjing approached Fu Qingyun's tent and called out, Fu Qingyun, come out here. No response came. The patrolling soldiers passing by exchanged puzzled glances, but continued on their rounds. Seeing that no one answered, Xiao Rongjing prepared to raise his voice once more. As Fu Qingyun emerged from within, umbrella in hand, she spoke in a harsh tone, Xiao Rongjing, what madness has seized you again? Must you incessantly trouble her without cause? She abhors disturbances. Chapter 87. A life for a life. Shishi's child is gone. Fu Qingyun. Are you satisfied now? Are you pleased? Xiao Rongjing shouted vehemently. He could not fathom that Shishi's child had simply vanished without reason. Surely, it was Fu Qingyun's actions against Shishi days prior that had led to this tragic outcome. Fu Qingyun retorted, Xiao Rongjing, if I called you foolish, you would indeed prove unparalleled in your folly. You believe every word Shishi utters? Did she tell you her child is lost? Or did you witness it with your own eyes? What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean? I saw Shishi bleed profusely. Is there any room for doubt? Xiao Rongjing glared fiercely at her. I know Shishi was carrying my child. You have harbored resentment against her. And now you have finally found an opportunity to frame her. You have succeeded. Her child is lost. Fu Qingyun, your heart is truly merciless. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Fu Qingyun's eyes. Could it be that Chu Wanxi was indeed pregnant? Impossible. She had been studying medicine in Yaoyao Mountain, and her master had declared that her skills were inferior to those of her senior brother. She had taken Shishi's pulse, and it was certain that she was not pregnant. How could the child simply be lost? Yet, Xiao Rongjing did not appear to be lying. Fu Qingyun's gaze sharpened as a thought struck her. Chu Wanxi is not pregnant. Just days ago, I checked her pulse. She was indeed not with child. How could the child simply vanish? Xiao Rongjing, you ought to open your eyes and see that Chu Wanxi is not the fragile woman you imagine her to be. With that, she turned to leave. However, as she took a step, Xiao Rongjing seized her wrist. His expression was fierce as he shouted madly, Fu Qingyun, do not speak of nonsense. You are responsible for Shi's lost child. You have taken my child's life, and I demand retribution for my child. With that, he attempted to drag her over to witness for herself how his child had perished. Fu Qingyun recoiled at his touch, twisting her restrained hand to pull away forcefully. Xiao Rongjing instinctively bent to follow the motion, only to be met with a sharp blow from Fu Qingyun's knee. Pain shot through his abdomen as he staggered back, nearly losing his balance. The rain fell steadily, droplets cascading from the umbrella. Fu Qingyun remained unperturbed, her attire entirely dry as she regarded him coldly. Xiao Rongjing, this is a military camp. You are committing insubordination. I warn you once more, do not test my patience. As the rain intensified, some soldiers gathered to witness the spectacle. Wen Yan approached, stunned to see Xiao Rongjing struck by Fu Qingyun, and promptly ran to inform the prince. Xiao Rongjing wiped the rain from his face, fists clenched. Even if I am guilty of insubordination, I will demand your life in return. For Shishi, for my child. Today, Fu Qingyun shall pay the price. Casting a glance at the soldiers nearby, he strode over and brandished a sword. The soldiers, taken aback, hesitated to intervene. With a fierce countenance, Xiao Rongjing lunged at Fu Qingyun with the blade. Fu Qingyun's expression hardened. Utilizing her umbrella as a weapon, she spun it, successfully blocking the tip of his sword. Startled, Xiao Rongjing adjusted his grip, attempting to pierce through the umbrella. In that moment, Fu Qingyun kicked the umbrella, sending it spinning through the air. Seizing the opportunity, she gripped the sword with 2 fingers and, channeling her inner strength, bent the blade in an unnatural arc. Xiao Rongjing's eyes widened in shock as he saw the sword's reflection in his gaze. Attempting to retract the sword, he found it firmly gripped, immobilizing him entirely. With narrowed eyes, Fu Qingyun exerted her strength, and the sword snapped abruptly. Xiao Rongjing gasped, still clutching the hilt while the tip was now firmly in Fu Qingyun's grasp. With a swift motion, she whirled around, the broken blade aimed directly at Xiao Rongjing's eye. The distance was mere millimeters. The chilling aura of the blade, threatening his very sight. Fu Qingyun halted, her gaze icy as she regarded him. The umbrella lay discarded on the ground, as though this entire confrontation had transpired in an instant. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The rain continued to fall, and the scene unfolded too rapidly for the soldiers to fully comprehend. "Cease this at once," a cold voice commanded. Chapter 88. Know the law. Break the law. The soldiers parted to allow passage as Yi Junlon approached through the crowd, Wen Yan holding an umbrella behind him. He surveyed the two, his gaze landing on Xiao Rongjing, irritation flashing in his eyes. "Both of you, come here." Fu Qingyun discarded the broken sword and picked up the fallen umbrella, moving closer. Yi Junlon's eyes followed her, a hint of helplessness crossing his features. This girl was in low spirits. Upon seeing him, she skipped the customary greeting. Yi Junlon turned away, not sparing Xiao Rongjing a glance. Standing in the rain, Xiao Rongjing stared intently at the broken sword on the ground. Inside the tent, Yi Junlon took his seat at the head, looking at the two. "What transpired here?" Fu Qingyun replied, "Your Highness, Xiao Rongjing, as a general, sought to engage me in combat over personal matters, which is a disgrace to the title of general and a betrayal of the Emperor's expectations. He has persistently troubled me, and I have reached my limit." Yi Junlon's dark eyes turned to Xiao Rongjing, his voice deep. "What do you have to say for yourself?" Xiao Rongjing lowered his head. "Your Highness, I have no words to offer. This matter is indeed my fault. I request your punishment." He could not reveal Shixi's situation. She was merely a fragile woman, oblivious to it all. If he spoke, the prince might believe he was shirking responsibility. As a general, he recognized right from wrong. Any consequences he would bear himself. Yi Junlon stated, "In that case, as a general who knows the law yet breaks it, violating military discipline, I shall punish you to kneel outside for 1 hour." "Yes, I accept the order," Xiao Rongjing replied, turning to leave. Wen Yan interjected, "Your Highness, I believe there may be some misunderstanding. General Xiao could not possibly be unaware that fighting in the military camp violates discipline. If he wishes to bear the burden, let him do so. Such impulsive behavior must be tempered, especially for one of his rank." Yi Junlon replied, "Since he knows the law yet breaks it, there is no need for leniency. Moreover, this is a military camp. If he is allowed to act as he pleases, what will the other soldiers think? Adhering to military discipline is the most fundamental rule for every soldier." Wen Yan nodded, casting a glance at Fu Qingyun before discreetly retreating. The tent was left with just the two of them. Fu Qingyun lowered her head, lost in thought about Chu Wanxi, when a pair of black boots came into view. She looked up, and their gazes locked, causing Fu Qingyun to instinctively step back. However, her foot slipped, and she began to fall backward. Yi Junlon swiftly caught her wrist, preventing her from toppling over. Fu Qingyun's face turned pale, her heart racing. She quickly withdrew her hand and retreated several steps. "Your Highness, I believe your punishment for Xiao Rongjing is too lenient. It should be more severe to demonstrate that you are just in your rewards and punishments, ensuring adherence to the law." "Oh, is that your opinion?" Yi Junlon's lips curled into a slight smile. Was this girl truly frightened of him? Fu Qingyun dared not look up, lest she catch sight of his amused expression. Was it not true? If everyone were to act as recklessly as Xiao Rongjing, engaging in brawls for personal matters, would that not plunge the entire military camp into chaos? "You speak of Xiao Rongjing, yet he is not a subordinate of mine. My subordinates are valiant men who have fought alongside me through life and death, willing to shed blood for our cause, unlike Xiao Rongjing, who, in his infatuation with a woman, has lost his senses and committed such foolish acts." Knight Junlon seldom offers explanations, yet he simultaneously praises his own men while disparaging Xiao Rongjing. Importantly, he subtly lauds himself as well. Xiao Rongjing was not under his jurisdiction before, but now that he has come to his camp and committed an error, he must face the consequences. Fu Qingyun's face flashed with surprise. For Knight Junlon was already aware of the situation. It was not difficult to deduce. Chu Wanqi's sudden appearance in the camp to seek out Xiao Rongjing had been witnessed by many, and the rumors of the past few days had likely reached his ears. Chapter 89. Goosebumps arose, my lord. There is something I am uncertain whether to disclose. Speak freely. Chu Wanqi, the woman now with Xiao Rongjing. I suspect her identity is rather complex. A few nights ago, I saw her clad in black, approaching your tent. I fear she has ulterior motives for coming to the camp. Fu Qingyun could not restrain herself from voicing her concerns. Knight Junlon, being the younger brother of her master, held a pivotal position within the army. Should anything happen to him, it would certainly incite turmoil. She would regret not informing him of this matter. Upon hearing her words, a glimmer of contemplation crossed Knight Junlon's eyes. He replied calmly, I understand.
You may leave now.
Fu Qingyun complied and stepped outside the tent, exhaling a sigh of relief a few paces away. Glancing at her arm, she instinctively recalled the earlier incident, causing her to shiver with unease. Since discovering Xiao Rongjing's betrayal and his clandestine rendezvous with another, she had developed a wariness towards men, save for those she was familiar with. Any other man approaching her would evoke a sense of distaste. She lifted her gaze to the sky, where the clouds had parted, revealing the sun, which uplifted her spirits. She turned towards the figure kneeling on the training ground and approached. Due to the rain, Wen Yan had not drilled the soldiers today, leaving the training ground empty but for Xiao Rongjing, who knelt there with an expression devoid of emotion. Upon hearing footsteps, he immediately recognized the visitor. A smirk tugged at his lips. What? Come to witness my disgrace? No. It seems you always relish in my humiliation, Fu Qingyun. You consistently lead me to shame, whether at home or here. If that is how you perceive it, so be it. I merely came to inform you that Chu Wanqi approached you with intentions from the very beginning. Do you genuinely believe she harbors affection for you? Think carefully. With that, Fu Qingyun turned to leave. The earlier scuffle had soaked her clothes, leaving her uncomfortable. Her disdain for Xiao Rongjing was thus justified. Thankfully, Chang Wei had prepared several outfits for her, sufficient for her needs. How she missed the meat buns made by Chang Wei. She wondered if her father had returned home, and whether he would chastise her for stepping onto the battlefield. Observing Fu Qingyun's departing figure, Xiao Rongjing's eyes flickered with complexity. Could it be that Shishi truly was? For the first time, doubt crept into his heart regarding Shishi. Yet, Fu Qingyun had never told him a single lie. In that moment, he found himself torn between whom to trust. The following day, after the rain had ceased, the weather turned considerably colder. Yunwu City, being a border town, was naturally chillier than the capital. Winter had arrived. Chu Wanqi gradually awakened after lying in bed for several days. Upon opening her eyes, she found Xiao Rongjing seated quietly at her bedside. She reached out to touch his hand, only to have him withdraw. Stunned, she blinked back tears. Ah Jing, what is the matter? Nothing at all, Shishi. The king has decreed that in a few days, we shall lay siege to the city. It would be inconvenient for you to remain here, so I shall have someone escort you home. Xiao Rongjing spoke in a calm tone, adjusting her blankets. Upon hearing this, Chu Wanqi's tears flowed uncontrollably onto the blankets and onto his hand. Ah Jing, do you wish to send me away? Have I done something wrong? Or is it that the king forbids you from keeping me here? She struggled to rise, grasping his hand with desperation, her eyes pleading. She could not leave. Xiao Rongjing furrowed his brow, softly reprimanding her. Seeing her startled expression, he lowered his voice to explain, I did not mean to frighten you. This is a military camp, under the king's jurisdiction, not my own. The king is strict and has decreed that you cannot stay here. Shishi, do you understand? This place is not like the capital where you can move freely. There are rules in the military camp. With his words laid bare, Chu Wanqi could only nod in understanding. Xiao Rongjing sighed with relief internally and began to gather her belongings. Chu Wanqi watched his retreating figure, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. Chapter 90. Is he really that terrifying? Once her belongings were packed, Xiao Rongjing assisted Chu Wanqi in leaving the gates of Yunwu City. He had already summoned a carriage to ensure her safe return to the capital. Chu Wanqi embraced him, burying her face in his chest, whispering, Ah Jing, promise me you will return safely, all right? Yes, I understand. Xiao Rongjing released her, helping her into the carriage. He instructed the driver to ensure her safe passage back to the capital. The driver acknowledged and cracked the whip, setting the horses in motion. Inside the carriage, Chu Wanshi lifted the curtain, watching Xiao Rongjing grow smaller in the distance, waving her farewell. Only after the carriage had disappeared from view did Xiao Rongjing fully relax. As the carriage entered the woods outside the city, Chu Wanshi commanded a halt. The driver, puzzled, had yet to turn around when he was swiftly dispatched, his eyes widening in shock as he fell lifeless to the ground. Chu Wanshi dismounted, encountering a man in black kneeling before her. "Your Highness, I have arrived late." "Not late at all. Your timing is impeccable. Circumstances have changed. Return and inform General Xia that Knight Junlan is preparing to besiege the city, and he must be ready." Chu Wanshi commanded. "Yes, Your Highness." The man in black accepted his orders and departed. Chu Wanshi turned her gaze back towards Yunwu City, her eyes filled with venomous intent. She had nearly succeeded in eliminating Knight Junlan. All of this turmoil was orchestrated by Fu Qingyun. Had she known, she should have dealt with Fu Qingyun at the Xiao residence. Today, none of this would have transpired. Knight Junlan, just wait. Soon, they shall meet again. Chu Wanshi mounted her horse and galloped towards Dahenggi City. The night was biting cold. Fu Qingyun, possessing a martial background, was naturally unperturbed by the chilly weather. In her previous days at Yaoyao Mountain, she would play in the snow with her fellow disciples every winter, managing to cover them all in snow each time. Fu Qingyun smiled as she entered the stable, bringing treats for Qianli. To her surprise, another horse stood beside Qianli, equally crimson, resembling him. Fu Qingyun was taken aback. She had not seen this horse before. It was quite peculiar. At that moment, Wen Yan approached, offering a handful of food to the new horse. "Wen Yan, whose horse is this?" Fu Qingyun inquired with curiosity. With a gentle smile, she said, "This horse belongs to the prince. Miss Fu, you may not be aware, but this magnificent steed is named Wanli, a name bestowed by the prince himself. It sustained injuries during the last battle and has been recuperating ever since. It only recovered yesterday. Wanli has always been the prince's companion." Tang Wenyan was startled to see Junlan standing behind her. Fu Qingyun was momentarily taken aback. Turning to look, she saw Yi Junlan clad in black, his golden mask glinting coldly under the moonlight. Tang Wenyan glanced at Fu Qingyun and, sensing the atmosphere, discreetly withdrew. Observing Tang Wenyan's hasty retreat, Fu Qingyun decided it was best to leave as well. "Your Highness, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." She thought it prudent to maintain a respectful distance from Yi Junlan. In recent days, she had pondered the affection shown by her master, realizing it stemmed from her mother's legacy. Yi Junlan, unaware of the underlying reasons, warranted her adherence to the decorum befitting a subject. She could not allow others to misconstrue their relationship as overly familiar. Subject? A flicker of intrigue crossed Yi Junlan's gaze. What had aggrieved this girl? Who had offended her? As Fu Qingyun brushed past him, he seized her wrist. Her expression shifted, her voice trembling. "Your Highness? Were you not tending to the horses?" Yi Junlan released her, his tone steady. "Ah, I have completed my task. I shall take my leave now." Before his words fully settled, she had already dashed several paces away. Yi Junlan's keen eyes followed her retreating silhouette, a hint of amusement playing upon his lips. Was he truly so fearsome? A glance at the ground revealed a delicate sachet lying there. He picked it up, a fragrant aroma wafting towards him, and grasped it tightly. Chapter 91. Your horse is quite impressive with the siege imminent. Yi Junlan summoned Tang Wenyan, General Luo, and General Lu in the afternoon to discuss strategies. He found Fu Qingyun's siege tactics from their previous encounter commendable, and this meeting was to finalize their plans. Tang Wenyan, General Luo, and General Lu unanimously agreed, raising no objections. Yi Junlan nodded solemnly. "In that case, I have decided to adopt Miss Fu's strategy. Now, let us arrange the deployment of our forces for the siege. General Luo and General Lu will be responsible for launching fire arrows from the mountains, while Tang Wenyan will lead the assault on the city gates. Furthermore, I shall assign Xiao Rongjing to provide support for Tang Wenyan. As for burning the enemy's supplies, that task shall fall to Miss Fu and me." At this proclamation, Tang Wenyan, General Luo, and General Lu all exclaimed in unison, "That is unacceptable." Yi Junlan, as a prince of high standing, could not afford to take such risks. Should anything go awry, not only would it undermine the morale of the troops, but they would also be at a loss regarding how to report to the emperor. Fu Qingyun shared their concerns. After a moment's thought, she suggested, "Your Highness, if you trust me, I can handle it alone." "That is not permissible. This matter is of utmost importance, and you are unaware of the precise location of the enemy's supplies. It is imperative that two individuals undertake this task. As the commander, I desire a unified and cohesive military spirit. Even in my absence, you must maintain this unity, lest we disappoint the Emperor's expectations. Do you understand? Yi Junlin's dark gaze swept over the group, finally resting on Fu Qingyun. Rest assured, I have fought alongside you in battle. You must trust me, just as I trust you. This decision is final. Upon hearing this, they ceased their descent. Yi Junlin declared, Very well. I have resolved that we shall launch a surprise attack tonight. Yes, Your Highness, the three replied in unison. Yi Junlin instructed them to prepare, directing Tang Wenyan to locate Xiao Rongjing and convey the specifics of the plan. Tang Wenyan complied and sought out Xiao Rongjing. Upon learning the news, he was astonished, but quickly set about making preparations. Regardless of why the prince had suddenly changed his mind to send him to the battlefield, he was nonetheless thrilled. He had come with the hope of earning military merit and returning home in glory. Tang Wenyan informed him that the prince had allocated 5,000 troops for his support in the rear. They need only await the signal. As dusk fell and night enveloped the land, Yi Junlin and Fu Qingyun set forth, riding towards Daheng River City. General Luo and General Lu led 5,000 soldiers from the mountains, while Tang Wenyan commanded 20,000 troops in a frontal assault, with Xiao Rongjing following closely behind. Not spotting Fu Qingyun, Xiao Rongjing assumed that Yi Junlin had not intended for her to join and felt a secret satisfaction. Surely, the prince had demonstrated wisdom in this decision. How could he entrust a battlefield task to a woman untested in war? Xiao Rongjing resolved to ensure that Fu Qingyun understood the realities of combat and to prove to the prince that he was indeed a valuable asset. As 25,000 soldiers advanced swiftly under the cover of darkness, they needed to coordinate seamlessly with Yi Junlin and Fu Qingyun to achieve a decisive victory. The night was oppressive, and the chill in the air was palpable. The two blood-red steeds, Qianli and Wanli, galloped at an astonishing speed. The cold wind stung Fu Qingyun's face. Even with her cloak, it offered little protection. She cast a sidelong glance at Yi Junlin, who remained unperturbed. This man, she surmised, was likely more skilled than she. His magnificent steed was also impressive. Noticing her gaze, Yi Junlin remarked, Your horse is quite remarkable. There has yet to be a steed that can match his Wanli. Fu Qingyun, observing her silence, a smile graced Yi Junlin's lips. Chapter 92. Her crime has escalated. They galloped swiftly, reaching the foothills beside Daheng River City within half an hour. Both dismounted, and Fu Qingyun whispered something into Qianli's ear, which nodded in understanding. Before them lay the city, ablaze with lights. Numerous soldiers patrolled the ramparts, raising her suspicions. Yet, she could not articulate what felt amiss. Dismissing her unease, she and Yi Junlin crept along the wall, cautiously avoiding the patrolling guards. Yi Junlin lowered his voice. We should set out half an hour ahead. Tang Wenyan and the others ought to be arriving shortly. We must locate the supplies and set them ablaze. Igniting the arrows will signal our success. Turning back to her, he inquired, Fu Qingyun, where do you think the supplies might be stored? Fu Qingyun raised her gaze to the city walls. If I were the enemy, with Daheng River City flanked by mountains, I would not place the supplies at the base of the mountains, fearing a surprise attack. Moreover, with winter approaching, the chill at night would render supplies near the mountains damp and inedible. The most effective strategy would be to store them near the encampment where it is warm, as it is said that places bustling with activity tend to retain heat, allowing the supplies to last longer even in winter. Am I correct, Your Highness? A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Yi Junlin's eyes. So, you suggest the supplies should be near the encampment? Indeed, and that would make it the most perilous location. Fu Qingyun's lips curled into a playful smile. The most dangerous spot would be adjacent to the main tent of the commanding general. This posed a significant challenge. The main tent of the commander was typically positioned centrally, heavily guarded by numerous troops. Both realized the gravity of the situation and spoke simultaneously. I have a proposal. Yi Junlin gestured for her to go ahead. Fu Qingyun suggested, Your Highness, I could go out alone to draw the enemy's attention while you set fire to the supplies. What do you think? That is not permissible. Why not? Because I am the commander. If I were to appear suddenly, the enemy would grow even more wary and deploy more forces to pursue me, Yi Junlin explained. Fu Qingyun understood his reasoning. Typically, commanders would not undertake the risky endeavor of igniting enemy supplies. Once discovered, the enemy will undoubtedly concentrate their fire on the commander, never suspecting that there are others lurking behind. Although this stratagem is clever, it carries a considerable risk. Should the commander be captured, it would signify the loss of this war. It was this very thought that led Fu Qingyun to suggest that she would take the risk alone. As if reading her mind, Yi Junlan reassured her, "Fear not, my title as the War King is not without merit." This seemingly humorous remark was, in truth, meant to alleviate Fu Qingyun's burdens. Fu Qingyun's gaze met his, and from this angle, she caught sight of Yi Junlan's resolute jawline. She spoke earnestly, indeed. If the prince were to be captured, my culpability would be immense. Not only would her master blame her, but it was also uncertain whether Yi Junlan's subordinates would allow her to leave unscathed. Upon hearing her response, Yi Junlan found himself inexplicably amused. "Then it is settled," he declared, and with that, he leapt effortlessly up the several-meter-high wall. Fu Qingyun stood momentarily stunned. This man truly possessed remarkable martial prowess. She feared she could never match him. Just as she contemplated this, shouts erupted from above. "There are assassins. Quick, someone!" A voice called out. "It is the enemy commander. Seize him. Do not let him escape." Watching hundreds rush to pursue Yi Junlan, Fu Qingyun felt a pang of guilt. After all, this was a task she ought to have undertaken herself. Regardless, she resolved that the priority now was to burn the supplies. She could not let Yi Junlan's efforts go to waste. Selecting a slightly lower wall, she sprang up. The area was deserted, which was fortuitous. Light as a swallow, she descended, evading the soldiers who had rushed past. Utilizing the cover of night, she crouched and approached the supply tents, surveying her surroundings. Only 2 guards remained at the front. She surmised that this must be where the provisions were stored. 2 guards were more than manageable for Fu Qingyun. Just as she was about to sneak past them, a man clad in silver armor emerged from a nearby tent, accompanied by a woman, none other than Chu Wanxi. Fu Qingyun furrowed her brows in surprise. She had not anticipated encountering her here under such circumstances. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. Chu Wanxi was a spy for the enemy. No, it was more than that. Her identity was extraordinary. A woman able to freely enter the commander's tent was clearly held in high regard by the enemy. Could she be a member of the royal family of Nanxiang? This realization made Fu Qingyun's earlier assumptions about her intentions towards Yi Junlan suddenly make sense. Her mind raced with possibilities, yet she struggled to grasp the essential point. Looking again, she realized the 2 had already vanished. They must have gone to pursue Yi Junlan. Time was of the essence. She had to act swiftly. Fu Qingyun circled behind the guards, quietly unsheathed the dagger strapped to her leg, and swiftly dispatched both men. Entering the tent, she retrieved a fire starter, blew on it to ignite sparks, and cast it among the scattered provisions. The dry materials quickly caught fire, and soon the entire tent was engulfed in flames. Fu Qingyun retreated to a nearby tent, watching as the fire blazed, illuminating the night sky. Soldiers soon spotted the flames and rushed over to extinguish them, but the blaze was too fierce, and soon all the supplies were reduced to charred remains. The fire raged on, consuming not only the provisions but also the main command tent nearby. In the chaos, Chu Wanxi returned, her face flushed with rage upon witnessing the destruction. Spotting Fu Qingyun hiding, she shouted furiously, "Fu Qingyun!" With a leap, she charged at her, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Fu Qingyun sidestepped and engaged in combat. Beneath the fiery glow, they fought fiercely. Fu Qingyun was astounded by Chu Wanxi's martial skills, though her attacks were somewhat disorganized. Seizing an opportunity, Fu Qingyun struck her chest with a powerful palm. Chu Wanxi staggered back several steps, only to be caught by Xia Tingfeng. "Your Highness, are you unhurt?" he inquired anxiously. Chu Wanxi shook her head, but her pained expression betrayed her. Fu Qingyun retracted her hand, astonished to discover that Chu Wanxi was indeed the princess of Nanxiang. This revelation took her by surprise. Xia Tingfeng looked up, and in the flickering firelight, he recognized her face. His eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be her? No, it could not be. She had died many years ago. It was impossible. The woman before him bore an uncanny resemblance to his deceased fiancée, Chu Sulyuo. Xia Tingfeng was momentarily entranced. Chu Wanxi kicked him angrily, exclaiming, "Xia Tingfeng, I command you to capture her at once. Do you hear me?" Regaining his senses, Xia Tingfeng shouted, "Seize her." Dozens of soldiers behind him obeyed, advancing with weapons drawn to surround Fu Qingyun. Her expression hardened. She reached for her Qilin whip, ready to confront the approaching adversaries. Just then, Yi Junlan descended from above, his dark cloak billowing as he struck with a powerful sweep of his arm. The advancing soldiers were flung away, crashing to the ground, groaning in pain. Chu Wenqi and Xia Tingfeng exchanged startled glances. It was Yi Junlan, their greatest adversary. Fu Qingyun had not anticipated Yi Junlan's swift arrival. A smirk graced her lips. He had yet to make his move. Yi Junlan firmly grasped her waist and whispered urgently, "Do not linger in battle," before soaring away. Their figures vanished into the night, leaving behind the roaring flames that enveloped the chaos below. Chu Wenqi, witnessing this, nearly erupted in fury, kicking a fallen soldier in frustration and cursing, "Useless fools. A bunch of incompetent buffoons." After all this, they still allowed Fu Qingyun and Yi Junlan to escape. Xia Tingfeng gazed into the distant darkness, disbelief etched on his face. Were there truly such doppelgangers in the world? He could hardly fathom it. Yi Junlan and Fu Qingyun landed far from Dahangi City, on a mountaintop where they could clearly see the location of the burning supplies. Yi Junlan stated, "We must move quickly. Generals Luo and Lu should have seen the fire signal. We need to descend and find Wenyan." Fu Qingyun nodded in agreement. They mounted their horses and hastily departed to seek out Wenyan. The fire blazed like a dragon soaring into the dark sky, illuminating everything in its path. Observing from the mountaintops, Generals Luo and Lu immediately ordered their archers to unleash flaming arrows. In an instant, thousands of fire arrows rained down upon the tents and walls. The enemy soldiers scrambled for cover, while some were struck down, crying out in anguish. Amidst the chaos, Xia Tingfeng guided Chu Wenqi, dodging arrows as they narrowly escaped being hit. On the city walls, cries of despair and anguish filled the air. Wenyan, noticing the flames, raised his sword and shouted, "Charge! The flames are our signal. Everyone, let us break down the city gates." The soldiers were filled with fervor as dozens of them lifted wooden stakes to strike against the city gate. Behind the gate, the enemy soldiers, initially numbering in the hundreds, had been severely wounded by arrows. Many lay dead, while only a handful remained to hold their ground.
Bang, bang, bang.
The gate trembled under the relentless assault, dust swirling as fragments fell. Chu Wenqi and Xia Tingfeng arrived just in time to see the gate teetering on the brink of collapse. Xia Tingfeng, anxious, urged, "Your Highness, our forces are already severely diminished, and countless have perished. We should retreat." Chu Wenqi's gaze was fixed on the crumbling gate, each impact resonating like a blow to her heart. Anger and frustration coursed through her veins. After a long pause, she managed to utter, "Retreat." Xia Tingfeng let out a sigh of relief and shouted, "Retreat." Hearing the command, the soldiers echoed it as they withdrew. The few who had been supporting the gate hastily retreated, leaving only a few wooden beams to hold it up. But they could not withstand the onslaught. And in an instant, the remaining supports splintered and fell. The gate was breached. Wenyan led an army of 20,000 into the city, the soldiers brandishing flags as they surged forward. The enemy was cut down or captured, protected from harm. Chu Wenqi and Xia Tingfeng managed to escape through another route from Dahangi City. They fled into the woods, pausing only when they were sure no pursuers were in sight. Xia Tingfeng approached Chu Wenqi, clasping his hands in respect. "Your Highness, are you injured?" A sharp slap echoed through the air. Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Wenqi had struck him hard. Xia Tingfeng dared not speak. He knew her temperament well. She was ruthless, and a moment's carelessness could lead to severe punishment. Grabbing him by the collar, she spoke in a deceptively gentle tone. "Xia Tingfeng, do you think I would hesitate to kill you? Let me enlighten you. You are utterly useless. Do not think I did not see your foolish expression when you spotted Fu Qingyun. Does she not bear a striking resemblance to your deceased fiancé, Chu Soluo? Ha! Let me tell you, Fu Qingyun is indeed the daughter of your beloved, who has been dead for 6 years. How does it feel to know she is the child of the woman you could not have, born of another man? Are you surprised by this revelation?" Xia Tingfeng's face turned pale, a tumult of resentment, anger, and sorrow swirling within him. How could this be true? Chu Wenqi reveled in his disbelief, her laughter ringing with triumph. Chapter 95. The use of summary justice to Dahangi City had fallen. Yi Junlan and Fu Qingyun rode into the city, where bodies lay strewn about, blood flowing like rivers. Such is the brutality of war. Fu Qingyun observed her surroundings, puzzled. Not a single civilian was in sight. She exhaled quietly. Wan Yen rushed over to report, "My lord, Dahangi City has been secured and some enemy soldiers have been captured. Awaiting your command. Are there any civilians?" Yi Junlon surveyed the area with dark eyes. Wan Yen replied, "No, my lord." According to the captured soldiers, their commander retreated to Dahangi City, prompting the evacuation of the local populace. "There are no civilians here now." Yi Junlon nodded thoughtfully and commanded, "Search the surroundings for any hidden enemy soldiers. Release the captured enemy troops." Wan Yen acknowledged and departed. Fu Qingyun instinctively glanced at Yi Junlon, astonished that the renowned war king would choose to release captured soldiers. In the camp, Xiao Rongjing had been assigned by Wan Yen to oversee the captured enemy soldiers. He felt displeased yet compelled to comply. Having achieved military accolades in the campaign against Shilling, he was now reduced to watching over mere soldiers. It felt beneath him. Frustration grew as he considered the situation. He turned to confront the captured soldiers, seeking an outlet for his anger. The soldiers, terrified, dared not approach him. Seizing a whip from nearby, he demanded the whereabouts of their commander. The soldiers trembled, shaking their heads in ignorance. Xiao Rongjing lashed out mercilessly, the camp echoing with their cries of agony. Wan Yen approached, puzzled by the commotion. Upon learning that Xiao Rongjing was administering punishment, she stormed into the tent and found him preparing to brand the faces of the captives. The enemy soldiers cowered in the corner, quaking in fear. Wan Yen, her voice laced with fury, demanded, "Xiao Rongjing, what are you doing?" "I am interrogating them for the location of their commander," he retorted. Given that he had no share in the glory of capturing Dahangi City, he believed that extracting information about their commander would grant him some merit. Wan Yen stepped forward, snatching the branding iron from him and throwing it to the ground. "Without the Lord's permission, no one may enact personal punishment. You are not a general anymore here. You are like any other soldier and must adhere to military regulations." Xiao Rongjing's face burned with embarrassment and rage. He could only acquiesce and storm out of the tent, feeling humiliated by a subordinate. He vowed to remember this insult. Wan Yen ordered the release of the captured soldiers and proceeded to report the incident to the Lord. He was known for his benevolence and would not tolerate such behavior. She was appalled to discover Xiao Rongjing's cruelty.
Outside.
A temporary tent had been erected for Yi Junlon and his advisors to discuss matters. Generals Luo and Lu were inside reporting the casualties. Despite meticulous planning, the siege had resulted in losses. Over 3,000 soldiers had perished and more than 1,000 were injured. The wounded had been taken to Wenhai for treatment, as they trusted his medical expertise. Yi Junlon nodded. "The soldiers who sacrifice themselves for the nation will have their names recorded and presented to the emperor, so that he may comfort their families and distribute pensions." Luo and Lu exchanged glances, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. We will convey our appreciation on behalf of the fallen." Wan Yen entered. "My lord, I have released the captured soldiers as per your command, but I just witnessed Xiao Rongjing inflicting torture upon them. Please, I implore you to punish his actions." Yi Junlun's brows knitted in concern. Chapter 96. Disregarding military regulations, both Generals Luo and Lu looked troubled. They had heard of Xiao Rongjing's prior grievances against Fu Qingyun, which had led to a physical altercation in the camp. Now, under the Lord's jurisdiction, he brazenly resorted to torture, showing blatant disrespect for Yi Junlon and military law. All knew that the Lord had always treated captured enemy soldiers with compassion, releasing them whenever possible to demonstrate that their nation was one of honor, not barbarism. General Luo spoke up. "My lord, we understand your principled approach towards captured soldiers, advocating for their release to show that our Eastern nation is just, and Xiao Rongjing's actions are surely inappropriate." General Lu also expressed, "Your Highness, I believe there may be a misunderstanding here, or perhaps we should summon Xiao Rongjing for clarification." Wan Yen, still harboring anger, snorted coldly. "I suspect it is because he was not given the opportunity to lead troops into battle this time, which has left him resentful. Your Highness, let us not forget that Xiao Rongjing is no longer a general. Even if he were, this is your military camp. Any punishment should be discussed with you first. His unilateral actions are nothing short of a disregard for your authority. Your Highness, I dare to request that Xiao Rongjing be held accountable in accordance with military regulations." He spoke the truth. Could it be that Xiao Rongjing believes this is his own military camp? Moreover, he had once been a general. Did he treat captured soldiers in such a manner before? Wan Yan's disdain for Xiao Rongjing intensified. Yi Junlin's gaze darkened, and he commanded that Xiao Rongjing be summoned. Wen Yan complied immediately, going out to find Xiao Rongjing and bring him before Yi Junlan. Upon seeing everyone present, an ominous premonition surged within Xiao Rongjing. Yi Junlan inquired, Xiao Rongjing, Wen Yan states that you have punished captured soldiers. Is this true? Indeed, it seemed Wen Yan was scheming behind the scenes. Xiao Rongjing lowered his head, clasping his hands. Your Highness, I merely sought to ascertain the whereabouts of their commander and did not intend to inflict punishment. I implore you to see the matter clearly.
Oh.
Did they reveal anything? Yi Junlan pressed. No, Your Highness. If they could disclose their commander's location, we might still pursue and capture the enemy's general, compelling them to retreat. This could potentially be leveraged to foster peace between the southeast. The words he uttered turned the faces of those present pale, except for Yi Junlan. Wen Yan was the first to object. Absurd. Xiao Rongjing, do you believe you can capture the enemy's general? Humph. I recall you lost to Miss Fu last time. How dare you speak so grandly here? You are mistaken, General Wen. The art of war embraces deception. How could we know success without pursuit? Moreover, my encounter with Fu Qingyun is entirely different from capturing the enemy's general. They should not be conflated, Xiao Rongjing countered. Wen Yan continued. I know not the strength of Miss Fu, but you indeed lost to her. If you cannot defeat a mere woman, why should I trust that you can capture the enemy's general? Xiao Rongjing, perhaps your eagerness for merit has clouded your judgment. Regardless, I believe your Highness should pursue. There may yet be a chance, Xiao Rongjing said, unwilling to engage further with Wen Yan, turning instead to Yi Junlan. Wen Yan also looked to Yi Junlan, asserting, Your Highness, we have already captured Hengyi City. To rashly send troops in pursuit may lead us into an enemy trap, resulting in greater losses. Enough, Yi Junlan interrupted, raising his hand to silence Xiao Rongjing, his deep gaze icy as he regarded him. Wen Yan has accompanied me in countless battles. His words hold merit. Our objective is to capture Hengyi City, a significant stronghold of Nanxiang. The enemy has been forced to retreat to Nanxiang, and we remain unaware of the enemy commander's capabilities. We cannot recklessly send troops in pursuit. Furthermore, Xiao Rongjing, I consider this your first offense. I shall not punish you this time. Should there be a next time, I will show no leniency. You may leave. Chapter 97. My master is Jiang Qinzhou, Your Highness. Xiao Rongjing implored eagerly. Enough. My decision is final. No further discussion is necessary. Yi Junlin's voice was frigid. His piercing gaze sent a chill through Xiao Rongjing, who suppressed his dissatisfaction and exited in dejection. The temperature in the tent dropped several degrees, and the others dared not speak, fully aware that the prince was incensed. Wen Yan cast a cautious glance at Yi Junlan and ventured, Your Highness, after all this turmoil instigated by Xiao Rongjing, everything you have previously done may come to naught. It matters not. What is destined to happen will happen, and what must be done will still be done, Yi Junlan replied, his expression grave. He then inquired, What of Miss Fu? Oh, Your Highness, Miss Fu is assisting in caring for the injured soldiers. I had no idea she possessed medical skills. She should be treating them alongside Uncle Wen, Wen Yan remarked, his eyes gleaming with admiration at the mention of Fu Qingyun. Yi Junlin's eyes flickered with surprise. This girl can heal. Nearby, a few temporary tents had been erected, and injured soldiers were being carried in for treatment. Wen Hai found himself overwhelmed, but fortunately, Fu Qingyun arrived to lend a hand. Previously, several doctors had accompanied Wen Hai, but due to the prolonged warfare, they had succumbed to the hardships and requested to return to the capital. Yi Junlan, understanding their plight, had permitted their departure, leaving only Wen Hai to persist in the camp. Wen Hai was astonished by Fu Qingyun's adept bandaging techniques and her skill in pulse diagnosis. It was remarkable that such a young woman possessed such proficiency in medicine, indicating she must have years of experience. Truly, the youth are formidable. In just 1 hour, Fu Qingyun had traversed among dozens of injured soldiers, administering medicine and bandaging wounds. The soldiers, captivated by her gentle beauty, scarcely felt their pain. Unbeknownst to Fu Qingyun, who was solely focused on their healing, the soldiers were enchanted by her presence. As the sun set, after a long day of effort, Fu Qingyun finally finished tending to the last soldier's wounds, breathing a sigh of relief. With her martial arts background, the task had not been arduous, though it required considerable concentration. Her master had once remarked upon her photographic memory, encouraging her to peruse medical texts in the library whenever possible. Those books contained knowledge from ancient sages, meticulously detailing medical practices. While practicing medicine on Yaoyao Mountain, Fu Qingyun often sought her senior brothers for practice, to the point where several of them had avoided her for months, taking detours to evade her. Fortunately, her learned skills were finally put to use today. As Fu Qingyun exited the tent with her medical supplies, a voice called out from behind, "Miss Fu, please wait." She turned to see Wen Hai, puzzled. "What can I do for you, Dr. Wen?" "Miss Fu, I am a distant uncle of Wen Yan. You may call me Uncle Wen as well," he said, nodding respectfully. Fu Qingyun smiled and curtsied, addressing him as Uncle Wen. Wen Hai exclaimed, "Haha, splendid. Miss Fu, I observed your bandaging and diagnostic skills. They were remarkably precise. May I inquire about your teacher?" As a doctor himself, he wished to know her mentor. Fu Qingyun understood his intent and, with a swift thought, replied, "Oh, Uncle Wen, I apologize. My master is rather peculiar and merely an ordinary person. He has stated he possesses only a basic understanding of medicine. All my skills are self-taught from medical texts." When Hai was taken aback, self-taught yet possessing such high medical proficiency, what a remarkable intellect. He pressed Miss Fu. "I am acquainted with many doctors. Perhaps if you share your master's name, I might recognize it. I am merely curious. Given your extraordinary skills, your master must be exceptional. And I would like to meet him. Who knows when our paths may cross?" Seeing his persistence, Fu Qingyun relented. "My master is Jiang Qinzhou." With that, she turned to leave, eager to return and bathe. When Hai murmured a name under her breath, and in an instant, her eyes widened as she stared blankly at the already departed Fu Qingyun. This Fu Qingyun was actually... Chapter 98. Does he know my mother? Fu Qingyun had not enjoyed a proper bath in days. Upon returning to her tent, she grabbed a change of clothes and, taking advantage of the absence of others, swiftly slipped away. After her previous experience with Xiao Rongjing's pursuit, she employed her lightness skill to soar down to the stream at the foot of the mountain. This place was separated from the great Hengyi city by an entire mountain. Surely, no one would be spying here. She laid her clothes on a rock, sat by the stream, removed her shoes and socks, and dipped her feet into the water. A refreshing sensation surged through her, and she let out a slow breath. Surrounded by trees, the lush foliage shielded her from the biting cold. The cool river water instantly alleviated her fatigue accumulated over time. With the great Hengyi city captured, it was almost time for her to return to the capital. She wondered if her father had returned home. The southeast had been in turmoil for years, and her father, venturing out alone for business, might encounter peril. With her mother already gone, she could not bear to think of her father facing any misfortune. Fu Qingyun removed her outer garment and laid it on the stone behind her, reclining against it. Gazing up at the starry sky, resplendent and magnificent, it resembled a colossal dragon winding its way across the heavens. It had been a long time since she had seen such a beautiful night sky. Not far behind a tree, a pair of eyes fixated on the scene, breathing rapidly. However, the subtle sound of breath was still caught by Fu Qingyun, who sat up and withdrew her legs from the water. She grabbed her outer garment and draped it over herself, maintaining a calm facade while secretly clenching a few pebbles, ready to retaliate if need be. A muffled grunt came from behind the tree. The figure emerged slowly, illuminated by the moonlight. It was Xia Tingfeng. Fu Qingyun's outer garment was long enough to cover her legs, preventing any exposure. In the Eastern Kingdom, an unmarried woman being seen by another man, especially her bare feet, was regarded as a symbol of betrayal, a fate that would lead to her being submerged in a pig cage. Although Fu Qingyun had been married to Xiao Rongjing, the marriage had not been consummated, and she remained untouched. Therefore, it was imperative that no other man saw her legs. Xia Tingfeng gazed at Fu Qingyun in her white attire, exuding a pure and delicate beauty, especially with her face resembling that of her mother. He was momentarily entranced. She truly resembled her. Those eyebrows and eyes, gently radiant yet imbued with a hint of heroism, were undeniably similar to her. He held his breath, striving to keep his voice steady. "Is your surname Fu? Are you Fu Qingyun? You are the commander of Nanxiang, sent by Chu Wanxi to gather information?" Fu Qingyun did not respond to his inquiries, but countered with a question of her own. Her hand tightened discreetly, prepared to defend herself against any sudden attack. Seeing her vigilant demeanor, Xia Tingfeng appeared dazed. Once, Ah Su had been just like her, wary of him for Fu Jingji's sake.
Now.
His daughter mirrored her mother's caution. A wave of sorrow washed over him. He had loved only her throughout his life. Yet she had fallen for a man named Fu Jingji. Xia Tingfeng closed his eyes briefly, exhaling a breath of frustration, and began to explain, "No, I came alone. Merely wanting to see you up close." Fu Qingyun felt somewhat bewildered. What was this man playing at? Was he attempting to lower her guard to strike? "Is your mother named Chu Siluo?" Xia Tingfeng suddenly asked. It was not a question but a statement of certainty. Fu Qingyun studied him for a moment before responding. "Do you know my mother? What connection did he have with her?" Xia Tingfeng's lips curled slightly as if speaking to himself. "Yes, it is true. You are indeed her daughter. Who would have thought to encounter you under such circumstances?" A flicker of confusion crossed Fu Qingyun's eyes. "What are you saying?" Chapter 99. Embarrassment. Xia Tingfeng paid her no mind, as if he had lost his soul, and turned to leave. Fu Qingyun felt utterly perplexed. Watching his retreating figure, her intuition told her that this commander of Nanxiang surely had some connection to her mother. In her lifetime, she had never heard her parents mention knowing anyone from Nanxiang. The complexity of the situation left Fu Qingyun feeling vexed. She turned to sit down, wrapping her arms around her legs, staring into the distance lost in thought. A deep voice broke the silence behind her. "You seem quite interested in playing in the water." Fu Qingyun jumped, turning to see Yi Junlan, and instinctively sighed with relief. However, recalling something, she quickly retracted her legs and covered herself with her garment. Yi Junlan noticed her small gesture, and a playful smile tugged at his lips. "Isn't it a bit late to cover up now?" Implying that he had seen everything clearly. Fu Qingyun's face flushed with indignation, and she turned her head aside. Coldly huffing, "The prince may be unrestrained, but I am merely a young woman. If others were to find out, it would inevitably lead to misunderstandings. In the military camp, there are primarily men. There are no such restrictions as in the capital," Yi Junlan replied, gazing into the reflection of the night in the water. Fu Qingyun understood his implication, thinking he found her somewhat delicate and pretentious. Unwilling to accept that notion, she looked up at him, only to realize how towering Yi Junlan was. Clad in black, with his dark hair tied back with a black ribbon, the golden mask on his face glimmered coldly in the night. His imposing stature emanated a sense of dominance that seemed to overshadow everything. Fu Qingyun wondered what he looked like beneath that golden mask. "What are you staring at?" His indifferent tone pulled her back from her thoughts. His gaze as deep as the dark night sky, evoking a sense of subtle detachment and melancholy. Fu Qingyun blinked her clear, bright eyes. "Are you also here to bathe?" "Your Highness?" During this time, she had been curious about where the soldiers in the camp bathed. She had heard that life in the military was harsh, with soldiers going long periods without bathing. Some even went an entire month without a wash. Where did Yi Junlan bathe? A smirk graced Yi Junlan's lips, a hint of ambiguous teasing evident behind his mask. "What? Do you wish to serve this prince during his bath?" Hearing such a jest, Fu Qingyun's face turned crimson, and she hurriedly looked down, hoping he could not see her embarrassment. However, she had clearly underestimated him. He noticed her bashful expression without missing a detail. This girl could indeed be shy. Flustered, Fu Qingyun fumbled for something to do, splashing water with her hands. Yi Junlan said, "The soldiers in the military camp generally bathe in nearby rivers. There are not so many rules here, unlike in the capital." Upon hearing his explanation, Fu Qingyun smiled. "Indeed, I must take the opportunity to explore other countries and see their customs." Her spirit was free. After spending years in the capital, she had had enough. As a child, she had accompanied her father to observe the customs of various places. A soft glimmer passed through Yi Junlan's dark eyes. "I've heard your father is a businessman who often travels across nations." "Yes, but I currently have no idea where my father is. The southeast is plagued by constant turmoil, and I truly feel fearful. Rest assured, your father will be fine." Yi Junlan offered a rare moment of comfort. This statement fell upon Fu Qingyun like a soothing balm, easing the weight on her heart. Beneath the resplendent night sky, two individuals sat in serene silence, illuminated by the flickering glow of fireflies, resembling a breathtaking painting. Until the stars fell, everything returned to tranquility. Chapter 100. At ease due to the forced evacuation of the citizens of Dahengi City, it now resembled a desolate ghost town. This spared the effort of soothing the populace, leaving only the grim task of collecting the deceased. According to the laws of the Eastern Kingdom, Soldiers who sacrificed their lives on the battlefield must be preserved and returned to the capital for a proper burial. His Majesty would also mourn for them, reflecting his royal compassion. When Yen reported this matter, Knight Junlon commanded that since Dahengi city had been captured, once the soldiers were organized, the fallen would be sent back to the capital. A few days would be necessary to decide who would remain to guard the city, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. A general would need to be stationed there. Fu Qingyun learned that several thousand soldiers had perished in this battle, stirring profound emotions within her. The fallen soldiers were valiant sons of the Eastern Kingdom, each with families, some even married. Such tragedy was unbearable. In the morning, Fu Qingyun visited the camp once more to tend to the injured soldiers. Upon seeing her, their faces lit up with excitement. Perhaps it was the long-standing presence of men in the army that made their hearts flutter at the sight of a beautiful maiden. Today, Wen Yan was also present, having come at the prince's behest to check on the wounded. The soldiers expressed their gratitude, showering her with praise. This scene left Fu Qingyun feeling somewhat embarrassed, as she considered her efforts mere trifles. Even when Hai urged her not to be modest, asserting that without her, he would have struggled to manage so many. Fu Qingyun accepted the compliments quietly and exited the tent. Outside, the bodies of the soldiers had been swiftly cleared away, leaving only long streaks of blood on the ground. When Yen approached Fu Qingyun and said, "Miss Fu, the prince has announced a grand celebration tonight. You should join us." "A grand celebration?" she inquired. "Indeed. Each time a city is conquered, the prince holds a celebratory event, both to honor the fallen and to allow the living a moment of respite. The celebration will take place in the square. You must come." When Yen smiled, leaving no room for her to decline. Fu Qingyun nodded in agreement. It would be nice to relax a little. As night fell, the square was filled with soldiers, torches illuminating the entire area. Wen Yan, General Luo, and General Lu stood at the forefront, their expressions grave. Knight Junlin's voice rang out, steady and resolute. "You are all my brothers, having fought alongside me through thick and thin. In the battle for Dahengi city, we lost several thousand brothers. Here, I raise my cup of tea in tribute to them, hoping their souls find peace."
Cheers.
With that, Knight Junlon poured the tea onto the ground. Wen Yan, General Luo, and General Lu followed suit, raising their voices in unison. "To our fallen brothers." Wen Yan stepped forward, declaring, "We pledge to follow the prince to the death." The thousands of soldiers echoed fervently, "We swear to follow the prince to the death." Now that Dahengi city has been secured and the enemy has retreated to Nanxiang, in a few days, I will send our fallen brothers back to the capital, where His Majesty will personally erect a monument in their honor, allowing them to rest in peace. Knight Junlon continued, "Tonight, we celebrate our victory. I will drink 3 cups with you all. Wen Yan, bring the wine." Wen Yan presented the wine. Knight Junlon first raised his cup in a gesture of respect, drinking 3 cups in quick succession. Afterwards, he urged everyone to relax, to sit together, and enjoy the revelry. Fu Qingyun sat quietly on the side, observing the merriment. In that moment, she felt at ease. Chapter 101. Is there someone special? The camp's cooks prepared an assortment of meats for the soldiers to feast upon, a gesture ordered by Knight Junlon to reward the troops. Many soldiers approached him to offer a toast, forming a tight circle around him. Wen Yan brought over a roasted rabbit, smiling as he offered it to Fu Qingyun. "Miss Fu, do try this." Fu Qingyun, not one to be coy, took a piece and asked, "What kind of meat is this?" It's rabbit meat. I specially went up the mountain to catch it." "How is it? Tasty?" Wen Yan looked at her expectantly. In the camp, meat was a rare treat, so he naturally found it delicious. He just wondered if Fu Qingyun as a lady could adapt to such coarse fare. Fu Qingyun swallowed a mouthful, noticing Wen Yan's eager gaze. Feeling a bit shy, she nodded in approval. Wen Yan's face lit up, and he handed her the entire rabbit, saying, "Then eat plenty. I heard rabbit meat is nourishing and you've worked hard lately. Do take care of your health before returning to the capital." Fu Qingyun could only give an awkward smile. Sensing a piercing gaze directed at her, she looked up to find Xiao Rongjing sitting across, his expression fraught with displeasure as he gulped down his drink. Fu Qingyun seemed to attract admiration from men wherever she went. Even Wen Yan was smitten. During this time, Xiao Rongjing had observed how well Wen Yan treated Fu Qingyun. Not only that, but even Knight Junlon had shown her favor, allowing her to enter his main tent to discuss strategies with several generals. He had also heard that the successful conquest of Dahengi city was largely due to Fu Qingyun's clever tactics. And even the burning of the enemy supplies had been her doing. How commendable Knight Junlon was to recognize her talents. Meanwhile, he could only remain in the rear, providing support, never having the chance to engage in battle. Without any achievements, he might not even receive due acknowledgement for his hard work. Why was that? Did fate conspire against him, or was it a punishment for failing Fu Qingyun? He downed his drink in large gulps, choking and coughing heavily. How would he face his parents upon returning? How would he confront Shishi? How could he face himself, unaware of Xiao Rongjing's inner turmoil? Fu Qingyun thought he was merely drunk and decided to move to another spot. Wen Yan, curious, followed her. As soon as they sat down, Wen Yan took a sip of his drink and, emboldened by the alcohol, asked Miss Fu, "May I ask you something?" "Yes. What is it?" "Miss Fu, have you truly severed ties with Xiao Rongjing?" Wen Yan's face reflected his apprehension. Fu Qingyun, chewing on a piece of meat, nodded. It seemed that news of her separation from Xiao Rongjing had spread, affirming the adage that bad news travels fast while good news remains confined. Upon hearing her response, Wen Yan's eyes brightened noticeably. "Does Miss Fu have someone else in mind?"
Ah.
Fu Qingyun's expression froze. The moment Wen Yan's question left his lips, the entire gathering fell silent. All eyes turned towards them, some filled with anticipation, others amusement, and many with curiosity. Even Knight Junlon glanced over, a flicker of intrigue crossing his features. Others cast knowing glances at the inebriated Xiao Rongjing, secretly mocking him. The news of Fu Qingyun's separation from Xiao Rongjing had become common knowledge in the army. After spending time together, Fu Qingyun proved to be gentle and capable, enduring the hardships of military life and even stepping onto the battlefield, thus demonstrating that she was no less formidable than any man. It is incomprehensible that such a remarkable young lady as Fu Qingyun could be so callously abandoned by Xiao Rongjing. Upon hearing this, some individuals began to murmur among themselves, recounting that Xiao Rongjing returned from the battlefield with another woman, prompting Miss Fu to sever ties with him. It was said that Xiao Rongjing was indeed blind to her virtues, for how could he fail to appreciate her worth? Rumors also circulated that Miss Fu had entered the palace to seek an imperial decree for their divorce. Truly, it appears that Xiao Rongjing was the one cast aside by Miss Fu. The surrounding whispers pierced Xiao Rongjing's heart like needles. He clutched the wine bottle tightly, his eyes brimming with rage. In Chapter 102, Feigning Intoxication, Fu Qingyun, overhearing the gossip, smiled with grace and poise, declaring that she held no affections for anyone and that her affair with Xiao Rongjing was a thing of the past. She implored those present not to resurrect old grievances, as she wished only to celebrate their recent victory with good cheer and ample libations. With that, she raised a bottle and drank heartily, further endearing herself to the crowd, who now regarded her as a free-spirited woman. Since the protagonist had spoken, the guests chose to disregard the earlier scandal and continued their revelries. Wen Yan gazed at her in disbelief, cautioning, "Miss Fu, that wine is quite strong." "No matter," she replied, her smile radiant. "Today is a day of joy, and I wish to indulge." In the capital, particularly during her years in the Xiao household, life had been stifling. It was only in the military that she discovered the beauty of existence beyond her past confines. Knight Junlon watched her as she drank. They feasted on meat and shared merriment until the midnight hour, at which point all but a few had succumbed to slumber. Wen Yan instructed several to patrol while others stood guard atop the city walls to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The ground was littered with wine bottles and remnants of their feast, with General Luo and General Lu sprawled drunkenly on the earth. Only Knight Junlon, Fu Qingyun, and Wen Yan remained sober. Xiao Rongjing too had succumbed, his eyes hazy as he briefly glanced at Fu Qingyun before drifting back to sleep. Wen Yan approached Knight Junlon, inquiring whether he wished to assist the generals back to their tents. "No need. Let them rest here. Their capacity for drink is commendable," Knight Junlon replied. Wen Yan acquiesced and turned to tidy up. Fu Qingyun's gaze lingered on the flickering flames of the bonfire, wondering if her mother had experienced similar moments on the battlefield. Her father had often remarked on her mother's prowess, recounting tales of her slaying hundreds of foes without losing her breath. Yet, Fu Qingyun had been too young to witness her mother's magnificent valor. She took another swig of wine, the bitterness lingering on her palate. Desiring more, she rose only to be halted by a firm hand. Looking up, she found it belonged to Knight Junlon. "Have you finished your drink?" he asked, noting the rosy hue of her cheeks. "Do not drink any more, or you shall be inebriated." "I am not drunk," she insisted, though a burp escaped her lips. Knight Junlon sighed silently at her endearing demeanor, initially intending to send her back to her tent for rest, but reconsidered due to recent events. Just then, Fu Qingyun leaned against him, her eyes fluttering shut, as if surrendering to slumber. When Yen approached, surprised at the sight, "Your Highness," he began, but a single glance from Knight Junlon silenced him. Wen Yen gestured silently, suggesting that he should escort Fu Qingyun to rest. Knight Junlon, casting a cold glance, simply lifted Fu Qingyun into his arms and departed. Wen Yen stood momentarily stunned, pondering the intimidating look he had just received from the prince. As Knight Junlon gently placed Fu Qingyun on the bed and prepared to withdraw, she unexpectedly opened her eyes, startled by the sight before her. Attempting to rise, she inadvertently bumped into Knight Junlon's mask, exclaiming in pain, "That hurts." "Feigning intoxication, are we?" he remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes.
Me? Yes.
"I, Fu Qingyun, am impervious to intoxication. At Yaoyao Mountain, even my 7 senior brothers could not match my capacity," she declared, her speech slurred and her eyes glazed. Knight Junlon observed her in silence, noting her inebriated state and the nonsensical ramblings that followed. She leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Why do you always wear a mask, Your Highness? Is it because you are unsightly?" Knight Junlon remained silent, his brow furrowing slightly. "I am not ugly." "Who told you such a thing?" Fu Qingyun, feeling dizzy, tapped her head in confusion. "If you are not ugly, why wear a mask? Masks are for the unsightly, are they not? But then again, the emperor is not ugly at all." It is all quite perplexing. Knight Junlon found himself at a loss, his expression solemn. "You are intoxicated. Rest early. I shall take my leave." Upon hearing his intent to depart, Fu Qingyun grasped his hand tightly, nestling against him, murmuring, "Do not go. I miss my father and mother." Knight Junlon's gaze flickered, taking in her flushed face, his brows knitting tighter. The faint scent of her presence wafted into his senses. He raised his hand, intending to pat her back, but she abruptly halted, eyes still closed, insisting, "Your Highness, I am not drunk." As Knight Junlon prepared to depart, his eyes caught a glimpse of a strikingly vivid mark on her fair arm, a vermilion birthmark. Intrigued, he allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, tucking her in before stepping out of the tent. Outside, when Yen awaited, approaching swiftly upon seeing Knight Junlon emerge. "Your Highness, has Miss Fu settled down?"
Yes.
"You may rest now as well," he replied. "Oh, certainly, Your Highness. Please ensure you also retire early." With that, Wen Yen withdrew, pondering why the prince had not allowed him to escort Fu Qingyun. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? The following morning, Fu Qingyun awoke around noon, her head still heavy with drowsiness. Before she could quench her thirst, Wen Yen entered, his expression fraught with concern. "Miss Fu, something is amiss." Her countenance shifted in alarm as Wen Yen led her to the city ramparts, gesturing for her to look below. Fu Qingyun's gaze followed, and she spotted several figures on horseback 100 meters away. She recognized them as Chu Wanshi and the commander of the Southern Xiang forces, Xia Tingfeng. Chu Wanshi was aware of it. The name of Xia Tingfeng was revealed to her by Yi Junlon. There was also a man on horseback, his face concealed and his hands bound. She did not recognize him, but the attire seemed somewhat familiar. Wen Yen spoke, "Miss Fu, they demand your presence and claim that you know this person. I believe this is of great significance, so I summoned you to take a look. I have already asked the prince to come." Before Fu Qingyun could respond, Chu Wanshi interjected, "Fu Qingyun, you have finally emerged. Do you not recognize this person?" Chapter 104. Not her father. Fu Qingyun furrowed her brows. Suddenly, Chu Wanshi burst into laughter. "Fu Qingyun, you cannot even recognize your own father?" Fu Qingyun's pupils dilated in shock. Could this man truly be her father?
How could that be?
Upon closer inspection, she realized that the man's clothing indeed resembled her father's. Yet, how could her father have fallen into their hands? Regardless of the truth, she needed to see for herself. She gripped the castle railing tightly. Striving to keep her voice steady, "Chu Wanshi, what do you intend to do?" "Haha, what do I intend? Come down, and I shall tell you. Otherwise, your father shall perish." Chu Wanshi's expression twisted with madness, as if she wished to see Fu Qingyun suffer 1,000 deaths. The man with the concealed face struggled desperately, but it was futile. Fu Qingyun felt a surge of panic. If it truly was her father. Yet, she hesitated to take the risk. She turned to descend, but when Yen restrained her, "Miss Fu, wait." This could be a trap. The prince is on his way. Let us wait for him. If Fu Qingyun were captured and used to coerce the prince into abandoning the city, it would be disastrous. But Fu Qingyun had made up her mind. Wen Yan, I cannot wait for the prince. If that man is indeed my father, I cannot bear to watch him die. Ignoring Wen Yan's protests, Fu Qingyun vaulted over the castle railing and leapt down. Dressed in crimson, she landed gracefully on the ground and strode towards Chu Wanqi. A triumphant expression spread across Chu Wanqi's face. Fu Qingyun, you truly possess courage, haha. No sooner had she spoken than she urged her horse forward, charging at Fu Qingyun with the bound man in tow. Seeing this, Fu Qingyun sprinted to save him, her heart fervently praying. If it were truly her father. Just as she was about to reach, however, Chu Wanqi, armed with a bow, shot an arrow. In an instant, the arrow pierced the man's chest, and he emitted a muffled groan before tumbling from the horse. Fu Qingyun's eyes widened in horror. She knelt, narrowly avoiding the horse, and caught the man just in time. Chu Wanqi smirked maliciously, while Xia Tingfeng observed the scene with a complex expression. Wen Yan, atop the castle, watched in terror as the events unfolded. At that moment, the city gates swung open, and Yi Junlong galloped towards them. Upon seeing Fu Qingyun cradling the man, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Fu Qingyun's face paled as she trembled and lifted the black cloth from the man's head, revealing a stranger's face. She felt a wave of relief wash over her. Fortunately, it was not her father. Yi Junlong approached, noting the unfamiliar visage, and he too felt a sense of relief. It was not her father, Fu Jinji, whom he had encountered before. Yi Junlong placed a heavy hand on her shoulder and spoke solemnly. It is not him, Fu Qingyun. Yes, I know, she replied, raising her gaze towards Chu Wanqi, who was already fleeing on horseback. Fu Qingyun's expression turned icy. Chu Wanqi. Without hesitation, she mounted her horse and galloped after her. Yi Junlong followed suit, mounting another horse to pursue her. Wen Yan, sensing the urgency, quickly descended and rallied a dozen soldiers to join the chase. The prince must not encounter any mishap, otherwise they would never find peace. Meanwhile, Fu Qingyun trailed Chu Wanqi into the woods, where she suddenly vanished from sight. She halted her steed, searching frantically. Just then, an arrow shot towards her, and Fu Qingyun narrowly dodged it. Leaping from her horse, she swiftly locked onto the source of the shot and charged forward. Behind the trees, Chu Wanqi reveled in her success, only to be abruptly seized by a hand and dragged out. She gasped in shock. Chapter 105. Cannot kill her. Fu Qingyun yanked her out and forcefully pinned her to the ground, delivering several stinging slaps until her anger had somewhat subsided. Grasping Chu Wanqi by the collar, she glared coldly. Chu Wanqi, how dare you use my father? I swear if that truly is my father, I, Fu Qingyun, will not let you go. Even if you are a princess of Nanxiang, I shall have my vengeance, piece by piece. She was genuinely terrified and truly enraged. Her father was her only kin in this world. She could not afford to lose him again. No one knew the depth of her fear at that moment.
Fortunately,
it was not him. Chu Wanqi, her face red and swollen from the slaps, showed no concern and instead laughed heartily. Ha ha, Fu Qingyun, you are mistaken. My target is not you. Fu Qingyun was taken aback. Suddenly, she heard movement behind her and turned to see Yi Junlong dismounting and approaching. Realizing something, she cried out in alarm. Watch out, Your Highness. Yi Junlong paused, and in the next moment, several arrows whizzed towards him. With a frown, he deftly deflected 2 arrows to the ground and caught the third with one hand. Fu Qingyun stood in astonishment, while Chu Wanqi, seething with rage, seized the opportunity to push her aside and attempt to flee. Fu Qingyun grabbed Chu Wanqi's shoulder in a bid to restrain her. An arrow shot from a distance, and Fu Qingyun realized she could not evade it in time. Just then, a firm hand grasped her waist, pulling her out of harm's way. She recognized it was Yi Junlong. Chu Wanqi took advantage of the moment to escape, but was struck in the back by a piece of wood that Fu Qingyun had kicked up, sending her tumbling to the ground. Fu Qingyun broke free from Yi Junlong's grasp, rushed over, and pressed her foot against Chu Wanqi's chest, drawing a dagger to her throat. Chu Wanqi, I did not expect you to hide so well. I, Fu Qingyun, have truly underestimated you. Ha ha ha, Fu Qingyun, go ahead and kill me if you dare. I do not care. Chu Wanqi displayed no fear, only a glimmer of excitement and arrogance. The dagger pressed closer, drawing a trickle of blood from her neck. What will you do?
Kill me?
I am the princess of Nanxiang. If you slay me, you can avenge your father. What's the matter? Are you hesitant now? Perhaps I should assist you? With that, Chu Wanshi seized Fu Qingyun's hand, forcing the dagger deeper. Fu Qingyun frowned slightly. Yi Junlon approached and yanked Fu Qingyun to her feet, his voice low and commanding. Let her go. Chu Wanshi was taken aback. Rising slowly, she looked at Yi Junlon incredulously. You are letting me go? Yes, you may leave, Yi Junlon replied coolly. Chu Wanshi cast a glance at the two before swiftly departing. Fu Qingyun sheathed his dagger, inhaled deeply, and turned to leave. Yi Junlon approached, inquiring, Do you not wish to know why I let her go? To be frank, I indeed harbored murderous intent just moments ago. However, upon hearing her claim of being the princess of Nanxiang, I comprehended the gravity of the situation. The two southeastern nations have been embroiled in conflict for far too long. To kill her now would obliterate any hope of peaceful coexistence. Am I not correct, Your Highness? Fu Qingyun's insight was astute, and in that fleeting moment, he grasped the implications. Truly, he was exceptionally wise. Yi Junlon did not refute this. The ongoing strife between the two nations stemmed not merely from territorial disputes, but from deeper animosities. This king also wishes to avoid further deterioration of relations. Of course. Your reasoning is sound. Her status as the princess of Nanxiang means that her death would undoubtedly provoke retaliation, inciting war once more. The East is not afraid of battle. Rather, it is a realm of decorum, and the will of His Majesty is to seek peace wherever possible, treating other nations with respect. Fu Qingyun nodded in understanding. Chapter 106. Intimacy. Fu Qingyun, were you a man, you would surely carve out a remarkable legacy on the battlefield. Alas, you are but a woman. Yi Junlon regarded her profile, which appeared even more enchanting beneath the dappled sunlight. Fu Qingyun replied, My parents have often remarked that my temperament is too impetuous. They hope I will find a husband in the capital, to marry and raise children, as they do not wish for me to face the brutality of war. Thus, your father set his sights on Xiao Rongjing, and you wed him? It was not my father who chose Xiao Rongjing. It was I who became enamored with him. Though I never anticipated it would culminate in this manner. Fu Qingyun said as she mounted her horse. She surveyed her surroundings and queried, Your Highness, where is your horse? Yi Junlon replied nonchalantly, Perhaps it was frightened away just now. Before she could respond, Yi Junlon had effortlessly mounted behind her, encircling her waist with his arms to tighten the reins. She was momentarily taken aback, turning her face towards him. Your Highness, perhaps we should wait for Wen Yan and the others to catch up. Riding back together with him seemed rather inappropriate. Why have they not yet caught up? Seeing the panic in her eyes, Yi Junlon secretly chuckled, concealing his amusement. Fear not. We shall wait for them as we ride. Yet, deep down, he harbored a reluctance for them to arrive. Fu Qingyun fell silent, left with no alternative but to ponder whether she could abandon Yi Junlon here and return to find Wen Yan. Would such an act warrant punishment under military law? With that thought, Yi Junlon had already pulled the reins to turn the horse around. As they rode further, the atmosphere grew undeniably awkward. This was Fu Qingyun's first experience of such proximity with a man, causing her heart to race. Previously, when she was with Xiao Rongjing, they merely sat together without even brushing hands. They had believed each other to be lifelong companions, wishing to reserve their most beautiful moments for their wedding day. Never did she imagine such trust would be betrayed. Noticing her tension, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Yi Junlon's eyes. Are you nervous? He had not intended to speak. But upon uttering those words, Fu Qingyun straightened her back. She endeavored to appear composed, responding, No, it's just that you should not have pursued like this, Your Highness. As the commander, it is perilous to act so recklessly. If you were to fall into a trap or sustain injury, I would not know how to explain it. Yi Junlon smirked lightly. Are you concerned for my well-being? Fu Qingyun stifled the urge to roll her eyes, remembering his esteemed status. I merely ponder the consequences should anything happen to you, for I fear I would be unable to account for it. This is the truth. Yi Junlon leaned closer to her ear, his voice low and soothing. Fear not. I am quite well. Startled by his sudden proximity, Fu Qingyun's heart raced. Emerging from the forest, they spotted Wen Yan and a contingent of soldiers approaching. Upon seeing that both were unharmed, Wen Yan sighed in relief. Your Highness, Miss Fu. It is a relief to see you both safe. What of the enemy? The enemy has fled. Let us return, Yi Junlon stated coolly, leading the way on horseback. Wan Yen noted the two riding together and felt a pang of confusion. They had clearly set out on separate horses, yet now they shared one. He dismissed any further contemplation, hastily urging his men to follow, silently grateful that Yi Junlan had not been injured.
By the riverside.
Chu Wanshi slapped Xia Tingfeng hard across the face, her fury evident as she scolded, "Xia Tingfeng, why did you not rescue this princess? Did you wish for me to be slain by Fu Qingyun? Nay, your highness. In that situation, I truly had no means to intervene, lest I inadvertently harm you." Xia Tingfeng explained, his head bowed, face burning with shame. Chapter 107. Little junior sister, oh? Is that so? Xia Tingfeng, were you afraid of injuring this princess? Or were you merely concerned for the daughter of your beloved?
She scoffed.
Let me remind you, Xia Tingfeng, even if Fu Qingyun is the daughter of your beloved, she is now our enemy, the enemy of Nanxiang. Do not forget your own identity as the commander of Nanxiang. Recognizing her does not change the fact that you are not her biological father. Fu Qingyun's true father is Fu Jinji, and her surname is Fu. Are you listening closely? Chu Wanshi mocked him, her face still stinging from the earlier slap. Having failed to harm Fu Qingyun, she was further incensed that even Yi Junlan had not been able to inflict even a scratch. The princess seethed with rage, vowing that in the future, she would make both of them kneel before her, relishing in their torment. Xia Tingfeng cautiously suggested, "Your Highness, the Emperor has sent word for us to return to Nanxiang. After 2 encounters with Yi Junlan, we have already suffered considerable losses. I believe it best to retreat and reassess our strategy." Frustrated, Chu Wanshi kicked a stone at her feet, conceding, "So be it. Let us depart." Xia Tingfeng breathed a sigh of relief, gesturing for the remaining troops to prepare for their journey. Once they had left, a man lounging in a tree revealed his handsome face as he removed the book covering it. Had she just mentioned the name of his little junior sister? Could it be that she was nearby? If so, he would seek her out for some amusement. By the time Yi Junlan and Fu Qingyun returned to Dehengi City,
dusk was settling in.
After the earlier events, Fu Qingyun's intoxication had completely dissipated, leaving her quite sober. Surely, Chu Wanshi must harbor an intense hatred for her now. The esteemed princess of Nanxiang had been struck several times and had a dagger pressed against her throat. One could hardly expect her to remain calm. What surprised Fu Qingyun was that Chu Wanshi had initially infiltrated Xiao Rongjing's side with the intent of targeting Yi Junlan. It made sense now why she had stealthily followed the troops, evading detection. Such cunning was astonishing. It was a wonder Xiao Rongjing had not seen through her.
Yet,
it was too late for regrets. She was curious how Xiao Rongjing would react upon discovering Chu Wanshi's true identity as the princess of Nanxiang. She genuinely wanted to see his reaction. "What occupies your thoughts?" Yi Junlin's unexpected voice broke through her reverie. Fu Qingyun shook his head, muttering to himself, contemplating how devastated Chu Wanshi must feel after their encounter, perhaps even harboring a deep-seated hatred for him. He recalled that Prince had yet to learn of Chu Wanshi's true identity as the Southern Xiang princess, the very woman who once brought delight to Xiao Rongjing's heart. He pondered whether Xiao Rongjing, upon discovering her true lineage, would be inclined to follow her and become her consort. With a jesting remark, Yi Junlan furrowed his brow. He nodded slightly and handed his horse over to the approaching Wen Yan. "This matter bears significant weight. Miss Fu has reminded me of its importance." Fu Qingyun raised an eyebrow, questioning whether Yi Junlan was indeed aware of the circumstances at hand. Yi Junlan invited Fu Qingyun into the tent and instructed Wen Yan to summon Xiao Rongjing. Wen Yan complied, albeit uncertain of the unfolding events, and hurried off to fetch Xiao Rongjing. Upon arriving at his tent, Wen Yan found Xiao Rongjing still asleep, the remnants of last night's revelry evident. "Xiao Rongjing, wake up. The prince commands your presence," Wen Yan urged, pushing him with little patience. Yet, Xiao Rongjing merely turned over, remaining oblivious. In exasperation, Wen Yan commanded someone to bring a basin of cold water, which he promptly splashed onto Xiao Rongjing's face. Startled awake, Xiao Rongjing blinked against the sudden chill, shaking off the drunken haze. Upon realizing it was Wen Yan who had doused him, he scowled. "Wen Yan, what do you think you're doing? Awakening you." Wen Yan replied defiantly, "The prince has summoned you." Xiao Rongjing begrudgingly acknowledged, though he felt a simmering frustration. Stripped of his title and military accomplishments, he found himself akin to an ordinary soldier, forced to suppress his indignation. He resolved to endure, anticipating the day he could prove his worth and rise above those who currently belittled him. Shortly thereafter, Wen Yan led Xiao Rongjing to the main tent, where only Yi Junlan and Fu Qingyun awaited. Xiao Rongjing greeted Yi Junlan, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Yi Junlan regarded him with a frigid demeanor. Xiao Rongjing, I ask you, what is your relationship with Qu Wanqi? Taken aback, Xiao Rongjing stammered, Your Highness, Qu Wanqi is my wife. A sense of unease stirred within him, though he could not pinpoint why. Yi Junlan's subsequent revelation left him utterly dumbfounded. Are you aware that your so-called wife is, in truth, the princess of Southern Xiang?
What?
Xiao Rongjing felt a shockwave course through him, disbelief etched across his face. That's impossible. Wanqi cannot be the princess of Southern Xiang. It cannot be true. His mind raced in denial. Fu Qingyun had anticipated Xiao Rongjing's incredulity. Should he have accepted the truth immediately, she would have been surprised. Xiao Rongjing turned to Fu Qingyun, accusing her. Fu Qingyun, you're the one who has slandered Wanqi. Aren't you? You told the prince she was the Southern Xiang princess, didn't you? With a slight smile, Fu Qingyun replied. Whether or not I spoke the truth is for all to see. You may inquire with Wen Yan. He witnessed it clearly. Xiao Rongjing, I warned you that Qu Wanqi is no ordinary woman. You simply chose not to believe. Xiao Rongjing remained in shock, struggling to comprehend. Wen Yan interjected. Indeed. Today your so-called wife, Qu Wanqi, appeared outside the city, using Miss Fu's father to lure both Miss Fu and the prince into danger. Thankfully, they emerged unharmed. I assure you, Xiao Rongjing, that woman is your wife, Qu Wanqi, and she is indeed the Southern Xiang princess. Xiao Rongjing's mind reeled at the notion that the woman he had cherished for so long was the princess of his greatest enemy. She had always been so gentle, so caring, so seemingly kind-hearted. Was it all an act? Clenching his fists, an indescribable grief welled within him. Fu Qingyun continued. Qu Wanqi has been lurking by your side with the intent to assassinate the prince. Did you never consider how a seemingly frail woman could survive so easily in such a brutal battlefield, only to fortuitously cross paths with you and be brought home? Did you never ponder the reasons behind it? Or are you simply too foolish to see beyond the surface? As Fu Qingyun's piercing analysis cut through him, Xiao Rongjing's composure shattered. I must confront her and demand the truth. I need her to tell me herself that this is not real. He refused to accept their words as fact. He needed Qu Wanqi to affirm that this was all a lie. With that, Xiao Rongjing dashed out, his mind singularly focused on finding Qu Wanqi to seek clarity. Wen Yan attempted to follow, but Yi Junlan raised a hand to stop him. Fu Qingyun remarked. Qu Wanqi has likely departed. Xiao Rongjing will not find her unless she seeks him out. Wen Yan suggested. Then we must investigate further to see if Qu Wanqi makes an appearance, allowing us to capture her. This could serve as leverage for peace between our two nations. Yi Junlan, understanding Wen Yan's intentions, replied coolly, Do you truly believe the Southern Xiang princess would be oblivious to your plans? After a moment's reflection, Wen Yan conceded that the princess, while perhaps erratic, was far from foolish. Indeed, she was undoubtedly more astute than Xiao Rongjing. As storm clouds loomed ominously, rain soon fell in torrents. For the entirety of the afternoon, Xiao Rongjing aimlessly searched for Qu Wanqi outside the city. It was only when the rain ceased that he returned, drenched and disheveled, to his quarters, sitting in a daze. Why had she deceived him?
Why?
He had treated her with utmost kindness, even sacrificing his hard-earned military accolades to secure a divorce decree for her sake. He had gone so far as to harm Fu Qingyun without remorse. Yet the outcome revealed her true identity as the Southern Xiang princess, his most formidable foe. When rumors had swirled in the capital, branding her as a spy for the enemy, he had refused to believe it, going to great lengths to protect her, even pledging his life to the emperor. All of it had turned out to be a cruel jest, a monumental farce. Xiao Rongjing laughed bitterly at his own naivety, mocking himself for being so blind. Qu Wanqi, you concealed your true self so deeply, deceiving me at every turn. You are truly ruthless. Had Fu Qingyun not revealed the truth, he might have remained oblivious to her charade indefinitely. And what of the child she bore? Clenching his fists, he rose and stepped outside. The clouds parted gradually, revealing a glimmer of sunlight. Fu Qingyun had heard from Wen Yan that Xiao Rongjing had searched for Qu Wanqi all afternoon, without success. Yi Junlan remarked that Dehangi City was quite distant from Southern Xiang, with no other cities within 100 miles. If Qu Wanqi had been forced to retreat, she likely had already returned to her homeland. Xiao Rongjing would not find her. Even if he did, What difference would it make? Chu Wanxi's identity had been exposed, and she would never accompany him again. Ultimately, it was Xiao Rongjing's own foolishness that had led him to this point. Fu Qingyun fed some grass to Qianli, stroking its mane. She pondered how Chu Wanxi had learned of her father's situation and exploited it to her advantage. She contemplated for a moment, realizing it must have been Xia Tingfeng who informed her about her father's affairs. Chu Wanxi's underhanded tactics were truly insidious. Yet how could she possibly know about her father's attire? Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Fu Qingyun reached for her waist and was momentarily taken aback. Where had her fragrant sachet gone? She searched everywhere but found no trace of it. She distinctly remembered having it just a few days ago. It couldn't have simply vanished. The sachet was a special gift from Lu Bo, and losing it would be troubling. Fu Qingyun resolved to return to the tent and search once more, only to encounter Xiao Rongjing approaching her. She had no desire to engage with him and attempted to pass by, but he seized her wrist, stating, "Fu Qingyun, you knew Chu Wanxi's true identity all along, didn't you?" Fu Qingyun shook off his grip and replied coldly, "Yes, I suspected she was not from the Eastern Kingdom back at the Xiao household, and that her motives were impure. I just didn't anticipate that her true identity was that of a princess from Nanxiang." Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongjing felt as if a heavy stone had lodged in his heart, leaving him in a state of disquiet. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why reveal it only now, making me a laughingstock? If only he had known earlier. And if I had already warned you in the capital. But you did not believe me. What does it matter to me if a mere Chu Wanxi can blind your eyes? Xiao Rongjing, is it your arrogance or your own folly that has led you here? Fu Qingyun's words pierced his heart like a sharp blade, leaving him utterly wounded. Xiao Rongjing's gaze darkened. Indeed, he had brought all of this upon himself. Fu Qingyun departed, leaving him with nothing but the fleeting glimpse of her elegant red silhouette. Back in the tent, Fu Qingyun searched desperately for her lost sachet, but to no avail. A sudden thought struck her, prompting her to head towards the nearby river. Wen Yan observed her retreating figure with curiosity before making his way to the main tent. "Your Highness, everything for our return to the capital is nearly packed. We could depart at your command, but must we truly transport the fallen brothers back to the capital? I have already sent a message to His Majesty for his decision. For now, please list the names of the deceased soldiers. We shall await His Majesty's instructions," Yi Junlan replied. He had initially intended to bring them back but reconsidered due to the numerous complications and the long journey ahead. If any misfortune were to occur, he would feel he had betrayed the fallen brothers and their families. Wen Yan complied, "Yes, Your Highness. By the way, I noticed Miss Fu seemed to be searching for something in a rather anxious manner." Yi Junlan's eyes flickered with thought as he responded indifferently, instructing him to leave. Reaching the bedside, he retrieved a sachet from beneath the blanket and smiled. "So, she finally remembers." He carefully put it away and rose to leave. Meanwhile, Fu Qingyun had been searching by the river for quite some time without success, her expression resembling that of a deflated balloon. As dusk approached, it seemed her search would be in vain, wasting Lu Bo's thoughtful gift. Just as she was about to leave, a book suddenly flew towards her, and she caught it reflexively. Frowning, she wondered whose book it was in this desolate wilderness. Looking in the direction it had come from, she spotted a man lounging in a tree. With a grin, he called out, "Little junior sister, it has been so long since we last met. Have you forgotten your senior brother?" Fu Qingyun's face lit up. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Lu Qinxing gracefully descended from the tree, which posed no challenge for him. With a beaming smile, he approached Fu Qingyun, took the book from her hands, and playfully tapped her forehead. "I was just taking a nap after exploring various lands, but upon hearing your name mentioned beneath the tree, I wondered if you were nearby. And here you are." Fu Qingyun rubbed her forehead, realizing that the mention of her name must have come from the enemy commander. Aside from Chu Wanxi and her associates, she could not fathom who else it might be. Curiously, she asked, "But how did you unexpectedly end up here?" Lu Qinxing replied, "As I mentioned, I was traveling the mountains and rivers. By the way, what were you searching for just now?" He had been pondering where to find her when he heard the commotion. And lo and behold, it was her. "What a stroke of luck." Fu Qingyun remarked, "Senior brother, you weren't scolded by master and sneaked down the mountain, were you?" Lu Qinxing fell silent, avoiding her gaze. Noticing his guilty demeanor, Fu Qingyun realized her guess was correct. She patted his shoulder and comfortingly said, "Master has a fiery temper, but you shouldn't take it too seriously. How about I take you to the military camp to see for yourself?" What is so fascinating about the military camp? Little junior sister? You should tell me how you suddenly found yourself on the battlefield. Didn't Tifu Bo say you were married? Lu Qingjing shifted the topic, intrigued by this revelation. Chapter 111. Senior brother Lu Qingjing. When it came to this matter, Fu Qingyun felt a sense of helplessness. When she married Xiao Rongjing, her father had sent a message to Master. However, Master was in seclusion at the time and missed the news. It took 49 days for him to emerge, causing the matter to be delayed. Her 7 senior brothers were out traveling and were unaware of her marriage until they returned to Yaoyao Mountain. For this reason, her father mentioned that Master had been quite saddened for a long time. He even sent numerous wedding gifts to the Fu family as an apology. Her father added that Master had severely reprimanded the person who received the message. Fu Qingyun sat down and recounted her story to Lu Qingjing in detail. Upon hearing it, Lu Qingjing's face turned an ashen hue. Previously, he had heard from the second junior brother that Xiao Rongjing had cast her aside. When Master and several of the senior brothers learned of this, they were all furious. Though little junior sister had a mischievous nature, they found it endearing. Moreover, how could such a kind-hearted person be abandoned? That Xiao Rongjing was simply inhumane. Lu Qingjing sprang to his feet, declaring, "Little junior sister, tell me where that heartless wretch Xiao Rongjing is now. Is he in the military camp? If he is, I, Lu Qingjing, will go confront him and avenge you." Fu Qingyun opened her mouth, hesitatingly saying, "He is in the military camp, senior brother. But wait, let me explain." Before she could finish, Lu Qingjing had already turned and headed straight for the camp. Fu Qingyun hurriedly followed, thinking to herself, "This is a disaster." In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Lu Qingjing had already dashed into the military camp. Indeed, he charged in, having leapt from a height of several dozen meters down to the ground. The soldiers passing by, upon seeing this figure, halted in confusion. Their curiosity piqued about the sudden appearance of this individual. Wenyan approached, stepping forward to inquire, "My brother, may I ask who you are?" Noticing Wenyan's armor, Lu Qingjing asked, "Do you know where the treacherous Xiao Rongjing is?" "Ah. Oh, yes, over there." Wenyan blinked and pointed toward a nearby tent. Lu Qingjing expressed his gratitude before striding toward Xiao Rongjing's quarters. Before Wenyan could fully comprehend the situation, a loud crash echoed through the camp. All the soldiers turned their attention to the commotion. To their astonishment, Lu Qingjing had kicked Xiao Rongjing out of the tent, leaving him sprawled on the ground amidst a cloud of dust. The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief at this unexpected turn of events. Regaining his composure, Wenyan hurried off to report to Yi Junlan. Xiao Rongjing, who had been resting, was utterly taken aback when an unknown man barged in and knocked him down without a word. His face contorted in shock as pain coursed through his body, feeling as though it had been shattered. Lu Qingjing offered him no respite, stepping forward to place his foot on Xiao Rongjing's chest, his expression fierce. "You are the heartless Xiao Rongjing, the one who betrayed my junior sister, causing her immense sorrow. You are truly despicable. How could you abandon such a kind-hearted person? Had I known, I would have sought her hand in marriage much earlier, sparing her from your ungratefulness." Pinned beneath Lu Qingjing's foot, Xiao Rongjing soon realized that this was yet another confrontation in retribution for Fu Qingyun. Damn it! Are these people all mad? That Bai Qianwen struck me out of the blue last time, and now another one comes. How many men were backing Fu Qingyun? Chapter 112. Who dares to cause trouble in the military camp? Xiao Rongjing grasped at Lu Qingjing's foot, attempting to move even a fraction, but found himself utterly immobilized. "I don't care who you are. My affairs with Fu Qingyun are in the past, and even if you kill me, it will change nothing." "Ah, you have quite the audacity. No wonder you can commit such shameless acts. Xiao Rongjing, let me tell you, the type of man I despise the most is someone as ungrateful as you. A true man should own up to his actions, unlike you, who shamelessly uses women as shields. You are simply a disgrace." Lu Qingjing spoke without mercy, pressing down harder with his foot, seizing Xiao Rongjing by the collar. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson for my junior sister." With that, he delivered a powerful punch to Xiao Rongjing's face, causing it to swell instantly and blood to trickle from his mouth. The surrounding soldiers could not help but swallow hard at the sight. It was indeed a painful blow. Lu Qingjing was about to strike again when Fu Qingyun called out, "Elder brother, stop." Lu Qingjing turned to her. "You must not interfere today. I intend to teach this scoundrel a lesson." Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Rongjing managed to push Lu Qingjing off and escape. He touched his painfully swollen face, glaring angrily at Lu Qingyun. This guy had struck him so hard that he bled. Clearly, his martial skills surpassed Xiao Rongjing's. Fu Qingyun approached, observing Xiao Rongjing's battered face, her brows furrowing. Elder brother, a person like him does not deserve your attention. Engaging him only sullies your hands, and with so many witnesses, it would reflect poorly on us as disciples of the Yun Tian sect. Yun Tian sect. Xiao Rongjing was astounded once more. This man was actually from the Yun Tian sect? Fu Qingyun referred to him as her elder brother. Did that mean she was also a disciple of the Yun Tian sect? Xiao Rongjing was well aware of the Yun Tian sect, the largest sect in the martial world, located on the Yayao Mountain. Its leader, Zhang Qinzhou, was known for his eccentric personality and temper, accepting only a handful of disciples, each of whom was equally peculiar. People in the martial world dared not offend the Yun Tian sect or its disciples. However, it was said that the sect leader possessed extraordinary martial prowess, and many sought to join him, only to be turned away. Once, Xiao Rongjing had admired the Yun Tian sect and wished to study there, but had been rejected. To his dismay, he now discovered that Fu Qingyun was a disciple of the very sect he once aspired to join. How infuriating it was to learn this last. Had he known earlier of Fu Qingyun's connections, he would never have betrayed her. Lu Qingyun snorted dismissively. My junior sister's affairs are the business of the Yun Tian sect. If our master were here, he might be even more incensed, and what harm would it be to eliminate a mere Xiao Rongjing? My family, the Lu family, is powerful. What could a mere Xiao family do against us? Fu Qingyun was rendered speechless. However, there was truth in her elder brother's words, leaving her without a retort. Xiao Rongjing seethed at Lu Qingyun's arrogant declarations, infuriated that he would dare claim that killing him would be of no consequence. Were all disciples from the Yun Tian sect this haughty? Fu Qingyun, do you intend to allow your elder brother to run amok here? I have severed ties with you. They continue to pursue me. This is a military camp, not your Yun Tian sect. Are you not afraid of repercussions from the prince? The military camp was a sacred place, not to be disrespected. Lu Qingyun retorted, regardless of whether this is a military camp or not. Even if the emperor himself arrived today, Lu Qingyun, will ensure you receive a proper lesson. Elder brother. Fu Qingyun grasped his arm. Who dares to cause trouble in my military camp? A cold, authoritative voice cut through the air. Yi Junlan emerged from the crowd, followed closely by Wen Yan. Chapter 113. I already knew her identity. Seeing Yi Junlan approach, Xiao Rongjing felt a wave of relief wash over him. In the presence of the prince, this man would likely not dare to act so brazenly. Yi Junlan's dark gaze settled on Fu Qingyun before shifting to the man beside her. Noting her grasp on his hand, his brows furrowed slightly as his eyes scanned Lu Qingyun's face. It's you? Lu Qingyun stared at Yi Junlan for a moment before recognition dawned. Yi Junlan? What brings you here? The revelation stunned everyone present. While Fu Qingyun found it unsurprising that her elder brother, often traveling, would know Yi Junlan, Xiao Rongjing was utterly flabbergasted, never having anticipated that this man would be acquainted with the prince. Yi Junlan's voice was deep and resonant. I am the commander of the Eastern Kingdom. This is my military camp. I intended to bring an incense pouch to her, but was delayed by General Luo's urgent matter. He surveyed the scene, noting the turmoil that had unfolded in such a short span. Lu Qingyun, realizing the timing, declared, perfect timing. Yi Junlan, this man bullied my junior sister, and I am here to avenge her. Please do not intervene. Just grant me this favor. Absolutely not. Lu Qingyun was determined to teach Xiao Rongjing a lesson. Fu Qingyun interjected, Elder brother, seventh brother has already avenged me, having given him a beating before. Today, please let it go. There will be more opportunities in the future. After consideration, Lu Qingyun relented. Very well, I shall consider this for your sake. Xiao Rongjing, I will spare you today, but do not let me see you again, otherwise, I shall strike you each time I do. Xiao Rongjing's demeanor was exceedingly calm, almost as if he were the true victim in this situation. Yet, how could he possibly ask for clemency? Yi Junlan cast a cold glance at Xiao Rongjing, reminding him that this predicament arose because of him. I command you to reflect upon your actions in solitude. Without my express permission, you are forbidden from entering or exiting. Xiao Rongjing, though begrudgingly submissive, limped back to his tent, feeling the sting of injustice. Yi Junlan had intervened on his behalf. Had he not done so, there was no telling what that man might have done to him. Yi Junlon then turned his attention to Fu Qingyun and Lu Qinqing. Both of you come here. Fu Qingyun followed, while Lu Qinqing, initially reluctant, felt compelled to join upon seeing Fu Qingyun's departure. He cared little for his own safety, but he feared that Yi Junlon might put his junior sister in a difficult position. Within the camp, Wen Yan noticed the three and discreetly withdrew. However, after a few steps, he hesitated, curious to overhear their conversation. Inside, Lu Qinqing took the initiative to explain Yi Junlon. I want you to know that I fear you not, and do not hold your junior sister accountable for my actions. It was I who recklessly sought revenge against Xiao Rongjing. Is that all the fighting you have done? Yi Junlon inquired. He had indeed delayed his arrival to allow Lu Qinqing to vent his frustrations longer. Lu Qinqing retorted, to be honest, I have not had enough. Yi Junlon, you should have arrived even later. Fu Qingyun interjected, must you too be so brazen in your declarations? She is still present. Curiously, she asked, Your Highness, how did you come to know my master brother? She was intrigued by the circumstances of their acquaintance. Yi Junlon waved his hand dismissively, settling onto a stool. You may inquire about that from your master brother. Haha. Junior sister, this tale is quite lengthy. We should sit down to discuss it properly. Lu Qinqing took a seat opposite Yi Junlon, oblivious to any impropriety. Yi Junlon merely furrowed his brow slightly, but chose to remain silent. Fu Qingyun, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, remarked, Wait, Your Highness, given your familiarity with my master brother, did you already know our identities as disciples of Yuntian sect? Indeed? What do you think? Yi Junlon countered, raising an eyebrow. Chapter 114. A deeper connection, so he had known all along. Yi Junlon maintained a serene expression as he sipped his tea. Lu Qinqing, within my military camp, do not act so recklessly. A single bout is sufficient. Any more, and you will overstep your bounds. Lu Qinqing, seemingly oblivious to the implications, continued unabated. Hey, Yi Junlon, address me as Your Highness. Lu Qinqing felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. Fu Qingyun, noticing the tension crackling between them, quickly urged, Master brother, this is the royal camp. Do not act rashly. She understood her brother's carefree nature, but knew that this was a place of discipline. What would happen if they came to blows? Lu Qinqing narrowed his eyes, slamming his hand on the table as he stood. Yi Junlon, I do not care if you are the royal commander. I am here to avenge my junior sister today. Were it not for her presence, I would not be in your wretched camp at all.
Oh.
If that is the case, then I kindly ask you to leave. Yi Junlon responded, equally unwelcoming. Lu Qinqing glared at Yi Junlon, incredulously. You. Fu Qingyun looked between them, feeling exasperated. How could these two behave like children? Hadn't the atmosphere been amicable just moments before? Frustrated, Lu Qinqing grabbed Fu Qingyun's hand and began to walk out. Junior sister, let us depart. I shall take you to Yaoyao Mountain. It is far better than remaining here. Stay. Fu Qingyun, Yi Junlon blurted almost instinctively. Lu Qinqing halted, turning back with a scoff. Why should she stay? Yi Junlon, do you truly intend to punish her? I made it clear that my actions were solely my decision, and not hers. If you have a grievance, direct it at me. Lu Qinqing, will face you without hesitation. Fu Qingyun was cherished among their 7 siblings, and he would not allow anyone to mistreat her, not even in the slightest. Lu Qinqing had come precisely because he feared Yi Junlon might do just that. Look. Yi Junlon has revealed his true nature, Lu Qinqing noted. Master brother, that is not the case. His Highness has always been aware of my situation with Xiao Rongjing. He is a reasonable person. You have misunderstood him. Fu Qingyun interjected, not wishing for a conflict to arise between them. Yi Junlon rose, observing Lu Qinqing holding Fu Qingyun's hand, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Even between siblings, such familiarity was inappropriate. Fu Qingyun is my subordinate. She cannot leave the military camp without permission. Should you wish to depart, do so alone. What does hand-holding signify? Does she not understand the propriety between men and women? Fu Qingyun finally perceived Yi Junlon's discontent. It seemed he was not pleased with her master brother. Junior sister is not merely your subordinate, if we consider it. She is also your fellow disciple, Lu Qinqing pointed out, casting a disapproving glance at Yi Junlon. Upon hearing this, Fu Qingyun felt perplexed. Master brother, what do you mean? I am a fellow disciple of the royal? Indeed, junior sister, did you not know? This prince is the direct disciple of our master's younger brother. He entered the sect before you, merely under a different lineage. Thus, We are indeed fellow disciples, Lu Qingjing explained. They had long been aware of this connection. Judging by Fu Qingyun's expression, it seemed she was unaware. Fu Qingyun turned to Yi Junlan, and upon noticing his silence, realized the truth. I never expected there to be such a relationship. Chapter 115. The master misses you, Fu Qingyun said. In that case, master brother. As we are all disciples of Yuntian sect, we should have no barriers between us. Though I am unaware of the past between you and Yi Junlan, we are still fellow disciples. Is there not a way to calmly discuss our matters? Lu Qingjing snorted. I see he is unwelcoming to me. Very well, I, Lu Qingjing, am not one to impose. Since this matter is out in the open, there is no need for further subterfuge. It is far more uncomfortable that way. Would you not agree, junior sister? Ultimately, he was merely concerned that his junior sister would face repercussions, which prompted his intervention. Yi Junlan interjected. I have never stated that I intend to punish her. That has been your assertion all along. This fellow was truly tiresome. Lu Qingjing leaned closer to Fu Qingyun and whispered, Junior sister, see how cold Yi Junlan is? What good is it to work under him? You would be better off returning to Yaoyao Mountain with me to see the master. He has been missing you lately. Though his voice was low, every word reached Yi Junlan's ears. Yi Junlan's brow furrowed further. I have already punished Xiao Rongjing to reflect upon his actions. This matter ends here. Lu Qingjing, your entrance to chastise him is sufficient. If you desire more, wait until he leaves the camp and address him yourself. Just do not cause further disturbances within my military.
Ah.
You said it yourself. If it is outside, I shall deal with him however I please. You need not worry about it, Lu Qingjing asserted. Had that fellow not intervened, he would have already beaten Xiao Rongjing half to death without needing to engage in this idle banter. Fu Qingyun spoke. Master brother, this matter is unwise. I understand you mean well, but it is a thing of the past. Should you truly kill him, it would undoubtedly incite unnecessary disputes. Xiao Rongjing is a minister of the court. Although he has been stripped of his title, it will still attract the emperor's attention. If this matter is pursued, you would find yourself embroiled in troubles. Master brother, I implore you to let this go, for I have no further ties with him. She genuinely wished to shield her master brother from any repercussions due to her. While her master brother was fearless, the Lu family was always behind him. Yi Junlan remarked. She speaks wisely. If you wish to cause her trouble, you may as well eliminate him now. Very well, the master brother acquiesced, but remember, should anyone bully you in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall certainly stand up for you. Lu Qingjing placed a hand on her shoulder, his expression earnest. In his heart, she was of utmost importance. Fu Qingyun felt a surge of emotion. She knew that her 7 master brothers had always cared for her, indulging her every whim. They would shield her from danger, ensuring she remained unharmed. A warm feeling blossomed within her. Lu Qingjing departed, intending to return to the Lu family. A few days prior, the Lu family had sent word that his father was ill, urging him to return for a visit. As the only son of the Lu family, he naturally needed to pay his respects. He had come specifically to see Fu Qingyun upon hearing she was there. Time was of the essence, and he needed to return. After giving Fu Qingyun a few parting words, he glanced at Yi Junlan before reluctantly leaving the military camp. As he exited the tent, he startled Wen Yan, who had been eavesdropping outside. Lu Qingjing shot him a glance before striding away with confidence. Wen Yan had not anticipated that both Miss Fu and the gentleman before him were disciples of the Yuntian sect, a mysterious and powerful faction. The sudden appearance of 2 disciples within their military camp was indeed unexpected. Chapter 116. Becoming her senior brother Fu Qingyun let out a sigh of relief. She felt guilty for causing concern to her master and 7 master brothers. Your master brother cares for you deeply. Yi Junlan's voice was cool and detached. Fu Qingyun replied, Your Highness, this matter arose because of me. I hope you won't hold it against my master brother. He acted out of concern for me, and I ask for your understanding. Yi Junlan gazed at her with his profound eyes for a moment before speaking in a measured tone. Your master brother harbors feelings for you. Though phrased as a question, his tone was resolute. Fu Qingyun was taken aback. What do you mean, Your Highness? Yi Junlan lowered his gaze, casually lifted his robes, and seated himself. It is nothing. Fu Qingyun responded with a soft "oh," moving closer but hesitating before asking. Our master once mentioned he has a junior brother, but due to past events, this junior brother left the Yuntian sect, and we have never met him. We were unaware he had taken disciples. But, Your Highness, Why did you not inform me sooner? Realizing how audacious she had been around him all this time, she felt a twinge of unease. Now knowing that the prince before her was her fellow disciple, it felt rather awkward. Yi Junlun calmly sipped his tea before responding. Our master left the Yun Tian sect, as he disliked being constrained by sect rules. He once expressed a desire for solitude, hence did not inform the elder about his whereabouts. As for our shared discipleship, it was mentioned in a letter from my elder brother. Oh, I see. Then should I address you as senior brother? Fu Qingyun bit her lip. Suddenly, the notion of the prince becoming her senior brother felt rather peculiar. Yi Junlun set down his teacup, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I do not mind. Fu Qingyun felt a whirlwind of emotions. She indeed minded. Never mind, I think I shall continue to call you prince. If others hear this title, I cannot imagine the consequences. Yi Junlun chuckled at her conflicted expression. It is of no concern. This is a secret between us. In private, you may call me senior brother. Fu Qingyun nodded. Then, Your Highness, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yi Junlun inclined his head. With his permission, Fu Qingyun hurriedly exited the tent, nearly colliding with Wen Yan. Both were startled. Wen Yan rubbed his head, his face flushed with embarrassment. Miss Fu, have you finished your conversation with the prince? Yes, is there something you need? No, Miss Fu. Is it true that the gentleman you spoke with is indeed a disciple of the Yun Tian sect? Wen Yan could not contain his excitement. Seeing his enthusiasm, Fu Qingyun nodded. Yes, he is my master brother, Lu Qinqing. We are both disciples of the Yun Tian sect. Wen Yan was elated. Really? I never imagined I would have the fortune of meeting disciples of the Yun Tian sect. Miss Fu, no wonder you are so formidable. I have long admired the Yun Tian sect and dreamt of becoming a disciple myself, but I fear my talents are insufficient. To see disciples of the Yun Tian sect is truly astonishing. His excitement rendered him somewhat incoherent as he rambled on. Fu Qingyun smiled gently. Wen Yan, you need not be so overwhelmed. She had always known the Yun Tian sect was powerful, but she had not anticipated such fervent admiration from others, even from Wen Yan. He lowered his head, apologizing bashfully. I am sorry for making a spectacle, Miss Fu. The day is waning. You should return and rest. Fu Qingyun nodded lightly and returned to her tent. That night, she found it difficult to sleep, her mind occupied with the revelation that Yi Junlun was her senior brother. Only in the depths of the night did fatigue finally claim her, and she fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 117. The Prince's Generosity. The following day, the Emperor received news of the prince's successful conquest of Dahani city, which brought him great joy. The letter stated that upon the prince's return to the capital, he would reward the troops. The fallen soldiers would be buried there, and their belongings would be taken back to the capital to be delivered to their families. The emperor also mentioned he would personally send someone to comfort the families of the deceased soldiers, as a sign of respect. Upon receiving the letter, Yi Junlun immediately instructed Wen Yan to find a suitable place for the proper burial of the fallen comrades. Shortly thereafter, Wen Yan returned to escort Yi Junlun out. Yi Junlun invited Fu Qingyun to join them for a visit. On the summit of a hill, they found a flat area surrounded by trees, spacious enough for a burial site. Yi Junlun nodded in approval and entrusted the arrangements to Wen Yan. Within 2 days, Wen Yan had managed to bury the fallen soldiers and even erected 3 stone tablets inscribed with the names of more than 3,000 soldiers who had perished. Yi Junlun stood before the tablets, with Wen Yan and several generals behind him, raising a toast to honor the fallen. In the afternoon, Yi Junlun summoned Generals Luo and Lu for a briefing. Once they exited, they invited Fu Qingyun inside. Yi Junlun stated, I have instructed Generals Luo and Lu that I will be departing for a few days, and they shall remain here to maintain order. Where will the prince go?
To Yaoshan.
As they emerged, Wen Yan had already brought forth Qianli and Wanli. Your Highness, Miss Fu, everything is prepared. Please be careful on the road. Yi Junlun nodded, mounting his horse. Seeing this, Fu Qingyun also mounted her horse, following closely behind Yi Junlun as they rode out of Dahani city. She was aware of the direction towards Yaoyao Mountain, yet the reason for Yi Junlun's sudden desire to ascend the mountain eluded her. It had been quite some time since she last visited her master, and this opportunity presented itself as an ideal moment to pay her respects. The city of Dahanggi was not far from Yaoyao Mountain, merely a day's journey away. In approximately 2 days, she and Yi Junlun could reach their destination. In this vicinity, there were no suitable places to rest, save for a small town at the foot of Yaoyao Mountain. Thus, they hastened their pace, aiming to arrive before nightfall on the second day. The journey was arduous, but fortunately, they arrived at the town just as the sun set. After more than a day of travel, the cold wind had left Fu Qingyun's face stinging and numb, flushed like a ripe apple. In contrast, Yi Junlon appeared utterly unfazed, not even slightly out of breath. The weather had grown increasingly frigid, and thanks to the late-night efforts of Qiangwei, who had sewn her a white robe before their departure, she felt somewhat warmed. Fu Qingyun gathered her robe closer, exhaling some chilly air. Observing her, the innkeeper promptly approached to lead Qianli and Wanli to the stable for feeding. The proprietor, keen-eyed, noticed their refined attire and immediately recognized them as individuals of noble status, proceeding to introduce the restaurant's signature dishes and expensive offerings. Fu Qingyun chuckled softly. This establishment must be newly opened. How did the young lady know? The innkeeper replied. Our restaurant opened only a few months ago, serving fresh dishes.
Please do try.
With a slight bow, the innkeeper acknowledged her words. Yi Junlon placed a silver ingot on the table and calmly remarked, Then let us have all the dishes you just mentioned. Of course, please wait a moment. The innkeeper, upon seeing the substantial silver, grinned widely and hurried to the kitchen. Fu Qingyun surveyed the surroundings and whispered, Your Highness, your generosity is remarkable. Such a large ingot of silver could suffice for several meals. It is wise to remain discreet while outside to avoid drawing the attention of thieves. Chapter 118. A perfect match. Yi Junlon poured her a cup of tea. Observing her rosy cheeks, and smiled gently, You appear quite thin. Fu Qingyun retorted, What does that have to do with anything? Your Highness, we should reach Yaoyao Mountain by tomorrow. Shall we stay here tonight? I mentioned before, when it is just the two of us, you may call me senior brother. Yi Junlon replied. If she called him senior brother, then he would refer to her as junior sister. This would undoubtedly bring them closer. The thought made Yi Junlon somewhat impatient for her to address him as such. Fu Qingyun loosened her robe and draped it over a chair, grinning as she teased. Is it because your master has no other junior sisters that you are so eager to remind me to call you senior brother? She found it puzzling why her master had accepted only Yi Junlon as a disciple. Her own master had 7 male disciples and 1 female disciple, totaling 8. Fu Qingyun leaned closer to Yi Junlon, curiosity shining in her eyes. Your Highness, is it true that you are your master's sole disciple? Being a prince, you will eventually return to the Eastern Kingdom. Do you not fear the lack of heirs to inherit your master's teachings? Your master has 7 disciples, including you, making a total of 8. As far as I know, do your 7 senior brothers not spend their days indulging in leisure, rarely returning to the sect? Has your master expressed a desire for any specific disciple to inherit his teachings? Yi Junlon's eyes twinkled with amusement. This girl could be astute at times, yet at others, rather naive. However, her naivety was endearing. Upon reflection, Fu Qingyun acknowledged the truth in her musings. Her 7 senior brothers had grown accustomed to a carefree lifestyle, and her own disposition was one that resented constraints. They often returned to the sect only every few months, each time receiving a lengthy admonishment from their master for their prolonged absence. Yet, despite this, their master held great affection for all 8 of them. Perhaps it was precisely this nature that led him to accept her brothers as disciples. In truth, her master harbored no illusions about his brothers inheriting his teachings. Being a female disciple, she was even less likely to do so. The Yuntian sect had always favored passing teachings to male disciples, and her master had taken her on only out of respect for her parents. Soon, the innkeeper personally delivered the dishes, filling the table to its brim. Fu Qingyun, feeling quite hungry, eagerly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Halfway through her meal, she noticed Yi Junlon eating at a leisurely pace, exuding an air of noble elegance. Even during a meal, Yi Junlon maintained his refined demeanor. Contrasting herself with him, Fu Qingyun realized that her prolonged stay in the military camp had rendered her somewhat uncouth in her dining habits. She discreetly pouted, dismissing her thoughts. After all, her time in the military had necessitated a simpler approach to sustenance. With such exquisite dishes available now, she felt compelled to satisfy her hunger first. In the absence of any other guests, and with Yi Junlon being her senior brother, she felt at ease. Unbeknownst to her, these small actions did not escape Yi Junlon's notice. He gently placed food in her bowl, urging her to eat more. The rations in the military are rather coarse. You might not be accustomed to them. Since we have the chance to dine out, feel free to indulge. Otherwise, when we ascend Yaoyao Mountain, your master may reprimand me for not taking good care of you. His words, laced with tenderness, conveyed a genuine concern. Fu Qingyun nodded. Her fair face unexpectedly flushed with a hint of crimson. It seemed that it had been quite a while since anyone had shown such care for her. Before long, the majority of the dishes had been devoured by Fu Qingyun, while Yi Junlan had eaten only a modest portion. Once they had their fill, they turned to the matter of accommodation. The innkeeper informed them that only one room remained, smiling broadly as he addressed them. "Dear guests, would you and your lady mind sharing a room for the night? Rest assured, our accommodations are impeccably clean and comfortable." Upon hearing this, Fu Qingyun hurried to clarify. "Innkeeper, I and he. It's fine. We shall take this room," Yi Junlan interjected, taking her hand and swiftly retrieving the room key before departing. The innkeeper watched them ascend the stairs, marveling at the pair. What a perfect match.